In an unexpected twist of fate, the benevolent figure Zheng Shaopeng found himself transported back to the era of the Zhengde reign of the Ming Dynasty. This was a vibrant and multifaceted period, characterized by the malevolence of the 8 Tigers of the capital, the flamboyance of the 4 scholars of Jiangnan, the philosophical teachings of the great Confucian Wang Yangming, and the absurdity of Emperor Zhu Houzhao. The protagonist, stumbling into this world in a haze of confusion, was compelled to navigate the intricate web of diverse characters that surrounded him. He found himself entangled in the conflicts among the Dongchang, Xichang, Naichang, and the Jinui, the tales of eliminating corrupt officials on behalf of heaven, the campaigns against the Woke pirates, the Tatar invaders, and the conquest of the Dozhan barbarians, as well as the lifting of maritime bans and the migration to Siberia. Captivating stories unfolded in abundance, leading one to ponder whether the unexpected arrival of this individual, akin to a ship adrift in the long river of history, might alter its destined course towards decline. Chapter 1. The Benevolent Figure of 9 Lives. A narrow, elongated bridge known as Naiha spanned the river Wangshuan, leading into the ethereal depths of the clouds. The souls, untouched by dust, lamentingly consumed a bowl of Mengpa soup, embarking on the unpredictable journey of the afterlife. At that moment, a rather audacious voice rang out. "I wish to lodge a complaint. I absolutely must complain." Accompanied by this exclamation, a dashing young man approached from the opposite end of the Naiha bridge. His hair, slicked back with pomade, gleamed in an orderly fashion, and he donned a white suit adorned with shimmering sequins, resembling a star fresh from stage. However, the peculiarity lay in the fact that this wealthy individual had not perished by drowning in a river or at sea, but rather in a bathtub, where he had been drowned by his enchanting and alluring wife. The sight sent shivers down Zheng Shaopeng's spine as he floated in the air, awaiting his reincarnation. Reluctantly, he was thrust into the body of this recently deceased billionaire, leaving him utterly incapable of relishing such extravagant fortune. Over the course of 2 weeks, he familiarized himself with the operations and circumstances of the entire company, ultimately bequeathing a third of the estate to the deceased's estranged wife and 2 abandoned sons, while devising various means to donate the remainder. Zheng Shaopeng, of course, refrained from revealing his intentions and seemingly courted death. As a result, the judge, in a fit of desperation, transferred him into the body of a recently deceased deputy mayor. This deputy mayor, at the age of 48, was still in the prime of life, residing in a high-end hospital room, his body riddled with tubes. The once bustling scene of his hospitalization had dwindled to silence after the attending physician informed the organization of plans for his memorial service. Zheng Shaopeng had not anticipated attaining such a high position. He genuinely aspired to make a difference. However, he found it unbearable to have a woman nearly as old as his mother as a wife. "Humans are not perfect," Zheng Shaopeng lamented. "Why is there no youthful, wealthy, handsome, charming gentleman in this world?" In truth, such individuals existed, but those who met these criteria were in prime health and thriving, leaving Zheng Shaopeng to wait his turn for reincarnation. Finally, after numerous attempts, he found himself inhabiting the body of a handsome and renowned pop star from Hong Kong and Taiwan, fulfilling his long-held wish. Surely, he could enjoy this life for the remaining 2 years. However, Zheng Shaopeng soon breathed a sigh of relief, only to discover that this heartthrob, adored by countless young women, was, in fact, a homosexual and played the passive role in his relationships. In a fit of despair, Zheng Shaopeng thought that during a charity performance on the mainland, this recently recovered star accidentally fell from the stage, striking his head on a pebble the size of a popcorn kernel, and thus his ethereal spirit drifted back to the netherworld. Within the silent halls of the underworld, a towering stack of documents loomed over the ancient 8 Immortals table, yet the figure of Judge Chui was nowhere to be seen. The ox-headed and horse-faced spirits exchanged perplexed glances before approaching the table. On the intricately designed table lay a monitor resembling those found in the mortal realm, beneath which a figure appeared to be crouching. The ox-head spirit cautiously inquired, "My lord, what are you doing underneath the table?" Judge Chui emerged from beneath the table, clad in a traditional red official gown, his black hat adorned with 2 leaf-like embellishments, resembling a minor official on a theatrical stage. His bushy eyebrows and small eyes gave him a comically wrinkled visage. The ox-head spirit stifled a laugh, thinking it understandable that an elderly man might be unfamiliar with certain matters and thus refrained from broaching the subject. Instead, He shifted the conversation, asking, "Is there an issue with the system? Would you like me to assist in fixing it?" The horse-faced spirit muttered, "Our domestic operating system, dazzling, is quite satisfactory. Why do we ever engage a foreign city god to design it? I heard that His Majesty Yama is negotiating with the Western Yama, Lord Lucifer, to have the original designer, Bill Gates, expedite an upgrade." Judge Chui shook his head. "There is no choice. That city god has gone on vacation in the mortal realm, and his name is absent from the ledger of life and death. Until his leave is over, he cannot be found. For now, we must endure this situation. By the way, didn't you apply for vacation? Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Judge Chui's face twitched, and he hurriedly leaned over the computer, typing in a flurry before staring intently at the screen in silence. The horse-faced spirit, growing anxious, leaned in closer and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Judge Chui replied, "No issue, but my computer need to reinstall. There's too much junk in the system, and it's causing the processor to slow down dramatically." The ox-head spirit, upon hearing this, touched his horns in contemplation without uttering a word. The ox-head spirit moved, asked, "What's wrong, my lord? Is the system cluttered to the point of being irreparable?" Judge Chui trembled, pointing at the screen in despair. "It's over, it's over. This is truly disastrous. Had I known, I would have reported to Yama directly, claiming that you mishandled the soul and mismanaged the records. To help you fix this oversight, I have made one mistake after another, and now it's a catastrophe." With a sorrowful expression, Judge Chui lamented, "No. Look here, with the mistake you made, he has already died 9 times each time. It was due to acts of kindness." Thus, Judge Chui inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. He has now become a benevolent figure of 9 lives. A benevolent figure of 9 lives? What does that mean? The ox-head spirit inquired, puzzled by the profundity of Judge Chui's statement. Judge Chui slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "It means he has attained Buddhahood." Both the ox-head and horse-faced spirits gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. Is achieving Buddhahood truly so simple?" Judge Chui chuckled bitterly. "Sometimes attaining Buddhahood depends on circumstances. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, for instance, missed the opportunity for enlightenment when she vowed, 'I shall not become a Buddha until all sentient beings are saved.' Consequently, she missed her chance, and although she possesses immense power, she cannot be called a Buddha." Hearing this, the spirit known as Man Song clasped his hands together, saying, "The Bodhisattva is truly compassionate. It is no wonder that people refer to her as the Great Compassionate One." The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva similarly declared, "I shall not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Like Avalokitesvara, though not yet a Buddha, in my heart, he is indeed a true Buddha." Judge Chui sighed, "Even great compassion cannot save us from today's plight, for the world has deteriorated and human hearts have grown cold. 3 centuries ago, the Buddha made a grand vow on Ling Mountain. If a mortal can persist in doing good for 10 lifetimes, they shall attain Buddhahood. Should he perform another act of kindness and die once more, he will surely become a Buddha. The Buddha possesses vast powers and can perceive the mysteries within at that time. Will we not have missed our opportunity?" The ox-head and horse-faced spirits stood in stunned silence, pondering, "What shall we do now? That wretched rogue. We could not bear to let him meet a tragic end, and in a moment of kindness, we prematurely collected his soul, unaware that the ledger of life and death had suddenly changed. What shall we do now?" Suddenly, Niu Tu, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "My lord, this doesn't make sense. When he borrowed a corpse to return to life, we ensured that he did not drink Meng Po's soup to repay his 3 years of lifespan. Regardless of how many times he died, it should only count as 1 life. How then did it become 9 lives?" Chui Panguan sighed, a flaw in the system. Niu Tu and Ma Mian stood in stunned silence before lamenting in unison, "I despise by Erge Wa." Niu Tu blinked, perplexed, and asked, "What difference does it make? If that scoundrel were to build a bridge or repair a road and accidentally stumbled over a pebble to his demise, wouldn't that fulfill the agreement of 10 virtuous lives?" Chui Panguan forced a sinister chuckle. The Buddha's grand vow that 10 virtuous lives can lead to enlightenment was established 300 years ago. If someone were to be reincarnated 300 years ago, even if they died 100 times, they would not meet the conditions to achieve Buddhahood. "Ha ha!" Niu Tu and Ma Mian exchanged glances and erupted into mischievous laughter. "Excellent. My lord, you truly are wise beyond your years." Chapter 2. Time Travel. Travel to Ancient Times? Zheng Shaopeng could not contain his excitement. I have only 2 years to live. It would be splendid to experience ancient tourism. However, with only 2 years left, I won't have the chance to engage in battles or relish the taste of being a great hero. I should make the most of the 2 years. As King Zhou, as Emperor Yang of Sui, they certainly had their share of romantic escapades. It's better to be like Chongzhen, during a time of beauties like the 8 prodigies of Qinhuai, Hong Yangzi, and Chen Yuan Yuan. Zheng Shaopeng was lost in thoughts of indulgence when he realized the implication of his words. Did he expect me to start my own practice and become a divine healer? Thus, he chuckled, no way. If I were to suffer a headache or fever, I could manage to buy some medicine myself at the pharmacy. As for the ingredients, who has the time to memorize those? Moreover, I can't remember the names of those medicines. And as for performing a cranial dissection, don't be ridiculous. Huatao, the divine healer of his time, lost his head simply for suggesting to perform a cranial surgery for Cao Cao. Even if I could, I wouldn't dare flaunt my skills in ancient times. People back then lacked knowledge. They would never trust a healer from another era. If I were to boast, I'd likely be mistaken for a heretic and killed. Chui Pan Guan's expression stiffened. Suppressing his irritation, he feigned a gentle tone. While it is indeed a prestigious endeavor to save lives, if you lack the skills, it's understandable. Let me ask you, can you concoct gunpowder or develop modern weaponry? Achieving military success and making a name for yourself are also worthwhile pursuits. Zheng Shaopeng sighed. Gunpowder? I vaguely recall needing saltpeter and sulfur, but there's one more ingredient I can't remember. It wouldn't be charcoal, would it? As for the proportions, I've forgotten entirely. Nobel was an expert on explosives, and even he ended up with limbs blown off. For someone like me, that would be akin to the old immortal hanging himself, as if he were tired of living. As for modern weaponry, you might as well send me to a munitions factory for 3 to 5 years of training. Besides, the iron in ancient times wouldn't be up to standard. If I were to actually produce something, wouldn't it explode on the spot? You might as well send me to learn how to mine, refine steel, forge, and manufacture machine tools. I need to achieve at least the level of an engineer. Furthermore, modern industrial processes are not something a small workshop could manage. In ancient times, the entire societal productivity and technological capabilities lag behind. Having the skills to slay dragons without any dragons around would be absurd. Niotu could not help but roll his eyes. You are truly useless. Let's consider something simpler. Can you brew wine? Can you make glass? If you cannot be a divine healer or a hero, becoming a wealthy merchant would suffice. Zheng Shaopeng replied, brewing wine? I can't do that, but I can drink it. I find that Hongxing Erbo Tu is more enjoyable than Matai, and it doesn't give me a hangover. Why are you staring at me? Go find out how many people actually know how to brew wine. Aren't they all in that profession? Who would understand that? As for glass, I only know it is made from sand. Beyond that, I'm clueless. Oh, what are you looking at? Even the workers at a glass factory only know one process, right? However, I do know there's a type of glass called fiberglass and another called sugar glass, used for special effects in films. You might not know this, but I wonder if those craftsmen making glazed tiles could invent something similar. Ma Mian's expression grew long, his forehead veins bulging in frustration. He struggled to contain his anger and said, you can't do anything in literature or martial arts, and you can't carry or shoulder anything. What can you actually do? Just this mouth of yours, by the way. How about aiming to be born into an official family? At least you understand a fair bit about modern society systems, right? Just a little contribution to ancient times would be a tremendous innovation and advancement. Becoming a capable official would also be commendable. Zheng Shaopeng scoffed. Brother Ma Mian, are you suggesting this because you want to see me often? Ma Mian stared blankly. What do you mean? Zheng Shaopeng replied, I don't remember much about ancient reforms, but I recall someone named Shang Yang who was quite favored by the ruler. He didn't implement any significant changes. He merely encouraged agriculture and weaving, abolished some noble hereditary privileges, and awarded honors based on military merit. As a result, he faced intense opposition from the entire ruling class and was eventually torn apart by 5 horses. Wang Yangming from the Song Dynasty was even worse. He sought only minor improvements to the existing system, advocating for commercial development and enhancing military combat effectiveness, along with some adjustments to the imperial examination system. Yet even with the backing of the emperor, he couldn't manage to implement these slight changes. He called for reforms from above, while local officials below completely ignored him, leading to his dismissal twice, ultimately resulting in his demise. You see, these ideas, which barely scratched the surface of historical significance, failed even for great politicians. Here I am, someone entirely unfamiliar with ancient systems and a ruling class, attempting to propose modern systems. not to mention whether they would suit the needs of that era's productive forces. Such a progressive notion would likely turn even reformers like Shang Yang and Wang Yangming into conservatives, while I would meet a similar fate to them. Alas, this is merely idle talk, and such discussions not only mislead nations but also lead to my own ruin. Cui Panguan gazed at this incessant babbler with disbelief, finally exclaiming in exasperation, "At least you should know the course of history. You ought to have some awareness of who rises and who falls, right? If you could align yourself with a powerful figure, you could live a stable life." Zheng Shaopeng shook his head vigorously. No. What does my limited knowledge of history count for? I know that Qin Shi Huang would surely unite the world, but if you lack any abilities and merely claim he will succeed, will he support you out of loyalty? I know that during the Tang Dynasty, there was Li Shimin, and beneath him were Li Jing and Wei Zheng. As for Cheng Yaojin, and not even sure if he existed in history or was simply a fictional character. I learned about Ko Zhuan during the Song Dynasty, only to discover later that he was not a poor man, but rather quite wealthy. Loyal ministers may be loyal, yet they can also be corrupt, as history is often limited in scope. What's more alarming is that if I were to ally with them based on the personalities and reputations described in history books, I might not even know how I would meet my demise. In my previous life, I was a singer and made a guest appearance in a historical drama, where a historian recounted that the infamous corrupt minister Yen Song, who served as the first assistant for over a decade, amassed more wealth at the end than the upright official Su Jie, who had only served 6 years. They started from the same point. Yen Song's wife disciplined their son strictly, and Yen Shifan was not the type of pampered nobleman depicted in novels. Yen Song dealt ruthlessly with his political adversaries, while Su Jie and Gao Gong, along with other first assistants, were known for their harshness. However, those men met peaceful ends, and historians dared not omit their merits. After all, Yen Song was executed. Alas, history can be deadly. Cui Panguan trembled with rage, his eyes nearly ablaze, and after a long pause, he stuttered, "What if I send you to the late Song or the late Yuan dynasty? You could find a 9-yang divine skill, or the Dugan 9 swords, and become a legendary hero." Zheng Shaopeng sighed innocently. When reading, one cannot seek profound understanding. Old Jean did not draw a map in the book. Where am I supposed to find the vast Kunlun Mountains? I only recall Zhang Wuji being chased, and then falling off a cliff to discover the Jiangnan. Am I expected to carry a bundle of ropes and search each cliff? I would either be killed by a broken rope or devoured by wild beasts. Even if I did find it, do you think it's as simple as a comic book? The highest level of martial arts secret manuals, much like university courses, surely does not begin with basic knowledge. Could I possibly comprehend it? I would either go mad or perish from the practice. With fervor, he continued, "Moreover, who do I think I am? Feng Qingyang is easy to find, but would he teach me his skills? That old fellow has been hiding in the mountains for decades without taking disciples. In his old age, he accepted Ling Hu Chong. Do you truly believe he is that magnanimous? Everyone knows that one does not let outsiders benefit from their own resources. After all, that is a disciple of the Huashan sect. He took a long time to consider it. I have no connections in the martial world, and if Feng Qingyang does not accept me, I might end up being taken by Tian Boguang to become a brigand." The bull-headed man's nostrils flared in anger as he gritted his teeth. "You are simply the greatest waste of space in the world, utterly shameless, and truly a disgrace to modern people." Zheng Shaopeng took pride in his stance, declaring, "That is precisely the case. No matter how powerful the Qing dynasty was, once they entered the Central Plains, they were assimilated by the Han people, who comprised the overwhelming majority. A mere individual traveling back to ancient times, yet foolishly hoping to change this world, it is far better to be assimilated by the ancients. What is so remarkable about modern people? The fields of modern sociology are so finely divided, and social roles are so clearly defined. An individual is akin to a frog in a well, knowing only their own small piece of the world, ignorant of the greater context. Would that be of any use in ancient times? As for modern thought, it would only serve as a root of trouble in that era. Having it is worse than not having it." Cui Panguan, equally vexed by his words, helplessly turned to the bull-headed man and inquired, "Is there anyone in ancient times who could do nothing and merely await death?" The bull-headed man replied with pride, "Nobles. Even emperors have to worry about state affairs. Being a noble is the best. One has nothing to manage, and try to manage things would only lead to trouble. After all, they are royal kin. Simply living off the state is sufficient. They are nothing but excrement-producing machines, parasites of society, perfectly suited for such a role." Zheng Shaopeng pondered for a moment. Being a prince isn't bad. During leisure time, one can lead a few lackeys to tease respectable women. Being a tyrant has its perks, but one would be scorned for thousands of years. Being a prince seems quite good. With a radiant expression, Zheng Shaopeng inquired, "Do you want me to be the emperor?" Suddenly, he shuddered and quickly added, No, being a prince is just fine. This prince is content. I haven't finished speaking. What are you two gentlemen doing? The bull-headed and horse-faced beings ignored him and swiftly carried him out of the underworld hall, swiftly crossing the Niha bridge into the vast sea of clouds. From the center, 6 beams of light shot forth, dividing the wheel into 6 segments. The paths of heaven, humanity, Azura, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell. Zheng Shaopeng, intrigued, rushed forward to take a look, and upon seeing himself indeed positioned among the nobles, he could not help but feel elated. However, being a spiritual entity, and the bull-headed and horse-faced beings also being spiritual entities, he impatiently dashed forward and bumped into the bull-headed man's elbow. The time shifted slightly, but none of them noticed. With a crack, the reincarnation fixed, and the 6 beams of light emanating from the wheel suddenly blazed with golden brilliance, gradually converging into a single beam that illuminated Zheng Shaopeng. His body was permeated by countless strands of light, nearly rendering him transparent. Soon after, his feet lifted off the ground, and his entire figure shrank suddenly, vanishing into the golden light. The golden light paused for a moment before scattering into 6 beams of dim light, and the wheel began to rotate slowly once more. The bull-headed and horse-faced beings laughed heartily, but suddenly the bull-headed man hesitated momentarily and fixed his gaze on the horse-faced man, saying, Dear brother. What is it, elder brother? Did you remember to whom he just reincarnated? Elder brother did not take note. It seems we have made another mistake. This time, it involves crossing time and space that we cannot personally send him if he does not wish to die. The person he inhabits may have already passed away, having canceled their registration in the underworld. Where shall we find his soul then? The horse-faced man shrank back his neck. Well, there's a population census in the underworld now. It seems that the elderly over 100 years old are registered and monitored by the underworld officials. There should not be any oversight like that of Pengzu. So that means that, what are you saying? Without evidence, who can claim we sent him through time? A person who is destined to die within 2 years. If they truly live past 100, by then, with the changes in personnel, who could trace back to which soul was responsible? Clearly, this fellow belongs to the time-traveling tribe. Indeed, let the dead friends die. It has nothing to do with us, Brother Ma, yesterday I procured a jar of fine wine. I invite you to taste it. As the bull-headed and horse-faced beings spoke, they left shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 3. Resurrection from Death. It was bitterly cold as Zheng Shaopeng slowly awoke. This time, in a reversal of time and space. The memories of his past life had become even more elusive. The recollections from 8 reincarnations over the past year intertwined with his previous experiences, leaving him unable to discern which were from his former life and which were from his recent rebirth. All memories floated like clouds in the sky, faint, indistinct, and intangible, as if he were ensnared in an absurd dream. The figures resembling Oxhead and Horseface hurriedly brought him here. But he was oblivious to the era in which he found himself. Yet, since they claimed they would attach him to a noble, it stood to reason that he must have assumed the form of a prince. But where was he? The darkness and cold enveloped him. Zheng Shaopeng weakly reached out, feeling a thin layer of quilt covering him, suggesting that it was indeed winter, with an oppressive chill in the air. As he pondered his situation, suddenly the sharp sound of bamboo clappers rang out, followed by a voice exclaiming, "A guest has arrived. Oh dear, old Master Yang, what brings you here? Young Scholar Yang is but your junior. It is too much honor for him." Zheng Shaopeng collected his thoughts. Old Master Yang? What manner of address was this? Amidst the commotion, he remained in darkness, fearing he had perhaps reincarnated as a blind prince. An elderly voice coughed a few times before saying, This family of 6 brother has met its end. How could I not come to see? Linger is a rare talent from our Yang family. My brother only fathered this precious child at 54, and now, at 17, he has become the youngest scholar in our Xuanfu area. We had high hopes for him to bring glory to our lineage, but alas, in the pitch blackness, Zheng Shaopeng anxiously attempted to rise. But the body he had just inhabited was still awakening. His frozen limbs had only just begun to feel the circulation of blood, and he lacked the strength to support himself. Fortunately, He had experienced this many times before. Each rebirth began with the same struggle for bodily control. So he patiently lay there, gathering his strength. The loud voice called again, "Old master, please sit here. Relatives, pay your respects." Instantly, the previously quiet room erupted like a landslide, startling Zheng Shaopeng. It had seemed only a few people were present, yet now a cacophony of lamentation filled the air. He realized there were many more people than he had initially perceived. In previous reincarnations, he had encountered situations where family members mourned, but never had he experienced such profound darkness. Zheng Shaopeng moved his eyes. Though he could see nothing, he instinctively felt reassured that his vision was unharmed. He heard the mourners wailing, "Oh, brother, you left us so soon. Ling brother, how could you die?" They were likely distant relatives. And Zheng Shaopeng felt a surge of amusement at their exaggerated weeping. He had seen many instances of feigned sorrow before, but in modern times, people had been more restrained. Now, their wails were theatrical, leading him to chuckle inwardly. The loud voice shouted, "The guests have paid their respects. Relatives, please return the courtesy." At this command, the raucous cries abruptly ceased. The silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. It was astonishing how everyone had been so well trained. Then a sorrowful female voice gently spoke. "The widow Yang Han thanks old master and all esteemed relatives." A widow? Zheng Shaopeng's mind raced. Surely, these mourners were lamenting for him. How fortunate, he thought, that he had already been wed. But why was there such oppressive darkness? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly began to feel around. His limbs were still weak, but as his fingers brushed against his surroundings, he soon realized he had been placed inside a coffin. Good heavens! Would he be buried alive? Panic surged through Zheng Shaopeng, yet he found himself powerless to act. Seizing the moment, he laboriously raised his hand to tap on the coffin, but his limbs were still stiff, and after a feeble attempt that caused him pain, he had to stop, knowing his voice would be drowned out by the mourners' cries. Outside, a clamor arose once more, and the elderly voice continued, "Yang Han, your in-laws have passed. Now Linger has joined them in the underworld, leaving you all alone. What are your plans?" A low voice responded, "Uncle, as a wife who has entered the Yang family, I remain loyal. Though my husband's illness has left us in poverty, we still possess 4 acres of land. I shall uphold my duties, even in hardship." Old Master Yang coughed twice and replied, "Child, you are still young. It is not easy to support this household alone. Our Yang family is significant in this area, and we cannot let you suffer alone, lest others mock us. I have consulted with the elders of the clan. We propose to have your 4 acres cultivated by Chiener, who will take care of your daily needs. You are a woman, and it is reasonable for him to farm the land, ensuring you have sustenance. What do you think?" Zheng Shaopeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Here they were, engaging in a battle over inheritance so soon after mourning. This uncle was too impatient for his own good. After a moment of silence, the woman responded, "Uncle, I appreciate your kindness. My life has been frail. My husband left this world without leaving a trace. Though I am but a common girl, I have learned from the Sun about the principles of a devoted wife. I was born into the Yang family, and shall remain loyal in life and death. Even if I am the only one left, this lineage is not extinguished. Yang Quan and my husband are not of the same mother, and even with you, we have long since separated our households. It would be inappropriate to transfer the family property to him." Her words were both gentle and firm, subtly reminding him that despite her youth, she would not easily yield to pressures to abandon her heritage for the sake of her husband's family. Old Master Yang felt exposed. His face reddened as she pierced through his intentions. He had 4 sons, yet only the 3rd son, Yang Quan, was known for his reckless behavior, squandering his inheritance on debauchery. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Quan had asked his father to make this request of Yang Han, driven by ulterior motives. Yang Quan's reputation for excess and waste was well known, and since his wife had been killed in a raid 2 years prior, he had remained unmarried, a solitary man in his 40s. His cousin, Yang Ling, the very scholar into whom Zheng Shaopeng had reincarnated, had just married Yang Han, whose birth name was Han Yuliang, a beauty renowned far and wide. It was said that beautiful birds were raised in deep mountains, and exquisite maidens emerged from humble cottages. This was no exaggeration. Yang Ling, in poor health, had hastily arranged the wedding, hoping to alleviate his condition, yet he had not even lifted the bridal veil before his illness worsened, leaving him bedridden. Yang Quan had repeatedly visited under the pretense of concern, only to be rebuffed by Han Yuliang. If not for the fact that this sister-in-law was the daughter of a renowned hunter, skilled in martial arts, he might have resorted to force. In his mind, seizing her land and controlling her means of livelihood would eventually lead to winning the heart of this unfortunate young widow, who was merely 15. Though young, Han Yuliang was resolute. Rising from her seat, her brows knitted in defiance, she declared, "I am well versed in propriety and loyalty. Since entering the Yang family, I have served my husband faithfully, with no hint of impropriety. The Yang family is significant. Despite a few misguided descendants, I assure you, none will emerge from my household." Yang Quan, upon hearing her scornful remarks, could not help but feel a surge of indignation and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You wretched little harlot! Ling Di is the only scholar in the Yang family. Our family's pride rests solely upon him. If it weren't for your inauspicious fate that brought about his demise, how could such a vigorous young man simply perish? The accusation that a woman brings about her husband's death is a charge that cannot be defended nor borne." Han Yunyang, with her fierce temperament, was enraged by this rogue's insidious insinuations, trembling with fury. Her gaze shifted to her husband's family, who were all direct relatives from her uncle's side, each wearing an expression tinged with mockery and disdain, their cold, contemptuous stares piercing her heart like needles. A wave of grievance, sorrow, and anger surged within her. Married to a husband who from their very first encounter lay bedridden, awaiting death, and though their bond could not be termed deep, her unwavering commitment compelled her to don the wedding attire and tirelessly seek physicians, procure medicines, and liquidate their assets for his treatment, all while remaining by his side without respite. Now, faced with such misfortune, destined to live as a widow at a tender age, she found it unimaginable that her husband's family would come to seize their property while casting such disgrace upon her. How could she, so powerless, continue to exist within this vast family? After expressing her despair, the young woman turned, intending to hurl herself onto her husband's coffin. Yang Laoyi was taken aback. Han Yunyang's father was renowned for his martial prowess, known far and wide. It was already unreasonable for them to demand family assets so soon after her husband's death. Should she perish in her grief, the news would surely provoke gossip among the neighbors, and her father would not let the matter rest. He hurriedly rose from his seat, shouting, "Quick, stop her!" Yet Han Yunyang was swift, and before anyone could intervene, she dashed to the coffin, aiming to throw herself upon it. At that moment, however, she suddenly halted, her eyes widening in horror as she gazed at the coffin. The thin wooden lid had yet to be nailed down for mourning purposes, and to her astonishment, it shifted slightly to the side, revealing 4 pale fingers that emerged to grasp the coffin's edge. Startled by this bizarre occurrence, Han Yunyang instinctively recoiled, prompting others to turn their gaze towards the coffin, leading 2 ants to scream, "The corpse is exploding," before they fled in terror. Though the men remained, they huddled together, trembling. Han Yunyang, possessing greater courage, reminded herself that the one within was her husband. Even if he had risen from the dead, he would not harm her. Perhaps he had returned to avenge her suffering? Stealing her fear, she cautiously approached, pushing the coffin lid aside to reveal her husband kneeling within, gasping for breath, his exhales visible in the cold air as white mist. Overwhelmed with joy, she realized, how can a dead man exhale warmth? Heaven be praised, he is alive. Zheng Shaopeng, with great effort, managed to push the lid slightly open, adjusting to the light that momentarily blinded him. He looked up at the pitiable widow, unable to reconcile her with a married woman. She appeared merely a young girl, draped in rough white mourning garments, with a white silk ribbon tied around her head. Her delicate, oval face was strikingly beautiful, her eyes red and her lashes still damp. Her little nose flushed from the cold. She gazed at him timidly. "Zheng Shaopeng started back, young Han. She seems far too young, perhaps still in her first or second year of middle school." Although he had experienced death and rebirth many times, encountering such a youthful wife was an astonishing revelation. His frail body, having supported its kneeling position for a while, began to sway, and before losing consciousness again, he managed to smile, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I'm not dead." Han Yunyang's eyes widened as she fixated on him, tears gradually blurring her vision. After a moment, she burst into tears. This cry sent a shiver down Zheng Shaopeng's spine, the depth of her sorrow and grievance palpable. Han Yunyang wept, her hands gripping the coffin tightly as if fearing that letting go would cause her to collapse. She had selflessly cared for him without complaint, fulfilling her wifely duties. Yet having just married, they had barely exchanged words, their feelings still unformed. Now, she understood the significance he held for her, how crucial he was. Even if he possessed but a single breath, he was her man, and with him, their home was not yet lost. It had a pillar to lean upon. Zheng Shaopeng felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to comfort her with platitudes customary for a first meeting, but his body betrayed him, his mouth opened to speak. Yet nothing emerged. Instead, he fainted again. Chaos erupted in the morning hall as a revived Han Yunnyang cried out and pulled him from the coffin. Yang Laoyi had heard tales of those who feigned death only to return to life, and though slightly embarrassed, he felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Yang Ling's revival. After all, Yang Ling was the only scholar from his village, and having such a person in the family was a source of pride, a testament to the Yang lineage. Initially spurred by concern for his son and driven by self-interest, he had feared the young widow would mismanage their estate. Now that his nephew had returned to life, those worries dissipated, and he reigned in his ambitions. He awkwardly instructed others to help lift his nephew onto a bed and sent for a doctor, busying himself for a better part of the day before finally leaving with the aid of his children and grandchildren. Their first meal together consisted of 2 bowls of corn porridge and a plate of pickled radish, a humble repast for Zheng Shaopeng, now reborn as Yang Ling in the 17th year of the Hongji era of the Ming Dynasty. The flickering oil lamp cast a warm glow in the room, suffused with the aroma of home-cooked meals. After 8 previous lives marked by wealth and power, facing such simple fare, Zheng Shaopeng struggled to swallow even 70% of it, his appetite waning. Han Yunnyang, however, savored every bite, though the meal was meager. The joy of seeing her husband not only alive but able to eat heartened her spirit, observing their bare 4 walls. Yang Ling sighed inwardly as he watched the young Han Yunnyang finish her bowl of porridge, licking it clean with her little tongue. He felt a pang of sorrow. That wretched fate had played him. Had he known, he would have savored the life of a millionaire while he could. But now, what could he do? Was it better to live another 1,000 years, only to subtract 1,000 more? Perhaps it would be best to drift along for a couple of years. At least, this wife, though a tad young, was truly a sight to behold. He contemplated this as he noticed Han Yunnyang set her bowl down, gently pushing his half-finished bowl of porridge toward her, saying softly, "You must still be hungry. Please finish this." At that moment, Han Yunnyang dared to glance at her husband, noting that though he looked weak, his spirit had improved considerably, his eyes now sparkling with life. Seeing him gaze warmly at her, she felt a blush rise to her cheeks, and lowering her gaze, she replied softly, "Husband, you should eat more to regain your strength." Yang Ling pondered for a moment before recalling that he should address her as Nyangzi. However, this archaic term felt exceedingly awkward on his tongue. Fortunately, the former Yang Ling had not uttered such a term since falling ill, spending his days in a daze, barely opening his eyes, let alone calling her Nyangzi. Thus, he affectionately referred to her by her given name. "Yunnyang, I am recovering, and hence I cannot consume much food. If you do not eat, it would be a waste." Han Yunnyang contemplated this and shyly smiled as she accepted the bowl, murmuring, "Thank you, my husband." Yang Ling scrutinized her closely. The girl had shed her mourning attire, donning a fresh set of blue cloth garments. Her countenance still bore a youthful innocence, yet the years of martial training had lent her a more mature figure. She was strikingly beautiful, with slightly tanned skin, thick eyebrows, a refined nose, full lips, and sparkling big eyes, all contributing to her undeniable charm. Noticing her husband's gaze upon her, Han Yunnyang momentarily thought her eating habits might be unrefined, causing her to shyly turn away. Since their marriage, this was the first occasion they shared a meal together. Although they had been husband and wife for over half a year, in her mind, her husband remained a blank slate. Aside from knowing his name and that he was the youngest scholar in Xuanfu, the only man with a degree in Jimming Yibao, she was utterly ignorant of him. The house comprised a dining hall at its center. Upon entering, one encountered the stove. To the right lay the bedroom, where a faint scent of medicine lingered. To the left was originally the residence of Yang Ling's parents, now vacant since their passing and used merely for storing odds and ends. The dining hall served as both a living room and a makeshift morning chamber. Han Yunnyang was concerned about his frail health and insisted on doing everything herself, aiding him to sit on the kong, while she busily cleared away the offerings and other items from the morning chamber, sweating profusely in the process. Observing Han Yunyang efficiently tidying the room, Yang Ling could not help but sigh quietly. It was often said that modern girls were exposed to much and enjoyed better food, leading to early maturation. But what did they really mature in? It was merely their bodies and desires that had advanced. Look at Han Yunyang. She was the embodiment of true maturity. A 15-year-old girl, newlywed, tasked with caring for an ailing husband in such a meager household. How had she endured these past months? Gazing upon her beauty and gentleness, Yang Ling felt a stirring in his heart. Her innocent demeanor evoked feelings of compassion and tenderness within him. Reflecting on his own life expectancy, he was reluctant to squander her youth and potential. Once Han Yunyang had finished tidying up, she turned to see him observing her, her face flushing with warmth. Over the past months, she had yearned daily for her husband's awakening, and now that he had truly roused, his gaze made her feel an unsettling self-consciousness. Yang Ling smiled gently, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. He remained unaware of the illness that had afflicted him, but since his arrival in this body, aside from the weakness from prolonged bed rest and malnutrition, he had not suffered any significant affliction. Seeing Han Yunyang rush outside, he seized the opportunity to rise from the bed and familiarize himself with his surroundings. However, his heart sank upon realizing the emptiness of the house. It was truly a desolate abode, pitifully bare. Upon entering the opposite room, he recalled that this had been the residence of the original Yang Ling's parents, now empty and cluttered with remnants. He approached the grain bag, lifting it to find barely a bowl of crushed corn inside. It was no wonder she had only managed to cook 2 bowls of porridge the previous night. It explained why she seemed to relish even the half bowl left for him. He wondered how many days had passed without a proper meal, his nose tinged with sorrow. Such a life would soon render survival a challenge, especially in the biting winter. He had merely wished to eat without worry, yet it seemed he might face starvation. In his heart, he cursed the grim reapers of fate. Listening intently, he heard an elderly woman's voice nearby, cautioning, "Yunyang, be careful walking in the dark." Then came Yunyang's crisp voice, "Thank you, Aunt Li. I will repay you for the grain once my family's harvest comes in next year." Yang Ling stealthily approached the low wall, where snow had accumulated. He leaned against it to gaze over, witnessing an elderly woman with a head full of white hair, one hand holding an oil lamp and the other pushing open the door. Yunyang must have just stepped out of the courtyard. He heard her sigh as the old woman closed the door, followed by the voice of an old man within, lamenting about the meager supplies left after the Tatar raid. As the door shut, the rest of the conversation faded into silence. Yang Ling heard the sound of his own courtyard door opening, and a petite figure entered, prompting him to step forward. Han Yunyang, catching sight of the figure approaching the courtyard, was taken aback, fearing it was the rogue Yang Quan come to harass her again. Grasping a half-full bag of grain in one hand, she instinctively pulled out a stick from behind the door, whispering fiercely, "Leave at once, or I shall call for my husband." Chapter 5. Mutual support. Yang Ling had barely taken 2 steps forward when he heard a sharp sound, and a stick, roughly the width of 2 fingers, was thrust against his chest, startling him. He quickly exclaimed, "Wait, it's me, Yang Ling." "Oh!" The stick clattered to the ground as Han Yunyang rushed forward, supporting him with urgency. "My husband, you have just recovered. How could you come out? It is cold. What would I do if anything were to happen to you?" She placed the grain bag on the stove and helped him walk towards the inner room, softly explaining, "The Tatars came in autumn. I had to carry you up the mountain, and they took all the food we had. Thus, I had no choice but to pawn some of our furniture." She assisted Yang Ling to sit on the kong, helping him remove his shoes. Lifting her head, she smiled at him. "Do not worry, my husband. When the harvest comes next year, our lives will improve. You are a scholar. Do not concern yourself with these trivial matters. Focus on your studies, as the provincial examinations will be held in 3 years." It was no wonder she placed such importance on this. In this era, agriculture was prioritized over commerce, and even wealthy merchants were considered of lesser status than a small landowner with a few acres. Therefore, the path to wealth and power lay primarily in officialdom, with the main avenue being the imperial examinations. Although Yang Ling was merely a scholar at present, in this age that title was highly esteemed, both in the city and countryside. Some learned individuals, even in their old age, found it challenging to attain such a rank. The Ming Dynasty enforced stringent regulations on the common folk. Even visiting family or friends required travel permits issued by local authorities. However, scholars with degrees had different privileges. They were allowed to wear swords, don silk robes, and travel freely without hindrance from officials. They could even sit in the presence of county magistrates, who ordinary farmers might never encounter, without the need to kneel. In the eyes of commoners, such individuals were undoubtedly of considerable stature. Han Yunyang adjusted the blanket for him and prepared a basin of warm water. Ignoring Yang Ling's repeated refusals, she gently began to wash his feet. Yang Ling, unaccustomed to such treatment, initially resisted, but seeing the anxious expression on Han Yunyang's face, he eventually relented and allowed her to care for him. That night, lying in bed with his head resting on his arm, Yang Ling silently contemplated his thoughts. The gentle sound of Han Yunyang's breathing indicated she had fallen into a deep slumber. Since their marriage, Han Yunyang and her husband have shared the same bed. Yet she has attended to him daily without respite, and they have never performed the rites of intimacy. They have simply lain beside his bedding each night. However, tonight her husband is no longer in a dazed state. Instead, he evokes a profound sense of shyness within her. After extinguishing the lamp, though he cannot see her, Han Yunyang feels warmth enveloping her entire being. As she burrows into the quilt, she buries her head within it, too shy to emerge. Yet tonight, her heart brims with joy, for her husband has not only returned from the brink of death, but appears to be recovering from his illness, suggesting that with time, he may regain his full health. Life begins to shimmer with hope and anticipation once more, filling her with immeasurable happiness. Although Yang Ling and she are bound by the ties of matrimony, in his heart, he regards her with deep compassion. Despite her captivating beauty, the misfortunes and resilience she has displayed since he opened his eyes have endeared her to him. He has but 2 years to live, and he cannot bear the thought of taking advantage of such a lovely woman. He glances at Han Yunyang's sleeping position, but the darkness envelopes the room, rendering everything indistinct. Save for the soft sound of her breath, akin to a tiny kitten. He sighs softly, realizing that now, as she carries the title of his wife, he must not only find a way to survive, but also take responsibility for her well-being. Yet in their destitution, he wonders how he can ensure she is free from worry regarding food and clothing. After much futile contemplation, he finds no solution. The warmth at the head of the bed begins to dissipate, and even her face, exposed to the air, turns icy. He tightens the quilt around himself, suddenly recalling that Han Yunyang sleeps even more soundly. He wonders if she can endure the cold. His fingers brush against the edge of the quilt, and he is taken aback. How thin it is! As he pinches the fabric, he realizes it is far too flimsy compared to his own covering. How has she survived the bitter cold of winter nights with such a meager quilt? At that moment, he notices Han Yunyang shiver slightly, her body curling up as if to shield herself. Yang Ling's face flushes with warmth. Is she still awake? He quietly asks, Yunyang, are you still awake? Han Yunyang responds with a vague murmur, her voice trembling with shyness. Yang Ling sighs, why is your quilt so thin? How can you bear this cold winter night? Does your home lack even a thick comforter? Han Yunyang replies softly, my lord, you were gravely ill, and I truly could not think of a way to summon a doctor. I can only apologize. Yang Ling, feeling warmth in his heart as he touches his own thick quilt, suddenly sits up and reaches for the mattress beneath Han Yunyang. The bed's surface is smooth, and he forcefully pulls the mattress towards him. Startled, Han Yunyang stammers, my lord, what are you doing? Seeing her frightened demeanor, Yang Ling finds it amusing and teasingly responds, we are husband and wife. What is inappropriate about sleeping together? Han Yunyang grows more flustered, yet recognizes that her husband's assertion holds no fault. She stammers, but your health, we should not. Yang Ling cannot help but chuckle softly, saying, silly girl, your quilt is far too thin. Seeing you freeze there, how can I sleep comfortably? Come, let us share warmth. With their 2 mattresses placed side by side, Yang Ling lifts her quilt and lays his own over her, then places the thin quilt atop, declaring, see, this is much better. Han Yunyang, feeling embarrassed, hides deeper under the covers, her body curled like a bow, her little fists clenched tightly against her chest. She does not comprehend why she feels such anxiety. Yang Ling is her rightful husband, and her upbringing has instilled in her the virtues of obedience and propriety. The sages have proclaimed that a woman should be submissive to her husband, if he desires her. There is truly nothing inappropriate. Yet, the mere thought of what might ensue sends her heart racing, more so than when she first encountered a tiger while hunting with her father. Yang Ling senses her tension, and truthfully, he too is hesitant to draw too close. If they were to lie too near one another, he cannot guarantee he would remain unaffected. At least he is physically healthy, being so close to such a young girl. Even if he wishes to resist, his body may betray him. Thus, they maintain a distance of 2 fists apart, unwilling to draw nearer. However, this distance allows the scant warmth within the quilt to dissipate, leaving them both feeling cold. After lying still for a moment, Yangling rises again, slipping on his shoes. Han Yunyang peeks her head out and asks, "My lord, where are you going?" Yangling inquires, "How does one light the oil lamp?" "Where is it?" Han Yunyang quickly rises and strikes the flint to ignite the lamp. Under its glow, her cheeks take on a rosy hue, whether from embarrassment or the flickering light. Enhancing her beauty, she curiously asks Yangling, "Are you going to relieve yourself?" The chamber pot is in the outer hall. Yangling shakes his head, "No, I am merely adding some firewood to the stove." Holding the oil lamp, Han Yunyang follows him to the outer hall. There, a small bundle of split wood lies by the stove. Yangling inspects it, then goes to the corner, gathering the paper money and offerings, and throws them into the stove. These materials, made from sorghum stalks and paper, ignite easily, and the nearly extinguished fire flares back to life. He then stacks the firewood atop, while Han Yunyang opens her mouth as if to speak, but hesitates, contemplating. Let it burn. After all, her husband is recovering, and she need not remain by his side constantly. She resolves to rise early and chop more firewood tomorrow. The chill, seeping through the gap in the quilt, is quite uncomfortable. Yangling, unable to resist, inches closer to her. Han Yunyang shivers, her body stiffening, yet she remains meek and silent. Yangling allows her to press against him, their bodies lightly touching to retain warmth. With a hint of self-mockery, he says, "Yunyang, perhaps this is what it means to support one another through hardships." He gently caresses her delicate hand, tenderly observing, "Your hands are cracked. It must be from washing and chopping wood. Does it hurt?" Han Yunyang responds with a soft murmur, shaking her head. Realizing he cannot see her, she adds, "It doesn't hurt, my lord. As long as your health improves, I would endure any suffering without complaint." Hearing this, Yangling grips her hand tighter, feeling that although this reincarnation is the most arduous of his 9 lives, it fills his heart with warmth and happiness. After a while, noticing that Han Yunyang's breathing does not seem to indicate sleep, he asks, "What are you thinking about?" With a gentle sigh, Han Yunyang replies, "My lord, I am thinking about your upcoming provincial examination next year. Our family is out of money, and my family has 2 older brothers and a younger brother. My father bears a heavy burden and cannot assist us. Our 4 acres of mountain land are our ancestral inheritance and cannot be sold. The provincial examination is a matter of great importance for your future. What shall we do?" "For acres of mountain land?" Yangling's heart stirs. He does not adhere to the notion of ancestral property being untouchable, fearing the scorn of those who would deem him a prodigal. Instead, he contemplates how much the land might fetch, hoping it could yield enough for them to prosper and live comfortably for a couple of years, ensuring that this woman would not have to worry about her future. As he ponders, fatigue gradually overcomes him, and he feels the warmth rising from the bed below. Although Han Yunyang allows him to draw closer, her petite form remains curled up, taut with tension. Amused, Yangling yawns and sleepily smiles. "Yunyang, relax a bit. It will be warmer if you come closer. It is so cold. What do you fear from me?" I suddenly recall an ancient figure. Han Yunyang's face flushes at his words, and curious about what her scholarly husband might say, she cannot help but ask, "Which ancient figure are you thinking of, my lord?" Yangling stifled a laugh and remarked, "I am reminded of Liu Xiaohui. If this gentleman does not possess any faults of his own, then his situation is quite akin to mine at present, standing beneath the city gate in the depths of winter, cradling a maiden in my arms, yet remaining unperturbed. I could manage such a feat, for the cold is so biting that any ill thoughts are frozen away." Han Yunyang let out a soft giggle. Before her marriage, she had worried that her husband might be a dull and pedantic scholar. To her surprise, he was quite amusing. A peculiar feeling blossomed within her heart. This was the man who would accompany her for a lifetime, her closest kin henceforth. Her tender heart sighed gently, and the warmth of affection and admiration drew her irresistibly closer to Yangling, causing her previously tense body to relax. Unable to restrain herself, she leaned in closer to Yangling and whispered in his ear, "Husband, I wish to remain this close to you, through all the trials of life, be it sickness or health, wealth or poverty. I am willing to accompany you without regret until eternity. Han Yunyang's form was light, soft, and warm, nestled comfortably in his embrace. He suppressed the desires stirring within his heart, and a wave of drowsiness overcame him. He yawned and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Emerging from the hollow as the rooster from the neighboring household crowed incessantly, Yang Ling was blissfully asleep. Gradually awakening, he instinctively reached out, only to find the space beside him empty. He quickly opened his eyes, realizing the bed was devoid of anyone but himself. Yang Ling could not help but smile wryly. He had intended to care for her, yet it seemed she had risen early while he remained tucked in. He hastily donned his clothes, a padded green robe adorned with several patches. Stepping outside to peer around, he found no sign of Han Yunyang. Exiting the courtyard, the chill of the air struck his face. He stretched his limbs and expanded his chest, feeling his spirit rejuvenated. The dawn light revealed a small village perched on a hillside, consisting of a dozen or so dilapidated houses. Below the slope lay several other homes that appeared to be in better condition, likely belonging to more affluent families. As Yang Ling stood by the wall, surveying the landscape below, he heard the creak of the courtyard gate. Turning his head, he beheld a large bundle of firewood, some branches still bearing remnants of snow. A diminutive figure stood beside it, dwarfed by the sheer size of the wood. From the fluffy pile, a small face emerged, its cheeks flushed from the cold. Yang Ling rushed over, feeling a mix of shame and concern. Yunyang, why have you come so early? Put that down. Why have you gathered so much firewood? He scolded gently, taking the axe from her hands and tossing it aside. Cradling her rosy face in his hands, he said earnestly, Yunyang, do not chop so much wood in the future. You should have called for me. This is work meant for men. Her hands were icy to the touch, fingers stiff and red. Yang Ling enveloped her small hands in his palms and swiftly led her back into the house. You should warm up inside. You are dressed too lightly, he said, feeling a pang of concern. Is our family so poor that we lack even a proper garment? Han Yunyang giggled shyly. Not at all. I have a new set of clothes, but I plan to wear them for the new year, so I am reluctant to use them now. Husband, are you hungry? I will prepare breakfast. He guided her to sit on the edge of the Kong, opened his arms wide, and placed her hands against his chest, asserting with a touch of bravado, sit still and warm your hands first. Look at how frozen you are. Han Yunyang gazed at him, her eyes glistening, and suddenly tears began to flow. Yang Ling was taken aback, quickly asking, Yunyang, what is the matter? She withdrew one hand from his embrace to wipe away her tears, smiling shyly as she said, It's nothing. I'm just so happy. Husband, you're truly too good to me. Marrying you is my great fortune. Han Yunyang felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Heaven had not been unkind to her, as it had granted her such a gentle and considerate husband, devoid of any pretensions of a scholar. She felt that life had bestowed upon her an abundance of blessings, and her heart brimmed with satisfaction and joy. Seeing her so easily moved, Yang Ling could not help but pull her into his embrace. Breakfast consisted of corn porridge and pickles. Han Yunyang had made a larger batch than the previous night, as they had gone hungry for 2 meals. Even this difficult fare began to taste somewhat palatable to Yang Ling. As he crunched on the icy radish strips, he suddenly inquired, Yunyang, what is the current price of an acre of land? Taken aback, Han Yunyang replied, Husband, if it is good land near Datong or Xuanfu, an acre is worth about 6 to 8 taels, while here, our mountain fields are roughly valued at 4 taels. Only 4 taels? Yang Ling expressed his disappointment. Han Yunyang blinked in confusion and replied, 4 taels is not insignificant. That amounts to 4 guan of money for a farming household like ours. That could sustain us for 2 years. Yang Ling was startled. He had a habit of thinking with the mindset of his own era. After some inquiry, he learned that at this time, 1 tael was approximately worth 1,000 won, and 2 years' worth was indeed a conservative estimate. Some smaller households could stretch it to 3 or 4 years if they were frugal, explaining why Yunyang considered it substantial. However, that calculation applied only if they were growing their own food. Otherwise, 1 tael would barely last a year. Yang Ling calculated further. 4 taels for an acre meant 16 taels for 4 acres, which was no small sum and could provide for Yunyang for over a decade. However, given the circumstances he had witnessed yesterday, it was unlikely that the Yang family would easily relinquish land to her. Yet if he chose to sell the land, no one could challenge his authority to do so. He pondered this quietly before suggesting, Yunyang, I am considering selling the land and moving to the city. Han Yunyang's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What? How can that be? That is property left to us by our parents. We cannot allow it to slip from our grasp. Are you worried about our livelihood? You need not fret. During your illness, I did not dare to leave your side. But now that you are recovering, you should focus on your studies. I have learned hunting skills from my father since childhood. In a few days, I will go into the mountains to hunt. If we can survive this winter, we will repay the debts once our land yields a harvest. Youngling Sigit, it is perilous for a woman to hunt in these icy conditions. You have endured much hardship. I believe that with my writing and calculations, I can find work in the city. I cannot bear the thought of you, at such a young age, having to provide for a burden like me." Han Yunyang sprang to her feet, flustered and at a loss for words. "Husband, we are married. How can you speak such things? You are a scholar, a man of distinction. How can you resort to such lowly tasks?" Yangling dismissed her concerns, saying, "What is so lowly about it? Is it noble to be unable to support one's own wife?" To his surprise, Han Yunyang's eyes filled with tears as she cried, "I cannot bear to see you, a distinguished scholar, reduced to menial work. What face would I have to meet our parents in the afterlife? Husband, please, having a home gives us roots. Leaving our homeland and becoming wanderers is no way to live long-term." Seeing her tears, Yangling felt a pang of alarm. He set down his bowl, circled the table, and embraced her, gently wiping her tears away while softly comforting her. "Do not cry, Yunyang. Your tears make my heart ache. Listen to me. The provincial examination will be held next year, and we cannot even gather enough for travel expenses. We must take a decisive step and fight for our future. For I will focus entirely on my studies. I am the youngest scholar in Xuanfu. Do you believe I can succeed?" Han Yunyang nodded eagerly, "Yes. I believe in you, husband. You will surely pass the examination and then participate in the palace examination, destined to become a high official." Yangling smiled. "That is the spirit. So why hold on to these few acres of mountain fields? If we seek to acquire land, we can instead acquire 100 or more acres of fertile land in the future, bringing honor to our ancestors. Wouldn't that give us greater pride when we meet our parents?" Han Yunyang tilted her head thoughtfully and hesitantly replied, "What my husband says does make sense. But must we really sell the land? Why don't we borrow some silver from uncle? And you can confidently participate in the examination while I tend to the fields at home? Wouldn't that be much safer?" Yangling surveyed the desolate and impoverished land, feeling as though an economist had stumbled into a primitive tribe, detached from contemporary systems and levels of productivity, where his knowledge had no market value. He believed that if he entered the city, he might resemble those fortunate, transcendent geniuses he had read about, making small inventions and creations that could lead to substantial wealth, securing a worry-free life for Han Yunyang. Hence, he was determined to leave this place. However, he felt it inappropriate to express such thoughts directly to Han Yunyang, and instead made an excuse, saying, "As you saw yesterday, I truly do not wish to owe uncle any favors." Moreover, leaning closer to her ear, he jested, "Last night, who did you mistakenly think I was? Have there been some scoundrels trying to take advantage of you lately? How can I rest easy leaving such a beautiful little wife here alone?" He assumed that this playful banter would evoke both shyness and laughter from Han Yunyang, but to his surprise, her face turned pale at his words. She abruptly broke free from his embrace and trembled, saying, "Husband, are you implying that I attract suitors and am not virtuous? The duty of a woman is to be loyal and devoted. This is a fundamental principle of humanity. Though I am the daughter of a hunter, I understand these moral teachings. How could I ever commit such despicable acts that even heaven would not tolerate?" Yangling was taken aback, not expecting that a mere jest would provoke such a fierce reaction from her. He quickly reassured her, "Yunyang, you are overthinking it. I was simply joking, praising your beauty. I would never blame you for anything. Please do not take it to heart. Let us consider it my mistake. Come, punish me. You may hit me if you wish." Yangling took her small fist and playfully struck it against his chest, seeing her eyes welling with tears and her face full of grievance. He had a sudden inspiration and pretended to cough a few times. This tactic proved effective, as Han Yunyang immediately abandoned her sulking and, in a fluster, supported him, saying, "Husband, are you feeling unwell? You should lie down." Yangling secretly chuckled, realizing that this strategy worked wonders on her. He feigned weakness as she assisted him to the bed, half reclining and half sitting, then coughed, saying, "I am fine. I was just making a silly joke and inadvertently said the wrong thing. Seeing you upset, I became flustered and coughed. Han Yunyang quickly replied, Yunyang believes in you, husband. I will follow your arrangements. Yang Ling readily agreed. Of course, selling the property is not as simple as finding a buyer immediately. It will take some time. In a few days, I will accompany you to visit your father. Chapter 7. The beauty approaches as the ancient saying goes. Those who travel to the capital must pass through Juyong Pass, and the road to Juyong Pass must begin at Jiming. Jiming Post and Tumu Fort, located 60 miles away, complement each other, along with Yulin, forming the three great passes guarding the capital. In Yang Ling's memory, he had only heard of Tumu Fort, recalling that a certain emperor of the Ming Dynasty had led an army of 500,000 there, only to suffer a disastrous defeat at the hands of the leader of the Walla, becoming one of the few emperors captured alive in history. He had learned this from Liang Yuxing's Pingzong Xiaoying. In his impression, only places like Xuanda and Datong could be considered cities. However, he realized the transportation of that time was quite inconvenient. Although Jiming was a small town, it boasted shops, pawn shops, oil mills, tea houses, and restaurants. This place served as a vital artery between the capital and the northwest, thriving in commerce and boasting convenient transportation. Thus, it could be deemed quite prosperous. Yang Ling and Han Yunyang rented a small room at Zhang's oil mill. With their property gone and only about 10 taels of silver in hand, Han Yunyang was unwilling to squander their resources and took up needlework at a nearby tailoress shop. Yang Ling also wished to explore the surroundings to seek opportunities for wealth or at the very least find a job. He felt it was unreasonable for a 15-year-old girl to support him. However, Han Yunyang insisted that he focus on his studies at home. Reluctantly, Yang Ling agreed verbally, but when she was absent, he, like a truant student, secretly slipped out to wander. The post office, livery stable, pawn shop, and temples, none of these places seemed suitable for him to work. Yang Ling racked his brains, but could not conceive any lucrative opportunities. After wandering for quite a while, he spotted a small tavern, entered, and ordered 3 taels of sliced beef and a small jug of liquor. He savored the taste of this pure grain fermentation, which was even better than the expensive liquor he had previously enjoyed at grand hotels. Alas, he lamented, recalling how in novels, those who traverse time were often met with gifts of silver, and if they wished to become officials, the emperor would plead with them to serve. If they desired to meet beautiful women, they would encounter several charming ladies at every turn. Was he truly so ineffectual? With a sigh, Yang Ling finished his drink, paid 7 won, and exited the tavern, walking with his hands in his sleeves, feeling dejected as he trudged through the snow, the crunch of snow beneath his feet echoing. The city was indeed bustling, with a large population, but one should not envision the crowded streets of modern times. There were far fewer people back then. Thus, while this street was relatively prosperous and lined with shops, the passers-by were sparse. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves approached, unaccustomed to yielding to anything other than horns. Yang Ling remained oblivious and continued walking in the center of the road. Suddenly, something forcefully brushed against his right shoulder, causing him to stumble forward, nearly falling to the ground. Regaining his balance and turning to look, he saw a tall, chestnut-colored horse snorting beside him. A voice called out, "Are you deaf?" What? Was she blaming him for the collision? Yang Ling felt a surge of anger as he glanced at the horse. The rider's fur hat had been lifted, revealing a delicate, luminous face. Her gently arched eyebrows were light near the center but dark and thick at the edges. Below her bright, sparkling eyes was a nose as smooth as jade, and her rosy, cherry-like lips completed her beauty. Yang Ling couldn't help but be captivated. She was indeed the first stunning beauty he had encountered since arriving in this ancient world. Her features were alluring, exuding a genuine feminine charm. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 14 or 15, already a beauty in her own right. If she were to mature further, she would undoubtedly be even more enchanting. Although Yunyang was a beautiful girl, her demeanor was marked by a stronger spirit, and her features were not as delicately alluring as this girless. The rustic charm of a village girl could not compete with the noble grace of this young woman. Gazing into the enchanting eyes of this girl with an oval face, one could truly understand what a fox spirit might look like. Nearby, a man clearly less skilled in horsemanship than this beautiful girl abruptly yanked the reins, causing the horse to rear and snort loudly, kicking up snow. He adjusted himself, stabilized his posture, and shouted, "What is wrong, sister? Hey, you blind fool! Did you collide with my sister?" This man was robust, clad in a long horse coat and wearing a purple felt cap, appearing to be in his early 20s. His bronze skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes exuded an air of arrogance and strength. As he approached, he raised his whip, intending to strike Yangming without hesitation. The sudden violence caught Yangming off guard. Fearing he would be struck in the face, he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. The girl leaned forward, and with a flick of her wrist, her whip shot out, wrapping around her brother's whip and pulling it back, preventing the blow. She laughed lightly and urged her horse closer to Yangming, smiling sweetly as she said, "Let it go, brother. Look at him, he's a scholar. Such delicate skin couldn't possibly withstand your whip. Greetings, scholar. Do not be alarmed. I shall grant you mercy this time," she said, her voice sweet and melodious, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Yangming lowered his gaze, and, upon lifting his head, was met with her delicate visage, a face as radiant as a peach blossom. Despite having encountered countless beauties throughout his 9 lifetimes, even he felt his heart flutter at the sight of this enchanting maiden. Her bright eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions. She appeared accustomed to the awe that men expressed upon first seeing her. Yangming's admiration was evident, yet he lacked the lecherous greed that often accompanies such admiration, which elicited a faint smile from her. She turned to the man beside her and said, "Brother, let us go. We still need to purchase gifts." With that, she expertly urged her horse forward, casting a smile back at Yangming, playfully saying, "Scholar, make way. I shan't collide with you again." Amidst her peals of laughter, the chestnut horse galloped past, showcasing her remarkable riding skills. As her charming figure disappeared, Yangming caught a whiff of a subtle, exquisite fragrance. The robust man, akin to a leopard, shot Yangming a piercing glare before following his sister with a hasty departure. Yangming, who was neither a braggart nor one who possessed the means to be so, merely smiled softly and continued his leisurely stroll. He entered a shop, aimlessly wandering in hopes of igniting some flashes of ingenuity that might lead to fortune. Unfortunately, he could not conjure ideas that would suit the ancients while being applicable with modern technological knowledge. Finally, he recalled the idea of tonghalu, only to spot 2 elderly men at the street corner, each bearing a skewered selection of tonghalu. With a tinge of melancholy, Yangming mused, "I wonder if the lamb skewers of the western regions have made their way to the central plains. If not, they might be the only thing I could offer." Yet even if he sold skewers, how could he amass wealth? The culinary standards of ancient society prioritized presentation far more than taste. Otherwise, the visual appeal of food would not hold such paramount importance. In his own era, lamb skewers were hardly considered a delicacy. Who among the esteemed would gnaw on skewers in convivial gatherings? And for the impoverished, parting with a mere coin for a few morsels of meat would be a difficult sacrifice. Imagining himself clad in a blue and white striped long gown, donning a false beard while standing beside a smoky iron grill, pretending to be a Uyghur to attract customers, only to see Han Yunyang behind him skewering rat meat with bamboo sticks, sent a shiver down his spine. Could one truly prosper in such an age with such a venture? Though Yangming was not familiar with musical instruments, he felt it inappropriate to turn away from the shopkeeper, so he pretentiously picked up a flute, though his gaze discreetly wandered back to the maiden. She was intently examining a chain, which appeared to be a fine specimen, its antiquity evident in its golden sheen and exquisitely crafted patterns. Made from the finest ancient paulownia wood, her eyes sparkled with delight as she delicately plucked the strings, filling the room with enchanting melodies. "Ah, the tone is exquisite," she exclaimed joyfully, her fingers dancing over the first string, releasing a powerful and moving sound that resonated throughout the chamber. "How much for this chain, esteemed shopkeeper?" The elderly proprietor, with a toothless grin, replied, "Miss, your discerning eye is commendable. This chain is an antique from the previous dynasty. If you fancy it, 20 taels of silver will suffice." The maiden gasped, her mouth agape. 20 taels? While this chain is indeed remarkable, 20 taels is rather steep. I would say it is worth no more than 10. The shopkeeper, revealing a lack of teeth, retorted, "Miss, this chain is crafted from the finest ancient paulownia wood, and the strings are made of 36 strands of black gold wire. Quality comes at a price. 20 taels is hardly excessive for such a fine instrument." The maiden smiled silently, a charming dimple appearing on her cheek, rendering her even more captivating. As her lips parted to reveal pearly teeth, even Yangming, standing nearby, could not help but feel his heart race. She glanced at him, clearly aware of his gaze, yet her expression betrayed no displeasure. The elderly shopkeeper, with a glint of greed in his eye, hesitated and then said, "Very well, since you are so knowledgeable, I shall sell you the chain." The maiden smiled softly, reaching into her bosom and producing a small pouch. She poured out a pearl into her delicate palm and offered it to the shopkeeper, stating, "Here is a fine hipu pearl, worth at least 18 taels even in lesser markets. I shall trade you this pearl for your chain, and no need for change. Just provide me with a chain case." Though gold and silver circulated alongside the Ming Dynasty's currency, bartering remained commonplace among the populace, making her actions entirely reasonable. The old man inspected the pearl, squinting in the sunlight, confirming its quality. This young lady was indeed making a fair trade for his chain. However, greed flickered in the old man's eyes as he considered his situation. Despite the bustling trade at Jiangnan, it had not proven lucrative for musical instruments, and he had contemplated selling his shop to venture into the business in Dudman. With this in mind, his avarice swelled, and he slyly pocketed the pearl, grinning as he said, "Miss, I only accept cash for the chain. If you truly wish to purchase it, bring me silver." The maiden pouted, realizing her funds were insufficient for such a sum. She paused, then retorted, "You, shopkeeper, are clearly trying to dismiss a generous offer." "Very well," returned the pearl. "I shall not buy it." The old man, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "Pearl? What pearl? You enter my shop to make a purchase, not to sell. I have seen no pearl from you." "What?" The maiden's face flushed crimson as she angrily slammed her palm on the counter. "How can you be so unreasonable? Do you intend to cheat me of my pearl?" Her brother, hearing her distress, erupted in fury, grabbing the frail old man and yanking him out from behind the counter, yelling, "How dare you swindle my sister? Do you think Maong is easy to bully?" The old shopkeeper immediately cried out, "Thief! Assault! Neighbors, come and see. I, old Wang, conduct business with fairness, never deceiving either young or old. Outsiders are bullying me." Noticing Yang Ling's local attire, the shopkeeper calculated that local biases would likely sway the townsfolk to his side, believing they would arrive to witness the spectacle, with Yang Ling's testimony sealing the outsider's fate. He had 2 sons. Surely he could withstand their wrath. The young man, Maong, furiously raised his hand to strike, cursing, "Deceitful old dog, you are truly shameless." At that moment, a burly man in his 40s, sporting a beard, burst forth from behind the curtain. Upon assessing the situation, he bellowed and threw a punch, growling, "Release my father. Who dares to bully the Wang family?" The sturdy man appeared formidable, and his punch was delivered with great force. Maong merely scoffed, raising his arm to deflect the attack, sending the elder flying away. He stood his ground, extending one hand to capture the man's fist, his fingers tightening painfully, forcing the man to kneel in agony. Maong coldly remarked, "Are you attempting to play the role of a highwayman? Is this all the strength you possess?" The old man was struck twice across the face by the strong man, gripping his collar. Once released, he pointed at him and shouted with increasing fervor. But after only a couple of calls, his face suddenly flushed, and he gasped for breath before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ming, still holding the strong man's wrist, intended to assert his dominance, but the neighbors and bystanders had already gathered in response to the commotion. Someone propped up the old man and suddenly cried out, "WSN, come see your father. The old man is done for." Ming turned to see the shopkeeper's face pale as he lay limp in the arms of another, causing Ming to feel a shock, and he instinctively released his grip. The strong man, WSN, rushed over to embrace his father and check for breath, only to find none. He let out a wail, tears streaming down his face, lamenting, "Father, how tragic it is that at your advanced age, you were killed by a scoundrel." At this moment, another man of similar age burst through the back door, followed by women and children, all appearing to be part of the Ing family who had come running upon hearing the news. Ing initially suspected they were feigning grief, so he merely sneered silently. However, as the family surrounded the fallen man, crying out for their father and grandfather, his expression shifted and fear began to grip his heart. He subtly tugged at his sister's sleeve, signaling her to follow as he attempted to leave, but the Ing family would not allow it, surrounding him with shouts and pushes. In the chaos, someone called for 2 patrolling constables, who, upon learning of a murder, hurried inside, demanding to know, "Where's the murderer?" The Ing Y, though not officially a county seat, held military significance and served as a crucial transit point for merchants, leading to a rich treasury and the establishment of local government offices overseeing the surrounding area. However, this county was relatively small, with the county magistrate being a seventh-rank official. Seeing the officers arrive, Ying, lacking the audacity to provoke the authorities, immediately ceased his provocations. The owner of the music store pointed at him, declaring it was he, the scoundrel who killed my father. Ying, feeling faint, protested, "I did not. The owner was old and, having been exposed for stealing my family's pearls, succumbed to embarrassment and rage, leading to his death. How can you say I am a murderer?" The constables paid no heed to his protestations. One of them pulled a thin iron chain from his waist, swiftly wrapping it around Ying's neck, shoulders, and arms, binding him tightly, while the other brandished a dagger, ready to strike should he resist. Having secured Ying, one constable yanked on the chain, commanding, "You will speak to the magistrate. Let's go. And you, Ying family, cease your weeping and take your father to the magistrate's office. Neighbors, please accompany us as witnesses." The young girl, her eyes brimming with tears, desperately pointed to Ying, who had been observing silently, and exclaimed, "My brother did not kill anyone. This man has been present the whole time and can testify." Ying had indeed been watching closely and noted that while Ying was youthful and impetuous, the old man had been a thief in his own right. Considering the circumstances, it seemed likely the old man's death resulted from a stroke or heart condition exacerbated by the confrontation with Ying. Seeing the beautiful young girl weeping with such sorrow, Ying's heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. The group proceeded to the county office, where Wing began to beat a drum in protest, prompting the magistrate, Wnjin, to hastily don his official robes and ascend to the court to inquire about the case. Despite the fact that a seventh-rank magistrate typically held the least power, in reality, he wielded considerable authority, overseeing multiple departments including commerce, finance, taxation, judiciary, and public safety. This magistrate, unlike most literati who held academic titles, had been a guerrilla general in the border army and, due to the unique geographical significance of Jming, was assigned to oversee both civil and military matters. Ying was taken aback to find the magistrate was a robust man with a full beard. Having spent 2 years in office, had gained some understanding of the protocols. Upon learning of Ying's status as a scholar, he promptly instructed someone to provide him with a seat and dispense with formalities before proceeding with the case. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these siblings were not mere travelers, but rather the children of the newly appointed Ying, MD. The Ying held a position subordinate to the magistrate, yet due to the military nature of Jming, he effectively operated on equal footing with MN. The magistrate had just attended a banquet hosted by MD the previous night and had seen these young individuals. Thus he was inclined to offer them assistance. However, the matter of a death was grave. Although evidence of theft had been discovered on the deceased, the fact remained that the man was dead. In the courtroom, Ying recounted his observations, affirming that Ying had indeed not inflicted serious harm upon the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the Ying family, young and old, knelt and wept, insisting on the deceased's robust health, asserting that Ying had committed murder, which left the magistrate in a state of confusion, his small eyes widening as he struggled to make sense of the situation. The county's deputy, Huang Shi-nc, seated at a lower desk, was tasked with assisting the magistrate and was expected to inquire into local affairs. However, according to custom, to avoid any suspicion of bias, the deputy typically refrained from expressing opinions, functioning more like a silent statue in a temple. This deputy, being of a scholarly background, looked down upon the martial magistrate, thus played the role of a dutiful subordinate, while had grown accustomed to ignoring him. Ying was incarcerated, and the onlookers were dismissed after providing their names and addresses. Ying took his leave of the magistrate, and, as he exited the main hall, Shioji hurried after him, bowing slightly and expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Ying Shi, for your righteous words on behalf of my brother." The girl was indeed a vision of beauty. Within the hall, her previously cold and pale complexion had regained warmth and radiance, resembling flawless jade, enhancing her captivating allure. Ying, reminded of the term "shi", often associated with impoverished scholars, felt somewhat uncomfortable and chuckled. "I merely spoke the truth." I observe that Miss M possesses the spirit of a heroine. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me by my name. Mshog managed a strained smile and replied, in that case, I thank you, Yangming. When the case is reviewed again, I will trouble you to testify. Just then, a man in his 50s with 3 strands of black beard hurriedly entered. M.N., who had not yet left the court, greeted him. M.D., you have arrived at the perfect moment. This matter is quite perplexing. What do you think we should do? The man was straightforward, though he hesitated upon noticing the unfamiliar young man in the hall, and thus refrained from discussing the case. He acknowledged his daughter's greeting with a wave of his hand, then turned to Wang Yangming with curiosity. Who might this be? Mshog quickly interjected. Father, this is Wang Yangming. My brother and I went to purchase items, and the shopkeeper stole my pearls, leading to my brother's reprimand, which caused the man embarrassment and ultimately his death. Thanks to Wang Yangming's just words, my brother was not wrongfully convicted due to the shopkeeper's neighbor's biased testimonies. I will surely trouble Wang Yangming again when the case is reviewed. Upon hearing this, quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exchanging pleasantries. The impatient county magistrate, Min, could no longer contain himself and remarked, Master Ma, it is not that my brother does not wish to assist you, but the Wang family is numerous and influential, with neighbors as witnesses. Their voices are unanimous. Although we have the testimony of Zheng Shaopeng, in a case involving a life, my brother cannot recklessly release anyone. Observing the county magistrate's disposition, Yang Ling could not help but chuckle. Sensing that the two were about to discuss matters he ought not to overhear, he hastily excused himself. Miss Ma, a woman of remarkable intelligence, noticed his bemused expression and felt he seemed to have a plan. Having seen county magistrate Min at the banquet the previous day, she thought him similar to her father, both being men of military background, straightforward and devoid of deceit. Perhaps this Zheng Shaopeng indeed possessed a method to save her brother, as scholars are well versed in the laws of the Ming Dynasty. Contemplating this, Miss Ma hurriedly took a few steps to catch up, her voice soft and melodic. Young Master Yang, do you appear to have a way to save my brother? Upon hearing her words, both county magistrate Min and Ma Yicheng felt a surge of hope. Their eyes fixed intently on Yang Ling, who was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, saying, Not at all. I am merely a witness. How could I presume to advise the esteemed magistrate? The two officials were instantly disheartened, yet Miss Ma's keen intellect led her to inquire further. So, young Master Yang, does this imply you do have a method, but refrain from intervening due to your position? Prompted by her words, Yang Ling inadvertently confessed, Indeed, I am but a humble scholar, coincidentally a witness in this matter. If I were to step forward and advise the magistrate, would that not be overstepping my bounds? Miss Ma smiled brightly and suddenly knelt before him, saying, Young Master Yang, although my brother may be somewhat reckless, he is certainly not a villain deserving of punishment. The owner of the Wang establishment, in his greed, lost his life, yet my brother is now burdened with the consequences. Can you bear to witness such injustice? The magistrate and her father, both of military origin, were straightforward and less acquainted with the law. Since you possess knowledge of the law, how can you stand by idly? She continued, as a sage once said, why do we study the classics? It is to bear responsibility. In the face of injustice, if one seeks excuses instead of justice, that is shameful. What do you think, young Master Yang? Yang Ling was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the young lady's sharp tongue. He felt flustered, searching his mind for memories from both lives, seeking a way to navigate the intricacies of the Ming legal system. He assisted her to her feet, saying, Miss Ma, please rise. It seems the owner of the Wang establishment likely had pre-existing conditions. Although your brother may have pushed him, it would not have led to his demise. However, with the public's outrage and the deceased's presence, the matter of guilt is not easily clarified. Even if I have some ideas, it may not suffice to save him. In those times, societal norms dictated a separation between genders, making physical contact inappropriate. Despite his reluctance to accept her gratitude directly, he could only gesture from a distance. Nevertheless, he found himself instinctively grasping Miss Ma's arm firmly, helping her up. The softness of her arm in his grasp, the enchanting visage before him, and the fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk enveloped him, more potent than when she had galloped by on horseback. Miss Ma felt a rush of embarrassment at his attentiveness, thinking him to be unexpectedly lecherous, taking advantage of the moment. Ma Yicheng, perceiving Yang Ling's direct assistance to his daughter as somewhat audacious, prioritized saving his son. He thought that should anything tragic occur, he would gladly trade his daughter for his son, choosing to overlook the impropriety. He interjected, "What ideas do you have?" To be frank, both county magistrate Min and I are soldiers, somewhat unfamiliar with the law. If you have any suggestions, please share, regardless of their efficacy. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Now in a precarious position, Yang Ling glanced at county magistrate Min, who seemed relieved and generously waved his hand, saying, "Yes. Yes, you scholars are resourceful. Please, share your thoughts. I dread presiding over cases. If the culprits were mere soldiers, a swift motion would suffice. The real torment lies in hearing arguments from both sides, leaving me without resolution, making me dread the sound of the gavel." Yang Ling replied, as the saying goes, "Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. I was a witness to the events, so I shall not reiterate them. However, since the crux of the case lies in determining whether the old man was beaten to death or succumbed to his frailty, we must thoroughly investigate his health history and previous ailments to uncover any inconsistencies. This will allow us to shift the blame and silence their accusations." "Good," exclaimed County Magistrate Min, clapping his hands in approval, startling Yang Ling. Ma Yicheng, equally delighted, rubbed his hands together, saying, "Young Master Yang, you are indeed remarkable. I was anxious and could not openly extricate my son from prison. Your suggestion seems feasible. If my son did not strike him, then the old man must have had pre-existing issues. Magistrate Min, I must trouble you to send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly." County Magistrate Min readily agreed, "Absolutely. No problem. After all, you scholars are insightful. The issues that have plagued me seem to have a solution in your words. Scholars can be quite cunning. Ha ha. No, I mean, they're indeed clever." Yang Ling felt a pang of guilt. He had merely resorted to tactics he had learned during his past experiences in insurance claims, which are notoriously complex in China. However, upon seeing the admiration in Miss Ma's gentle eyes, he could not help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. Upon returning home, the sky began to fill with falling snow, the flakes dancing gracefully, oddly warming the air. As the snow landed on him, Yang Ling sheepishly remarked, "I intended to stay home and study, but I remembered there was a fellow scholar residing here, so I went to pay him a visit." Young Mistress Han smiled coyly. "My husband, as a man, must engage in social interactions. It is essential." "I understand." She continued, "Today, I worked at the tailor's, mending 10 robes and earning 10 coins. This tailor shop serves the Ma Yicheng's business, and with over 100 couriers constantly on the move, the garments were out quickly. The shop is thriving, and I had not anticipated there would be such ample work in the city." Yang Ling, observing her radiant expression and the flush of excitement on her cheeks, gently pinched her cheek and chuckled, "You possess remarkable skills. It is my illness that has burdened you. When I first saw you looking so pitiful, my heart ached for you." Young Mistress Han, caught off guard by a sudden affection, blushed deeply and lowered her gaze, shyly saying, "Husband, we are married and should support one another throughout our lives." Yang Ling, stirred by her words, could not resist embracing her tightly, gently caressing her silky hair. This was the first time young Mistress Han had experienced such intimacy, leaning against his chest, feeling both joyful and content. After a while, she gently pushed him away. Her face flushed, avoiding his gaze as she shyly fiddled with her clothing, saying, "Husband, the food is still warm. Please sit down while I serve you." Although the meal was simple, it was far superior to what he had experienced in the mountains. Additionally, the owner of the oil mill had generously provided some oil residue for cooking. Even though Yang Ling was not entirely accustomed to the flavor of that cooking oil, he still indulged in the meal. Observing his increasing appetite, Han Yunyang was genuinely delighted, her eyes sparkling with joy. After finishing the meal, she tidied up the dishes and donned an apron to begin washing. Yang Ling felt like a superfluous presence, intending to assist her with the dishes. But Han Yunyang was taken aback, playfully chiding him, "What kind of man does these chores? My dear husband, you should sit down. These tasks are for us women." Chapter 10. A cunning trick. As she perused the regulations regarding lawsuits, Han Yunyang brought over a steaming cup of tea. Yang Ling could not help but sigh deeply, reflecting on how men in feudal society were indeed privileged, a stark contrast to modern times where such treatment was unheard of. In those days, working hours were not as rigid as they are today. The midday break was lengthy, with work resuming around 2 in the afternoon. Thus, While Yang Ling sipped hot water and read, Han Yunyang sat on the edge of the Kong, engaged in needlework. Her nimble fingers deftly tied a knot, her tongue lightly moistening the thread before threading the needle. With one leg perched on the Kong, she meticulously stitched clothing, occasionally casting gentle glances at her husband, who was engrossed in his book. After a considerable time of contemplation, Yang Ling found no advantageous regulations for Ma On within the text. It appeared that he would have to rely on the grandiloquent and self-serving tactics he had learned from the future. He exhaled a long sigh, only to notice Han Yunyang bringing the cotton robe to her lips, biting the thread off with her teeth. Yet her eyes were sweetly fixed upon him. When their gazes met, she immediately averted her eyes in a fluster. Lowering her head to focus on her work, she sensed his lingering gaze and felt a sudden panic, causing her to fumble and accidentally prick her finger with the needle. Yang Ling swiftly grabbed a copy of the Deming El and rushed to hold her small hand, noticing a drop of crimson blood welling up on her index finger. Looking around, he understood why ancient people would suck on their wounded fingers. It was not that they knew saliva could disinfect, but rather that they had no other means to wipe away the blood, certainly not with their garments. Thus, he mimicked their actions, placing her finger in his mouth and gently sucking it. The moment his tongue brushed against her finger, Han Yunyang's body jolted, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Yang Ling playfully admonished her, "Look at you, working outside in the morning and still toiling away at home. What are you doing now?" With her delicate eyelashes lowered, she obediently allowed him to press on her fingertip, timidly responding, "With the new year approaching, you still lack a proper robe. I thought as a man of stature, you ought not to be ridiculed when going out, so I hurried to make you a new one." Yang Ling sighed deeply. The longer they spent together, the more he felt indebted to her, a heart-wrenching sentiment as though he owed her several lifetimes of affection. Silently tightening his grip on her hand, a wave of tender emotion enveloped them both. Gently caressing the small hand of this 15-year-old girl, he felt a myriad of sentiments. At an age when she should be carrying a school bag to class, she had already become a gentle and virtuous wife. The cruelty of the old society was indeed heart-wrenching. The Deming El stipulated that women could marry at 16, though few in the populace adhered to this rule. While the laws of the Ming Dynasty were often severe, inflicting harsh penalties, the authorities turned a blind eye to this particular regulation, seemingly oblivious. After pressing her finger for a while, Yang Ling believed it had ceased bleeding and gently squeezed it, smiling as he asked, "Is it better now? Does it still hurt?" "It does not hurt," she replied, her voice laced with sweetness. Yang Ling then noticed her eyelashes fluttering shyly, her expression bashful, and a hint of a delightful smile gracing her lips. Her youthful face exuded an exceptionally gentle and serene aura, a demeanor that only a mature woman would reveal in the presence of her beloved. This softness was a quality she had never displayed before, embodying the feminine grace that now enveloped her. Outside, snowflakes danced down, leaving no trace behind. Han Yunyang's heart felt entirely at ease. The tender emotions within her rippled like waves. After enduring anxiety and hardship for the past half-year, the bitterness seemed to fade away in that moment. Yang Ling, captivated by her presence, gazed at her intently, basking in the tranquility of their shared intimacy, until an abrupt, loud voice from outside shattered the serene atmosphere. A man's voice called out, "Is young Master Yang Ling residing here?" Yang Ling focused his gaze and saw two constables standing at the door, their hands resting on their waist knives, already covered in a thick layer of snow. Behind them stood a young lady clad in a white cloak, holding a yellow oil umbrella. The collar of her cloak was adorned with a fluffy fox fur that framed her neck, revealing a delicate face as pure as a lotus flower emerging from water, appearing almost ethereal amidst the falling snowflakes. These two constables were the same ones who had escorted Ma On to the magistrate, so they recognized Yang Ling immediately. Upon seeing him open the door, they hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. "Ah, indeed it is Scholar Yang. We are honored to meet you. We have been sent by the magistrate of Min County to escort Miss Ma to meet you." Yang Ling quickly opened the door wider, urging, "Please come in, esteemed officers." "Ah, Miss Ma, please enter." Ma Yin'er beamed, revealing two charming dimples on her cheeks as she tightened her grip on the cloak and stepped inside. The two constables followed her into the small room, shutting the door behind them. With 5 people now crammed into the small space, it felt rather confined. Ma Yin'er casually loosened the strap beneath her chin, shedding the pristine cloak. Her bright eyes scanned the room and landed on the petite Han Yunyang, prompting a sweet smile. Is this young Lady Yang's younger sister? Upon seeing a beauty more enchanting than Hua Jiu enter, Han Yunyang's large, dark eyes filled with suspicion. When she heard herself referred to as Yangling's sister, her expression soured. However, since her husband had not spoken, she felt it inappropriate to interject. Yangling awkwardly chuckled, feeling an unsettling sense of guilt, stammering, she's my wife. A flicker of pride crossed Han Yunyang's eyes as she cast a challenging glance at Ma Yin'er and offered a slight bow, softly saying, Husband, who is this young lady? Yangling hurriedly replied, This is Miss Ma, the second daughter of Magistrate Ma. She and the two officers have come to discuss some matters with me. Ma Yin'er, slightly taken aback, remarked, So young Master Yang is already married. It is a pleasure to meet you, Madam Yang. Han Yunyang quickly responded, No need for such formalities, Mississippi. Please, take a seat, and esteemed officers, please sit as well. With only 2 chairs in the room, the 2 constables had no choice but to sit on the con. Yangling had recently moved in and, given the limited conditions, typically drank tea from large bowls. Han Yunyang efficiently fetched 4 bowls and prepared the tea, with the 2 officers expressing their gratitude. The magistrate of Min County had already dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate the affairs of the Wang family. And although Magistrate Ma had his son's well-being in mind, he was also concerned about any potential issues that might arise in the cold winter months. Miss Ma, worried about her brother, urged the magistrate to send 2 officers to accompany her to Yang's home. After hearing the officers recount the situation regarding the Wang family, Yangling pondered deeply. He realized that he could find no loopholes in the Deming L to exonerate Ma Ong. The only strategy he was familiar with was the art of delay, but he was uncertain if it would be applicable. Thus, he hesitantly shared his thoughts. Miss Ma, unsure of its efficacy, glanced at the 2 constables. The one with yellowed teeth, known as Dali, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Brilliant! What a clever tactic! A dull knife cuts flesh slowly, inch by inch. The magistrate is fair and just in his handling of cases. The Wang family will find it difficult to pin any wrongdoing on him. If they are truly capable, this lawsuit will surely lead to their ruin. Another individual, slightly older and known as Ban Tu, bearing the surname Wu, did not exhibit the exuberance of Dali. Yet he smiled gently and remarked, Although young Master Yang is still youthful, he indeed possesses a profound understanding of the law and an abundance of clever stratagems. Even a first-rate litigator might not conceive such an exquisite plan. If we proceed accordingly, the Wang family's aggrieved parties may hasten to withdraw their complaints. But should they remain obstinate, Master Ma may have to endure a longer stay in confinement. Upon hearing their praise, Miss Ma could not suppress her delight. However, Wu Bantu's final comment caused her to hesitate. Biting her lip in contemplation, she sighed, Ultimately, it concerns a human life. If it merely entails an extended period of incarceration, it is indeed fortunate that he can enter prison safely. My brother, who is usually so reckless, may benefit from experiencing some hardships. Encouraged by the approval of the 2 constables, Yangling felt a surge of courage, and his mind became agile as he spoke slowly. While this strategy may compel the Wang family to voluntarily withdraw their complaint, thus saving Master Ma's life and preserving the reputation of Min County's magistrate, there remains a possibility that the Wang family may not easily swallow this grievance, potentially prolonging the matter for 1.5 years. Therefore, I have another plan. Leaning closer, he whispered a few words to Ma Yin'er, who regarded him with a teasing smile and responded, Truly worthy of a scholar. What an excellent strategy you propose. Herr Flirteus glunge chaptifatet Yangling, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Ma Yin'er noticed the effect she had on him, and a faint blush crept onto her porcelain cheeks. Meanwhile, Han Yunyang, who had been observing their interaction, suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Chapter 11. The Unbearable Struggle. Master Ma, concealed behind a screen in the magistrate's office, listened intently as Ma Ong was brought before the court. The magistrate of Min County struck the wooden bench and addressed Wang De and Wang Er with cordiality. Wang De, Wang Er, this official discovered Miss Ma's pearls on your father during yesterday's proceedings. It appears that Wang Lao Zhangguwei has been tempted by greed, embezzling someone else's pearls. Do you 2 have any objections? Wang De and Wang Er exchanged glances, uncertain of the magistrate's intentions. They silently signaled each other before Wang De replied, Your Honor, I was not present when my father had a dispute with Maong. Whether he was blinded by greed or if Maong schemed to entrap him, I am truly unaware. Maong, kneeling in the courtroom, shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Am I to be falsely accused? That old man denied taking my sister's pearls and is deliberately deceiving us." The magistrate slammed the bench again, admonishing, "This official has not yet questioned you. Should you dare to interrupt again, I shall silence you." Maong Mift fell silent. The magistrate, stroking his beard with a smile, continued, "So, you assert that your father was beaten to death by Maong, yet you did not witness it firsthand?" Wang De hesitated, then retorted angrily, "Your Honor, although I did not see the murderer attack my father, he was always in good health. If this man had not acted violently, how could my father have died so suddenly? He attempted to assault me when I intervened, and the neighbors witnessed it. They can testify." The magistrate chuckled, "This complicates matters. Scholar Yangling was present at the scene and has a clear understanding of the events. According to his account, your father was found to have embezzled the pearls belonging to Miss Ma. Throughout the entire incident, Maong did not resort to violence against him. It appears your father, being elderly and physically frail, succumbed to the shame of being exposed for his wrongdoing." Wang De and Wang Er, upon hearing this, prostrated themselves, pleading, "Your Honor, our father is innocent." The magistrate waved his hand. Hold on. I have not finished speaking. According to your testimony, your father was in good health and would not have perished from a momentary fit of anger. At the time, Maong was engaged in a dispute with your father, which culminated in your father's death. Though you did not witness it directly, the neighbors can confirm that Maong was the sole individual involved in the conflict. Thus, the murderer must be Maong. Wang De and Wang Er repeatedly bowed their heads, exclaiming, "Your Honor is wise. Our father was indeed brutally beaten to death by this heartless murderer. At his age, how could he withstand such violence? Even if he had coveted the pearls, it would not warrant a death sentence. We implore your Honor for justice." Maong, upon hearing this, grew frantic and attempted to rise. But the two constables swiftly restrained him with their sticks, causing him to wince in pain and remain kneeling. Ma Liena rushed to support his shoulder, saying, "Brother, please remain calm. Magistrate Min is just and will surely render a fair judgment." Maong, eyes wide with urgency and anger, protested, "What violence have I ever inflicted on him? That old scoundrel is defrauding us, and his sons are equally deceitful, clearly conspiring against me. You must go find our father." Before he could finish, Ma Liena roughly pinched his shoulder, startling him into silence as he met her fierce gaze. Suddenly enlightened, he fell silent. The magistrate observed him with a smile, thinking to himself, "This fool, devoid of wisdom, should consider himself fortunate that his father and I serve together at this station. Otherwise, I would have no inclination to assist him. If he remains ungrateful, he deserves to suffer." Clearing his throat, the magistrate assumed a serious demeanor and declared, "For the past 2 years at this station, I have consistently upheld the law with integrity and impartiality, maintaining a flourishing jurisdiction and a sterling reputation. I shall neither condone a villain nor wrongfully accuse an innocent." Yangling stifled a laugh, finding it amusing that the magistrate would self-praise so openly, yet he spoke with such earnestness, as if reciting from memory. Reflecting on how everyone tends to extol themselves in year-end summaries, he found it somewhat relatable. The magistrate shifted his tone, raising his voice, upon receiving this case. "I ventured into the snow last night to interview the neighbors and gather evidence. I ordered an examination of your father's remains, and, according to our findings, there are no signs of external injuries, making it difficult to establish a direct cause of death through violence." The magistrate swallowed hard, pondering, where did this scholar acquire such convoluted terminology? It sounds quite profound. He took a sip of tea and continued, "Furthermore, it has come to my attention that your family relocated here from Min 2 years ago. Your father suffered a severe illness last autumn. Thus the claim of his good health is questionable. Additionally, according to Lao Shi from the soy sauce shop, your father mentioned being bitten by a snake in Hubei during your journey, which delayed your travels by over 10 days. Due to the urgency of the trip, he resumed his journey before fully recovering, which could have contributed to his demise. To avoid wrongfully condemning an innocent while not excusing a criminal, this court has decided to detain Maong for further investigation until the matter is clarified. Additionally, an autopsy will be conducted on your father's remains to check for internal injuries. Moreover, Your family must locate the doctor who treated your father last year to obtain the prescription, proving that your father's ailment was not fatal. Furthermore, you must urgently send someone to Hubei to find the doctor who prescribed the treatment, and of course, you will need to invite a renowned physician from the provincial capital to certify that the residual effects of the snake venom would not lead to death. This court will base its judgment of Ma Ang's culpability on this evidence. What? Finding the doctor who treated our father is manageable, and bringing a renowned physician from the capital is also feasible. But sending someone all the way to Hubei to find the original prescribing doctor, what if he has already moved elsewhere? Wouldn't that be a fruitless endeavor? In sum, the farther the journey and the more detailed the evidence, the better, for it not only reflects the court's diligence in handling cases and valuing human life, but also exhausts the accusers to the point of relinquishing their pursuit. This is a common tactic in insurance claims. The Wang brothers were taken aback, realizing that in business, a negative reputation is the most feared consequence. If the station master were to spread rumors locally, it would be one thing, but if they leveraged their network of over 100 couriers to disseminate falsehoods, the Wang family's musical instrument shop would be doomed. The Wang family possesses no land in this region, relying solely on commerce for their livelihood. Although they are relatively affluent compared to ordinary farmers, the prevailing societal values of the time prioritize agriculture over trade, relegating merchants to a status even lower than that of farmers. The Ming Dynasty had decreed that farmers could dress in silk, akin to those of noble rank. Yet even the wealthiest merchants were denied this privilege. Thus, despite their ability to purchase silk, the affluent merchants were compelled to don coarse garments when venturing outside, lest they incur severe penalties for defying this social norm. Consequently, the Wang family found themselves in a precarious position when embroiled in legal disputes, and further disruption to their business could result in dire consequences. One must ponder whether it is worth jeopardizing familial harmony for the sake of someone who has already passed away. The two brothers hastily endeavored to attract business in the front hall. However, after 2 days, not a single transaction was completed. They were met with rumors that the elder Wang had extorted money from others, leading to his public shaming and subsequent demise. The two sons, displaying even greater avarice than their father, callously abandoned the body in the mourning chamber, allowing it to be subjected to dissection and examination, all in hopes of obtaining some financial gain. As the saying goes, words of the people can be fearsome. Others cared not for the truth. They merely sought to distance themselves from any association that might tarnish their own reputations. Consequently, even once amicable neighbors began to exhibit a strange demeanor, gradually withdrawing from the Wangs. The brothers, filled with indignation, sought an audience with the county magistrate, only to learn that the magistrate had been preoccupied with the collapse of 3 households in Jiangnan due to heavy snowfall, and had gone to provide relief. Upon returning the next day, they discovered he had gone to Xuanfu to arrange for the winter provisions of local officials. On one particular day, Wang Er ventured into the city to procure goods, leaving Wang De to languish at the counter, lost in thought while observing passers-by. The shop was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the previous year when lively performances, stilt walkers, and temple troops would come to purchase festive instruments. This year, not a single item had been sold, and Wang De pondered the futility of inviting customers. Overwhelmed with despair, he recalled his father's frequent complaints of chest discomfort and the illness that had struck him down so suddenly last year. Now, with no visible injuries on the body, could it be that shame and indignation had truly been the cause of his demise? With the Wang family's reputation in tatters and their very survival at stake, what were they to do? While Wang De was lost in these thoughts, a voice interrupted him, playfully inquiring why he appeared so lost in reverie. Wang De looked up to see a kindly elder in a blue robe smiling at him from the counter, and he quickly rose to greet him with a beaming smile. "Boss Wu, what a pleasant surprise. Please come in. Someone fetch us a pot of good tea." The elder, named Wu Jia, was in his 50s and a merchant dealing in medicinal herbs from the Sichuan and Shanxi regions, his wealth far surpassing that of the Wang family. The chicken crowing post was his hub for trading herbs, and he spent half the year in this vicinity, making him well known among local merchants. Wang Da's expression dimmed as he forced a smile, saying, "Alas, Boss Wu, I must confess that my father passed away a few days ago." Wu Jia was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? When I left for Shanxi to procure herbs, Mr. Wang was in good health. How could that old ailment resurface?" Wang Da's wife came out with a pot of tea, her own face marred by sorrow. She offered a polite greeting to Wu Jia before retreating to the back room. Wu Jie retrieved his jade-tipped pipe, filled it with medicinal tobacco, and lit it, taking a deep puff as he squinted and said, "Mr. Wang, reaching 70 is indeed rare. Your father has passed, but one could consider it a peaceful departure. I know you and your brother are dutiful sons. Now come, sit down and do not grieve." Wang De recounted the events that had transpired, carefully omitting any mention of the pearls found on his father. In conclusion, he bitterly stated, "The hatred I bear towards that family is profound, Boss Wu. You, who have traveled far and wide, must understand that if I do not seek retribution, how will I avoid being scorned by my neighbors? Yet the Ma family wields great influence, spreading malicious rumors. Even our patrons have ceased to visit. The county magistrate is absent, and it seems he is subtly favoring the Ma family." Wu Jie scoffed and replied, "What do you mean seems? It is evident that they are assisting the Wang family." Wang De, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, "I knew it. We are forced to seek out doctors and apothecaries. Yet when we approach the magistrate, he is always unavailable. This is pushing me to petition the court in the capital." Wu Jie took a drag from his pipe and rolled his eyes, saying, "Do you think this is the Hongwu era? Petitioning the court? You must be joking. The emperor resides in the Forbidden City, surrounded by layers of guards. Do you really think you could get through? And even if you did, what good would it do? The magistrate has not refused to handle your case. He is merely exercising caution. The value of human life is paramount, and he is prudent in his judgments. Perhaps the emperor would commend him for his careful handling of the case. And you could find yourself accused of slandering a court official, an offense that could lead to your entire family being exterminated." Horrified by the potential consequences, Wang De gasped, "Goodness. Thank you, Boss Wu, for your timely warning. My experiences are limited, and I had no idea. If not for your wise words, I could have landed myself in grave trouble. What am I to do?" Wu Jie smiled gently, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he watched it rise before him. "Brother Wang, I may not possess great wisdom, but I have encountered many such matters in my travels. There is a saying, 'The common man does not contend with officials,' and another, 'The hearts of the people are like iron, while the law is like a furnace.' In this situation, you lack sufficient evidence. Even if this reaches the highest court, you may not prevail. Now you are merely making life unbearable for yourself. I have a few words of advice. Would you care to hear them?" Wang De eagerly poured more tea for Wu Jie, bowing respectfully as he said, "Please, Boss Wu, enlighten me. I am in a state of utter confusion, feeling as if I am riding a tiger, unable to dismount. If you have any helpful suggestions, I implore you to share them in honor of my late father." Wu Jie chuckled, lightly tapping the bowl of his pipe against the chair leg before placing it on the table. He leisurely sipped his tea before finally speaking. "This matter is inherently unclear. Although you have witnesses who can attest that Ma On argued with you while your father lay dying nearby, no one can prove that he struck him. That scholar Yang is a man of renown and was present throughout the incident. If I were the magistrate, I could not convict someone without clear evidence. Therefore, you cannot fault magistrate men. Now that the situation has unfolded in this manner, Brother Wang, I must speak honestly without causing offense. Your father has passed, and such occurrences are part of life. I know you are a dutiful son, and you do not wish to wrongfully implicate a young man in your father's death. However, if you were to unjustly accuse him, would that not burden your father with additional sins? Moreover, you and your family reside here. If you provoke Ma Yicheng, a newly appointed official, he has years to make your life difficult. Can you truly contend with him? Furthermore, this case is likely to drag on, leading to your family's ruin, and your father's remains may never find peace, left to be dissected and examined in this cold winter, deprived of a proper burial. How can you bear such a thought?" Wang De, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed, "Boss Wu, please offer some advice. What should I do now?" Wu Jie smiled faintly and replied, "If you truly possess filial piety, then your father, Wang Lao Yizi, shall enjoy a peaceful end, free from envy. Regardless of the truth behind the matter of the ill-gotten wealth, the Ma family will not pursue further grievances. However, although your father was not killed by another's hand, the disputes in business, combined with his old age and frailty, contributed to his demise, and the Ma family cannot evade responsibility. If they do not face severe penalties, it would be difficult for you to find solace, and it would be even more challenging to defend your honor before your neighbors. I propose that the Ma family compensates you with several dozen taels of silver for the funeral expenses, and that we resolve this matter accordingly. What do you think?" Wang De listened in silence, pondering for a long while before stammering, if this is handled in such a way, won't it lead to ridicule of my brother for seeking profit while neglecting the vengeance for our father's death? How can I express such a sentiment? Wang Yi approached Boss Wu, clasped his hands in greeting, and then plopped down onto his brother's chair, indignantly exclaiming, "What kind of goods are we receiving?" Boss Lu insists on cash transactions and refuses to extend credit. Wang De, taken aback, asked, "How could this be? Last year, when we first did business with him, he was willing to extend credit. After more than a year of dealings without defaulting on payments, why would he suddenly demand cash?" Wang Yi replied, "Isn't it because of that murderer from a Ma family? I don't know who started the gossip." Suddenly realizing that Boss Wu was still present, he quickly fell silent. Upon hearing his brother's words, Wang De stood in a daze for some time. Once he noticed that Boss Wu had turned his gaze away, he stomped his foot in frustration and hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Boss Wu, please wait a moment. I truly have no better solution than yours. However, I kindly ask for your assistance in mediating this matter. Please, I implore you to help." Chapter 13. Chief Secretary Yang Ling sat in the signing room, staring blankly at the pile of case files before him. He yearned to dive into work, yet it felt akin to an amateur confronting a towering heap of tangled fishing nets, utterly at a loss about where to begin. If one considers the responsibilities of the county magistrate, it is evident that they encompass far more than merely sitting in a seventh-rank hall, tapping the wooden block for order. The magistrate must oversee the county's finances, tax collections, transportation, and legal matters. Essentially, every facet of governance falls under their purview. Originally, the magistrate had assistants such as the county deputy and the head clerk, along with a cadre of legal advisors. However, the current magistrate, Min, a rather incompetent figure, has entrusted all these responsibilities to Yang Ling, who, even as a seasoned secretary from Shaoxing, would feel overwhelmed in such a chaotic situation. The signing room consists of 3 interconnected modest houses, where the magistrate's secretaries and aides review documents and manage affairs. In front lies the 7th-rank hall, where the magistrate adjudicates cases, while behind it is the magistrate's residence. After assisting the Ma family with their legal troubles, Magistrate Min held him in high regard and invited him to serve as a secretary. Yang Ling, feeling embarrassed to be supported by a young girl, readily accepted the position. However, due to Han Yunyang's sorrowful eyes, he felt compelled to clarify to Magistrate Min that his role as a secretary was merely a temporary arrangement, as he intended to participate in the provincial examinations the following year. Magistrate Min readily agreed. In truth, Yang Ling was aware that his fate was precarious. He had learned through inquiries that even if he were to achieve the top rank in the examinations, the best outcome would be to secure a position as an editor in the capital, with a chance of being assigned as a county magistrate. There were no grand positions available, and he had no real desire to participate in the examinations. His motivations stemmed solely from his affection for Han Yunyang and a sense of responsibility to provide her with some inheritance. Magistrate Min, having risen from a military background, surrounded himself with loyal guards who were equally inexperienced in governance. The previous county deputy, Huang, had been rather indifferent, appearing like a lifeless statue, only showing up to collect his pay each month, making his presence barely noticeable. Fortunately, the residents of Jiming Post Station were honest and upright, and for over 2 years, no significant incidents had occurred. However, with the triennial performance review approaching, the court would assess the magistrate's achievements, and despite Min's lack of awareness, he could not help but consider his own interests. How does one achieve favorable results in such evaluations? It ultimately boils down to 2 factors: maintaining a well-governed county and ensuring timely tax collection. A well-governed county is one where there are no peasant uprisings, merchant strikes, or student protests, and where no major criminal cases arise. In such instances, one can report a peaceful and prosperous society. Jiming Post Station housed 2 regiments of soldiers, along with the postmaster's office and county officials, ensuring a level of order superior to that of a typical third-rate county. Over the past 2 years, no significant disturbances had arisen. However, timely tax collection proved challenging. As the area served as a hub for merchants, tax revenues were collected promptly, but the local residents, primarily living in the mountains, were dispersed and difficult to manage. Additionally, the poor agricultural conditions and sporadic raids by bandits hindered tax payments, which would undoubtedly become a vulnerability for Magistrate Min during the evaluations. Magistrate Min's tenure was marked by confusion. And it was only after a recent trip to the capital that he learned about the complexities of civil service evaluations. As he pondered how to showcase his achievements, Yangling appeared as a fortuitous opportunity, and he naturally entrusted him with significant responsibilities, hoping he could help him achieve meaningful results. However, the operational methods of the government during this era were beyond Yangling's comprehension. Although he had previously served as a department director in an insurance company, the management structure and systems of that time were such that the absence of a director would not greatly affect the organization's functioning. The current situation was vastly different. He was expected to make decisions on nearly every matter, and the mounting pressure left him overwhelmed, unable to even manage the routine paperwork, let alone make noteworthy contributions. Straightening his back and rubbing his weary waist, he gazed despondently at the stack of case files. As the year-end approached, the transport office requested assistance in transporting a batch of special products from the western regions to the capital, as the available carts and mules were insufficient for the task. The dispatch office received a letter from the Ministry of War, indicating that a large troop movement was imminent, necessitating the opening of the city gates at night and arranging for guards to prevent any disturbances. With the year-end approaching and the curfew lifted, matters concerning public safety and theft also fell under his jurisdiction, given his role as a legal advisor. Reports of various incidents flooded in. Smoke signals from the beacon tower indicated that supplies needed replacement. A farmer's ox from Doe's family in the outskirts had gone missing. A large pig raised by the Liu family in the west had been stolen. Several local ruffians had harassed a widow. A child from the Hao family had ignited a pile of firewood belonging to the He family, leading to a confrontation that resulted in injuries. And the He family had accused the Hao family of arson. Even more pressing, numerous farmers were in arrears with their taxes, some for a year or two, while others had defaulted for nearly a decade. The situation was utterly chaotic. Initially, Yangling had demanded that Wang Banta bring in the most delinquent and longest overdue offender, Hong Monsong, hoping to set an example. However, upon learning that the previous magistrate had employed such methods, resulting in tragedy and public outrage, he was forced to abandon the idea. Fortunately, the head clerk, Wang Yangming, recognized Yangling's amiable demeanor and earnest work ethic. He discreetly advised him that Huang, the county deputy who had served the longest, had been in the employ of 2 previous magistrates and was quite resourceful, suggesting that Yangling seek his assistance. Yangling, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth, purchased 10 pounds of fatty pork and a fine package of tea, seeking guidance. However, to his surprise, the Huang County magistrate merely continued teaching his grandson how to practice calligraphy, offering only a faint smile at Yangling's intentions. He engaged in trivial banter, refusing to provide any assistance, yet graciously accepted the pork and tea, leaving Yangling feeling both amused and vexed. He picked up his brush and inscribed the calculated results on the official document to be presented to the Ministry of Revenue, detailing the funds and grain required for the upcoming year. A total of 79 officials and clerks at Jiming Post, 158 post runners, 260 city guards, 45 long-distance porters, and 82 horses, amounting to an annual salary of 647 taels of silver, along with 52 sure of fodder. Additionally, he noted that the western city gate battle platform had developed cracks requiring repairs, estimated to cost 116 taels of silver. After blowing gently on the ink to dry it, he carefully placed the document atop a neatly organized stack of papers. As he lifted the curtain at the entrance, a man in a blue robe stepped inside. The other clerks responsible for transcribing documents quickly rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Lord Min." Yangling looked up and promptly stood to pay his respects. The man was indeed Min County Magistrate, dressed in ordinary attire. He waved his hand casually and exclaimed, all right, we see each other often. No need for such formalities. The hour is getting late. Let us disperse for the day." The clerks hurriedly began to gather their belongings. Approaching Yangling, Min County Magistrate noticed that he had completed nearly half of the documents and could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You possess remarkable skills, sir. Just looking at these documents gives me a headache. Yet you have managed a process nearly half so swiftly." "Ha ha!" Yangling offered a wry smile. Indeed, he had worked quickly, but most of the tasks were merely procedural. The truly challenging matters, such as categorizing long overdue tax delinquents, some maliciously evading payments and others genuinely impoverished, would take considerable time to address. Each case of missing plows or stolen pigs required dispatching several individuals for investigation. often taking 3 to 5 days at the very least. While these trivial matters appeared minor, each demanded time and attention, making haste nearly impossible. Previously, he had seen officials casually donning civilian clothes to conduct undercover visits, uncovering cases with ease. Yet he realized such portrayals were pure fiction. With so many tasks to attend to, how could one afford to leave the office for such inquiries? Naturally, he refrained from lamenting to the county magistrate, simply responding, "You flatter me, my lord." After noticing that the other clerks had departed, Min, county magistrate, with a jovial smile, patted Yangling on the shoulder, saying, "I am a simple man, no need for the formalities of scholars. Outside the courtroom, there is no need for such decorum. By the way, gather your things and come with me. The postmaster is treating us to drinks and a performance at Hongyan Tower in gratitude." Without allowing Yangling a chance to decline, he pulled him out the door. Reluctantly, Yangling followed. Since Min County Magistrate was dressed in casual clothes, he did not take an official sedan chair. Given that Jiming Post City was not large, only 4 lees separated the north and south gates. And Hongyan Tower was located next to Jingguang Temple, a mere street away from the county office. They opted to walk. They arrived at Hongyan Tower, where the postmaster, Ma Ong, and Ma Yin'er were already waiting at a private table on the first floor. Originally a theater, this establishment had designated areas separated by screens for a more intimate experience. To Yangling's astonishment, Huang County Magistrate was also present, leading to a round of polite exchanges. Ma Ong, having spent over 10 days in jail, had tempered his previously fiery temperament. Seeing his savior, Yangling, he warmly grasped his arm, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Both young men, each possessing distinct charm, one refined and elegant, the other strong and robust, found a surprising camaraderie amidst their differences. Ma Yin'er, today adorned with light makeup, regarded Yangling with a more reserved demeanor, her enchanting features betraying a hint of admiration. While Yangling's impressive appearance had garnered her interest during their first encounter, she soon recalled his marital status, regarding him as a benefactor and a cherished male friend. The status of a concubine offered little elevation above that of servant. Thus, despite his scholarly achievements, Ma Yin'er, as the daughter of a low-ranking official, saw no possibility of such an arrangement, quashing any budding feelings before they could flourish. Yangling hurriedly interjected, "Not at all. That day, my nephew clearly observed that Brother Ma did not lay hand on that Boss Wang. It is truly a case of greed leading to downfall. Boss Wang coveted Miss Ma's pearls and, upon being confronted by Brother Ma, succumbed to anger and died of shame. It is certainly not Brother Ma's fault, and I implore you, Master Ma, not to be too harsh on him." Maong immediately retorted, "Father, I told my sister you wouldn't believe me. Surely you can trust Brother Yang's words. I never laid a hand on that old man." "Silence, you little wretch. How dare you interrupt?" Ma Yicheng scolded his son, shaking his head at Min, County Magistrate, Huang, County Magistrate, and Yangling. "Look at this little scoundrel. He causes more trouble than he solves. He cannot compare to young Master Yang, who, though younger than him, exhibits remarkable composure and maturity, having already attained academic accolades before reaching adulthood. Alas, my late wife passed too early, leaving me with these 2 children, ill-equipped for guidance." Min, County Magistrate, Huang, County Magistrate, and Yangling found themselves compelled to defend Ma Ong once more. As they conversed, the waitstaff began to serve dishes in rapid succession. Gradually, the theater filled with patrons, with merchants passing through the post station surrounding the private area, while those idling away time included post-runners and unoccupied clerks. The stage ahead was brightly lit, and amidst the sound of drums and gongs, the performers began to sing. At that time, there was no concept of Jingju, and Yangling, unfamiliar with the art, felt hesitant to inquire. After listening for a while, he found it difficult to comprehend the narrative, particularly since all the performers were men, depriving him of any enjoyment from beautiful actresses. Feeling rather bored, he gleaned most of the story from the discussions between Min County Magistrate, Ma Yicheng, and Huang County Magistrate. The tale they recounted was indeed perplexing. It depicted a woman whose husband left shortly after their wedding. The plot seemed innocuous until, on the following day, the wife, in despair, penned a farewell letter and hanged herself, claiming her failure to uphold virtues had incited her husband's illicit thoughts, thus rendering her unworthy of life. The incident stirred the community, and petitions were submitted, leading the emperor to issue a decree posthumously honoring her as a first-rank lady, bestowing her a plaque of purity. casting her in a glorified light. Her husband, moved by her sacrifice, later remarried, and they would visit her grave together to pay respects. Yet, if this were to be deemed a loss of virtue, it was merely a physical infidelity. The woman in the play could not endure the emotional betrayal. It was hardly a loss of virtue. She was merely beautiful, provoking desire in others. The man bore no fault. It was the wife who felt morally inadequate, which was utterly absurd. As Ming County Magistrate and Ma Yicheng continued to extol the tale, Yang Ling could no longer contain himself. Gentlemen, this play seems excessively exaggerated and unrealistic, does it not? The husband, upon encountering a beautiful woman, behaves inappropriately, is scolded, and then the wife perceives herself as unfaithful. This is utterly ludicrous. Such occurrences are hardly plausible. What merit does such an absurd tale hold? Ming County Magistrate chuckled, sipping his drink, and remarked, Young scholar Yang must have only read those texts meant for examinations, unaware of the tale of loyal women. Your kindness and leniency are commendable, yet I too find the woman somewhat pitiable. Were I the county official in that scenario, I would have certainly punished the husband severely, ensuring he could never take a concubine. However, there is nothing untruthful about this matter. During the Chenghua era, while I was in Fujian combating sea bandits, I was merely a lowly soldier. In Minnan, there was a woman whose husband had passed away, desiring to follow him in death. Her relatives took great pride in this, celebrating and making a grand announcement. 3 days later, the woman, holding fresh flowers and dressed in vibrant attire, sat in a sedan chair and made her way to her husband's grave. Ascending a platform erected beforehand, she took her own life. The Emperor Zhengde once decreed a tribute of a chastity archway, which honored the entire region. Indeed, I was the one who erected that archway for her. Later, a poet from Jiangzhou penned a verse that exposed her hypocrisy, leading the woman to feel ashamed and fast for 10 days until her demise. Compared to the actress in the play and the young widow in Fujian, she was vastly inferior. Yang Ling, in his previous life, had a penchant for practicing calligraphy, and hence the poet from Jiangzhou recognized him. However, he was perplexed by Bai Juyi's compassion for an elderly charcoal seller while displaying such disdain for a widowed woman. This was during the Tang Dynasty, a time when Chinese social norms were at their most liberal. In contrast, after the Song Dynasty's introduction of Zhu Fuzi's principles of obedience and virtue, it is no wonder that women suffered such deep-seated harm. Ma felt great indignation and could not help but interject with a cold scoff. 10 years of spring cries transform into the tongues of orioles, while 3 grievances replace the old and ugly with the elegant. If a beloved wife wishes to follow her husband into death, it is hardly inappropriate. Yet, since such men view their concubines as mere commodities to be bought and exchanged without a trace of affection, expecting a woman to die for such a man seems excessive. She was reciting lines from Bai Juyi's own poem Jue Huan Ozhua, in which he boasted about purchasing girls aged 15 or 16 as concubines, only to tire of them after 3 years when they were merely 18 or 19, deeming them old and ugly, thus giving some away and selling others, only to replace them with fresh stock every decade. Ma Yin'er, typically favored by her father, could not bear to hear women spoken of as mere possessions of men and boldly countered their remarks. Unexpectedly, her father, in front of others, struck her, leaving her both ashamed and enraged, prompting her to cover her face and weep as she fled outside. Maong, witnessing his father's fury, dared not intervene, hesitating as he contemplated whether to follow her, fearing his father's wrath. Ma Yicheng, in a fit of anger, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Let her go. We shall continue drinking. This child has truly been spoiled by me, speaking such nonsense." Yang Ling could not help but be dumbfounded. What fault lay in Ma Yin'er's words that could provoke such ire from Ma Yicheng? Even the magistrate of Min County seemed to accept this as reasonable, offering no counsel. He then stood and remarked, "Miss Ma must simply be lamenting Guapanpan, for her fasting has deprived the world of an extraordinary figure. There is no need for your anger, uncle." Although Ma Yicheng felt his daughter's words were a blow to his dignity, he remained deeply concerned for her. Upon hearing Yang Ling's polite remarks, his expression softened, and he replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Yang Xianzi. The perception of women as mere possessions of men is not limited to concubines. Wives are similarly regarded. I recall the romance of the Three Kingdoms where the first act of brotherhood in the Peach Garden involved slaying their wives and children. What affection did they hold for their spouses? Liu Bei treated his wife as clothing, while the hunter Liu regarded his wife as a mere dish, sacrificing her to entertain guests. Are these not the actions of beasts? Water does not disdain clarity, nor does a woman reject purity. Do you know? My mother was driven to her death by my father. At that time, he was still a soldier, and my mother struggled alone to care for my brother and me. Later, bandits descended from the nearby mountains to pillage, and my mother hid us in a water vat to escape. The bandits violated her, yet they spared her life, leaving her to die instead by my father's hand and the scornful eyes of men who prioritized their own escape from the bandits. Mal Yin scoffed, Zhu. He speaks of heavenly principles and doctrines, yet seduces two nuns as concubines, even taking his widowed daughter-in-law as well. Truly, he is a paragon of morality, an exemplar for scholars. What a grand irony. Yang Ling cannot help but inquire, what a pity. Mal Yin turned her head, softly responding, returning the pearl. Tears fall like rain, lamenting that we met not before marriage. Yang Ling's heart fluttered at her words, and the atmosphere between them suddenly grew tense. After a moment, he forced a smile, attempting to lighten the mood with jest. Although we became acquainted due to your pearl, I have not bestowed such a gift upon you. Please do not misunderstand. Mississippi Mal Yin let out a soft laugh, turning to give him a charming glare, biting her lip and blushing as she boldly remarked, "That is your misfortune." As she gazed upon his prominent nose in the lamplight, her heart raced, and she quickly turned away, feeling a soft atmosphere enveloping them both. Yang Ling was captivated by her beauty, which shone with confidence and pride, and after a while, he sighed gently, "You were born too early. You should have been born 500 years later, truly." Mal Yin blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously asking, "Do you think my words are rebellious, shocking the world? Would it be more acceptable to say such things 500 years hence?" Yang Ling was startled and hurriedly chuckled. "I merely thought that perhaps by then, some men might regard women as independent beings and demand equality from them. Ha! Merely a wild conjecture, inspired by the moment." Mal Yin smiled faintly, reached in her bosom, retrieved a pouch, stepped forward, and placed it in Yang Ling's hand, saying, "I can see that your little wife loves you dearly. This pearl is a gift from me to you both. I only wish for you to treat your wife well and not mistreat her." Chapter 15. The Error of the Pearl. As a subordinate and junior, Yang Ling naturally took on the responsibility of toasting and harmonizing the atmosphere, and he too indulged in a few more cups until late into the night before bidding farewell. Snow began to fall again from the sky, and the cold wind whipped the snowflakes against his neck. Yang Ling, feeling lightheaded and warm from the drink, tucked his hands into his sleeves, humming a modern song whose title he had forgotten, and meandered into the alley where he resided. Upon reaching his door, he intended to knock, but to his surprise, a gentle push opened it. He found a small lamp flickering, with Han Yunyang sitting at a low table, resting her chin on her hands, appearing drowsy. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up and was instantly overjoyed to see him. Yang Ling was taken aback. "Yunyang, at this late hour? I thought you would be asleep." Feeling somewhat guilty, he stammered, "Lord Min had an engagement and asked me to accompany him, but I left in a hurry and didn't have time to inform you." "Silly girl, why did you wait so long? You could have rested on your own. Have you eaten?" Recalling the play he had seen that evening, Yang Ling could not help but seize her hand, sighing, "Yunyang, you are my wife, not my servant. You should not serve me in such a manner. Alas, you are so young and adorable. You deserve to be cherished, loved, and cared for." Upon hearing his words, Han Yunyang's face flushed, and she shyly attempted to pull her hand away, but did not succeed, allowing him to hold it. She spoke with sincerity. "My husband is very kind. I am too shy to speak of love, but I must say that we women should earnestly serve our husbands. What does this have to do with being a servant? You care for Yunyang, and she understands, but please do not spoil me. You will only spoil me." Yang Ling was rendered speechless. In this world, it seemed that if he forcibly instilled some 21st century concepts into her, it would likely frighten her. The constraints of propriety, where the husband is the head of the household, are indeed mechanisms employed by men to oppress women. Yet, after thousands of years, women not only willingly comply with these notions, but also consider them entirely reasonable, even promoting them further. Works such as Jie and Sun are predominantly written by women to serve as examples for all women. It is already rare to see a woman like Yuanyang exposing herself, seeking work at a tailor shop. Most women today remain at home, supporting their husbands and educating their children. Should she not serve her husband? Must she pursue her own career? Such thoughts made him feel justified in enjoying her tenderness and service. As Yang Ling, with his eyes clouded by drowsiness, stifled a yawn, Han Yuanyang hurriedly assisted him in shedding his outer robe, saying, "My husband, why don't you loosen your garments and rest?" Yang Ling, feeling fatigued, murmured in agreement and, with her help, removed his outer clothing. He grabbed a pillow and turned to lie down, muttering, "I truly cannot endure any longer. You should eat something and rest as well." Han Yuanyang acknowledged him and, holding the collar of her robe, attempted to fold it neatly. Suddenly, with a soft thud, an object fell from her robe. Curiously, she picked it up and, under the oil lamp's light, discerned that it was a finely crafted women's purse, exquisite in material and workmanship, exuding a faint fragrance. Her face paled instantly. Trembling, she contemplated whether to open it, knowing that if she didn't, she could deceive herself into believing that nothing had occurred. After a long hesitation, her curiosity proved too strong to resist, and she gently opened the purse, extracting a lustrous pearl. The light reflected upon it, revealing its captivating color. Han Yuanyang widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How beautiful! Is this the pearl I have heard spoken of? How could such a thing be in my husband's possession, especially contained within a woman's purse? Does this mean he has taken a mistress?" The thought struck her with profound sorrow. No wonder her husband had not engaged in the marital rites with her since his recovery. The teachings imparted to her by her aunt had emphasized that such acts were essential for a true marital bond. The white handkerchief given to her for the purpose of verifying her purity remained tucked away in the chest. The shock of realization jolted Yang Ling's senses awake. He quickly turned to sit upright and grasp Han Yuanyang's shoulders, noticing tears streaming down her delicate face like pearls from a broken string, crying pitifully. He moved closer, embracing her slender waist, and tenderly coaxed, "Yuanyang, what troubles you so? Why are you so sorrowful?" Han Yuanyang hastily wiped her tears and turned her head away, whispering, "Does my husband find me lacking in service, wishing to cast me aside?" Yang Ling, seeing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy and pain. He quickly replied, "Yuanyang, where do you derive such thoughts? You have endured hardships alongside me without complaint. How could I ever consider such a thing?" Han Yuanyang opened her palm and spoke softly, "Husband, if it were not so, how would this pearl have come to be? Please do not deceive me further." Upon seeing the pearl, Yang Ling was struck with sudden clarity. He chuckled and embraced Han Yuanyang's frail shoulder once more, but she stubbornly pulled away. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she was no match for him if she truly wished to resist. Yang Ling had always found her compliant and gentle, never once defying him, which made her current stubbornness all the more amusing. He shamelessly pulled her back into his embrace, and though she struggled momentarily, he held her tighter until she ceased her resistance, turning her head away in a huff. Holding the pearl, Yang Ling laughed. "Yuanyang, is this pearl not exquisite? The new year is approaching. Shall I find a craftsman to string it into a necklace for you?" Han Yuanyang turned in surprise, exclaiming, "Is this pearl truly for me?" Yang Ling blinked innocently, pretending to be surprised. "Who else would it be for, if not you? Have you ever seen a man wear a necklace?" Han Yuanyang's face flushed, but recalling the purse, she could not help but stammer. But what of the purse? Does my husband not have another woman outside?" A jolt of anxiety coursed through Yang Ling as he remembered Ma Lian Er's charming face. Though their relationship had not crossed any boundaries, there was a mutual affection between them, and he could not deny his fondness for the beautiful girl. Feeling slightly anxious, he retrieved his robe from the bed, rummaged through its folds, and produced 2 silver ingots. He explained, "Ah, you mean this? I was merely tipsy and fatigued. And I forgot to mention that today I was invited by magistrate men for a drink as a token of gratitude for assisting Ma Yicheng with his case. He gifted me 40 taels of silver for my help, and the purse and pearl were special gifts from Miss Ma when she visited our home. Please do not misunderstand." Han Yuanyang had never seen such large ingots of silver before. 40 taels of the finest silver was an astronomical sum. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! My husband merely helped him with a matter and received such a generous reward? The silver was cool and heavy in her hands, and Han Yuanyang felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his teasing. With her heart now significantly eased, she resolved to seize the opportunity while her husband was inebriated. knowing he might not remember their conversation the following day. There were matters she wished to clarify once and for all to alleviate her restless heart. Determined, she set the silver down, raised her sleeve to conceal her face, and bashfully said, "I have a question to ask my husband. Please do not mock me." Yangling, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "Very well. Today, as the esteemed lady of the house, please feel free to inquire. I shall answer truthfully." Chapter 16. The lies of love. Han Yunyang felt a laugh bubbling within her, but was deterred by the shame of her question. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered softly, "My husband, it has been nearly a year since I married into the Yang family. Originally, you were ill, and I had no words to express. But now I must ask, why have you not yet consummated our marriage?" Yangling's heart raced. The moment had finally arrived. She had asked the question. Would she suspect that there was something wrong with his body? Sighing, he thought to himself, this girl is still quite young, although he felt some attraction towards her. As a modern man, he could never bring himself to violate the innocence of her youthful body. Besides, he vaguely recalled that in his previous lives, he had often met an untimely death, with none of his reincarnations lasting more than 2 months. This time, it seemed he had already been here for about a month. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of melancholy. Though his past lives had been far more prosperous, he had grown fond of this simple and leisurely existence and had developed a fondness for this young girl. However, he could not allow himself to harm her. Preserving her purity, even if she was technically married, would allow her greater fortune should she remarry in the future. Furthermore, if he did develop deeper feelings for her and then face death, would he truly be able to depart without sorrow? With a gentle sigh, he wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned in close, whispering the excuse he had prepared. "Yunyang, I have never mentioned this to anyone, and I implore you not to speak of it to anyone else." Han Yunyang, feeling his warm embrace, placed her palm against her abdomen, trembling with anticipation. His warm breath against her ear sent shivers down her spine, and she replied, "My husband may speak freely. I promise I will never reveal it to anyone." Yangling nodded and suddenly asked, "Yunyang, where do you think people go after they die?" He continued, "Indeed, Yunyang. Last time the doctor claimed I had died and was placed in a coffin for a day, only to suddenly awaken. I was actually in a stupor, as my soul had been taken by the ox head and horse face." So it turns out that those who do good deeds in life can ascend to the underworld after death? Han Yunyang exclaimed in astonishment, her initial fear of her husband's death dissipating as her curiosity took hold. Yangling silently chuckled to himself, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, my esteemed teacher, upon seeing me, invited me for tea and wine, claiming he would send me to be reborn into a wealthy family. At that moment, I sensed you were being pressured by your husband's family in the underworld, which incited my anger. My teacher, recognizing my distress, used his powers to extend my life and return me to the mortal realm, but stipulated that I must not engage with women for 2 years, lest the magic fail." The nonsensical assertions were wholeheartedly believed by Han Yunyang, who felt a pang of guilt as she reflected on her husband as noble intentions to be reborn into a good family to enjoy a life of comfort. Yet he sacrificed this for her sake. Yangling, in an effort to enhance the credibility of his claims, let out a deep sigh, lamenting that this was a celestial secret, not meant for mortal ears, but he could not bear to see her in distress. He confessed that sharing this knowledge would inevitably shorten his own lifespan by 3 years. After weaving an elaborate web of lies, he felt an overwhelming regret, wishing to slap himself for his foolishness. He mused, how could he deceive her under the pretense of concern? It seemed he was only ensuring her emotional dependence on him. Yet, witnessing her deep affection and sorrow for him filled his heart with an inexplicable joy. Was he truly this shallow and selfish? He secretly wished for the lovely girl to be solely devoted to him, inadvertently cultivating her gratitude towards him through his fabrications, which he recognized as utterly shameless. As Han Yunyang gently covered his mouth, her tear-filled eyes sparkled with beauty. She shook her head slightly and whispered, "My lord, please do not speak such words. They make me anxious." Yangling sighed. "Very well. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. Let's not dwell on this. But do remember, no matter the circumstances, do not suffer for my sake. Your happiness is paramount, for only then can I find peace, regardless of life or death." Unbeknownst to him, she harbored her own thoughts, believing that death was merely a transition to a better existence. and her well-being would accumulate virtue for him. He felt a weight lifting from his heart, oblivious to the fact that he had already been categorized by the underworld as persona non grata. Death was not so easily attained. As he tenderly patted her back, the charming and gentle girl left a deeper impression on him. He sensed a budding affection between them, akin to familial love, yet laced with romantic undertones. In the stillness of the night, the warmth of the heated bed, and the gentle intoxication from the wine, a soft and delicate maiden nestled in his embrace. He quickly cleared his throat and playfully pushed her away, affectionately saying, "Silly girl, do not let your mind wander. Cool me. Secure the silver and let us eat." "No." Han Yunyang rose, shyly smiling as she tucked the silver into her bosom. "This bead is so beautiful. I cannot bear to part with it. It would be a pity to pierce it." Yang Ling, captivated by her bashful demeanor, could not resist giving her a playful slap on her backside, laughing, "Silly girl, what use is beauty if it is not utilized? Hiding it serves no purpose." To his surprise, beneath the softness of her skirt, he found her form surprisingly firm and well-proportioned. Upon receiving his playful slap, Han Yunyan gasped, her hair disheveled in the dim light, her flirtatious gaze revealing a youthful allure that was utterly enchanting. Fearing her own impulsive reactions, she hurriedly turned and threw herself onto the bed, pulling the quilt over herself, saying, "All right, go eat, then sleep." Though Han Yunyan had never engaged in overly passionate displays with her husband, this sudden intimacy brought her immense joy, making her feel that her past sacrifices were worthwhile, and all hardships were bearable. The dynamics of their affection were intriguing. However, she recalled that her husband had refrained from female company for 2 years, leaving her in a state of mixed relief and melancholy. Once her embarrassment subsided, she lit a lamp and stealthily stashed the silver in a hidden compartment of her clothing before quietly slipping out. Chapter 17. The Frog Theory. As Yang Ling entered the document signing room and beheld the pile of paperwork, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although still experiencing a headache, he no longer felt an overwhelming urgency. Following the pattern of his reincarnation, he anticipated a mysterious demise within 2 months. He had already spent a month in this new world. The notable distinction this time was that it marked one of the most financially destitute lives he had experienced. The first sight upon awakening was that of a weeping girl, invoking his compassion. Thus, as he traversed from the modern era to the ancient one, he aspired only to leave Han Yunyan with a modest sum for her survival during his limited lifespan. Devoid of grand ambitions or dreams of winning the affections of beautiful women, 2 months was too brief a time for such pursuits. Now, with an unexpected 40 taels of silver, a considerable fortune for a farming household in this locale, he felt assured that should he depart this world, he would do so without regrets. Consequently, the sight of the thick stack of documents no longer filled him with dread. With a calm and unhurried mind, he approached the tasks with clarity. After sipping 2 cups of tea, he reviewed several documents, setting aside those requiring the personal attention of the esteemed Lord Min. As he picked up another, he discovered an aged notice that appeared to have been penned long ago, raising his curiosity. The document was filled with corrections, indicating it had not been hastily drafted. The exquisite small script was a testament to artistry, one he admired but could not replicate. Upon unfolding the notice and reading its content, he noted, "The most pressing and detrimental issue of today is the recent interference with the records. The ministers are derelict in their duties. The rewards are excessively granted. The burdens of labor are overwhelming. Offerings are insatiable, and the exiled have yet to return. The change brought by heaven is largely due to this. The establishment of inner servants was originally regulated, yet now one overseer commands over 10 individuals. And for a single matter, 6 or 7 are involved. Some are dispatched to the provinces, enjoying the king's bounty, while others oversee the borders, wielding the authority of great generals. They engage in corrupt practices, extracting wealth unlawfully, while those who commit murder escape punishment, and the list goes on." Yang Ling was taken aback, realizing the document was discussing national policy. How could such a notice find its way into the correspondence of a county magistrate? Engrossed in his reading, he was interrupted by laughter from a nearby figure. "Yang Xiao, are you still handling paperwork?" As he looked up, he saw a middle-aged man with a slight beard, clad in the attire of a minor official, the county deputy Huang Qin, who had long served in this region. Yang Ling quickly stood and bowed. "Ah, it is you, County Deputy Huang. I apologize for my oversight. Huang Qin waved his hand dismissively, taking a seat beside him. He chuckled as he picked up the notice, glancing at it. Li Ji and Deng Chongyan. Ah, these were notable ministers during the Xianzong era. It appears this draft was penned by some esteemed official. Where did you acquire it, young Master Yang? Young Ling, having recognized the document as a draft from nearly 20 years ago during the Xianzong era, and observing the sudden appearance of Huang Qin, who had not been seen for years, began to piece together the circumstances. He noticed the depth of Huang's gaze, which seemed to hold a mix of inquiry and urgency, reminiscent of a child seeking praise from a teacher. With years of experience in the insurance field, Yang Ling had encountered a myriad of personalities and was adept at discerning the thoughts of others. Noticing the unintentional meaning in Huang's expression, a bold idea sparked in his mind. This draft from 2 decades prior, combined with the previously unseen Huang Qin, suggesting that the content of the notice, which criticized the influential ministers of that time, might indeed have been authored by him. Perhaps this was the reason for his fall from grace, leading to his current position as a humble minor official. As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Ling pondered over his intentions while feigning modesty, saying, "I am ashamed, for I am not well versed in the detailed deeds of these esteemed court officials from the reign of Emperor Xianzong, and thus cannot offer an opinion." Huang Qin shook his head and replied, "Ah, these are all old tales. Today, I merely wish to engage in casual conversation with you. What you utter will enter my ears and cannot be considered a debate. Please, just comment on the contents of this memorial." Yang Ling's mind raced as he speculated. If my conjecture is correct, this disheartened elder must have fallen out of favor with the emperor due to this memorial, leading to his repeated demotions. Perhaps he has come to assess whether I am worthy of his assistance. Resolving that he likely had few days left to live, he boldly decided to express his thoughts, knowing that to seek his aid would require some flattery. Yet, without a unique perspective of his own, he feared being looked down upon. As he weighed his options, he carefully reviewed the memorial's contents and said, "If that is the case, then I shall speak boldly. Should I err, I hope you, Huang County Magistrate, will not mock me." Huang Qin, with a forced smile, responded, "No trouble at all. We are colleagues, so please speak freely without reservation." Upon hearing Yang Ling's critique of the bureaucracy as bloated and inefficient, Huang Qin was momentarily taken aback, clapping his hands in approval. "Brilliant. Astute. This phrase encapsulates the issue perfectly. Young Master Yang, you truly possess remarkable insight, but what do you mean?" Yang Ling was momentarily stunned, then realized the term did not exist in this dynasty, which explained Huang's astonishment. He thought to himself, is he blushing from finding a kindred spirit? Yang Ling chuckled inwardly and continued, "However, this esteemed gentleman appears to be overly influenced by academic views." Huang Qin's expression darkened, and he retorted, "On what basis do you say that?" Noticing his reaction, Yang Ling felt more assured and responded with a mix of flattery and critique. "This gentleman is undoubtedly principled and valiant, disregarding personal gain to rectify chaos and restore order, as can be gleaned from the text. Yet, his fervor seems to oversimplify the complexities of the situation." He gestured towards the documents before him, saying, "For instance, if I am suddenly tasked with managing finances, taxes, and legal matters all at once, I would be overwhelmed. Not only does it take considerable time to familiarize oneself with the processes, but without the guidance of experienced predecessors, I would inevitably encounter numerous pitfalls. At the very least, I would be immobilized here, while the specific tasks would need to be delegated to others. How can we ensure that these individuals will remain diligent in their duties?" Huang Qin's expression soured significantly, yet he remained silent, retrieving a smoking pipe from his sleeve and anxiously preparing it, clearly agitated. This suggestion was tantamount to opposing the entire bureaucratic body. If official positions dwindled, how could scholars rise to prominence? Furthermore, the scholars themselves would be alienated, along with their affluent landowning allies. This would surely provoke fierce opposition, potentially destabilizing the nation. Even if the emperor were to adopt such a proposal, he would likely retract it due to the overwhelming challenges and the persistent objections from countless officials. Though well-intentioned for the nation and its people, such actions, if mismanaged and rushed, could harm both. Reflecting on his own youthful fervor, Huang Qin recalled how he had proposed reforms to the emperor in a fit of passion, leading to the dismissal of numerous officials and the demotion of the national teacher, with over 500 bureaucrats cut from service. Yet, within a mere month, he found himself exiled from the capital, while those dismissed Li Zhisheng and Deng Chang'an, were reinstated. He faced relentless ostracism, resulting in multiple demotions over 5 years. From a respected censor to a mere county magistrate. With the ascension of a new emperor, he had hoped that Li Zhisheng and others would be held accountable, anticipating a resurgence of his own fortunes. Instead, he discovered that many officials, previously targeted by Li and Deng's faction, were reinstated, leaving him seemingly forgotten. Despite his self-righteousness in serving the nation, he had unwittingly antagonized every official in the process. Yangling sighed. To effect change is not impossible. It merely requires time and effort. Policies must not only be unified but also coherent, avoiding inconsistency born from personal biases. The implementation should flow from the top down, starting from the capital, and should initially involve the elimination of trivial departments and officials. The momentum should be modest rather than grandiose, and actions should be gradual rather than hasty. Only through such measured approaches can we hope to see stable results within 3 to 5 decades. By then, we must also establish a legal framework for the roles of officials, ensuring permanence. Though it may take considerable time, this is the only feasible method, promising benefits to future generations, even if it does not reflect the efforts of a single individual. Yangling then invoked his frog theory. Have you heard the fable of the frog placed in a pot of water, which is gradually heated? The frog does not realize the danger due to the slow increase in temperature and fails to jump out until it is too late. Whether the frog jumps out or not, I cannot say. However, I find it a vivid metaphor for the implementation of national policies. Any drastic changes must be approached with caution, progressing slowly until results are evident. By that time, even if dissenters arise, the momentum will render them powerless. Huang Qin was momentarily speechless. Then, with a hoarse chuckle, he rose and bowed deeply, stating, "Hearing your words is more enlightening than 10 years of study. I have learned much from you." He turned to leave, his posture appearing to age him by 20 years, as he trudged away. Yangling hastily stood, taking a couple of steps to block his path, and graciously bowed, saying, "Elder Huang, I am merely engaging in idle speculation, lacking the practical experience to warrant such praise. Truly, I am the one in need of your guidance." At this moment, addressing him as Elder Huang rather than by title signified a genuine humility on Yangling's part. Huang Qin's expression fluctuated, contemplating Yangling for a long moment as Yangling remained respectful, hands clasped in greeting and bowing deeply. After such lengthy discourse, he had hoped to seek a knowledgeable individual-esque guidance for himself. How could he allow Huang to depart so easily? Chapter 18. New Year's Eve blaze in a prosperous county. A magistrate could levy taxes up to 80 without adversely affecting the lives of the common folk, who would even commend him as a just ruler and present him with umbrellas for the populace. However, should fortune turn and he be assigned to a destitute county, his efforts to extract 30 in taxes would earn him the contempt of the locals, branding him as a corrupt official, a tyrant, and a bloodsucker draining the land. Moreover, the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, was remarkably astute in calculating official salaries, providing just enough silver for them to sustain their families. Any additional expenses for hospitality, servants, porters, and clerks had to come from the officials' own pockets. Consequently, a portion of the taxes collected would invariably be siphoned into their private coffers. This corruption was not limited to the magistrates. Village leaders and other local heads behaved similarly, resulting in a scenario where from 100 collected in taxes, only 80 would reach the national treasury. In times of inadequate tax revenue, local officials would resort to various stratagems. Counties with land exceeding the records held by the Ministry of Personnel would report inflated numbers, while those with inherent deficiencies would brazenly request tax reductions under the guise of natural disasters, thereby fulfilling their tax obligations while earning a reputation for benevolence. Although the post station of Zhengde had a significant number of tax delinquents, new agricultural activities had emerged in recent years, and the Ministry of Revenue still operated on outdated land records from the early days of the dynasty. As a result, the actual collections were minimal, and any shortfall could easily be compensated by surplus commercial taxes. Additionally, the recent incursions by the Tatars could be exaggerated to justify further reductions in taxes. And due to Zhengde's unique status, its military significance outweighed its tax contributions, leading the Ministry of Personnel to overlook its perennial tax deficits. The beleaguered Yangling found renewed clarity through the guidance of Huang Qin. The paltry 30 in tax grain that had been collected could, under the deft hand of the county magistrate, be reduced to merely half. Yang Ling was taken aback by this revelation. With Huang Qin's mentorship, he quickly adapted to managing various administrative affairs, becoming the true architect of governance in Min County, albeit his authority stemmed entirely from the magistrate. He was merely the spokesperson for the magistrate's will. Without the magistrate's support, his commands would hold little weight. With the backing of Magistrate Min and the vigorous assistance of Deputy Huang, Yang Ling successfully organized the small yet complete county, earning the recognition of its inhabitants, commoners, soldiers, and couriers alike, who soon realized that the actual orchestrator behind the county's operations was an 18-year-old youth named Yang Ling, hidden behind the esteemed figure of Min. Han Yunyang had ceased her work at the tailor's shop, not out of desire, but because the proprietor no longer dared to employ her, knowing her husband's status. In truth, it was merely a matter of her lacking the official title of magistrate. By that time, large cities in Jiangsu and Zhejiang had begun to establish textile factories employing hundreds, predominantly male laborers, making it rare for women to work in small locales. Although Yang Ling was reluctant to confine a mere 15-year-old girl to the mundane life of a housewife, he had little choice but to conform to societal norms and restrict her public presence. Consequently, Han Yunyang found herself languishing at home, occupied solely with cooking and devoid of any other activities in an era devoid of television or other forms of entertainment. While many married women lived similarly, Yang Ling, with a modern perspective, perceived her existence as akin to imprisonment within her own home. Moved by her plight and overwhelmed with his own duties, he procured a set of men's clothing for her and invited her to assist him in the office with document transcription. Fortunately, Han Yunyang was not like typical young women. Her father had once been a head of a security agency, and though they had experienced a downfall after losing a significant escort, her childhood had been relatively privileged, including formal education. With meaningful work to engage in and the joy of companionship with her husband, Han Yunyang felt a surge of happiness. Yang Ling maintained a clear distinction between his public and private roles. Although everyone knew she was his wife, he merely introduced her as a helping hand. Thus, she received a salary, but he would personally handle the disbursement, ensuring that any funds he retained for himself would go unreported, as they would otherwise be claimed by others. As Yang Ling was personally employed by the magistrate and held no official rank, his monthly stipend amounted to merely 3 shi, equivalent to 6 taels of silver, which the magistrate personally financed. The magistrate's salary of 3 taels and 7 qian sufficed for his family's sustenance. Yet when it came to paying his clerks and servants, if he did not intercept some tax revenue, his own family would suffer. In the bureaucratic realm, such necessary appropriations were referred to as fire expenditures. To Yang Ling, this represented the age-old adage that where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. He had once read in a novel that during the Ming Dynasty, an official was punished with severe corporal punishment for embezzling 60 taels, yet corruption persisted unabated, with officials willingly facing execution. At the time, he had found it incomprehensible, but now, having experienced the reality himself, he recognized that while corrupt officials did exist, even honest officials required some necessary allowances. Fortunately, over the years, a tacit understanding had developed among Ming officials regarding which actions constituted corruption and which were deemed necessary courtesies, forming a system outside the formal regulations that all officials adhered to voluntarily. With Huang's guidance, Yang Ling felt a sense of reassurance. Tomorrow marked the first day of the Lunar New Year, and perhaps due to his mood, despite the damp and chilly weather, walking through the streets felt less cold than usual. The sounds of firecrackers echoed from near and far. With the county office closed for the holiday, Yang Ling worked late into the night, completing the documents before exiting the county office with Han Yunyang. Every household had hung red lanterns at their doors. Even those who typically refrained from such extravagance had early on adorned their homes with lanterns and lit candles. According to custom, women were not to walk ahead of their husbands or walk alongside them, so Han Yunyang dutifully took a step back. Yang Ling observed the deepening night, and, confident that their appearance would not draw undue attention, especially with Han Yunyang disguised in men's attire, he deliberately slowed his pace and, catching her off guard, grasped her hand. Han Yunyang was taken aback, her face flushing crimson. She struggled to free herself, but could not, and in a low voice scolded, "Husband, you." Yang Ling, a nostalgic soul, had discovered a restaurant he found satisfactory and had grown lazy in seeking alternatives, preferring to return there when he desired a change in palate. Although Han Yunyang felt a twinge of anxiety, she knew her husband was generally easygoing, and with the darkness concealing her features, she allowed him to hold her hand. Following him obediently, as they stepped out of the restaurant, the night had deepened further, the starry sky above twinkling brightly, and delicate snowflakes began to drift down, refreshing Yang Ling's slightly flushed face from the warmth of the drink. With a renewed spirit, he entwined his arm with Han Yunyang's and strolled leisurely through the town. Though they exchanged no words, the simple act of holding hands conveyed a profound and stirring connection. Atop the city wall, Yang Ling scooped up a handful of snow and formed it into a snowball, launching it with all his might into the vast darkness beyond the city. However, his body, unaccustomed to such exertion, protested with a twinge of discomfort, and the icy ground beneath him threatened to send him tumbling. Alarmed, Han Yunyang rushed forward, steadying him with a hand beneath his ribs, half amused and half exasperated as she chided. "Husband, look at you, behaving like a child. Be careful not to fall." Han Yunyang pouted her lips, standing upright with a hint of defiance. As Yang Ling gazed upon her youthful face and those gentle eyes, his heart fluttered unexpectedly. At that moment, he realized how close he had grown to her, accustomed to her silent care and the tender gestures they shared. The thought of his own demise weighed heavily on him. Would it not cause her profound sorrow? Yet, if he were to treat her with indifference now, how could he withstand the onslaught of her tears? The words he wished to express about her taking care of him after his passing felt too abrupt to utter. He stared blankly at Han Yunyang, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Han Yunyang's cheeks flushed, her heart racing under the watchful gaze of Yang Ling, who still bore a faint scent of wine. She misinterpreted his intentions, feeling a mix of fear and joy, her body trembling with confusion. Just then, Yang Ling noticed a flicker of flame erupting from Han Yunyang's bright, dark eyes. She widened her gaze in shock, staring blankly into the distance. Looking to the west, Yang Ling saw the beacon tower on the city wall ignite with a roaring blaze, its flames fierce, followed by another fire lighting up further along the mountain ridges. Transmitting the signal onward, Yang Ling's mouth fell open, and he suddenly turned to Han Yunyang, their eyes exchanging a singular message. The enemies were approaching. Chapter 19. The mad county magistrate Han Yunyang had never witnessed the beacon fires before, yet she had heard countless tales about them and understood their significance. The savagery and brutality of the enemies were akin to how modern people perceived the Japanese invaders, a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Yang Ling, however, felt more astonished than alarmed. Influenced by numerous films from later generations, he had imagined the so-called enemies as rugged Mongolian warriors, hospitable and boisterous, perhaps valiant in battle, but certainly not devoid of humanity like the soldiers he had envisioned. Nonetheless, given that they belonged to opposing dynasties, he did not naively believe that if the enemies were to breach the city, they would show mercy. He quickly grasped Han Yunyang's hand and rushed towards the county office. At that moment, the city gates were tightly shut, and the residents had already poured out of their homes in response to the beacon fires. The Tatar prince, Wang Yangming, had launched attacks before, but they rarely dared to assault fortified passes like Jiming directly, lacking the capability to carry siege equipment for such formidable strongholds. They would not risk significant casualties for mere plunder. However, small-scale skirmishes typically did not warrant beacon signals, making tonight's situation appear particularly alarming, suggesting that the passes were under direct threat, which could not help but incite panic among the populace. Though Magistrate Min had governed in a rather muddled manner, he was a military man at heart. Upon hearing the news of the enemy's arrival, he rushed out from the back room, barely dressed. The local garrison comprised only 260 soldiers, led by 2 captains. According to Ming Dynasty regulations, in times of war, the highest local official bore full responsibility for military actions, leaving military officers without independent command. Thus, Magistrate Min now found himself as the commander of the defensive operations. Yang Ling watched in astonishment. To be honest, he had been handling the magistrate's affairs daily, observing him as little more than a puppet. Though he appreciated Magistrate Min's recognition of his talents, he secretly held him in disdain. Yet, to his surprise, the magistrate was managing the war situation with remarkable composure. After fervently assigning tasks, Magistrate Min exhaled a sigh of relief, straightened his attire, and shouted, "Where's my armor and sword? Bring them quickly." Turning to glance at Yang Ling and Han Yingyang behind him, he chuckled. It seems this new year won't be a joyous one. These Tatars have come to plunder just before the eve. Surely many livestock have perished in the winter snows, and they won't leave without amassing their share. At that moment, two servants appeared, one carrying a chainmail shirt and the other shouldering a large sword. As this was a third-tier county with limited resources, Magistrate Min had not brought along his family, relying on these few servants for assistance. Without hesitation, he began to change into his battle attire in the Great Hall, prompting Han Yungyang to retreat to a side room to avoid suspicion. Once clad in chainmail and a magistrate's robe, he seized a large sword from the servant's hands. Weighing over 40 pounds, he wielded it with ease, spinning it expertly before slamming it onto the floor, sending fragments of blue bricks flying. Yang Ling was taken aback. While he knew Magistrate Min was a martial officer, he had never expected him to handle such heavy weaponry. Dressed as a county magistrate, Magistrate Min strode with an air of authority, his hat swaying as he bore the sharp sword. Unfazed by his absurd appearance, he boomed, "Let us go." To the city walls, a throng of officials gathered in the courtyard, responding in a cacophony as they surged forward. As Yang Ling stepped out of the county office, the four red lanterns at the entrance swayed gently in the snow-laden winds. The snowfall had intensified, enveloping the world in a white haze. Magistrate Min led a group of armed men toward the city walls, while townsfolk scurried about like ants on a hot pan, too panicked to heed their surroundings. At the southern city gate, Captain Jiangbin stood atop the wall, peering down. Upon seeing the magistrate arrive in person, he hurried over, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists in salute. "I, Jiangbin, pay my respects to Lord Min." Magistrate Min waved his hand. "No need for formalities, Captain Jiang." "Are the Tatars approaching?" Jiangbin smiled and replied, "My lord, the light does not reach the ground well, so it is hard to see clearly. However, judging by the number of torches, there are at least 100 of them. But rest assured, with me here, they will not breach our defenses." Yang Ling scrutinized Captain Jiang. He was strikingly handsome, appearing to be just over 20, with a robust build and a fierce demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of the Tatar soldiers. Yang Ling couldn't help but nod inwardly. Previously, he had thought Ming's soldiers to be terribly cowardly. Otherwise, the Ming Emperor would not have suffered such a defeat against the 10,000 troops of the Walla. He had expected the officials to turn pale at the mention of the Tatars. Yet here was a county magistrate and a defending captain, both displaying commendable bravery. Lord Min laughed heartily. "Let's go, let us see." The group climbed the city walls, leaning against the battlements as they gazed down. The scene below was shrouded in darkness, with about 100 torches flickering about, accompanied by strange calls echoing from below. In the middle of the main road outside the city, about 20 torches gathered, illuminating several figures who shouted something toward the city. With a cold smirk, Lord Min remarked, "Do they truly believe they can seize Jiming Yi with just a mere 100 men? 2.5 li away. Wu Li Tai and the patrol post were the closest strongholds to Jiming Yi. However, any further attack on Jiong Pass would require breaching Jiming Yi first." Understanding that the Tatars aimed to attack Wu Li Tai, Lord Min realized they viewed the Ming as their winter pantry, coming to plunder supplies. Thus, the Tatars below likely sought to block the city gates to prevent reinforcements from being dispatched. Having not wielded weapons for over 2 years, Min Wenjian felt restless. Upon seeing the Tatars galloping and shouting beneath the walls, he was filled with exhilaration. He turned to Captain Jiang, saying, "Prepare a warhorse for me and assemble 40 men to assist me in driving back the Tatars." Jiang Banzong had long desired to venture out of the city for battle. However, he refrained from taking action without the command of the superior. Upon receiving the orders, he could hardly contain his excitement and promptly instructed his subordinates, "Bring forth 2 war horses and prepare the archers atop the walls. Lu and Li, lead your squads to accompany the master and me in battle." Yang Ling was quite astonished that they dared to emerge from the city with only 40 men. Beside him, Wang Banta, a former personal guard of Min Daran during his military service, chuckled at Yang Ling's astonishment, saying, "I presume you have not witnessed Min Daran's martial prowess. He was originally a Qianzong under the command of Du Daran, the general of Datong, known for his exceptional skills. When he eliminated the bandits, he led merely a squad and sent over 100 bandits from Yodo Mountain fleeing in terror. This time, he will surely achieve a resounding victory. However, The thought of 2 cavalrymen and 40 junior officers confronting the mounted Tatar cavalry stirred unease in Yangling's heart. Yet, recalling how effortlessly Min, county magistrate, wielded a hefty broadsword weighing 40 jin, he reasoned that the sword, when swung, would feel even heavier, and thus he reassured himself that Min Daren's martial skills were undoubtedly formidable. Even if he faced defeat, it was unlikely he would encounter significant danger, which eased his worries somewhat. The city gates creaked open, revealing a lack of moats or drawbridges in this small town. 20 archers atop the gate drew their bows, ready and waiting, while Min Daren and Jiang Banzong, leading their 40 soldiers, charged out of the city. Among the 40 junior officers, 20 were sword and shield bearers, and 20 wielded long spears, forming a V-shaped formation as they advanced. Jiang Bin reined in his warhorse, poised to shout a challenge to the Tatar warriors just a bowshot away. But suddenly, Min Daren, with one hand on the reins, brandished his sword and, with a thunderous cry, exclaimed, "The bandit chief has trespassed upon our borders. Come forth and meet your doom. Charge!" With that, he raised his sword high overhead, spurred his horse, and galloped directly toward the dozen or so Tartars clad in animal skins, bows and arrows slung across their backs. Jiang Bin vetchet in Ava. Realizing that this Min Daren was indeed a Qianzong under the command of the notorious Du Fengzi, who was known for his reckless approach to battle, favoring chaos over strategy, he would lead his troops into a fray without regard for formation, wielding a 60-jin broadsword that few could withstand, embodying the phrase, "Kill anyone who stands in his way." Nevertheless, in warfare, a single individual's heroism could not dictate the outcome. Despite his bloodthirsty nature and the many Tartars he had personally slain, he often faced more defeats than victories, venting his frustrations by smashing helmets when defeated. Jiang Bin was alarmed at the thought of Min County Magistrate encountering any misfortune, as it would cost him dearly. Without further ado, he shouted, "Follow the magistrate and kill." Jiang Bin, possessing exceptional strength and horsemanship, wielded 2 3-foot-long sabers, relying solely on his legs to guide his horse as he pursued Min Wenjian. The 40 junior officers, seeing this, helplessly followed in a frenzied chase. The night was dark, the path slippery, and the snow thick, causing their formation to dissolve into a disorganized mob. The county magistrate, riding a fine steed, swiftly closed the distance, loosening the reins and raising his sword with both hands as he charged towards a young man clad in a tiger skin robe who was surrounded by others. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, the magistrate, though not well versed in letters, recognized the importance of this tactic. Under the glow of torches, the youth, adorned in a tiger skin mantle, bore a bow on his shoulder and a long spear resting on the saddle. His mission was to harass the garrison within the city, intimidating them to prevent any rescue for the soldiers stationed at the nearby post. This task was rather straightforward. Upon arriving at the city gates, he ordered his men to each hold 2 torches, galloping about the open ground to create an air of intimidation while he stood and shouted insults, confident that the guards would not dare to emerge and engage in battle against such a display. At this moment, heavy snowflakes fell from the sky. Min, county magistrate, mounted on a black horse and clad in a blue official robe, blended seamlessly into the night. Despite the speed of his mount, the surrounding Tartar cavalry continued to gallop without care until Min County Magistrate closed in, raising his sword and plunging into the fray. Only under the illumination of several torches did the Tartars realize he was an official of the Ming Dynasty. As one side was caught unprepared and the other charged forward, the young man in the tiger skin robe finally widened his eyes in shock, recognizing the approaching figure clad in the Ming official-s attire. The emblem of a yellow bird with wings spread, clearly visible on his robe. The magistrate wore a black cap with large flaps that swayed as he rode, his dark face accentuated by a bushy beard, and his hands raised in an unusual manner above his head. The horse galloped like the wind, and in that fleeting moment, the Tartars had no time to react before the magistrate's bizarrely positioned hands descended upon the young man in the tiger robe, the torches casting a bright light in the air as they realized the official wielded a gleaming broadsword. The heavy broadsword, propelled by the momentum of the galloping horse, created a gust of wind that sent snow swirling in all directions. The youth, unable to evade, grasped his spear tightly, barely lifting it from the saddle before the blade struck down. Blood gushed forth, and his head rolled away, cleaved from his body as the sword sliced through his neck. leaving a gruesome sight behind as his lifeless form collapsed beneath the horse, with his blade whirling with ease in Min, county magistrate's hands. The firebrands held by the Tartars became prime targets. He swung the sword left and right, mercilessly cleaving through the ranks of enemies without a hint of hesitation. The Tartars, seasoned warriors, should have reacted swiftly. However, witnessing the death of their leader in such a shocking manner left them momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of confusion, Min county magistrate's sword claimed 5 more lives. With a collective shout, the remaining Tartars finally scattered, throwing their torches at Min county magistrate in a desperate attempt to escape. He deftly deflected the torches with his blade, consumed by excitement as he laughed heartily while pursuing them relentlessly. Ignoring all else, he chased after a shadow ahead and, with a fierce shout, swung his sword down, only to see the rider ahead suddenly rein in their horse, raising its front legs high with a resounding neigh. A loud clash echoed as Min, county magistrate, felt a jolt in his arms, exclaiming, "What tremendous strength!" The Tartar leader, unable to articulate his frustration, wielded a 3-pronged steel weapon that matched the weight of Min Wenjian's sword, if not exceeding it in strength. However, while Min Wenjian struck with a direct blow, the Tartar leader was caught off guard, and despite having greater strength, the impact left his hands numb. Although Min Wenjian's blade suffered a chip, the Tartar's weapon was bent. In an instant, the Tartar leader reacted, hurling the bent weapon toward Min Wenjian while urging his horse to gallop down the road. Min Wenjian swung his sword to deflect the thrown weapon, but, as he prepared to pursue, a horse burst forth from the side, with its rider aiming a spear. Fortunately, the still burning torches on the ground caught his attention, and he swiftly ducked, using his sword to knock the spear aside. Just then, a loud shout came from his right, and a long blade swung toward him. Min Wenjian found himself in a whirlwind of combat with 3 opponents. In the midst of the heavy snowfall, the dim light from a few remaining torches illuminated the scene, causing all 3 to remain cautious and unwilling to draw too close. The Tatar cavalry, both near and far, had discovered their leader under attack and rushed forward with shouts. Fortunately, the darkness was thick, and 2 Tatar commanders were entangled in combat with him, preventing the Tatars from utilizing their archery skills. Otherwise, despite the martial prowess of magistrate men, he would have likely been pierced by arrows. As they neared the city, they entered the range of the archers atop the walls. Upon seeing the Tatar riders brandishing torches charging at them, the archers immediately unleashed a flurry of arrows, driving them back. The Tatars, realizing the situation, dismounted and prepared their weapons, retrieving their bows and arrows for pursuit. However, the scene ahead was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their targets and limiting their archery proficiency. Even so, about 10 soldiers were struck by random arrows, with some sustaining lighter injuries, staggering and crawling as they rushed through the city gates. Just as magistrate men managed to slip through the gates, a Tatar officer, seizing the fleeting opportunity, released an arrow that whistled through the air. Though clad in chainmail that could withstand blades, the gaps between the links were no match for the arrowhead, which struck him in the shoulder blade. The force of the shot was formidable. The tightly woven chainmail had caught the arrowhead momentarily, yet it still penetrated. Had it not been for that brief obstruction, the arrow might have pierced his heart. Magistrate men quickly hunched down and galloped into the city, with Jiangnan following closely, brandishing his twin blades like a gust of wind. The remaining soldiers hurriedly entered, and the city gates thundered shut behind them. Yang Ling and the others descended from the battlements. Magistrate men dismounted, laughing heartily, exclaiming, "What a thrill! If only I had a cavalry unit, I would have cut down every last one of those Tatars." Noticing the feathered arrow embedded in his back, Yang Ling frowned in concern and called out, "Doctor, quickly fetch a doctor. The magistrate has been struck." Magistrate Min waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "This little injury is nothing to worry about." Yet, as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly felt dizzy, his knees buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Jiangbin was quick enough to support him. Shaking his head, Magistrate Min cursed, "Damn Tatar dogs, the arrows were poisoned." Upon uttering these words, he lost consciousness. Panic ensued among the gathered crowd, who hastily lifted him onto the battlements, laying him on a cot. Jiangbin seized a large oil lamp from the table, tearing open Magistrate Min's shirt, only to find the arrowhead lodged within the chainmail. Not daring to pull it out carelessly, he shouted, "Where's the doctor? Hurry, find the doctor." Someone nearby quickly rushed out to summon assistance, while several sergeants brought in other soldiers who had suffered arrow and blade wounds, settling them on the first floor. Before long, the physician arrived, carrying a medicine chest. He sawed off the shaft of the arrow from magistrate Min, removing his armor to reveal a swollen lump the size of an egg, dark and glistening, oozing foul blood. Jiang Bin, visibly anxious, asked, "How is the magistrate? Is he in danger?" The physician, with graying hair from a lifetime of tending to wounds in the military, remained calm as he drew a silver knife from his kit and sliced open the swollen area. Instantly, dark blood flowed forth, but Magistrate Min lay unresponsive. The physician used cotton to absorb the blood and sniffed it, sighing in relief. Fortunately, this is the poison from wolf's tooth grass, which is not highly toxic. The magistrate fainted due to the rapid spread of the poison from a battle. Once we drain the poisoned blood and administer some medication, he should recover in 3 to 5 days. Huang County Magistrate, with a stern expression, interjected, having heard of Magistrate Min's predicament from below. He coldly glanced over, asking, "What is the state of Magistrate Min?" Yang Ling quickly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Huang County Magistrate slammed his palm on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Fool! Imbecile! Utter madness!" Yang Ling paused, uncertain whether the ire was directed at him or Magistrate Min. Although Huang County Magistrate held a rank just below that of Magistrate Min, his seniority and experience was evident, yet such public reproach of a superior was highly inappropriate. Huang County Magistrate's forehead throbbed with anger. He was genuinely furious. His indifference to the county affairs was purely out of personal pique. Yet now, with the external threat of invasion, the lives of nearly 10,000 citizens hung in the balance, including his own family. How could he not be enraged? With his beard bristling, he gestured emphatically, scolding, "You should all be advising the magistrate instead of indulging his folly. Look at the chaos in the city. Even before the battle is decided, a large number of citizens are rioting at the North Gate. If it weren't for my timely arrival with Inspector Feng to disperse them, half the populace would have fled by now. There is no proper defense in place. Had the Tatars been better prepared, they could have easily taken the city. As a county official, one must oversee the situation. Having courage without strategy is mere bravado. This is utterly unreasonable." With Magistrate Min unconscious, the highest-ranking official present was Jiang Bin, a mere 7th-rank officer. However, the status of military officials was considerably lower than that of the county magistrate, creating a disparity in authority. Thus, even though dozens crowded the battlements, an oppressive silence fell as they allowed the usually reserved old official to vent his frustrations. Chapter 21. Simple love. While Huang County Magistrate raged, Yang Ling remained unfazed, thinking to himself that civil officials were timid. Should they merely allow the Tatars to disturb them while barricading themselves within the walls, it would only embolden the invaders. He feigned attentiveness, his eyes darting around the room. Noticing the scribe Wang and the clerk Lu standing stiffly, their hands clasped, while Jiang Bin appeared like a mischievous student caught being scolded, his gaze shifting nervously. Yang Ling's eyes fell upon the sentries at the entrance, and suddenly he recognized a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he saw Han Yunyang, having arrived unannounced. Standing against the wall, her bright, dark eyes fixed on him. Realizing she had been noticed, Han Yunyang instinctively stuck out her tongue and quietly pressed herself against the wall. Yang Ling felt an urgency. War could erupt at any moment, and as a mere girl of tender years, she was at risk of injury. He shot her a fierce glare and motioned toward the exit. Han Yunyang bit her lip and blinked rapidly, clearly aware of his gesture, yet feigning ignorance as her gaze drifted elsewhere. Yang Ling frowned, unwilling to relent. Han Yunyang's discomfort grew, her eyes wandering until they finally met his. He raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting downward in a threatening manner. Han Yunyang's cheeks flushed, recalling the sting of his earlier reprimand. It seemed she had learned to associate disobedience with punishment and understanding his intent. She felt a rush of embarrassment. As Huang County Magistrate continued his tirade, he suddenly noticed Yang Ling's distraction and paused, asking, "Yang Scribe, do you have something to say?" Startled, Yang Ling quickly replied, "Ah? No, nothing at all. I am merely here to listen attentively to your teachings." Huang County Magistrate nodded in satisfaction, only then realizing that amidst his lengthy reproach, he had failed to offer any constructive feedback. He licked his lips, preparing to organize his thoughts. Yang Ling cast another glance at Han Yunyang, noticing her lips pressed into a thin line and her enchanting eyes shaped like crescent moons. He couldn't help but feel a hint of despondency. I have truly indulged this young girl too much. She once regarded me with utmost obedience. Yet now she not only disregards my words, but seems to revel in my misfortune. Huang County Magistrate paced for a moment before addressing the assembly. Gentlemen, although the young prince has persistently harassed our borders in recent years, he has never attacked our military strongholds. With the flames of war ignited, we must prepare for a significant assault from Bo Yin Mengku. Tonight, we must remain vigilant, and once dawn breaks, we shall devise our strategies after assessing the enemy's situation. He raised his voice further. The enemy's presence is already felt, and the citizens within the city have become disordered. Feng Sunjian, you're to promptly lead your men in patrolling the city. Prohibit the populace from venturing into the streets. Anyone caught looting or spreading rumors that could disrupt our morale shall be executed on the spot. We must ensure that order prevails within the city. Feng Sunjian, taken aback, replied, My lord, without trial from the 3 divisions and without the emperor's decree, how can one kill indiscriminately? Huang County Magistrate scoffed. In times of war, local officials possess the authority to make decisive judgments without needing to report to the Ministry of Justice. Surely, you are aware of this? Feng Sunjian's face flushed, and he quickly clasped his hands in respect. Yes, I shall obey. He turned and hurried away with a group of subordinates. Huang County Magistrate continued. Hong Ban 2. You must swiftly head to the post house's warehouse and inform them to send rolling logs, stones, and lime to the 4 gates. Hong Ban 2 zet ponde ap fi mai si. Huang County Magistrate then addressed Lu Dianshi, Lu De Run. I would trouble you to withdraw a portion of the prison guards and notify the heads of each street and lane to select able-bodied men to dig pits for trapping horses within the eastern, western, and southern city gates, planting stakes for defense. Should the situation escalate, these men could assist in the defense atop the walls. He then spoke to Wang Zhubu. Wang De Run. You shall remain at the county office to report on military matters and also be responsible for arranging the daily meals for the soldiers. Upon hearing Huang County Magistrate's arrangements, Yang Ling felt a sense of respect and understanding. He had witnessed Lord Min's bravery and found his own fervor ignited. He believed that a grand battle against the Tatars would affirm his manhood. Now, as he calmed down and listened to Huang County Magistrate's plans, he realized that regardless of whether they were on the offensive or defensive, a stable rear was paramount. If the citizens were allowed to gather in the streets, spreading rumors and disrupting the morale of the soldiers, fear would spread like a plague, leading to chaos that would be impossible to quell. Moreover, with only a little over 200 soldiers currently in the city, if preparations were not initiated immediately, it would be too late when the crisis arose. He had merely been following orders and planning, lacking the understanding of such matters, which could have jeopardized their efforts. As the civil officials departed, Jiang, the captain, noticed that only a group of soldiers remained. He scratched his nose and smiled. Huang De Run. The Tatars continued to harass outside the city. I shall take my men to patrol the walls. Farewell. Huang County Magistrate clasped his hands in acknowledgement, watching them leave with a long sigh. He then sat at the table and said to Yang Ling, Yang Xianzi, do you think that this old man is overly cautious and fearful in taking such drastic measures? Yang Ling stepped forward, pouring tea for him respectfully. Huang Lao. I am young and impetuous. Upon witnessing Lord Min's valor, I impulsively rushed to the battlements. However, reflecting on it, I realize that your arrangements are indeed prudent. Lord Min is the magistrate of this county and must consider the overall situation. If one only seeks temporary gratification, it could lead to dire consequences. I have failed in my duty to counsel, and I feel truly ashamed. Huang Qiyin smiled wryly. Do not be deceived by the small number of Tatars outside the walls. Their intent to directly assault our military stronghold is quite audacious. A true man should aspire to achieve greatness and defend his homeland. This is an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. Yang Ling caught sight of Han Yunyang stealthily making her way out of the building and quickly replied, Yes. There is no need for Huang Lao to instruct me further. It is my duty. You should take a rest, and I will go outside to assess the defenses. Huang Qiyin nodded in approval, and Yang Ling hurried out, only to see a petite figure swiftly retreating into the shadows of the building corner, causing him to chuckle softly. At this moment, the snow had yet to cease, and they stood at the highest point in the city. With the winds between the two peaks rushed in, fierce and laden with snow. Yangming strolled slowly to the corner tower, taking a deep breath, squinting his eyes to gaze at the sky, allowing the icy wind and snow to pummel his face in silence, as the sharp mountain winds caused his robe to flutter. Below the city, the Tatars had ceased their horse-riding harassment, and from a distance, 5 large bonfires flickered to life. Yangling s elides Dwichet. A mere 100 or so men could not possibly capture Jiming Post. They braved the wind and snow at the city's base. Could it be that a larger army was on the way? From a shadowed corner, a pair of luminous eyes watched Yangling. As the wind and snow lashed against her slender frame, Han Yunyang could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, tenderly tugging at his sleeve. Like a child who had erred, softly saying, "My lord." Han Yunyang exclaimed, "My lord, what are you saying? Regardless of what may occur, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. How could I abandon my husband to flee alone?" Yangling smiled faintly, feeling a blend of sorrow and reluctance. It was only at this moment that he realized that, despite the absence of grandiose love or romantic gestures, this obedient and charming girl had unknowingly taken residence deep within his heart. He cherished this girl, yet hesitated to accept her affections, sometimes unable to resist her closeness, while at other times deliberately maintaining distance. This conflict arose from his awareness of the fleeting nature of his own life, leading him to prefer preserving the status quo. To borrow a corpse for resurrection, to defy fate, was never an easy endeavor. The flames of war on the eve of the new year made him certain that his turbulent reincarnated life was about to commence anew. Mistakenly believing that his time was running out, he could not help but reveal his true feelings. However, Han Yunyang misinterpreted his intentions, thinking that her husband was resolved to face the city's fate alongside its citizens, and even if the city fell, he would not flee. Yet, she worried about being left alone and uncared for, causing her beloved man in her heart to transform into a revered hero. With tears brimming, she embraced Yangling, resting her head against his chest, saying, "My lord, you need not worry about anything. I am your woman, and wherever you go, I shall follow. If you are no longer here," she choked on her words, "then I shall follow you to the underworld, never to seek life alone." Yangling, alarmed, pushed her away, exclaiming, "Foolish girl, what do you understand? What use is it to accompany me in death? I only wish for you to live. How can you be so foolish?" The lanterns hanging from the corner tower illuminated Han Yunyang's tear-streaked face, and Yangling felt a pang in his heart, unable to utter another reprimand. Han Yunyang, her eyes glistening with tears, lifted her head, her youthful innocence earnest as she said, "I understand, my lord. I know you care for me and cherish me. But do you not realize that in this life, I am already one with you? If you are not here, what joy is there in life for me?" Yangling's heart quivered suddenly. Under the soft glow of the red lanterns, he realized that this petite and pure girl bore an allure of maturity that belied her youth. Is it not true that every beautiful woman possesses this blend of tender innocence and mature charm? Yunyang, Yunyang, Yangling sighed in heartfelt emotion, pulling her into his embrace once more, resting his forehead against her bangs. The red lanterns swayed in the corner tower, casting a mesmerizing light and shadow, creating a small world that belonged solely to them amidst the embrace of their hearts. The raging wind and swirling snow felt distant and remote, and the intimate atmosphere enveloped them in tranquility. In this world, Yangling thought, there could be no other woman who could move his heart as she did. Han Yunyang tightly embraced the man who loved and cared for her, satisfied, with laughter in her eyes. The falling snow quickly adorned the two lovers with a pure white mantle. Chapter 22. The Dawn Battle. Yangling awakened with a start at the sound of the stirring horn, due to the presence of Han Yunyang. It was inconvenient for Yangling to reside in the large communal quarters of the U building with Huang, county magistrate, and his companions. Thus, he took refuge in the Yuhuang pavilion nestled between the east and north city gates. Han Yunyang rubbed her eyes and awakened in surprise as Yangling leapt from his bed, exclaiming, "The Tatars are attacking the city. Stay here quietly. I will go to assess the situation." This defensive apparatus, while somewhat unwieldy and time-consuming, was supported by several archers stationed at both ends, sufficiently compensating for its flaws and proving to be quite lethal. He hurriedly approached the parapet, and just as he steadied himself, a sharp arrow whizzed past his cheek, striking the lintel of the Yuhuang temple with a thud, causing Yang Ling to break out in a cold sweat. Regaining his composure, Yang Ling peered cautiously from behind the parapet and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many foes. Crouching low, he dashed towards the south city gate, barely reaching the battlements when a tremendous roar erupted, shaking the ground and enveloping the area in smoke. Startled, he glanced down to see a massive crater where more than 10 individuals lay sprawled, and a horse with a shattered leg collapsed in a pool of blood, issuing pitiful cries. Yang Ling marveled silently at the formidable power of the artillery. Had explosive shells already existed in this era? He had previously believed that cannonballs were merely solid iron spheres. However, the smoke from the cannon was suffocating, and, as he approached, he found himself coughing violently. As the smoke began to clear, Huang County Magistrate emerged from behind the battlements, urgently beckoning Yang Ling, nephew, come quickly and be cautious of stray arrows. Yang Ling hastened to his side, where 3 large cannons were positioned, aimed at the ground below. Several gunners were busily loading ammunition, and the fuse of the leftmost cannon began to sizzle ominously. The gunners covered their ears and closed their eyes, and with a deafening boom, smoke enveloped the cannon's position, obscuring all visibility. As the Tartars scattered to evade the direct line of fire, the cannon, while impressive in its might, claimed only 1 life and injured a few. Reminiscent of using a cannon to swat a mosquito, Yang Ling shouted, "Master Huang, why have so many Tartars suddenly appeared? Where is General Jiang?" Huang County Magistrate pointed urgently to the side. "The Erleben post has fallen, and the Tartars have reinforced their numbers. General Jiang is currently overseeing the battle, but we have only over 100 soldiers on the walls, making it difficult to defend on all fronts. You must go to the post commander and summon more personnel to fortify the defenses." "Understood," Yang Ling replied, turning to rush down the city wall. Just then, Lu Jianshi led over 200 militia up the walls, directed by a sergeant to disperse across various points. These civilians, untrained in military tactics, were in a panic. Heedless of the enemy below, they grabbed stones to hurl down, infuriating the soldiers. They lacked basic self-preservation instincts. And one militia member who exposed himself was struck in the chest by an arrow. Han Yonyang, who had just arrived, managed to support him, but the other militiamen, witnessing this, were struck with fear and hesitated to show themselves, despite the soldiers' loud admonitions. At this moment, the streets were eerily quiet, with the common folk remaining indoors under the watchful eyes of the officers, fearful to venture out. As Yang Ling reached the intersection, he spotted the post commander leading a dozen couriers, hastily approaching with 3 horse-drawn carts. Yang Ling quickly called out, "Master Ma, the Tartars are dispersing in their assault, and our defending forces are insufficient. Magistrate Huang requests that you send all available couriers up to assist in the defense." Dismounting, the post commander replied, "Where can we find more personnel? Both the east and west gates are under heavy Tartar assault. They lack sufficient siege equipment and are attempting to scale the walls from various angles. My men have already been dispatched. This is all that remains. And I am bringing cannons to General Jiang." Upon hearing that there were cannons, Yang Ling felt a surge of hope. Yet recalling the earlier cannon's performance, his enthusiasm waned. He retorted, "Now that the Tartars are attacking from all sides, our defending soldiers are unable to cover all angles. I fear the cannons may not be of much use." The post commander directed 2 carts towards the east and west gates, continuing with 1 cart, explaining, "Nephew, you are mistaken. This is not a general's cannon. It is the divine machine grenade launcher and the Weiyuan stone cannon, both of which are highly effective for city defense." Yang Ling was bewildered, and, as the post commander noticed his confusion, he elaborated while they traversed the city walls. It turned out that the divine machine grenade launcher was akin to a modern hand grenade, crafted from cast iron and resembling a ripe pomegranate. The Weiyuan stone cannon was made from stone, filled with fire, and each stone projectile contained 100 small stones, resulting in devastating explosive power. The 10,000 enemy lychee cannon, the largest of all, was a clay jar filled with fire, rocks, and iron shrapnel, capable of scattering deadly shrapnel over hundreds of steps, inflicting significant casualties. Yang Ling was overjoyed, recalling how, in the film Burning of the Old Summer Palace, the Qing dynasty fought against the 8-nation alliance using sheer numbers and melee weapons. He had not anticipated the Ming Dynasty's advancements in weaponry with such devices. Even as a mere scholar, it would be effortless to defend a section of the wall. The arrival of these explosives indeed had a profound impact, as the Tatar cavalry, though fierce and fearless, could not withstand the onslaught of gunpowder weaponry. With the explosions echoing throughout, countless Tatars fell, and their siege temporarily ceased. On the battlements, over 40 Ming soldiers had perished, along with approximately 100 militia who lacked self-protection instincts. The military and hastily conscripted civilian physicians were busily tending to the wounded. General Jiang, having slain several Tatar soldiers, was filled with rage, wielding 2 bloodied sabers while berating the militiamen for their foolishness, occasionally kicking them and instructing soldiers on proper combat techniques. Huang County Magistrate and Liu Jianshi patrolled the east and west gates, assessing casualties. Yang Ling, perched atop the battlements, observed as the Tatars retreated to a distance of 3 arrows, evidently planning their next assault. The Tatars outside the east and west gates began to gather, their numbers exceeding 3,000. Han Yunyang, having procured a whistle from a familiar officer, stood nearby, carefully watching over Yang Ling. Despite her petite stature, she exhibited a remarkable presence. Seeing such a formidable enemy force outside the walls, Yang Ling recognized that even with sheer attrition, it was uncertain whether the remaining defenders could withstand a second wave of attacks. Moreover, their most potent weapon, the explosives, numbered fewer than 20. A sense of unease washed over him. Nevertheless, the performance of the Ming forces had far exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated such military advancements during this era. In his mind, the Ming Dynasty had always been weak and ineffectual, with the emperor neglecting his duties and eunuchs wreaking havoc. However, as an ordinary person more familiar with the dramas of the Qing court, his knowledge was limited. Were it not for his awareness of the current crown prince, Zhu Houzhao, and his chance viewing of the film The Dragon Plays the Phoenix, he would have been utterly ignorant of who succeeded Emperor Hongzhi, let alone possessing a deeper understanding of the Ming Dynasty. The historical accounts of the Ming were penned by Qing historians, and the underlying truths were all too apparent. Thus, the subsequent interpretations and dramatizations were hardly credible. The text records of the 10 days in Yangzhou and a brief account of the massacre in Jiading had languished in obscurity for over 200 years, only to be rediscovered in Japan, illustrating the thoroughness of the Qing suppression. In reality, the Ming Dynasty was not far removed from capitalism. Its iron production exceeded that of all of Europe combined, and 1/3 of the world's silver flowed to China through trade. Its industrial output constituted over 60% of global production, while during the so-called prosperous reign of Qianlong, it represented merely 6%. It is no wonder that the Jesuit Matteo Ricci recorded in notes on China that the material wealth in this land was immense, abounding in all manner of goods, with sugar sweeter than that of Europe and fabrics more exquisite than those of the West. The populace was well-dressed, composed, and courteous, exuding an air of elegance. In stark contrast, the British envoy Lord Macartney, visiting during Qianlong's reign, remarked on the pervasive poverty, noting that many lacked clothing and that the army appeared shabby and destitute. During the Ming Dynasty in China, certain practices mirrored those of later Japan, where inventions were created independently, while those beyond their reach were procured at great expense from foreign lands for study and imitation. At that time, the capital city's Shunji camp consisted of 5,000 men per battalion, equipped with 600 thunder cannons, 200 large cluster cannons, and 400 hand cannons, truly a remarkable display of modern armament. However, the stark contrast between economic and cultural advancement and the irreconcilable corruption in politics and military affairs allowed a more regressive culture to dominate the relatively civilized China. As time seemed to miraculously reverse, scientists vanished and advanced weaponry was buried. Firearms were dismissed as mere trifles and abolished. During the Yakso War, the Qing army confiscated trigger-operated matchlocks, yet Kangxi retained only 2 for his own amusement, ordering the Qing forces to refrain from using such modern firearms, arguing that they should not abandon the bows and spears taught by their forebears. By the time of the Opium War, the Qing soldiers wielding broadswords and spears had become utterly unfamiliar with firearms, even perceiving them as malevolent objects, believing that they could be vanquished with mere blood. Yang Ling, naturally, was not well acquainted with these matters. He was merely astonished by the weaponry employed by the Ming army, recalling the subsequent sweeping victories of the Eight Banners army and struggling to comprehend the underlying reasons. Wang Zhubu and the venerable elders of the village led a group to the city wall to deliver food. The owner of Hanyin Tower had specially slaughtered a large pig to reward the soldiers. Han Yuanyang approached to fetch 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of braised pork, calling out, "My lord, it is time to eat." Yang Ling awakened from his reverie, hurriedly accepting the food from Han Yuanyang and placing it on the snow-covered city wall. They stood side by side to dine. Yang Ling was indeed quite hungry, and after devouring more than half a bowl, he noticed that Han Yuanyang was eating delicately, smiling at him. Curiosity sparked within him as he asked, "Why do you gaze at me so?" Han Yuanyang smiled softly, responding, "I see my lord enjoying his meal, and it brings me joy." Yang Ling felt a touch of moisture in his eyes, observing Han Yuanyang reaching for the vegetables while leaving the meat behind in her bowl. He noticed the cold weather had caused the fat to congeal. He quickly took 2 pieces and placed them in her bowl, commanding, "You must eat all the meat. My lord does not favor fatty pork. Do you understand?" Han Yuanyang sweetly complied, using her chopsticks to break the lean meat, placing it in Yang Ling's bowl while she continued to eat rice, her eyes peeking over the rim of her bowl, sparkling as she looked at him. Yang Ling could only smile helplessly, obediently chewing the meat with large bites. Seeing him relish the food, Han Yuanyang's large eyes curved with satisfaction like crescent moons. She quickly glanced around, relieved to find no one observing her flirtatious display of affection towards her husband. With her shoulders, tense from nervousness, finally relaxing, she noticed Yang Ling still gazing at her with a smile, and she couldn't help but shyly roll her eyes at him before hastily turning away. Yang Ling observed that although she was dressed in a man's robe, her waist still revealed a delicate figure, swaying with an enchanting grace. His heart stirred, contemplating the possibility that one day she might extend her tenderness and love to another man, and he was suddenly filled with jealousy. In these times, would Yuanyang truly not remarry? Could he? He abruptly turned around, grabbing a handful of pristine snow to rub against his cheeks, cursing, "Damn it, what are you thinking? If one invests too much emotion, would it not render her even more desolate? How can you know without trying that she cannot love another?" The thought of her loving someone else surged forth, proving to be more unbearable than the idea of losing her. The scales of love began to waver between selfishness and nobility, and his face, melting snow, resembled tears. Alas, the horn sounded inappropriately, prompting the soldiers to rush to the city walls, anxiously peering downwards. The Tatar cavalry did not scatter as before, but rather appeared in tight formation, with a dozen rudimentary siege ladders emerging amidst the densely packed enemy troops, seemingly hastily constructed from timber. The walls of Jimming Post were not exceedingly high, with ladders and the Tatar soldiers' remarkable archery providing cover. The scant defenders within could easily succumb if even a minor breach occurred. Jiangbin, wielding dual blades and exuding a fierce aura, commanded, "Raise the general and bombard their ladders." Immediately, several soldiers and local militiamen rushed to assist the artillerymen in adjusting the cannon's position. In the distance, a peculiar contraption was erected, constructed from crossing wooden beams, towering about 5 zhang, with a platform atop and a larger square platform below, revealing 2 rows of wooden wheels on the sides. The front bore a stretched cowhide, obscuring the interior, but the swaying movement suggested that the Tatar soldiers were concealed beneath the cowhide, pushing the wooden platform forward. A throng of Tatar soldiers followed closely behind, advancing like a dark cloud enveloping the snowy ground. The sun had risen high, illuminating the scene with a chilling glare from the blades and firearms. Jiangbin pointed his sword at the scaffold and shouted, "Quickly, blow that siege cart to pieces." As the Tatars drew nearer, a soldier crouching forward, readying his bow, suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, in front are our fellow countrymen. The Tatars have captured them and are using them as shields." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jiangbin rushed forward, peering over the battlements. At that moment, the Tatars advanced even closer, revealing a group of 2 or 3 dozen people, both men and women, young and old, all dressed in attire typical of the Central Plains. Jiangbin was momentarily taken aback. To fight? They were all subjects of the Ming Dynasty. Who would dare bear the sin of slaughtering their own kin? To abstain? If the Tatar soldiers were allowed to approach, they too would perish, and the entirety of Jimming Post would surely fall. Jiangbin's mind raced, and he cursed vehemently, "Fire! It is a Tatar trick. They're all disguised as our people. Fire upon them." The cannon's muzzle was already aimed at the siege cart, and as he watched the artilleryman bring the torch close to the fuse, Jiangbin's cheek involuntarily twitched. Just then, a local militiaman suddenly shouted, "Do not fire. We cannot shoot. Those are our compatriots. I recognize that person on the left. He is my uncle." They are all villagers from a nearby Pala Ridge. The fuse crackled as it ignited, and Lu Xuanxian swiftly drew his sword, severing the fuse, leaving the pale-faced Huang, county magistrate, and Wang Zhubu to exhale in relief. Jiang Bin was beside himself, his forehead beaded with veins, exclaiming, "I implore you, esteemed officials, if that siege car draws near the city walls, we will be unable to defend ourselves. Now is not the time for compassion." Huang County Magistrate interjected, "No, as officials, how can we harm our own people? Those skilled in archery must shoot down the Tatar soldiers directly, preventing them from advancing." The surrounding civil officials nodded in agreement. To order indiscriminate bombardment, tarnishing the county's record, would ensure enduring infamy. They could not bear such a stigma. Moreover, should the officials in the court learn of this, they would surely face retribution, and even if they escaped the Tatar blades today, they might yet suffer the emperor's wrath. A few archers drew their bows, and arrows flew. However, the cart was shrouded in cowhide, which, untreated, was both tough and resilient, rendering their arrows ineffective. The mass of Tatar soldiers, sheltered behind the siege cart, continued their slow advance without concern. Jiang Bin, in a fit of urgency, bellowed, "I am in command here. Artillerymen, fire! Bring that cart down." Huang, county magistrate, glaring with authority, admonished, "Who dares? The Ming soldiers cannot slaughter their own citizens. This is utterly absurd. I am the county magistrate. In the absence of Lord Min, all officials and troops in this county fall under my jurisdiction. Who dares to defy my orders?" The artillerymen exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to obey. A few arrows struck the cowhide, merely causing it to quiver slightly, with perhaps one or two arrows embedding themselves but lacking any deterrent effect. A single Tatar cavalryman leaped to the front of the siege cart, brandishing his weapon and shouting in Mandarin, "In front are all your Ming people. Who dare shoot arrows?" Look closely. The city fell into a solemn silence as they witnessed the woman collapse before their eyes, yet they were powerless to assist her. A burly Tatar, armed and menacing, approached the city gates, brandishing a parcel high in the air. With a swift motion, he pierced it with the sharp tip of his rifle, holding it aloft triumphantly, proclaiming, "We are aware that the garrison within is scant. Open the gates and surrender swiftly, and you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, we shall slaughter the entire city, sparing not even the innocent." It was then that the onlookers realized the package he held was, in fact, a helpless infant. The crowd gasped in horror, and even the archers, whether paralyzed by fear or consumed by rage, found their arms trembling, unable to release their bows. As blood trickled down the rifle shaft, falling drop by drop onto the snow-covered ground, Han Yonyang covered her mouth with her hand, gripping Yang Ling's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. After a prolonged moment of shock, Jiang Bin suddenly bellowed, "What are you all staring at? Fire the cannons! Open fire! Do you intend to wait until the Tatars massacre us all before you act?" The county magistrate, Huang, trembled as he tried to respond, but the words failed to coalesce into a coherent sentence. Yang Ling, shocked by the Tatars' brutality and the blood-soaked scene before him, experienced a profound psychological shift. Realizing the cruel reality of the foreign invaders, soulless beasts devoid of humanity. Witnessing an infant in swaddling clothes mercilessly slain without a flicker of hesitation struck him deeply. Blood surged in his vision, and he abruptly wrenched himself free from Yonyang's grasp, dashing to the cannon. Seizing the torch from the gunner's hands, he ignited the fuse, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "To hell with them! Kill! Kill! Kill!" With a deafening roar, the cannon discharged, the projectile finding its mark and obliterating the Tatar siege engine, sending a shower of flesh and bone into the air, while several Tatars and civilians were caught in the blast. The massive structure trembled and began to topple, and those who survived the explosion fled in panic, only to be felled by a rain of arrows. On the city walls, Han Yunyang, her eyes aflame with fury, lifted a longbow snatched from a nearby soldier, knocking another arrow. Unlike the swift-firing short crossbows, this bow resembled the longbow she had used for hunting in the mountains. At the tender age of 12, she had once struck a running raccoon in the thicket, Thus, hitting the exposed Tartars below was child's play. As the shield of flesh faltered, the Tartars roared, rushing forward with wooden ladders in multiple waves toward the city walls. The cannon was displaced, smoke dissipated, and Yangming, holding the torch, trembled like a leaf in the wind. His face was smeared with soot, and his eyes, now bloodshot, turned slowly to Huang and Ma Yicheng, his voice hoarse. The viper strikes, the brave sever their bonds. The situation is critical. Huang stared at him, then suddenly shouted, charging forward to hurl a stone at the Tartar forces below. Wang Zhubu and Ma Yicheng followed suit, all frenzied in their actions. Jiang Bin, unwilling to let these scholars perish, rallied several soldiers to drag the frantic civilians into the safety of the watchtower. He approached Yangming, delivering a heavy pat on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. What great deeds can be accomplished through compassion. Regardless of others' opinions, if we can save the lives of the thousands at Jiming, it is all thanks to you." He spat vehemently on the ground and bellowed, "Continue firing. Destroy their ladders." Yet, at that moment, the Tartars had already flanked the main tower, setting up ladders against the walls and launching a fierce assault, diminishing the cannon's effectiveness. Yangming retreated, the sounds of neighing horses, arrows slicing through the air, and cries of despair seemed to belong to another realm. 2 ladders had already reached the city's summit, only to be forcefully repelled by Jiang Bin and his men. He stood there, dazed and despondent, acutely aware that the most rational action would be to fire indiscriminately, lest more lives be lost. Yet the thought of innocent lives lost at his hands weighed heavily on him. With ammunition depleted, the once cowardly militia found their courage ignited, utilizing stones, logs, and lime, with many seizing the weapons of fallen soldiers to join the fray. The Tartars pressed forward, determined to claim Jiming at any cost. In the distance, 4 Tartars had already ascended a ladder, with more climbing up to engage in fierce combat with the Ming forces. Realizing the peril, Jiang Bin brandished 2 bloodied sabers and charged like a tempest. Yangming was jolted awake by the nearby screams. The defenders were outnumbered, and the gap in their ranks was unfilled. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a long spear and rushed forward. In Chapter 24, The Frenzied Staff Technique, Han Yunyang wielded a fire staff alongside the artillerymen who had abandoned the cannons for swords and spears, standing resolutely on the city walls. She kept a vigilant eye on Yangming and was nearly paralyzed with fear upon seeing him charge at the Tartars with a spear. He was a scholar, frail of body, and surely no match for these ruthless killers. With a swift motion, she struck down a Tartar who had just scaled the wall, sending him tumbling down before swiftly pursuing. In the chaos of battle, there was little room for finesse. It was a raw and brutal exchange of strikes and thrusts. Yet, as Yangming engaged, he realized the stark reality of combat. His strength and speed paled in comparison to those hardened by years of warfare. A Tartar, wielding a long blade, had just slain a soldier, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent Yangming's spear flying. A fierce shout rang out as the blade descended towards him. Yangming, resigned to his fate, thought only of one thing. Where was Yunyang? As he turned his head, he glimpsed her, a protective mother panther, charging towards him, her scarf having come undone, hair flying in the wind, her face flushed like peach blossoms. The staff and her figure became a singular force, swiftly striking to intercept the descending blade. The clash resounded as Han Yonyang deflected the sword's edge, sending it careening off and leaving a deep gash in the ground. She landed gracefully, rolling into a forward somersault, then sprang back to her feet, striking the Tartar in the chest with a thunderous blow. The force sent him staggering back, and before he could regain his footing, she closed in with a flurry of strikes. Left neck, right neck, forehead, and abdomen, each blow executed with a ferocity that left him no opportunity to respond. Yangming stole it in transit, as he watched her wield the staff with a fluid grace, the tip narrowly missing him as she swung it in a whirlwind of motion. The staff found its mark beneath the Tartar's throat, the sound of shattered bones echoing in his ears as the massive body was sent careening off the wall, tumbling down. Her movements were fierce and precise. The staff danced through the air with an elegance that dazzled onlookers. As another foe emerged, she thrust the staff forward like a spear, piercing the air and striking him squarely in the forehead before he could even register the threat, sending him crashing down. Han Yanyang stepped back, her knees trembling as she leaned on her staff for support, barely managing to maintain her balance. Yangming, still in shock, noticed her face had turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Alarmed, he rushed to her side, asking, "Yuanyang, what happened? Are you hurt? Were you injured?" Trembled as she spoke, "My lord, I am fine. It was merely that blade that frightened me to death. Oh, the one involved is unharmed, yet I am terrified to the point of tears." At that moment, Jiangnan realized that this remarkably skilled young individual was in fact a girl. He assumed her distress stemmed from having just taken a life. He wielded his sword and felled several enemies, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "What is there to fear? The first time I stepped onto the battlefield, my legs were trembling. It was the sergeant who gripped my throat and forced me to charge forward. If you slay a few more, you shall no longer be afraid." In his fervor, he leaped onto the city wall, kicking down an enemy who had just climbed up, and with his saber, he executed a flurry of strikes, severing the ropes binding the wooden ladder, causing several half-climbing enemies to plummet with anguished cries. Suddenly, arrows rained down upon Jiangnan from below the city, yet he stood resolutely atop the wall, deftly parrying each one with his dual blades. Witnessing such valor from their commanding officer, the soldiers, who had begun to waver, felt their spirits surge anew, thus suppressing the enemy's assault, supported Yangling and urged, "My lord, you must retreat to the lookout tower." Yangling, frustrated, stomped his foot, cursing under his breath. He felt utterly useless, as he was unable to lift a weapon or draw a bow. He had never before wielded such implements. Aware of his own limitations, having narrowly escaped death moments ago and seeing so frightened for him, he ceased his bravado and obediently retreated to the lookout tower, hastily inquiring, "I did not expect your martial prowess to be so remarkable. Was this staff technique?" Jiangbin's might was evident to Yangling, yet he was astonished to discover possessed such extraordinary skills. In her grasp, the staff danced and struck with the grace of a soaring dragon, a far cry from her usual timid demeanor, transforming her into a fierce lioness. Leaning closer to Yangling, he observed the ongoing melee with keen eyes, as if assessing the enemy alongside him, whispering, "Yang Shirya, you did nothing wrong. This was a choice made out of necessity. None among our peers will speak ill of you, but be wary of Ma Yicheng." Yangling paused, responding quietly, "Why should I be cautious of him?" Wang Zhubu revealed a smile that resembled a grimace, saying, "The Yicheng is a lowly official. How could he possibly stand on equal footing with the county magistrate?" After a brief cough, he continued, "All Yicheng in our Ming Dynasty are secret agents of the Jinyui. It is wise to be cautious." Jinyui? Yangling's heart raced. He had thought the Jinyui were merely the emperor's inner guards, not realizing that even a postal director could be entangled with them. The intelligence network of the Ming Dynasty was indeed extensive. Reflecting on his relationship with Ma Yicheng, he felt somewhat reassured. Yet he could not help but voice his discontent. It is clear the common folk below will not survive. Even if they could, in weighing lives, how could one not discern the gravity between thousands and dozens? Wang Zhubu chuckled dryly, sighing, "Unless we bring the high-ranking officials from the capital to this battleground, I fear they will not share your perspective." After speaking, Wang Zhubu discreetly moved away. A sense of doubt crept into Yangling's mind. Had he truly saved Wang Zhubu's son? Were the Jinyui truly so heartless? Given Wang County Magistrate's caution, he must find a way to curry favor with him. Sighing, he thought, "Regardless, my time is limited. If I must die, so be it. But I cannot part with my money, for how will my survive?" At this thought, the miserly heart within him trembled as he gazed towards the edge of the city, where wielded her staff, her long black braids swaying behind her. At that moment, Lu Sun Jian shouted loudly, "The enemies have been repelled. The enemies have been repelled." Hearing this, Huang County Magistrate and Ma Yicheng rushed over, witnessing the enemy retreat like a receding tide, while shooting arrows to cover the soldiers descending from the siege ladders. Yangling observed their orderly retreat with clarity. Despite his ignorance of formations, he noticed the disorganized yet coordinated enemy troops, still maintaining a semblance of attacking formation, and exclaimed, "Were the enemy scheming? If they pressed their assault further, they could seize the city. Why have they suddenly retreated?" Wang Ban too laughed heartily. "Yang Shirya, do you think the enemies fear death? They have felt the sting of our blades." Yangling sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate his concerns. Compared to the exuberance of the officials, his thoughts were clearer. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "This is bad. Are they planning to assault the east and west gates? We have just drawn some troops from there. Their strength is thin." In the snowy expanse, the enemy troops parted to reveal 4 galloping horses, dragging 2 ominous objects towards the city. Before Yang Ling could point out his discovery, Jiangnan leaped up as though his head had been severed, shouting, "Damn it! It is the thunderous fire cannons." Chapter 25. The perilous city. Huang, county magistrate's expression darkened. He could not clearly discern the 2 objects, but having spent many years in this border town, he knew well the meaning of thunderous fire cannons. Upon hearing their name, his face turned ashen. The thunderous fire cannons could be employed for defense, but were most effective for assault. Their projectiles capable of demolishing city gates and collapsing walls. With over 3,000 enemy soldiers below, if they breached the gates, Ji Mingyich would surely fall. Yet he wondered where the enemy had acquired such powerful artillery. The enemy commander, Bodarmalu, had taken the initiative to attack the 2.5 and 5-mile outposts, successfully breaching the 2.5 outpost, and was now pillaging within the city. Upon hearing that the Ming forces had slain his son, Sulai Boki, he ordered his deputy, Qilan Dada, to march towards Ji Mingyich, vowing to annihilate the entire city in vengeance. Aware that Ji Mingyich would be far more challenging to conquer than the 2.5 outpost, he led over 1,000 men, bringing with him the thunderous fire cannons, and had just arrived, ordering a retreat as he learned that the attacking soldiers had suffered over 1,000 casualties. Intending to bombard the county seat, even Jiang Bin, valiant as he was, realized the dire situation and cast his 2 curved sabers to the ground, declaring to Huang, county magistrate, "Huang Darren, we must abandon the city." Huang Chi Yin's complexion turned ashen, his beard trembling as he replied, "Abandon the city? We have a duty to defend our territory. If we flee, how shall we explain it to the emperor? I would rather perish with the city." Jiang Bin's eyes flashed with intensity as he roared at the assembled officials. "Once the city gate is breached, Ji Mingyich will inevitably fall. Do you wish to sacrifice your lives without reason? To hesitate is to invite disaster." He abruptly turned to the soldiers, shouting, "Is Ming Dynasty awake? I must report the military situation to him." The soldier replied, trembling, "Ming Dynasty has not yet recovered from his high fever. He remains unconscious." Jiang Bin's teeth ground together in frustration, akin to a cornered beast pacing the hall, while the officials exchanged uneasy glances, some already displaying signs of fear. Yet none dared to utter the words, "Abandon the city" first. He approached Huang, county magistrate, saying, "Darren, since we know the outcome, why not retreat while the enemy has yet to attack the city? While we may not be able to carry away our supplies, preserving our lives is paramount. As long as we remain alive, we can find another way." Huang County Magistrate could not chastise him openly. He merely waved his hand weakly, sighing. "The enemies are all skilled cavalrymen. Abandoning the city now would not ensure our escape. By continuing to defend, we may take down a few more enemies." Yang Ling interjected urgently, "If that is the case, let us remain here to buy time," while several officials organized the populace to swiftly escape through the north gate. Once outside, they should flee to the mountains. No matter how formidable the enemy cavalry may be, they cannot pursue a multitude of fleeing civilians across the vast terrain. Moreover, these enemies lack the capacity to seize our Ming Dynasty. They are merely bandits come to plunder. Once they enter the city, they will surely loot mercilessly, thus delaying their advance. Huang Xinqing's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it was my folly." He promptly addressed Wang Zhubu and the gentry who had not yet departed, saying, "Wang Zhubu, you and Ma Yicheng, along with the village heads and elders, must organize the populace to withdraw through the north gate. Once out of the city, scatter and ascend the mountains." Wang Zhubu replied, "My lord, what about you?" Huang Xiancheng glanced at Yang Ling and said, "Virtuous nephew, you should take Lord Min and also withdraw from the city." Yang Ling, while admiring the noble character of Huang Xiancheng, contemplated that even if he managed to escape with his life, his days were numbered. He thought it better to remain here, although there was no formal provision for compensating the families of the fallen if he were to perish in battle. Would not Lord Min and Wang Zhubu take special care of his beloved Yang Yin? With this in mind, he resolutely declared, "No, I shall stay here to defend the city alongside Huang and the soldiers." Wang Zhubu, relieved to have the task of evacuating the villagers, felt a wave of shame upon witnessing Yang Ling's actions. The youthful spirit surged within him, and he immediately remarked, "To eat the king's salary and not share in the king's worries. I am truly ashamed. I have wasted my studies. Yang sir, please escort the lord to safety. I, too, will remain." Yang Ling, recalling that he had entrusted Wang Zhubu with caring for Han Yunyang, could not bear to see him perish. He bowed deeply and said, Wang Zhubu, you bear the grave responsibility of ensuring the safety of the people and the life of Lord Min. How can you speak of sacrifice so lightly? You must hasten and take Lord Min away, for if you delay, it may be too late. I have but one request. I hope you will look after my wife, Yunyang, in the future. Wang Zhubu was moved to tears upon hearing Yang Ling refer to him as nephew and replied, If that is the case, you may rest assured. As long as I draw breath, I shall not betray your trust. He then immediately summoned men to carry Lord Min down from the upper floor. Mai King, filled with trepidation, had long desired to flee. As a mere courier, he had no attachment to Jiming Post and wished to escape with his children. Seeing the urgency, he hurried to the door to direct the gentry to leave and prepare for the evacuation. Yang Ling rushed to the staircase and called for Han Yunyang, saying, Yunyang, the city cannot be held any longer. You must quickly follow Wang Zhubu to escort Lord Min out of the city and up the mountain. Han Yunyang, anxious, asked, And you? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, I will follow shortly. Han Yunyang, suspicious, insisted, No, I will stay with you. If we are to leave, we shall leave together. Yang Ling, alarmed, raised his voice, How can you be so foolish? Are you not listening to your husband? Shall I divorce you right now? The more he urged, the more Han Yunyang was convinced he had resolved to sacrifice himself for the city, unaware that his noble intentions were driven by love. She, with her spirited nature, had never defied him before, but now, disregarding all propriety, she retorted, I have not committed any offense warranting a divorce. Why would you cast me aside? You, Yang Ling, furious, raised his hand to strike, but Han Yunyang stood her ground, closing her eyes and refusing to flinch. As he lifted his hand, he saw her youthful face and could not bring himself to strike. Just then, a tremendous boom echoed, and Jiang Bin shouted, The enemy is firing. Without a second thought, Yang Ling embraced Han Yunyang, pulling her down to the ground and shielding her with his body. A cacophony ensued, dust swirling as a corner of the building was struck, causing a significant portion to collapse. Debris rained down upon the officials and gentry inside, injuring many, while the wounded soldiers who had been resting in the corner found themselves buried beneath the rubble. It was not only the officials inside who were caught off guard. Even the soldiers outside failed to understand that lying flat could minimize the risk of explosion injuries. What seems obvious to us today was once a lesson learned through generations of experience. As Han Yunyang found herself pinned beneath Yang Ling, she was momentarily dazed, failing to grasp the intent behind her husband's actions. Only after the explosion did she realize he was trying to protect her from harm. She quickly scrambled from beneath him, noticing a heap of debris had fallen near Yang Ling, and a window frame was pressing down on him. Frightened, she hurried to lift the frame, anxiously asking, Husband, are you hurt? At that moment, a gentry member who had managed to reach the lower city steps called out from his hiding place, Quick, save him! Ma Yicheng is buried underneath. Simultaneously, Jiang Bin, lying atop the city wall, erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, Damn it, that was a fine blast. Had Jiang gone mad? Huang Xiansheng and the others shot him angry glances as they witnessed him, shirtless and grinning, pointing at the chaos below. They looked down to see that one of the enemy's cannons had been tossed several meters away, its carriage upturned, wreaking havoc among the soldiers. The other cannon lay in a deep pit, its barrel still rolling along the snowy ground before toppling over. Everyone was astonished, unsure of what had transpired. When Jiang Bin laughed and said, The enemy cannot use our cannons. They failed to secure it with iron pins, and one cannon's barrel flew up while the other overcharged and exploded. Ha ha ha. Chapter 26. The arrival of unexpected allies upon hearing Jiang Bin's explanation. The crowd was filled with both shock and delight. Yang Ling emerged to witness this surreal scene and found it quite amusing. After a brief commotion, the enemy troops began to converge under the command of a leader, attempting to right the cannon. Yang Ling seized the moment and shouted, Do not linger. Wang Darren quickly organized the people to evacuate the city. Hurry, bring a few men to rescue Ma Yicheng and the wounded soldiers. The city wall became a flurry of activity. And luckily, Lord Min had just been carried down to the second floor, or he would have surely perished in the blast. At that moment, he was the luckiest man alive. As the highest authority at Jiming Post, he had charged into the enemy ranks, decapitating the young prince, leaving the mess for others to handle. Wang Zhubu ordered that Lord Min be carried down, and along with a group of gentry, they rushed down the city. Yang Ling and Lu Xuanxian summoned over a dozen soldiers to dig through the rubble and rescue the trapped individuals. After some time, they managed to pull out 5 or 6 people from the debris. Tragically, one had been crushed to death, but the others were thankfully unharmed. However, Ma Yicheng, who had been directing the gentry's evacuation, was found with a beam crushing his abdomen, blood and flesh mangled, and he had already succumbed. Jiangnan, amidst the remnants of the soldiers, managed to find a few who could operate the cannon. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 main gunners had perished in the earlier hand-to-hand combat, leaving only one injured man who had just been pulled from the rubble. He had sustained a stab wound and now had a head injury from falling debris. But Jiangnan had no time to waste, insisting they prop the bloodied man onto the cannon platform. Dazed and disoriented, the cannon operator instructed his assistant to adjust the angle of the cannon. When they fired, the cannonball exploded over 10 paces away from the cannon, inflicting no damage to it, but killing a dozen enemy soldiers who were frantically loading ammunition. The enemy, caught in a frenzy, suddenly found themselves in disarray. At that time, cannons had not yet been equipped with aiming devices. Accuracy relied solely on the gunner's experience and visual judgment. They had managed to destroy the enemy's war chariot due to its close proximity and the use of direct fire. However, now that the enemy's cannon was raised 3 arrows distance away, even the best marksmen would struggle to hit their target under such circumstances, especially in the current state of confusion and using indirect fire. Jiangnan had not anticipated that he could obliterate the enemy's artillery in a single shot. He promptly ordered the loading of all 3 cannons and had the gunners assisted in calibrating them one by one. After 2 consecutive shots, one fell short and wasted a cannonball, while the other overshot and exploded amidst the Tatar ranks. Huang County Magistrate, Yang Ling, Jiangnan, and others stood at the lookout, their palms sweating with anxiety, yet they were powerless to assist. For the first time, Yang Ling resented his secure profession. Had he been an artilleryman, he likely would not have excelled with such primitive cannons either. At that moment, a group of a dozen Tatars, stationed beside their artillery, suddenly mounted their horses and fled. Yang Ling and the others watched as the cannon roared, spewing flames and a thick cloud of smoke. The cannon itself lifted into the air before crashing down heavily. The thunderous boom sent a tremor beneath their feet, followed by an eerie silence. Bewildered, they exchanged glances, perplexed. Where had the cannonballs gone? There was no explosion atop the city walls. What had happened to the projectiles? Jiangnan chuckled nervously. Even the Tatars are not foolish enough to forget to load their cannonballs. Though he jested, an inexplicable dread filled his heart, rendering his smile strained. Before Yang Ling could respond, a cacophony akin to a landslide or tidal wave erupted from below the city. It was the jubilant cheers of the Tatar soldiers. Peering down, they beheld a sea of dark figures, brandishing weapons like a forest. Yang Ling gasped, locking eyes with Jiangnan, both reflecting a chill of fear and trepidation. They simultaneously exclaimed, "The city gate!" The Tatars' barrage had shattered the wooden city gates, leaving the battered doors ajar, emitting wisps of smoke. The defenders atop the walls stood in shock as a swarm of cavalry surged forward. Ming had fallen. In a fleeting moment of despair, he found himself engulfed by a profound attachment to life and an overwhelming fear of the unknown. Yet, his mind was blank, unable to contemplate anything further. Suddenly, a ghastly visage appeared before Yang Ling, eclipsing the figure of Han Yunyan. The grotesque face, splattered with blood, bore a wide grin, emitting a wheezing sound as it shook Yang Ling's shoulders and erupted into maniacal laughter. "It has come. Ha ha, it has finally arrived." Pushed away by Yang Ling, the figure remained unfazed, continuing its frenzied laughter. "It has come. Ha ha, the esteemed general of Yongning has arrived." Yang Ling was momentarily stunned, then heard the rapid crackle of gunfire reminiscent of popping beans. After managing administrative affairs for so long, the magistrate of Dudman understood Jiangnan's words. The border troops from Su-In, who were commanded by a general and a deputy general, with 7 accompanying officers, and the Yongning general was tasked with the defense of Huailai. The rapid fluctuations of elation and despair caused his vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious. He was unaware when Han Yunyan had rushed to his side, and he embraced her tightly, trembling with happiness, as she steadied him towards the city walls. His legs wobbled as if he had consumed too much liquor. The Tatar soldiers had already charged within an arrow's distance. Yet a multitude of officials and soldiers emerged from within the city gates, foremost among them a group of gunmen, their shots ringing out like popping beans. Amidst the smoke, the front lines fell like cut wheat. At this juncture, the firepower of the muskets was still inadequate, their range inferior to that of bows and arrows. If the enemy donned armor, the lead pellets might not penetrate. However, the Tatar soldiers, overconfident, galloped forward, eager to seize the city and plunder wealth, with little regard for the potential loot of beautiful women. As the gunfire erupted, they had already closed in, most wearing only ordinary cloth robes, resulting in significant casualties. While the muskets could not slay the war horses, those struck fled in pain, trampling one another in the chaos, with the number of dead and wounded nearly matching those hit by gunfire. Yangming observed that the Ming army's musketeers were equally disorganized. He recalled watching foreign films from the 17th century where musketeers fired in 3 distinct ranks, the first lying down, the second kneeling, the third standing, firing in succession. When firing on the move, they formed 2 lines, the first retreating after firing, allowing the second to advance, thus compensating for the slow reloading of the muskets. Yet the Ming soldiers below surged forward haphazardly, firing before hastily retreating, while cavalrymen who had just emerged from the city flanked the Tatars. However, the musketeers at the forefront, unable to retreat in time, fell victim to the Tatars' arrows. The main force of the Ming army continued to charge out of the city gates towards the Tatars. Although their formation was less swift than that of the Tatars, the latter were caught unprepared, and the earlier volley of gunfire had thrown them into disarray, favoring the Ming troops significantly. Yangming clenched his fists, his blood boiling with fervor, when suddenly he heard a voice behind him calling out, "General He Da-run of Yongning and Supervisor Yi Da-run, Deputy Supervisor Lu Gonggong have arrived. Where is the magistrate of Jiming County and the military officials?" As Yangming turned, he saw Huang, county magistrate, Jiangbin, and several officials hastening forward, kneeling before them. "I am Huang Qiyin, the magistrate of Jiming County. And this is Jiangbin, presenting myself to the esteemed lords." The Yongning general waved his hand dismissively. "Rise. Where's magistrate men?" As he moved, the armor he wore clanked noisily. This Yongning general, He Da-run, appeared to be in his 50s, of short stature, with a gaunt face and sunken features. Yet his sharp eyes radiated an imposing presence. Yangming glanced at his attire and recognized him as a 5th-rank civil official. Indeed, the tradition of civil officials wielding military power persisted in the Ming Dynasty, as evidenced by the appointment of a 5th-rank official to oversee a 3rd-rank general. The eunuch, a rare sight for Yangming, was scrutinized closely. Unlike the sycophantic characters portrayed in films, this Lu Gonggong, in his 50s with a sharp chin and shrewd yet gentle eyes, appeared unremarkable aside from his smooth, pale skin. As Huang, county magistrate, and Jiangbin rose, Huang Qin bowed. "My lord, Magistrate Min has been struck by a Tatar poison arrow and lies unconscious. In the face of peril, I have ordered the county's chief clerk to carry him down from the city. For now, I and Jiangbin shall oversee the city as defense." The thunderous sound of war drums and the clamor of battle echoed. Yet the Ming forces caught the Tatars off guard, with reinforcements steadily pouring out of the city. Bodar Mo, realizing he had fallen into the Ming army's trap, commanded Lindida to cover the retreat as the army began to withdraw. Lu Gonggong, observing the Tatar army's retreat, chuckled. The general's valor has led to the swift recovery of Jiming Yi, a first victory to present as a New Year's gift to the emperor. His voice, though not particularly shrill, carried a slightly effeminate tone. "General," he smiled modestly and waved. "You flatter me, Lu Gonggong. Send orders to He Shi Jia, Wang Chengxian, and Zheng Yi to station themselves in the east, south, and west gates, while Bai Chun and Sun De Zhong pursue the enemy leaders." Yi Shi interjected, "General, wait. Our troops have just arrived and are unaware of the enemy situation. We must not underestimate them. As the military texts say, know your enemy and yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. The Tatars rely on their horses. Their mobility far exceeds ours. For the time being, we should fortify our defenses and dispatch scouts to ascertain the enemy's condition before making further plans." Jiangbin, listening intently, urged, "My lord, the enemy's formation is already in disarray. We must capitalize on this momentum for a decisive strike. Speed is of the essence in warfare. If we allow them to regroup, we shall face greater difficulties. Yi Yushi, dismissing him as merely a junior officer, scoffed. What a joke. War is a perilous instrument. Wield it with caution. In matters of military strategy, commanding 1,000 chariots and 10,000 armored soldiers, with provisions sufficient for a 1,000-mile journey, costs a fortune daily. Yet, as our grand army arrives, our footing remains unsteady, and our supply lines lag far behind, devoid of reinforcements to rely upon, with the enemy's intentions still shrouded in mystery. Such reckless advance could be deemed avaricious ambition, could it not? Although Jiangbin possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding military texts, his understanding is limited. He finds himself bewildered and at a loss for words amidst an avalanche of figures. Yang Ling, despite his lack of military expertise, discerns that we have caught the Tatars off guard. Now is the opportune moment to pursue them relentlessly, for they will undoubtedly struggle to mount an effective counterattack. The military command system of that era was inherently rudimentary, compounded by the soldiers' lack of organization and loyalty, relying predominantly on sheer fervor. Thus, instances of tens of thousands overcoming hundreds of thousands are not mere fabrications of fiction, but rather historical realities. Yet, despite Yi Yushi being merely a fifth-rank civil official, He Kanjiang dares not disregard his counsel. The role of a supervising general transcends mere oversight. It encompasses the ultimate authority in military command. After a moment of contemplation, he inquires of Jiangbin, "How many troops does the enemy possess?" Yi Yushi responds, urging caution, for the enemy is continuously reinforcing their ranks, indicating a steady flow of support. Though of humble standing, he is frequently in the emperor's presence, and He Kanjiang respects his insights. Lu Gonggong, a low-ranking official within the inner court, maintains a humble demeanor, careful not to exhibit arrogance, and remains vigilant throughout the journey, fearful of revealing any weakness. Upon reflecting, Lu Gonggong smiles gently. General, he is valiant, and Yi Yushi is astute. I, however, am short-sighted and cannot offer much insight. The army has traversed great distances and is fatigued, perhaps even more so than the enemy. Should we recklessly pursue them, a misstep could prove disastrous. Presently, Zheng Kanjiang and Song Kanjiang are leading forces from Zhuolu and Chicheng to flank the Tatar army, while the guerrilla General Qi Guangxing hastens to reinforce the 2.5 li post. With multiple armies converging, the defeat of the Tatar forces is inevitable. Prudence is indeed warranted. Given the alignment of opinions among the supervising generals, He Kanjiang declares, "All units, heed my orders." Commanders Bai Chun and Sun Dazhong are to withdraw their troops and establish a fortified position at the city gate. We must engage the local artisans to repair the gate and dispatch scouts to assess the enemy's strength and the current situation at the 2.5 and 5 li posts. Yang Ling shakes his head in silent disapproval. He fears not the formidable enemy, but rather the ineptitude of the leaders. A golden opportunity is squandered due to the blathering of a mere scholar. A lamentable loss indeed. He Kanjiang addresses Huang County Chief. "Where is the local postmaster?" Huang County Chief hastily replies, "My lord, the horse postmaster has perished in battle." He Kanjiang then inquires, "Where is the county clerk?" Huang County Chief bows respectfully, "My lord, Wang Zhubu has accompanied Minister Min and has likely been delayed due to the army's advance blocking the roads." He introduces Yang Shiye, responsible for local civil affairs, encouraging the general to communicate freely with him. He Kanjiang glances at Yang Ling, noting his youth, and his stern demeanor softens slightly. Huang County Chief smiles and gestures. "My lord, Yang Shiye is accomplished for his age, assisting Minister Min in managing the Jiming post with order and efficiency. You may rest assured." "Oh." He Kanjiang inspects Yang Ling anew, his stern expression easing. He points at Yang Ling. "You shall transfer all county affairs to Huang County Chief and temporarily assume the role of postmaster for Jiming, responsible for military correspondence and logistics." He adds, "I, along with the 2 supervising generals, shall reside in the postmaster's office tonight. Make the necessary arrangements." Yang Ling bows deeply, "Yes, I shall obey." He Kanjiang turns to Yi Yushi and Lu Gonggong with a cordial demeanor. "Gentlemen, let us inspect the state of the city defenses." Huang County Chief hastily instructs Wang Ban to accompany Yang Ling in taking charge of the postmaster's office. Before departing with Jiang Bin and the 3 officials, Yang Ling streicht momentarily bewildered. Han Yunyang observes his dazed expression and queries curiously, "My lord, Is this position of postmaster a promotion or a demotion? Yangling shakes his head. I'm merely confused. Huh? Han Yonyang responds anxiously. Was it the impact from earlier? Or was it that Jiangbazong shake that caused it? Truly, my lord, your constitution is delicate, and yet he exerted such force. She shoots an annoyed glance at Jiang Bin's retreating figure. Yangling chuckles wryly. It is not that. I have never held the post of postmaster and am uncertain of my duties. Huang is with the dignitaries inspecting the city, leaving me without guidance. Then inquire with Wang Zhubu, Han Yunyang suggests. It is still before noon, and there is ample time to arrange accommodations for the dignitaries. At this time, the city is bustling with troops, and the small Jiming post is overflowing with soldiers. The Ming army is organized into military and auxiliary units, with the border troops classified as auxiliary. Hekanjiang commands 5 officers, each leading 120 men, resulting in a total force of 600 in the city, surpassing the Tatars in both manpower and morale. Had we seized a moment to strike the Tatars while they were disoriented and unprepared, penetrating their core and disrupting their formation, we could have decimated their ranks significantly. Alas, the opportunity was lost, a truly lamentable oversight. Yang Ling and Wang Ban arrive on horseback. Inexperienced in riding, Yang Ling, determined to save time, mounts the steed. Though the horse does not gallop, the jolting causes his thighs to ache and his back to feel as if it may break. Upon meeting Wang Zhubu, Yang Ling hurriedly informs him of his temporary appointment as postmaster and humbly seeks guidance, gleaning essential knowledge before promptly heading to the postmaster's office. The postmaster's office, a vast compound of brick and wood, consists of 5 interconnected courtyards. The outermost courtyard serves as the guest house, the second as the storage facility, and the inner courtyards house the school and the workshop. The final courtyard is designated for the postmaster's office and living quarters. With the military orders conveyed by Wang Ban, Yang Ling finds himself unexpectedly in charge of the postmaster's office. Jiming Post is too small to have a dedicated treasurer. Thus, the postmaster also assumes this responsibility. The horse postmaster had 6 subordinates, for managing postmaster affairs and 2 overseeing the storeroom. The battle on the city walls had resulted in heavy casualties among the defenders, leaving only 4 of the 6 aides who had assisted in the defense alive, one of whom was gravely injured. Yang Ling is left with only 3 subordinates, all of whom are soot-stained and unwashed, though not as disheveled as he. He instructs them to prepare the finest accommodations for the 3 dignitaries and to clear the storerooms, ensuring that provisions are accurately counted and recorded for distribution to the various camps. Having issued all orders, Yang Ling surveys the surroundings, reflecting on this place where the horse postmaster conducted his duties. It is indeed a curious twist of fate. He arrived at Jiming Post merely a day after the postmaster, having gotten acquainted with the county magistrate due to the postmaster's legal troubles, securing a position to sustain himself. Yet the horse postmaster had met his tragic end just over a month into his tenure, while Yang Ling, always prepared for death, remains alive. Life's unpredictability is truly confounding. Yang Ling muses. Perhaps he should visit the Ma siblings. They must have learned of the postmaster's demise by now, and he ought to pay them a visit. However, the military supply convoy is continuously arriving, necessitating his attention to liaise with officials, receive provisions into storage, calculate the supplies needed for each army, and arrange logistics for military needs. He and his aides are engrossed in their tasks, leaving no time for condolences. Furthermore, given the recent death of the horse postmaster, if he were to visit the Ma siblings, surrounded by a throng of aides and couriers seeking his direction, it would undoubtedly deepen their sorrow. Thus, he decides against it. The logistics of moving provisions are indeed cumbersome, and Yang Ling cannot fathom the necessity of such frequent transfers of military supplies within a mere span of days. The strain on the populace and resources seems excessive, and while it may be an effort to keep the military's lifeline firmly in the hands of civil officials, it appears to be an overreach of caution. As Yang Ling dismounted from the horse, he felt as if his legs were weightless, reminiscent of stepping off a boat. Lacking the skill to ride, the insides of his thighs were chafed, making each step somewhat painful. He feared that if Yonyang noticed his discomfort, she would be saddened, so upon entering the door, he deliberately slowed his pace to appear more natural. The air was imbued with the aroma of vegetable filling, and Yang Ling inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth of home. Spotting a dusting of flour on Han Yunyang's cheek, A gentle warmth flickered in his eyes. He increasingly cherished the sight of her youthful, yet demure demeanor. Han Yonyang assisted him in removing his soiled robe, cheerfully saying, "My dear husband, it is the new year. How can we be careless? This is our very first spring festival together." Yang Ling was taken aback. The day's perilous events had caused him to forget that it was indeed the first day of the new year. To celebrate the night of the Ming Dynasty's inaugural New Year's Eve with Yonyang amidst such turmoil filled him with bittersweet emotions. Observing her blissful smile devoid of resentment, his heart ached with the thought, "Will I be fortunate enough to share a second New Year with you?" Since having breakfast that morning, he had been on the go, now feeling as if he were famished, with his stomach pressed against his back. Although he had gradually grasped some aspects of horseback riding, he still found it far more exhausting than walking, as riding demanded every ounce of strength from his body, leaving him utterly fatigued and parched. Spotting a well by the roadside, he dismounted and drew a bucket of clear, refreshing water, which floated with crystalline ice. He eagerly drank several deep gulps of the cool, sweet water, which, while soothing, also stirred a slight discomfort in his stomach. Breathing heavily, he splashed water on his face, straightened up, and stretched his back, exhaling visible clouds of mist, while his damp hair stiffened in the chill. Yang Ling observed a commander among the soldiers, a man of about 40, lean with dark skin and a hint of stubble on his chin. However, upon closer inspection, his high cheekbones and the peculiar shape of his eyes detracted from his otherwise refined appearance. His expression was stern, evidently suppressing his anger, and, as the warhorse approached, he arrogantly grasped the reins, wielding a whip while looking down at Yang Ling, demanding, "Are you from the station master's office?" Yang Ling, warming his frostbitten hands, inquired, "Which general are you? What brings you here?" Upon learning that the man was a fourth-rank general, Yang Ling felt compelled to show respect. Standing straight and cupping his hands in greeting, "I am the acting station master of this county. How may I serve you, General?" The general, with a flick of his whip that cracked sharply in the air, startled Yang Ling, causing laughter to erupt among the soldiers. Yang Ling's anger flared, and he glared at the officer, who, gritting his teeth, coldly retorted, "You, a mere station master, have quite the audacity. I have led my troops through the night to rescue nearly 10,000 citizens of Jiming Station, and now you expect my soldiers to fight on empty stomachs? This is outrageous." Initially furious, Yang Ling was taken aback by the general's words, and his anger dissipated. Furrowing his brow in disbelief, he replied, "How can this be? I have instructed my staff to distribute food, and there is clearly smoke rising from outside the city. How can you claim they are starving?" The officer, with a grim expression, sneered, "That smoke belongs to the camp of Sun Dazhong. My subordinate soldiers are also officials of the Ming, yet to this day, only half have received their rations. It is said that even the emperor does not let his soldiers starve. Do you expect us at Jiming Station to fight on empty stomachs?" A thought flashed through Yang Ling's mind. Embezzlement? Before leaving the station master's office, he had personally inspected the granaries, which were filled with enough provisions to last the 5,000 soldiers for 10 days. Who would have the audacity to withhold such supplies, especially during a time of war? Beside him, a junior clerk was quietly tugging at his sleeve, seemingly eager to speak, but Yang Ling ignored him, fixated on the officer. The officer's expression softened slightly as he listened to Yang Ling leaning forward, his eyes fixed intently on Yang Ling. He suddenly asked, "What is your name?" Yang Ling replied, "I am Yang Ling, the acting station master of Jiming County." Chapter 29. Opening the granaries, the officer led his entourage out of the city at a swift pace. Understanding the implication of the officer's words, that someone had been sent to the station master's office to seize food, Yang Ling, disregarding his sore hips, hastily mounted his horse and rode towards the office. The clerk who had earlier tugged at his sleeve rode alongside him, urgently stating, "Sir, you should not have promised him military provisions." "What will we do now?" Yang Ling, bouncing like a puppet on the horse, could not help but retort, "What do you mean I shouldn't have? Are we to let the soldiers fight on empty stomachs? Withholding military provisions is a capital offense in any dynasty." The clerk, smiling ruefully, replied, "Sir, as lowly clerks, we would never dare to withhold military supplies. It is their own fault for not bringing enough rations. Who can we blame?" Yang Ling snapped back, "Nonsense. There are clearly 2 storerooms of military supplies, enough for 10 days. Are you daring to deceive me?" The clerk replied, "I would never dare. But while there is surplus in the granary, It is meant for the main troops. Those auxiliary soldiers only brought their own rations, which has nothing to do with us. Sir, even a portion of Sun Dazhong's provisions have been reallocated from our supplies. The clerk elaborated, explaining that the 5 camps under the command of Ikanjun were stationed in the east and west cities and were his trusted men, the local garrison troops. The 2 camps that had charged out of the city were Sun Dazhong's forces, known as auxiliary troops, originating from outside the province. Although they had been permanently stationed locally due to defensive needs, their supplies and reinforcements were still the responsibility of their original province, Hunan, with the Tatars attacking multiple courier stations across several neighboring counties. The news had reached the capital, prompting the general of Xuangu to dispatch 3 deputy generals to aid Zhuolu, Huailai, and Qi Xian, along with 2 mobile generals for immediate action. The military supplies unit was directly under the command of the Yongning deputy general, and naturally, their provisions were prioritized for their own troops. Thus, Sun Dazhong and Bai Chun's forces had not brought sufficient supplies. Yang Ling, listening to the clerk's explanation, found it somewhat absurd that such an essential military organization could fail to manage finances and supplies effectively. This rigid and impractical military supply system was baffling. No wonder he had noticed the inconsistent quality and specifications of uniforms and weapons among the soldiers. He realized he had overcommit, but if the soldiers were not adequately fed, how could their morale and spirit be upheld? Moreover, Bai Chun's supplies were merely delayed. If the accounts could be adjusted in a timely manner, the issue could likely be resolved. With this thought, Yang Ling felt a sense of calm. As the sun dipped in the west, the station master's office lay beneath a blanket of pristine snow, basking in the cool sunlight. Lanterns, faded and indistinct in color, were hung every 20 steps along the eastern wall, gently swaying in the wind. 5 horse-drawn carts lined up on the slope of the path, surrounded by a commotion of voices with distinct southern accents, brandishing knives and guns, numbering over 40 individuals. In front of the granary, a dozen couriers wielding batons were blocking the entrance, engaged in a heated standoff under the lead of a junior clerk. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Ling felt a surge of urgency and rushed over, calling out loudly, "Everyone, cease your actions. Speak with me." Zheng Shaopeng, a soldier under the officer's command, stood beside a man with rolled-up sleeves, who bore a fierce expression akin to that of a butcher. Zheng Shaopeng whispered something to him, and the man glanced at Yang Ling, waving his hand, which immediately hushed the soldiers. At the entrance, the small official spotted Yang Ling and immediately exclaimed, "The Yichang master has arrived. Sir, these soldiers are attempting to seize the military rations." "Ha! I've just crawled out from the pile of corpses. Do you think I fear you big-headed soldiers?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers became agitated. Yang Ling quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Silence." This brother Chiu must have conveyed the military orders from the Baidu Sea. "All soldiers, please refrain from making noise. Which officer here holds the highest rank? Step forward to discuss the allocation of rations. Signing here will allow you to collect them." An officer standing next to Zheng Shaopeng stepped forward, puffing out his chest. "You are perceptive. We are risking our lives at the front while food is stockpiled here, leaving us to starve. Do you think we can be bullied?" The small official, guarding the granary, stammered, "Sir, we cannot distribute the grain without permission. They are—" Yang Ling interrupted, "I am aware they are the reserve troops, the guest army, whose supplies have yet to arrive." He surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "Moreover, I also know they are a valiant force, the saviors of our county. When the Jiming was in peril, it was they who charged to the forefront, driving away the invaders and saving the lives of the townsfolk." He asked the soldiers, "If I'm not mistaken, that squad of riflemen belongs to your battalion, correct?" "Indeed," the officer replied, pride radiating from his face as he looked around and declared, "In the Northern Army, there are too few gunmen. Only our Southern Army is equipped with a dedicated rifle squad." Yang Ling nodded. "Yes, now that the enemy has retreated, everyone in this county, including your families, can enjoy a hearty meal and a good night's rest." What's the reason for this? It is because these brave soldiers stood guard on the city walls, preventing the invaders from returning. He proclaimed loudly, "Tell me, why should we withhold food when there is grain in the granary? Should we allow these valiant soldiers to starve while they protect us outside the city? Heroes are shedding blood for us. We cannot let them bleed and weep." The soldiers lowered their weapons, their earlier hostility dissipating, replaced by pride and emotion, their eyes glistening with moisture. The officer, resembling a butcher, trembled with suppressed emotion. Yang Ling changed his tone and continued, "What do we have to worry about? They come from Jiangnan, a land abundant in fish and rice. 7 or 8 parts of the world's grain tax come from Jiangnan, Huguang. Would we fear borrowing grain from such a prosperous region? Indeed, I, Guan Shouying, guarantee with my own head that once our military provisions arrive, I will ensure they are returned to the treasury without a single grain missing." Flattered by Yang Ling's praises, the officer felt like a national hero, thumping his chest and loudly affirming his agreement. Guan Shouying, delighted by the way he was addressed as general, quickly responded, "Well said, no need for Master Yichang to instruct us." He glared at his subordinates and shouted, "Brothers, behave yourselves and don't embarrass us, your soldiers." The officials and soldiers replied in a chaotic chorus, and Guan Shouying patted Yang Ling's shoulder heavily, grinning, "Brother, I am the captain of the personal guard under Lord Bai. Yang Yichang, I have made a friend of you. The personal guard is responsible for the safety of the commander, also serving as the morale enforcement unit. While the captain may not hold a high rank, he is a trusted confidant of Bai Chan." Yang Ling, naturally eager to ingratiate himself, casually mentioned a few of the common soldiers, making Guan Shouying feel a sense of camaraderie and closeness. Han Yunyang, noticing his fatigued expression, hurriedly removed his boots, lifted his legs onto the Kong, and sat beside him, gently massaging his legs. "My lord, you must be tired. Let us rest before we eat." The Kong was warm, and Han Yunyang's hands were so gentle that Yang Ling felt drowsy, too lazy even to open his eyes. He relaxed against the bedding and murmured, "Yunyang, I am so exhausted my whole body aches." Han Yunyang changed her technique from massaging to kneading, gently working on his sore muscles, and softly smiled. "If only there were some medicinal wine, I guarantee you would wake up tomorrow feeling no soreness." A pleasant, ticklish sensation coursed through his calves, and Yang Ling sighed contentedly, allowing himself to enjoy her tenderness. After a while, he suddenly recalled something and opened his eyes, saying, "My body is in such poor condition. I need to exercise more. By the way, I saw your staff technique on the city wall today. It was impressive." Han Yunyang's face flushed, and bashfully massaging his legs, she stammered, "It's just some rural tricks. Why do you ask about that, my lord?" Chapter 30. The first day of the new year, Yang Ling noticed a hint of shyness in her voice and looked at her closely. Her hair had just been washed, cascading neatly over her shoulders, gleaming and exuding a refreshing and delicate aura. Beneath her beautiful brows, her honest eyes sparkled, seemingly evading something. Yang Ling mused, could it be a family secret that mustn't be revealed? Although he knew Yunyang's heart was entirely devoted to him. If her family indeed had such rules, it was understandable. Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment and forced a smile, saying, "Oh, is this a family secret from the Han family that outsiders cannot learn?" Haha, I was being presumptuous. In this era, a woman marries into her husband's family, rendering her maiden family outsiders. Favoring her maiden family could lead to severe consequences. For Han Yunyang, such a remark could be taken as a serious reproach. She nervously replied, "No, no. Yunyang has nothing to hide from my lord. If you truly wish to learn, how could Yunyang refuse?" This staff technique was learned from my father at the Shaolin Temple in Hunan, called the Mad Demon Staff Technique. At that time, restrictions on ordination were stringent. Anyone under 60 needed parental and local officials' endorsements to become a monk and attend examinations. As temples faced dwindling disciples, they could only recruit lay students, leading to a surge of lay disciples from Hunan and Hebei. Yunyang's father, due to poverty in his youth, went to the Shaolin Temple to make a living, where he learned this martial art. Upon hearing the name Mad Demon Staff Technique, and recalling Yunyang's coy expression, Yang Ling suddenly understood. Looking at her bashful demeanor and petite frame, he found it amusing and could not help but chuckle. Han Yunyang, flustered by his laughter, looked at him awkwardly, and as he continued to find it amusing, her cheeks turned crimson. She pouted. Yunyang originally did not want to say anything. "It was my lord who pressed me to speak, and now you are laughing at me." As she spoke, her lips formed a small pout. Yang Ling laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Seeing her distressed expression, he naturally pulled Han Yunyang into his embrace, saying, "Ha, I did not find it funny at all. You are overly sensitive. I cannot help but laugh when I imagine such a delicate lady like you wielding the Mad Demon Staff Technique." Yang Ling laughed heartily, while Han Yunyang maintained a serious face, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, smacking Yang Ling's leg playfully. Scolding, "My lord is so mean, purposely teasing me." Yang Ling winced at her playful smack, gritting his teeth. "Ouch, take it easy. The saddle is too hard. My thighs are nearly rubbed raw from riding." Han Yunyang panicked, quickly soothing him with her small hands. Her gestures so tender it seemed she wanted to blow on his leg. She gently caressed his thigh, her eyes fixed on him, asking, "Does it still hurt?" "After dinner, I can go to the pharmacy and get some ointment." Clearing his throat, Yang Ling replied, his voice slightly hoarse, "No need. I just lack exercise. I'm fine, really. No more rubbing." The young girl understood some things, but was also blissfully ignorant at times. Her delicate hands were close to such sensitive areas, and Yang Ling quickly bent over, silently thanking the heavens. He couldn't help but exhale deeply. Yet he soon realized how close Han Yunyang's delicate face was to his lips. The tender, flawless skin brushed against a few strands of hair that tickled his cheek, provoking an urge to sneeze. The faint fragrance of femininity emanating from Han Yunyang's cheeks stirred Yang Ling's desires. Her hand, resting on her lap, now felt as if it were searing like a hot iron. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yang Ling embraced Han Yunyang and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. She trembled, becoming rigid. Her face was smooth, possessing a quivering elasticity akin to gelatin, and Yang Ling couldn't resist leaning in for a deeper kiss. Instantly, her face flushed with warmth, and she dared not move, yet her eyes shimmered with surprise, shyness, boundless joy, and tender affection. Her luscious red lips resembled ripe peaches, and Yang Ling suppressed his overwhelming urge to ravage them, rasping, "I am hungry. Let's make some dumplings." Han Yunyang replied with a nasal tone, yet her body remained motionless, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Yang Ling, the depths of which shimmered with unspoken allure. Unkempt, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, gracefully draping over the lap of her companion, a sight that elicited pity from all who beheld it. Han Yunyang displayed a charming demeanor, inviting and delicate, and in Yang Ling's heart, this flower bud had already assumed an expression of willing submission. Han Yunyang, in a daze, surrendered to his advances, her body languidly melting into his embrace. Her pure, youthful fragrance swept away Yang Ling's fatigue, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally withdrew his lips from her swollen ones. Han Yunyang radiated femininity, her eyes glistening with allure, her lips moist from his kisses, exuding an indescribable anger. She gazed at him dreamily, her eyes brightening as she processed his words, and then, as if awakening from a deep slumber, she gasped, shyly adjusting her collar, hastily jumping down and floating out like a weightless being. The sounds of clattering dishes echoed from the outer room, clearly indicating her flustered state as she struggled to regain her composure. Over these days, Yang Ling had gleaned some understanding of her temperament. He knew that even if she remained untouched, her fate was irrevocably entwined with his, and she would never remarry. The beliefs instilled in her since childhood were not something he could alter. The mere thought of their impending separation, which loomed like a specter within a 2-year time frame, filled him with dread. How could he dare to claim her, to give, to promise, when he feared he could not embrace the rights of a husband? Yet, regardless of the poverty that surrounded them, he could not bear to leave, for here lay the woman he cherished and adored. Yang Ling pondered silently, his heart aching like 1,000 needles. Dressed in a round-collared azure robe with large sleeves and donning a square cap, Yang Ling's tall figure and starry-eyed gaze radiated elegance, bringing joy to Han Yunyang. She was clad in cotton trousers, an outer blue checkered skirt, and a light pink blouse. Her slender waist was accentuated, and her skirt swayed gracefully, her lustrous hair cascading in 2 streams down to her waist, presenting an image of purity and grace. Beneath her skirt, a pair of embroidered shoes peeked out, and she brought over a steaming plate of dumplings. A small square table was set on the kong, and Yang Ling sat cross-legged beside it, maintaining a dignified posture, his gaze fixed ahead. Only an unworthy man would approach the stove, Han Yunyang had just remarked, a sentiment akin to the gentleman's principle of avoiding the kitchen. Yang Ling complied, sitting obediently while his thoughts wandered. Meanwhile, his eyes mischievously admired his industrious little wife, not neglecting to appreciate the delicate beauty of her petite feet. Han Yunyang's feet were enchanting. Yang Ling recalled being frightened by his grandmother's bound feet in his youth, which had twisted into a tragic form. Han Yunyang, on the other hand, possessed natural feet, A stroke of fortune, perhaps due to their humble circumstances that required girls to work in the fields, preserving their beauty. At that time, foot binding had not yet become fashionable, and few women were subjected to it. It wasn't until the late Ming and early Qing dynasties that such a grotesque practice gained popularity. Otherwise, Han Yunyang, aspiring to be a virtuous wife, would have had no reason to bind her feet. If that were the case, Yang Ling would never have witnessed her valiant stance against the Tatar bandits atop the city wall. The table was adorned with cabbage and pork dumplings, a platter of braised beef, a water chestnut assortment, and a small pot of warm liquor. After the meal, Han Yunyang busied herself tidying the room while Yang Ling held the teapot, observing her with a sense of restlessness. It felt decadent, a descent into indulgence. He felt a sense of guilt, as though he were committing a crime. Such enjoyment in his time would surely invoke retribution. Retribution arrived swiftly. Yang Ling stood up, sheepishly moving to request permission from Han Yunyang to wash a dish or sweep the floor. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and a cold gust of wind rushed in. As Yang Ling raised his head, he saw a white figure dart inside, followed by a heavy punch landing on his shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Regaining his footing, he found himself face to face with a brother and sister duo, Ma Ong and his sister Ma Yin'er. Both were clad in mourning attire, with Ma Ang's face flushed and filled with rage. Ma Yin'er resembled a dew-kissed white lotus, standing gracefully. Although her exquisite features were overshadowed by her somber expression, her bright eyes glaring at Yang Ling with disdain. "Ma brother, ma sister, what brings you here?" Yang Ling asked, bewildered. "Ma anspat angreli. Ungrateful. Who do you think you are to call me brother?" With that, he lunged forward, fists raised. Yang Ling, lacking martial skills, dared not engage and retreated 2 steps. In a swift motion, Han Yunyang glided past him, meeting Ma Ang's punch with a resounding clap. The small outer room felt charged as Ma Ang's powerful punches dominated the space. Han Yunyang stood her ground, not flinching, her delicate hands skillfully countering his force with nimble grappling techniques. Yang Ling, confused by their sudden hostility, felt a surge of anger himself. Seeing Ma Ang's overpowering punches aimed at Han Yunyang, he shouted, "Ma Ang, let's speak calmly. If you dare harm Han Yunyang, I will not rest until I seek vengeance." Panic surged within Han Yunyang. Though she was furious at the brute who struck her husband, she was aware that the siblings were friends with him, so she held back her full strength. Just then, Ma Yin'er darted in, leaving Han Yunyang unable to intervene in time. She swiftly crouched, dodging Ma Ang's punch, snatching 2 chopsticks from the stove, and in a flash, pressed them against Ma Ang's throat, commanding stop. Ma Yin'er rushed to Yang Ling's side, her delicate wrist twisting his arm back while her right hand drew a gleaming dagger from her waist, poised threateningly at his throat. Upon seeing her brother subdued by Han Yunyang, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Han Yunyang, noticing Yang Ling in peril, tightened her grip on the chopsticks and sternly ordered, "Release my husband." Ma Yin'er echoed, "Let go of my brother." Both women paused, locking gazes, unwilling to relent. Yang Ling took a deep breath, mindful of the dagger's sharp edge, and urged Han Yunyang, "You must let my brother go." Han Yunyang hesitated. "But what if you—" Yang Ling glared, exuding a man's resolve, "Release him." With a pout, Han Yunyang reluctantly dropped the chopsticks. Ma Yin'er scoffed derisively. "What a grandiose display of masculinity. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Yang Ling sighed. "One must have a reason to kill, no? I have never wronged you or your brother, so what reason do you have to harm me?" Despite his ignorance of the siblings' anger, he sensed their eyes lacked any murderous intent, providing him with a measure of assurance. Ma Yin'er raised her left hand, lifting Yang Ling's arm slightly, the sharp blade pressing against his throat. Yang Ling dared not bend down, letting out a muffled groan from the pain, which pained Han Yunyang deeply. Yet, with her husband in the clutches of another, she did not dare to move. Ma Yin'er gritted her teeth and sneered, "You have aided my brother, yet does the Ma family treat you poorly? Why do you oppress us so mercilessly?" Yang Ling responded with confusion, "Miss Ma, I'm still unaware of what wrong I have committed. Could you enlighten me?" Ma Ang, filled with indignation, retorted, "My father has passed away, and you have now become the county's postal officer? How ruthless you are! My father's remains are still warm, and to curry favor with General He and the military officials from the capital, you wish to expel my siblings from the postal office. Is there anyone as heartless as you?" Ma Yin'er trembled as she spoke, even if you wish for my siblings to vacate the postal office. We have only just arrived here over a month ago and are unfamiliar with this place. We merely asked to borrow a room in the postal office to set up a morning hall for our father, yet your subordinates dismissed us. People are so cold-hearted. Yang, I misjudged you. She recalled the moment she had been moved at Hongyan Tower, shedding tears over unfulfilled feelings, lamenting that she had not met him before her marriage. Little did she know that the one man she admired would prove to be so callous, and that those in the postal office were equally mercenary and unfeeling, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. Yang Ling stood in shock, finally exclaiming, "Ma Yin'er, how could you think I would do such things? Master Ma passed away in the city, and I am grieving deeply. The army has just arrived, and I have only recently taken over the postal office, exhausted from running around all day. I intended to pay my respects tomorrow. Do you truly believe I would be the sort to drive you away?" Ma'an, still filled with resentment, replied, "The human heart is impenetrable. Who knows what kind of person you are? At least, Malie ne post." Slowly releasing her grip on Yang Ling's arm, her bright eyes searching his with sincerity as she asked, "You did not?" Looking into the clarity of his gaze, which radiated honesty, Ma Yin'er believed him. She smiled through her sadness and said, "Perhaps it is those petty officials who are abusing their power. My siblings and I have been reckless and have disturbed your esteemed family. Brother, let us leave." With a downcast glance, she walked past Yang Ling, leaving behind a faint fragrance. He unexpectedly recalled her spirited demeanor when they first met. Ma Yin'er had grown up in Liaodong, where she mastered horseback riding and the Tatar language, her character refreshingly candid and generous, unlike the women of the Central Plains. Since their acquaintance, this was the first time Yang Ling had seen her so weak and helpless. Unable to contain his compassion, he grasped her arm and said, "Wait. Since Master Ma referred to me as a virtuous nephew, I am his junior. I am not yet aware of the details. Could you share them with me?" The previously tense atmosphere dissipated as trust and understanding blossomed between Yang Ling and Ma Yin'er. Under Ma Ang's still resentful gaze, Ma Yin'er recounted the events. It turned out that in the afternoon, a minor official at the postal office, having received Yang Ling's orders to prepare several good rooms, had evicted Master Ma and his siblings to make way for the high-ranking officials from the capital. This small postal office had never before hosted such dignitaries, and the best accommodations were limited to just a few rooms. Master Ma had only been in his position for a little over a month and had yet to establish any authority. The minor official, initially intending to persuade them gently to move into a side room, had become enraged and called upon the postal guards to expel them. Recalling that her father's body lay unclaimed on the cart outside, Ma Yin'er had requested a room to set up a morning hall, but the official, in his fury, refused, citing that it would obstruct the view of the guests. The unfortunate siblings, who had been the masters of the postal office in the morning, found themselves homeless by nightfall, carrying their father's corpse, and even the inn refused to take them in. In their despair, they were driven by rage towards the ungrateful Yang Ling, whom they held responsible for their plight. Han Yunyang, already soft-hearted, having experienced the loss of loved ones and the torment of being mistreated, listened with tears in her eyes, pleading silently for her husband to assist the siblings, dismissing their earlier rudeness from her mind. Yang Ling, filled with anger himself, said to Ma Ong, "Brother Ma, your father treated me like family, and I shall take care of this matter. It is my way of honoring him. I will accompany you to arrange the morning hall, and tomorrow morning I will go with my colleagues from the county office to pay my respects to Master Ma." Chapter 32. Unspoken affection. The minor official on duty rushed over upon hearing that the postal officer had arrived. Yang Ling noticed the swelling on the official's cheeks and frowned. Being a modern man, he did not subscribe to the notion that one's rank elevated their dignity above others. If he had been struck, as this official had, he would have likely retaliated. Thus, he refrained from reprimanding the official for the sake of Ma Ong and instead politely requested him to gather a few people to assist in preparing the morning hall. When the official saw his superior was involved, he reluctantly called upon several postal guards to help with the arrangements. Unable to bear the somber atmosphere, Yang Ling offered some words of comfort before taking his leave. Just then, someone called out, "Young brother." Emilianer uprode Yang Ling, speaking softly, "Young brother." True feelings emerge in times of hardship. "I thank you sincerely." She bowed slightly, and Yang Ling hurriedly supported her, saying, "Miss Lianer, you are too formal. Your father is my elder. This is a small matter and my duty." Such grand gestures are unnecessary. Malioe rose gracefully, forcing a smile. I thank you on behalf of myself. My brother possesses only brute strength and a penchant for fighting, while I am but a woman. Without you, we would have been unable to fulfill our filial duties today. Her voice trembled as she sighed. I have always resented my father for causing my mother's death. Though I am saddened, I do not feel desolate. In a world where video communication was prevalent, Yangming had encountered countless beautiful women with exceptional looks. Even the current emperor might not possess the ability to appreciate every stunning beauty. Logically, he should not have been swayed by Ma Lian'er. Yet, as the saying goes, a woman's charm increases with her virtue, and the beauty of a woman is enhanced under the glow of a lamp. Ma Lian'er, already lovely, donned plain mourning attire, exuding a pure and ethereal quality. Her starry eyes glistened with tears, rendering her heartbreakingly beautiful, causing Yangming to shy away from her gaze. Ma Lian'er aside, I am saddened, but perhaps I should express more regret. For it is only now that I realize that if not for my father, I would not have been able to live so carefree. Regardless of everything, he did treat me well. I should not have harbored such resentment and anger towards him. Yangming silently sighed, pondering whether this was yet another illustration of the saying that one appreciates their parents only after they are gone. Why is it that we only learn to cherish what we have after is lost? A bitter smile graced Ma Lian'er's lips as she continued. My father obtained the postal officer position due to 2 vacancies in the county. I preferred this location for its proximity to the frontier and longed for life beyond the pass. Thus, I urged my father to come here. It seems I have brought misfortune upon him. If I had foreseen the events to come, Yangming comforted her. Who can predict the future? Miss Lian'er, this is not your fault. What good is it to foresee the future? If I had known I had only 2 years left to live, I would have been far happier with Yongyang. He said wistfully, without the ability to predict the future, we must live fully in the present, cherish what we have now, so that we may not regret in the future. Do you not agree? Ma Lian'er noticed his piercing gaze fixed upon her, filled with complex emotions, causing her heart to flutter. Little did she know that Yangming's thoughts were of Han Yongyang, leading her to misinterpret his intent. Cherish what we have now. Was he hinting at something? Yet, he is already married. She spoke, her heart racing like a galloping steed. Would he keep me? If he does, what shall I do? It was evident that he held a deep affection for that young woman and would never abandon her for my sake. If he were to express his love for me, would I, Ma Lian'er, be reduced to becoming someone else's concubine? Ma Lian'er felt no shame in being a concubine, yet she was captivated by Yangming's graceful demeanor, particularly his understanding of those views that would be deemed scandalous by the women of Zhongyuan. Only this man could comprehend and embrace those sentiments. Now that her family's decline had become an irrevocable reality, and he, before even reaching his 20s, had already attained the position that his father had labored a lifetime to secure for the court, his future was undeniably promising. Was this a choice I could make? Ma Lian'er felt an unsettling turmoil within, not wanting to confront it, yet a flicker of affection quietly stirred in her heart, creating a profound contradiction, leaving her in a state of extreme anxiety. When Ma Lian'er finally relaxed her taut nerves, her clenched fists loosened, but a fleeting glimmer of undeniable disappointment crossed her eyes. As Yangming took his leave, he remained oblivious to the depths of sorrow reflected in Ma Lian'er's gaze. He requested a horse from a young attendant and headed straight to the county office, seeking the duty officer to inform him that the officials would be arriving the following morning to pay their respects to Ma Yichang. Among the county officials, Huang Xiansheng held the highest position and had always looked after him. Others respected him due to his association with mastermen. So Yangming was confident that his unique status would carry some weight. Yangming nodded and inquired, "How is the master?" Old Li, shuffling in his slippers, approached to take his outer robe, smiling as he replied, "The fever has subsided, but he has yet to awaken. Allow me to accompany you." Yangming waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. It is New Year's, and it's rare for both of you to have some peace. You should rest. I will just take a look at the master and depart." He lifted the cotton curtain and entered Min Wanjian's bedroom. A small oil lamp sat on the table beside the Kong, where the magistrate lay peacefully asleep, wrapped in blankets. Yangming settled in front of the Kong and chuckled softly as he observed Min Wanjian sleeping on his back, his beard pointing skyward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the dark complexion of the magistrate had regained some color. Gently touching his forehead, he realized the fever had broken, and it appeared that the toxins had been purged from his body, indicating he was out of danger. Yangling couldn't help but exhale in relief, standing up to leave, just as Min Jishian suddenly groaned, mumbling, "Water, water, I need a drink." Yangling's heart leaped with joy as he hurried to the table and poured a pot of tea. Bringing the spout to Min Jishian's lips, the magistrate drank eagerly, as if a whale gulping water, consuming nearly half the pot before slowly opening his eyes. Squinting for a moment, he finally recognized his trusted aide, Yangling, blinking in surprise as he looked around, murmuring, "Am I at home? What is the current military situation?" Yangling replied with a smile, "Master, you have been asleep for a day and a night. Today, the troops of General Yongning have arrived, and the Tartars have retreated into the mountains. The siege is lifted. There is no need for you to worry." Hearing this, Min Jishian's expression brightened, and after a brief moment of squinting, he opened his eyes wide, surveying the surroundings and sighed. "Is it just you here? Time reveals a horse's strength, and long acquaintance reveals a person's heart. Damn it, do they all think I'm dead?" Yangling hastened to clarify matters, and only then did Min Jishian feel reassured. However, to awaken from his sickbed to find only Yangling by his side filled him with great comfort, reaffirming his instinct that he had not misjudged his trust in him. Yangling recalled the temporary appointment of He Kanjiang and relayed the news. Upon hearing it, Min Jishian widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How can that be? If you leave, who will manage this office?" After some contemplation, he added, "Well, this way you can officially step into the officialdom. My brother-in-law is the governor of Datong. Tomorrow I will send someone to inform him at once, helping you secure a formal post as the courier director. The transition from acting to official status will be quite convenient, and it should not take long." He chuckled mischievously. "Do not underestimate the position of courier director. While it may not be grand, it is quite lucrative. It would be advantageous for you to hold this position. I would not be satisfied if it were handed to someone else." Chapter 33. Maong joins the army early in the morning. Yangling rode steadily towards the courier office. Unbeknownst to him, his idle remark about the saddle being too hard had inspired the young woman to craft a thick mat for him overnight, which now lay lightly on the saddle, soft and plush, causing him some concern about losing his balance. Arriving at the courier office, he was suddenly startled by the sound of galloping hooves drawing near. A dozen swift horses approached, with Yangling glancing up to see a group of armored guards escorting a general, none other than Bai Chun, the commander. Bi Chen, beaming with joy, appeared markedly different from the imposing figure he had been the previous day. He grasped the reins with one hand and, with a gracious gesture, smiled broadly. "Brother Yang, thank you for your assistance. I have come specifically to express my gratitude, having navigated the intricacies of officialdom for years." Bai Chun did not consider Yangling to be a lifelong confidant simply because of a few heartfelt words. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of goodwill toward him. This morning, while riding through the city, the thought of the courier director crossed his mind, prompting him to detour to the office to convey his thanks. Yangling promptly engaged in courteous exchanges, and upon learning that Bai Chun intended to pay respects to an elder, he felt it inappropriate for him to leave immediately. Thus, he entered to pay tribute as well, lest he appear disrespectful. As they entered the courtyard, they spotted Min Jishian's small green sedan chair, revealing that several colleagues had arrived early to visit the magistrate. Min Jishian had suffered a shallow arrow wound, which had caused his prolonged unconsciousness due to the poison on the arrow. Now that he had awakened, he was in no grave danger. Hearing that Ma Yichang had passed, he recalled that only Yangling had accompanied him during his time of distress, evoking a sense of shared grief. Without heeding any objections, he took the sedan chair to offer his condolences. Ma Ong and his sister were astonished that Yangling could attract so many dignitaries to pay their respects. Despite Min Jishian's camaraderie with Ma Yichang, it was partly due to the financial support provided to him, and while Ma Yichang held a position as a genie Wei, without that status, he would have been several ranks lower. The presence of such individuals was indeed a significant honor. Considering the situation, Ma Ong felt profoundly grateful to Yangling, though Ma Yin'er regarded him with a blend of gratitude and a hint of melancholy, leaving Yangling perplexed. Bai Chun, initially intending to merely pay a visit, found himself reluctant to leave upon encountering Ma Yin'er. He had not expected to find such a stunning beauty in this small town, a delicate maiden of about 15 or 16, draped in white, exuding an air of fragility. Her complexion was as flawless as a flower in bloom, glistening like dew on frost, radiating an indescribable charm. Even his 3 concubines, who were considered beauties from Jiangnan, could not compare to her 6/10 of her allure. The 2 siblings bowed, but did not rise. Ma'an spoke, General. I wish to join the military to fight against the Tatars, to protect the Ming Dynasty and avenge my father. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Bai Chun hesitated, knowing that it would be easy to recruit a few individuals for his battalion. However, his army was organized under the military household system, with soldiers being generationally passed down. While there were instances of individuals impersonating soldiers, publicly admitting such a recruitment in front of so many people was inappropriate. Mal Yinner then raised her head and said, General, my brother possesses exceptional martial skills. He could serve as a foot soldier. I beseech you to provide him with this chance to honor our father and serve the country. Hearing the soft plea from the beautiful maiden softened Bai Chun's heart, causing his triangular eyes to narrow with warmth. In a moment of impulse, he replied, Very well, rise quickly. Since you are skilled in martial arts and literate, come on my side as a personal guard. You will be assigned as a squad leader, and once you achieve military merit, your rank will be elevated. Ma'ong, overjoyed, bowed deeply and stood up. While the position of squad leader was modest, it still represented a military rank. Ma'ong, who held himself in high regard, was confident that with his martial prowess, he could not only avenge his father, but also secure a respectable position in the military. With the elder brother finding a path forward, Li Inar felt a sense of joy for him, yet could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow at the thought of being left alone with his military service. However, the question of how to arrange her circumstances became a dilemma. Wang Yangming, noticing Ng's gaze upon him, reassured him, Brother, there is no need for concern. The young lady shall remain here. Li Inar cast a fleeting glance at him, her countenance stern as she replied, My siblings have now severed ties with the YSH, and residing here would be quite improper. Women are known for their grudges, particularly those who have been pampered, and Wang Yangming assumed she still harbored resentment towards the minor official. He remarked, What does it matter? I shall assist you in arranging matters shortly. Li Inar, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, I share neither kinship nor friendship with you. There may be unkind rumors circulating. Ming, glaring, exclaimed, Who would dare? While there may be no kinship, there is certainly friendship. I count Wang Yangming as a good companion. What harm is there in aiding my sister? Li Inar stomped her foot and turned away, ignoring the foolishness of the matter. Wang Yangming pondered internally, agreeing with her reasoning. After all, he was merely enacting YCH-ing and had not brought his family to the YSH. Accommodating a young lady here might indeed invite unwelcome gossip. When the county magistrate, M.N., had departed, he mentioned that someone had been sent to inform his brother-in-law. Wang Yangming suggested that Li Inar stay with Yuni-ing for a few days, while he would move into the YSH. Once the official appointment was finalized, he would relinquish his small room for her use. He conveyed this to Ming, who appeared astonished. While Li Inar raised her brows in intrigue, Wang Yangming quickly added, she may first keep my sister company, and I shall reside in the YSH. Once the threats from the invaders had receded, Li Inar could decide her course of action without haste. Ming was overjoyed. With such arrangements, what could possibly go wrong? Li Inar shot a glance at Wang Yangming, contemplated for a moment, and remained silent, thus solidifying their plans. That day, the invaders only dispatched small detachments to probe the Ming forces, with neither side committing their main forces to battle. Li Inar maintained an icy demeanor towards Wang Yangming, yet was warm with Yuni-ing, which greatly relieved him. Throughout the day, Li Inar offered him only cold, insincere smiles, leaving Wang Yangming perplexed as to what he had done to offend her. He feared that this young lady might display her haughty temperament towards Yuni-ing at home. While he could endure personal affronts, he could not tolerate any disrespect towards her. Yuni-ing, though not well educated, possessed a gentle nature and was astute enough to know what to say and what to refrain from saying. Having grown up in the frontier, Li Inar was particularly averse to the pretentious mannerisms of the well-educated women of the Central Plains and found herself connecting well with Yuni-ing. In no time, they became quite familiar with one another. At the YCH-ing, a figure stealthily slipped into the gatehouse, inquiring, Is the YCH-ing Diren present? The gatekeeper, previously a courier who had sustained a leg injury in the city, was now temporarily fulfilling the role of gatekeeper due to a shortage of staff. He assumed the visitor sought the acting YCH Ing Ying Ling and replied while seated, "The gentleman has just stepped out. What is your business?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the newcomer, noting their ordinary attire and a fur-lined cap pulled low over their brow, their face weathered by the elements. The gatekeeper nodded, accepting the oil paper package, while the individual pushed open the door and vanished into the night. Glancing at the letter, the gatekeeper noticed a bizarre fish drawn on the wax seal, but dismissed it with a yawn, placing the letter atop the bedside table. Chapter 34. The storm approaches General H and two supervising officers, along with the local garrison commander Jiying, inspected the three cities before arriving at BCH in camp. BCH in was a temporary command, not as disciplined as other commanders due to its recent assignment. The previous night had seen a grain shortage at BCH in, and General H, concerned only for his own troops' provisions, paid no heed to the plight of others. Had it not been for YCH Ng's generous supply of grain, his soldiers would still be hungry, thus harboring some resentment towards General H, leading to a cool demeanor upon their meeting. The military dispatch was sent from the general headquarters. After reviewing the urgent report, General H disseminated the information among the commanders. Pacing in the main tent, his expression fluctuating between concern and frustration. The Tatar Prince Bynmk had gathered an army of 20,000 from various tribes, launching raids along the border to seize supplies and mitigate the losses incurred from the harsh winter snow, thereby ensuring their survival. Strategically, they had no intention of prolonged conflict. Since the Ming Emperor's 5 campaigns against the Tatars, the foreign tribes had yet to regain their strength, rendering them incapable of sustained assaults. After the signal fires were lit, multiple Ming armies mobilized, though the forces from Huail were the last to arrive due to snow-blocked roads. The other 2 armies had already engaged. The Tatars had not yet captured Juel when the northern contingent led by the deputy commander SHM had arrived. The enemy, numbering around 5,000, had hastily retreated after pillaging a few villages, suffering significant losses when ambushed by the guerrilla General GWI, leaving only 3,000 troops remaining. The northern forces had thus achieved an impressive victory. Prince Bynmk personally led 10,000 Tatar cavalry against Xian, capturing 3 small cities. The southern forces, including the deputy commander Wi Guing and guerrilla general Ying Ling, along with the garrison commander Wing Xian, also fielded around 10,000 troops, resulting in a stalemate of mutual victories. However, in the early hours of today, the prince's forces divided and retreated. With Wi Guing's troops in hot pursuit, one faction fled north while the other vanished without a trace. The general's dispatch ordered General H to coordinate with both flanking armies to reclaim lost relay stations while seeking opportunities to engage the enemy. Though Ying Ng's deputy commander managed to hold onto JM his achievements paled in comparison to his colleagues. Furthermore, from the dispatch, he realized the enemy's combat intentions and understood that yesterday's Tatar forces lacked reinforcements and had no desire to engage in prolonged combat. Reflecting on the missed opportunity for a significant victory only deepened his frustration. YYSH, upon reading the military dispatch, wore an equally grim expression. Fearing reprimand, he hastily stated, "Our forces have just arrived and were unaware of the enemy's intentions. Exercising caution is not unwarranted. Now that we understand the enemy does not wish for prolonged engagement, we shall seek their whereabouts and take the initiative to strike." Lu Ngg Ing nodded in agreement, stating, "Today, we refrain from pursuing them. The Tatars, unaware of our strength, may not have fled far. Tomorrow, we shall surprise them, and victory will be within our grasp." BCH In pondered before responding, "Deputy Commander, esteemed supervising officers, the Tatars excel in field combat. And with 2 guerrilla generals assisting along the Zhu L and Xi'an routes, our numbers do not exceed theirs. The terrain ahead is rugged, which complicates our pursuit." YYSH interrupted, "Now that we understand the enemy's situation, it is the perfect time to pursue and keep the Tatars from underestimating the might of the Ming army. Is your suggestion born of cowardice or fear of battle?" BCHN, with a glare, felt a surge of anger. Taking a breath, he maintained silence while internally cursing. "When I propose a pursuit, you accuse me of seeking glory recklessly. Now that I wish to refrain, you label me a coward. What a ridiculous scholar." General H glanced at BCHN, smiling as he said, Commander B has come from the south and is unfamiliar with the geography and enemy conditions, which is no fault of his. The rugged terrain indeed poses challenges, but it is precisely because of this that the Tatar cavalry will struggle to maneuver. My troops are all locals, well acquainted with the terrain. Tomorrow, we shall advance with my men at the forefront. BCH scoffed in silence, recognizing the underlying intention to seize military glory for himself. General H disregarded his expression and swiftly summoned the main commanders to BCH's camp to begin strategizing for the forthcoming engagement. Upon reminiscing about Yuanyang, a warm sensation enveloped him, and his heart felt as if it were filled with honeyed sweetness. Ever since their last kiss, the young girl seemed to have tasted the allure of affection. Although she dared not initiate a kiss, she no longer hurriedly burrowed into the bedding, leaving only a strand of her hair visible. Instead, she would linger at the edge of the Kong, her large, dark eyes sparkling like black grapes, gazing at him with a smile. The girl, with her bare shoulder adorned in coarse cloth, exuded a tender innocence akin to a bashful flower, encapsulating an irresistible charm. Heaven help him, Yangling felt he might transform into a werewolf under the moonlight at any moment. His confidence in self-control waned, and he found himself uncertain about what he was clinging to. Yuanyang's enchanting figure had filled his heart. Selfishly, his feelings for her had evolved from mere pity and tenderness to profound love, and the thought of guiding her toward another's embrace had long been cast aside. Yet, the idea of making Yuanyang wholly his own instilled growing trepidation within him. Due to his initial hesitation, he felt he had squandered too much time and pondered how much longer he had to live. It was akin to a gambler who, with only a sliver of capital left, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, rendering him reluctant to place his last bet. Shaking his head to dispel the bittersweet emotions, he opened a cabinet. After the death of Mai Cheng, his set of keys had been entrusted to Yangling. That afternoon, he had caused quite a commotion while trying to unlock the 4 peculiar copper locks on the Kong cabinet, each shaped like a dog, horse, shrimp, and fish. After considerable effort, he managed to open the locks of the dog and horse, only to bend the key of the shrimp without success, ultimately calling in a young assistant for help, discovering that the shrimp-shaped lock required a pull rather than a twist. The fish lock, as the assistant explained, was symbolic of vigilance, meant to safeguard the most important documents, as fish are known to keep their eyes open even while resting. This lock was quite unique. Once the key was inserted correctly, it required a turn followed by a push inward to unlock. Yangling drew the Kong table closer, adjusted the wick of the oil lamp, and hurriedly perused the contents. After flipping through only a few letters, he realized they must be intelligence reports from the Jinyui system. These reports contained not only the private matters of officials, but also insights into the people's sentiments, customs, agricultural yields, and weather conditions, encompassing a vast array of topics. Yangling was astonished at the extensive reach of the Jinyui's intelligence network, which extended beyond mere loyalty and integrity of officials. If utilized effectively, this vast reservoir of information could provide the ruling powers of the Ming Dynasty with first-hand, detailed, and authentic accounts of various aspects, essential for governance. Regrettably, it seemed there had been no notable beneficial deeds attributed to the Jinyui throughout the Ming Dynasty. After casually browsing further, Yangling paused, holding a letter dated half a month prior. This correspondence detailed the continuous heavy snowfall beyond the borders, resulting in countless livestock perishing from cold, with some small tribes facing extinction. The frequent communications among tribes posed potential threats to the Ming Dynasty. Yangling chuckled ruefully at the letter, lamenting that those spies who had been dispatched to foreign lands, risking their lives, likely saw their gathered intelligence go unnoticed by the higher echelons of the Jinyui, who seemed only interested in matters of personal import. Had a diligent official taken heed of this information sooner, perhaps the citizens of the border towns would have suffered fewer calamities. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Yangling suddenly found himself laughing softly. He was merely a minor postal official, lamenting over national affairs and the plight of the people. Yet what impact could he truly have on such a vast empire? Aspiring to lofty ideals was futile. It was better to remain grounded, caring for those he loved and fulfilling his responsibilities, for could he truly influence the course of history? The following morning, fresh snow began to fall again. Yangling stood beneath the eaves, admiring the swirling snowflakes. The snow at that time was whiter than in later years, with large flakes drifting gracefully before his eyes. crystalline and translucent. He extended a hand to catch a few falling flakes, which melted instantly upon contact, leaving him no time to appreciate their beauty. With a sigh of regret, as he flicked the melted snow from his palm, a delicate voice echoed from the end of the corridor. "Sir." In Chapter 35, Ambush is aplenty. Han Yonyang, slightly shorter than Ma Lianer, wore a blue-checkered skirt and a light pink top. Though she lacked the stunning allure of Ma Lianer, her delicate face and gentle smile made her appear as a charming neighborly girl. She carried a basket covered in blue cloth, with her umbrella tilted towards it, snowflakes adorning one side of her body. Yang Ling quickly descended the steps, nodding respectfully to Ma Lianer before approaching to take the basket from Yonyang's hands, guiding her under the eaves while brushing the snow from her forehead and shoulders, inquiring, "What brings you out so early in this heavy snow?" Han Yonyang closed her umbrella, warming her slightly reddened fingers, her nose crinkling adorably as she replied, "I brought you food, sir. I even cooked 2 eggs. You mustn't go hungry with all the work you have." Ma Ong, having transitioned from civilian to military status, needed to register at the county office, and Ma Lianer, seeing the heavy snow, had initially planned to postpone her visit. However, upon witnessing Yonyang's determination to venture out, she decided to accompany her to the post office. Observing the affectionate interaction between the young couple stirred a twinge of disappointment in Ma Lianer. She removed her hood, gathering her hair, which shone more lustrous than black satin, and brushed off the snow accumulated on her boots, silently entering the house. Yang Ling hastily finished his meal and had just set down his chopsticks when the doorman limped in. Glancing at the new postal official's wife and the daughter of the former official, he dared not linger, hastily producing a letter he had received the previous day. Presenting it with a smile, "Sir, this letter was delivered last night and must be handed directly to you." Uncertain who might be writing to him, Yang Ling took the letter and tore it open, noticing a peculiar fish design next to the wax seal on the back. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be a confidential correspondence from the Jinhui? Having perused those that were already opened yesterday, he felt no fear. However, as he was not part of the Jinhui, carelessly opening a secret letter could lead to complications. Now that the letter was open, he could not afford to ponder such matters further. He extracted the paper, hoping it contained trivial information, so that even if someone discovered it, it would not pose a significant issue. Han Yonyang nodded obediently, and Yang Ling hurried outside. Ma Lianer suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Yang, I will accompany you. My brother left in a rush yesterday, and I need to help him update his civilian registration." Yang Ling had no objections, and they called for a horse from the post office, racing toward the county office. County Magistrate Min was lying on the Kong while the doctor changed his bandages. Upon hearing the news Yang Ling brought, his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and after a moment of stunned silence, he read the letter twice, bursting into a fit of laughter akin to a hen that had just laid an egg. He had initially feared that his laughter might disturb his wounds, but this restrained chuckle only caused him to tremble more violently. Seeing him struggle to contain his laughter, Yang Ling found it amusing as well. It seemed that impulsiveness could yield unexpected benefits, for who would have thought that this reckless man had inadvertently achieved such a significant feat? As Magistrate Min laughed, the expression suddenly froze on his face. After a moment of contemplation, his countenance shifted to one of concern. "This is troubling. The son of Barian Ming is a cripple. I have heard he placed great importance on the second prince, Shulia Boki. Now that I have killed his son, and the Tatar army retreated so easily, it is indeed suspicious. The military report just came in, stating that our forces have departed at dawn to pursue the enemy. Should Bo Yanming personally lead his troops to avenge his son, the situation would be dire. This news must be relayed to He Qinjiang immediately. Yang Xie, you must catch up with He Qinjiang and inform him." Yang Ling, recognizing the urgency of the matter, promptly agreed and hurried out. Ma Lianer, having renounced her civilian status, was waiting for him in the front hall. Noticing his anxious expression as he rushed to mount his horse, she quickly followed suit, asking, "Young brother, what is the cause of such haste?" Yang Ling replied loudly, "This morning, the army set out to pursue the Tatars. Since the magistrate of Min County executed a Tatar prince the other day, it is likely that the Tatars have not truly retreated. If they harbor thoughts of revenge, they might be feigning retreat to ambush us. I am going to catch up with He Qinjiang to relay this message." With that, Yang Ling turned his horse towards the southern city. Ma Lianer, having mounted her horse, circled around twice before recalling that her brother was also in the army. If the Tatars were indeed lying in wait, it would pose a significant risk in the chaos. Unable to shake off her concern, she flicked her whip and galloped towards the southern city. Outside the city, the camp was left with only a few old and weak soldiers guarding it. Yangming learned that the army had departed an hour ago. Feeling a surge of urgency, he quickly followed the muddy path trampled by the army's horses and carts. The road outside the city was not as level as that within, and being a novice rider, Yangming clutched the reins tightly, panting heavily, which was more exhausting than riding the horse itself. As he approached, Yangming exclaimed, "Miss Liener, what brings you here?" He added, "It is fortunate that your equestrian skills are commendable. Please hurry to stop the army's advance to prevent any unforeseen events." Ma Liener furrowed her brows slightly and retorted, "Do you think the army will heed the words of a woman such as myself? Did you bring the sealed letter?" Yangming smacked his forehead, realizing, "Oh no, I left it with Magistrate Min." Ma Liener scoffed and suddenly pressed her hand on the horse's back, straightening her posture to stand upon it. The horse continued to gallop, showcasing her impressive riding skills. She instructed Yangming, "Let go of the reins. I shall take the reins now." Yangming, bewildered, released the reins, unsure of how she would control the horse. As their horses ran side by side, Ma Liener leapt gracefully onto Yangming's horse, commanding, "Give me the stirrups." Yangming withdrew his feet from the stirrups, feeling unsteady, and hastily wrapped his arms around Ma Liener's slender waist, suddenly being embraced by a man. Though she had anticipated it, her back stiffened and her abdomen tensed. Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance as she grasped the reins, saying, "Hold on tight. I shall take you, Surichong, to meet Hekinjiang." Having grown up in the wilderness, Ma Liener possessed exceptional equestrian skills. The combined weight of the two was lighter than that of a heavily armored soldier, and riding together, they not only maintained the speed of the horse, but, under her expert control, they galloped even faster and more smoothly. Hekinjiang, upon receiving accurate intelligence, could hardly contain his excitement. With only one route leading to Jiming ahead, he was untroubled by the prospect of being ambushed from behind. Thus, he commanded his 5 divisions to march swiftly through the snow, hoping to surprise the Tatars. As Yu Shi stated, in heavy snow, the Tatars would not anticipate our army's sudden arrival. Reflecting on the past, when Li Xian made a commendable entrance in Akai Prefecture on a snowy night, this surprise attack could potentially annihilate the enemy forces and earn him a place in history alongside the ancients. With the army 6 miles from the city, they entered Hulugu. The valley was flanked by continuous high mountains, and within lay a gourd-shaped valley. Though Hekinjiang was eager for merit, he was not a novice and had not succumbed to the allure of glory. He ordered the army to halt, sending scouts ahead to investigate. Seeing Hekinjiang's troops paused, Yu Shi followed closely, gesturing towards the valley ahead. "Sir, the terrain on both sides of the gorge is not steep, and the mountain tops extend hundreds of feet. There is no cover to hide soldiers. If the Tatars set an ambush on the peaks, the distance is too great for their bows and arrows to threaten our forces. With the gentle slopes, rolling logs and stones would be ineffective, so there is no need for concern." Gong Gong Lu, peering out from the carriage, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Though I am no expert in military affairs, it is evident that the barren mountain tops cannot conceal any troops. With the surrounding mountains, the Tatars cannot encircle us from both sides. Furthermore, the Tatars are outnumbered. How can they encircle us with fewer troops? We may proceed with confidence." Hekinjiang replied with a smile, "Indeed, both of you are correct. I am merely worried that the narrow valley may force our troops to align in a single line, restricting our ability to support one another. Should the Tatars set an ambush ahead, our reinforcements would be unable to assist, leading to significant casualties. Let us await the scouts' report before proceeding." Chapter 36. The escape from their elevated position, the Tatars unleashed a hail of arrows, resulting in immediate casualties among the Ming army. Fortunately, Hekinjiang's troops were seasoned veterans. After a brief moment of chaos, they quickly formed a defensive formation, positioning their war chariots on either side and raising barriers to create artificial fortifications. Soldiers wielding oversized shields formed a protective wall, securing both flanks. Once the defensive formation was hastily established, the Ming army had already lost 1/10 of its forces. Yu Shi hastily dismounted and entered Lu Gonggong's carriage. Trembling as he exclaimed, "It is clear that the Tatars have laid an ambush. We must retreat swiftly." Though the carriage was constructed from thick wood and was resistant to arrows, the sound of arrows striking the carriage still sent chills down Yi Yushi's spine. Lu Gong, a eunuch, possessed greater courage than Yi Yushi. Though his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably due to the tension of witnessing such a grand battle for the first time. The Tatars had constructed a half-human-high wall along the slopes, tilted upwards and covered in snow. From below, it appeared as a smooth slope extending to the mountain's peak. The nomadic people of the grasslands had long ago devised simple methods for fortification. In the harsh winter winds, they would create windbreak walls from frozen grasses and branches around their tents. This night, they had dug and frozen water to construct the two walls with minimal effort. Upon learning of his son's tragic death, Bo Yangming immediately withdrew his troops, marching day and night to reach Yimutan. After joining forces with Bo de Rmo, their numbers surpassed those of the Ming army, emboldening him to abandon his cavalry for an infantry battle against the Ming. Now, in Zhualu, the Ming army was poised to encircle them. He devised this strategy, aiming to achieve complete victory in one decisive battle, annihilating the Ming forces in Huailai to avenge his son before retreating. He Qinjiang, having stabilized his forces, commanded, signal the troops to hold their positions. Instruct He Shi Jie to defend the front lines while Wang Chengxian leads an assault on the flanks. We must create an opening. Command Sun Dezhong and Bai Chun Ho to switch roles, quickly retreating. Zheng Yi suppressed the central troops. Wang Chengxian directed the archers to fire upon the enemy flanks while leading the infantry in a strong assault on the slopes, buying time for the army to withdraw. On the slopes, Tatar General Bode Rmo observed the Ming army stabilizing and launching a counterattack. He immediately ordered, shoot the flag bearer among the Ming troops and their horses to prevent them from forming ranks. With the command issued, arrows rained down, and the flag bearer was struck dead, while many horses were also hit, causing chaos as the Ming horses reared in pain, trampling their own soldiers and disrupting their formation. Bode Rmo personally led the charge, pressing the beleaguered Ming troops, who, like cornered beasts, launched repeated assaults up the slopes. Bodies fell in heaps, and no one mourned the dead. No one even noticed who lay beneath their feet. In the midst of such bloodshed and chaos, death became a commonplace occurrence, rendering even the most sensitive souls numb. Under the leadership of the sergeant and the lookout, the Ming troops surged forward, stepping atop the bodies of their comrades in search of a glimmer of hope. On the slopes, the Tatars, utilizing the advantage of terrain and superior archery, ensured that every arrow found its mark. Yi Yushi, trembling in the carriage, shouted, "He to run! He to run! The Tatars have long since set an ambush. We must retreat at once." He Jiang, clutching a Yinling dagger, wore a grim expression as he declared, "I have dispatched someone to notify Bai Chun. This valley is narrow, unfavorably hindering our troop assembly. If the rear guard does not retreat, we shall find it impossible to break free." Yi Yushi, filled with rage, retorted with the army ambushed, and Bai Chun showing no signs of movement, "We risk total annihilation. I shall hold him accountable for this grievous delay. He Darren, I must proceed to oversee the rear lines." He Jiang, preoccupied with commanding the forces, found himself exasperated by Yi Yushi's incessant chatter. Upon hearing Yi Yushi's intention to head to Bai Chun's camp, he deemed it a relief to have him out of the way and promptly arranged for 20 shield-bearers to escort him and Gong Lu away. Thus, a scholar and a eunuch, two of the highest commanders, hurriedly stumbled towards the rear encampment. The valley beneath Wahum Mountain was shaped like a gourd, its spout facing the direction of Jiming. As Bai Chun's troops entered the valley, Yang Ling and Ma Lianer rushed into the ranks. After listening to Yang Ling's urgent account, Bai Chun recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared to accompany him to meet He Jiang. However, the Tatar forces on either side had already begun their assault, under the cover of a hail of arrows. A significant number of Tatars leaped from their positions halfway up the mountain to block the retreat of the Ming army at the valley's entrance. The narrow mouth of the valley meant that with just a handful of skilled archers, a relentless barrage of arrows could prevent even the mightiest army from escaping. The Tatars at the valley's entrance aimed solely to obstruct the retreat. Thus, they merely fortified their position without launching an attack. Each Tatar bore at least 4 quivers of arrows, while Bai Chun's southern army, primarily composed of close combat sword and shield soldiers and gunmen, was utterly incapable of contending with these valiant warriors, who could take on 10 foes at once while holding the advantageous position. In mere moments, the valley floor was littered with the bodies of Ming soldiers caught unawares. The proximity of the bloodshed rendered Ma Lianer, witnessing such carnage for the first time, pale as snow, while Yang Ling, having endured the psychological toll of prior battles, managed to pull her to safety between two carts, thus shielding her from stray arrows. The Ming army's counterattack was swiftly thwarted by the Tatars' sharp arrows, as bodies fell in the cramped valley entrance. The Ming forces struggled to wrest control of the sole exit from the Tatars while simultaneously fending off the incessant rain of arrows, their casualties mounting. Yang Ling observed the Ming army's disarray, recognizing their inability to mount any significant offensive. Their officers displayed commendable bravery, leading from the front without fear of death. However, they lacked the tactical knowledge to effectively organize their troops in battle. To put it bluntly, had they been in a flat terrain under a commander's direction, they might have formed a semblance of a battle line. But in the chaos of such close combat, superior officers failed to issue effective commands, while the less literate junior officers resorted to either leading from the front or brandishing their blades ineffectively, neglecting to leverage the strategic combination of sword and shield troops, gunmen, pikemen, and archers. Yang Ling, witnessing the poor quality of the troops, was drenched in sweat from anxiety, whereas Ma Lianer was preoccupied with concern for her brother's safety. Spotting him not far ahead beside Baidusi, she felt a wave of relief. At that moment, Yi Yushi and Gong Lu rushed over in a state of disarray. As Yi Yushi was about to reprimand Baidusi for the failed breakout, his gaze fell upon a woman clad in green, mistakenly perceiving her to be Baidusi's family member, which only fueled his anger. Consequently, both men, in their official capacity as military overseers, commanded him to forcefully open the valley's entrance at all costs. Baidusi, reluctantly complying, ordered a halt to the mountain assault and gathered his troops to launch a forced attack on the valley entrance. With a grim countenance, he commanded Qi Bazong, Lu Bazong, concentrate your firepower and assault the valley entrance. No retreat is permitted. We must carve out a bloody path. He then bellowed at the captain of his personal guard. Instruct Guan Shouying to oversee the front line. Any soldier who retreats shall be executed, and if the entire unit retreats, the commander shall be executed. If a commander dies while the entire unit retreats, they shall be slaughtered without exception. The order was absolute, and both commanders understood that lives hung in the balance. They immediately ordered their respective units to charge towards the valley entrance amidst the rain of arrows. The arrows fell like rain, and while the Ming army's firepower managed to fell many Tatars, the sword and shield soldiers were unable to keep pace with the charge, allowing the Tatars to unleash a volley of arrows and re-establish their blockade at the valley entrance. Yang Ling, frustrated, struck the cart heavily. Glancing at the lifeless body of a fallen horse, an idea struck him, and he shouted, "By Darren, use the war horses as meat shields. Follow closely behind them, and we shall surely create a breach." Lu Gong and Yi Yushi, elated by the suggestion, promptly commanded by Jiang to comply. At that time, war horses were valued at nearly 400 guan, and the Ming army had always suffered from a lack of cavalry, so the soldiers had never considered using horses as weapons. However, with lives at stake, they could hardly afford to be concerned about the horses. They gathered the remaining war horses to the front lines, around 40 in total, while the gunmen doused their tails with flammable liquid, igniting them. The pain compelled the horses to gallop forward, neighing wildly. De Tartar Commandir, qui linda da, was taken aback as dozens of horses with flaming tails charged towards him, shaking the ground beneath. He ordered his men to unleash arrows. The life of a horse, unlike that of a human, is not so fragile. Although a few horses fell, the majority continued to charge forward, scattering the Tatar formation and fleeing from the valley. Some soldiers, caught off guard, were trampled into mere flesh by the stampede. Seizing the opportunity, Baidusi commanded his troops to charge forth, braving the rain of arrows above. Chilinda immediately led the remaining 400 Tatars to confront them. The valley entrance was narrow enough that 200 men could seal it off completely. And soon, the two armies clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 37. Life and death on the line. The sound of bowstrings snapping echoed ominously as a volley of arrows shot forth, piercing the air with a chilling whisper. The Ming army, like a flood breaching a dam, paused for a moment as the first wave of arrows struck, and many fell. However, this was the last volley the Tartars could muster. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, the Ming soldiers surged forward without the beating of drums or orders to charge. They could not be halted. The briefest pause was enough for the tide of humanity behind to push them onward, wave after wave crashing forth, consuming the fallen like the relentless sea. The Tartars at the valley's entrance stood firm like a jagged rock amidst the tumultuous waves, their blades carving through flesh as the crashing tide splattered blood across the battlefield. On the slopes, Tartar archers could no longer maintain their fire as both sides became entangled in a desperate melee at the valley's mouth. They abandoned their bows and charged down the slopes with knives and spears, joining the fray. The soldiers, previously passive and trapped, began to counterattack under the leadership of some officers, surging up the hillside to strike at the rear. The emergence of a single gap was akin to a row of dominoes collapsing, rendering the once encircling formation ineffective, and the Tartars rushed down in disarray. Simultaneously, fierce fighting erupted on the two semicircular flatlands of the Gourd Valley, while the narrow passages became a chaotic mass of bodies, each soldier striving to break free and hasten towards the valley's mouth, yet being swept along by the throng, moving slowly yet inexorably forward. The metallic tang of blood permeated the frigid air as snow continued to fall, mingling with the jarring sounds of steel clashing and the sickening thud of blades meeting flesh, painting a tragic tableau amidst the falling snow. At the rear, a throng of heads surged, but only a scant 100 soldiers could engage in combat at the front. With every casualty, fresh troops surged forward relentlessly. The battleground began to accumulate a grim boundary formed from the bodies and blood of the fallen. Amidst the sea of corpses, soldiers clung to one another, grappling in a chaotic struggle, while new combatants surged forward, having no time to discern friend from foe, trampling over the bodies and blood of the fallen, as fresh adversaries lunged forth with fierce intent. The magnificent chaos of 1,000 combatants erupted. It was a true melee where generals and their troops were indistinguishable. Each individual gripped their weapon tightly, seeking only a pair of hostile eyes, before unleashing a thunderous roar and charging forth. All around were swords and spears, with arrows occasionally whizzing through the air. At this moment, life was rendered utterly equal. Even a commander leading thousands could be slain by the most humble of soldiers with a single thrust. All martial skills were rendered useless. There was scarcely room to evade or maneuver, only the relentless cycle of hacking and killing. The valley boiled like water, a crimson torrent, with the only outlet at the mouth of the gorge where Yangming and his companions found themselves. Chilan Dada's subordinates were fierce and unflinching killers, yet the overwhelming force of the flood was too great, and their lives were being harvested by the enemy. The opening of the gorge was merely a matter of time. The shield-bearers tasked with protecting Yi Yushir and Gonggong Lu held their round shields in one hand and short blades in the other, dutifully escorting them towards the gorge. However, the throng was too dense. Yi Yushir stumbled and fell, instantly trampled by countless feet, some belonging to the Tatar warriors and others to soldiers he deemed far beneath him. No one had the time to discern whether the flesh being crushed beneath their feet belonged to a lowly soldier or a noble man. The weapons of life and death danced before them, and all that remained was an instinct for survival, the primal urge to wield their weapons. Two shield-bearers attempted to lift him, but were quickly overwhelmed by the irresistible tide of humanity, and countless feet continued to stampede over him. This hardened the hearts of several soldiers, who chose not to glance back. The crowd, indifferent to friend or foe, was swept along by an immense force toward the gorge. Yangling was bewildered. In such disorder, individual valor was of no avail, especially since he lacked the strength of even a common soldier. His instinct was to flee towards the paths less traveled, amidst the glint of blades and the cacophony of battle cries. His only remembered duty was to hold tightly to Ma Lian'er's hand. She had come with him, and he could not abandon her. All were eager to burst forth from the gorge, for escape was synonymous with life. Yet Yangling understood that within this chaos, he lacked the capacity to reach the gorge. Even if he were not slain by the Tatars, his frail body would surely be trampled by his own men. Reduced to mere pulp, Yangling, grasping the bewildered Ma Lian'er, gradually extricated them from the deluge and ascended the hillside. With the Ming forces counterattacking and the scope of the slaughter expanding, their only option was to flee higher. The Tatars noticed the two figures atop the slope and instinctively Some rushed forward with blades drawn, driven by an innate desire to eliminate any perceived threat. Upon recognizing the distinct attire and appearance, their primal reaction was to kill. Both sides had devolved into the most bloodthirsty and frenzied of creatures, their blood-red eyes devoid of rationality, instinctively seeking life only to extinguish it. Yangling silently lamented. He was left with but one instinct: escape. The throng in the valley surged like a roaring river, trampling and colliding, a force that would shatter anything that dared enter its flow. Thus, he could only flee to higher ground, as several beast-like Tatars pursued them with guttural roars. The two exerted all their strength to escape to the mountaintop. Initially, Yangling dragged the panicked Ma Yi'er, but as they neared the summit, it was she who began to pull him upward, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. His body was woefully untrained. Yangling felt his heart racing like a galloping steed, his ears ringing, and his thigh muscles twitching painfully. The suffocating agony nearly compelled him to surrender to his fate, preferring death by Tatar blade over this exertion. However, Ma Yi'er clearly had different thoughts, despite her own labored breaths contrasting her ethereal appearance. She had snapped out of the shock of the slaughter and began to pull Yangling with all her might. If someone were to observe them from another realm at that moment, they would surely think they were watching a slow-motion film, with snowflakes swirling around. As the pair moved at a snail's pace while the menacing pursuers, merely steps away, also advanced at a leisurely pace, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Yangling's muscles trembled from overexertion. He was utterly exhausted, yet upon seeing Ma Yi'er's determination, he summoned the last of his strength to leap forward. Striking her arm with a force that knocked it aside, his fingers grazing her cheek. Ma Yi'er felt a sharp pain as the hairpin at her throat drew blood. The golden pin flying from her grasp, leaving 5 distinct marks upon her delicate face. She stood there, stunned, gazing at Yangling. He understood her fear of being defiled by the Tatars, yet he lacked the strength and time to offer an explanation. Stumbling toward the steep slope, he realized that while there was no clear path ahead, it seemed the only route to survival. To turn back and confront the fierce Mongolian warriors with empty hands? He knew all too well that a mere flash of steel would sever his head from his body. He surveyed the nearly vertical slope, anxiously calculating the odds of survival while beckoning to Ma Yi'er, his voice hoarse, urging her to come. 2 Tatars had already scaled the ridge. Having spent the earlier part of the day slaughtering in the valley, they were now winded and gasping for breath as they approached the summit. Realizing that these 2 had nowhere left to flee, with their knives propped against the ground, they caught their breath, recognizing their need to regain strength for the next assault. Their fierce gazes assessed the man and woman before them. Slowly, the cold malice in their eyes faded, replaced by a lewd glint. The 2 brutish Tatar men, their forms as thick as logs, gazed at Ma Yi'er with primal lust, their lost strength rapidly restored by their baser instincts. Ma Yi'er had heard tales from her father, who, while ostensibly a fur trader, engaged in intelligence gathering for the Zhengde about the brutal wars that erupted among the Tatar tribes over fertile grasslands. She knew of the horrors faced by the wives and daughters of the conquered, reduced to slaves and subjected to unspeakable indignities. Women captured by these savages were valued less than livestock, their fates far worse than a descent into hell. As she beheld the 2 Tatar brutes, their eyes aflame with desire, she shivered uncontrollably, cold fear gripping her. Her only choice was to rush towards Yangling. Thoughts racing through her mind. It is better to leap into the abyss together than to be defiled alive. Chapter 38. The long night, Yangling grasped Ma Yi'er and leapt onto the snowy slope. The surface, crystallized by the sun, allowed them to begin sliding down the steep incline. Ma Yi'er instinctively screamed, clinging tightly to Yangling's neck. The wind howled past their ears, swift as lightning. Though unafraid of death, the peril of their descent terrified her, and she buried her face against him, refusing to open her eyes. Yangling had once played in the sands, and he believed that with good fortune, they might avoid any obstacles and perhaps escape with their lives. He tightened his embrace around Ma Yi'er, anxiously watching the slope. The hillside lacked trees, and the small shrubs and grasses, weighed down by the snow, tore at his robe but spared his skin. As they neared the bottom, the speed and angle of their descent would soon launch them into the snow like cannonballs. Yangling abruptly fell back, shifting his weight, straining to arch his head away from the ground to avoid colliding with stones or branches. Ma Yin'er, caught off guard, tumbled forward, colliding with Yangling in a most unromantic kiss, both letting out a muffled grunt, their mouths tasting of iron. Ma Yin'er widened his, unable to utter a word before Yangling's body crashed forward, sending a flurry of snow flying in all directions as he slid across the ground. In an instant, Yangling's right foot struck a small tree, and with a sharp crack, both of them spun sideways, tumbling away for quite some time before finally coming to a stop. As Yangling regained his composure and glanced around, he discovered that they had plunged into a dense thicket. A few meters ahead lay the small tree he had just broken, while a massive boulder, blanketed in thick, white snow, loomed just 2 meters in front of him. Ma Yin'er, her heart racing, realized she was in a rather intimate position, sprawled against Yangling's chest. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully punched him in the chest. Yangling, relieved that his fragile body had escaped unscathed, only then noticed the weight pressing down on him and quickly withdrew his arms. Ma Yin'er blushed and climbed to her feet. Yangling, with a bold demeanor, stood and gazed at the mountain peak they had just leaped from. The heavy snowfall obscured their view, rendering the summit indistinguishable in the swirling white. Ma Yin'er felt her heart flutter. She cast a furtive glance at Yangling, whose long coat had been torn into strips, revealing the coarse cotton trousers beneath. His rear was exposed, making him appear quite disheveled. How brave he was, this seemingly delicate scholar, daring to leap from a steep ice peak. Moreover, recalling how he had tightly embraced her during their fall, using her as a cushion, a wave of sweetness washed over her heart, and a tender expression flickered in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Yangling, he resembled a peacock displaying its feathers, albeit viewed from behind. Excitedly, he turned to Ma Yin'er and said, "The Dazi would not dare descend this way. Let us hide in the woods and evade their search." Ma Yin'er surveyed the desolate forest, where not a single bird was in sight, and hesitated, saying, "Such a steep slope? They surely would not come down here. If we lose our way in the woods, we may perish." Yangling's face twitched as he dryly replied, "If it were just me, they might not pursue. But with you involved, it becomes uncertain. We should seek shelter." Ma Yin'er raised an eyebrow sharply. "What do you mean? Am I to blame?" She quickly shifted her tone, saying, "Very well, let's find refuge." Yangling scooped up a handful of snow and slowly melted it in his mouth, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Ma Yin'er was equally disheveled, her sweat-soaked garments in tatters, her hair disarrayed. As the snow ceased, twilight enveloped the landscape, the mountains silent and the surroundings indistinct. The two appeared as beggars lost in a celestial paradise. Rocks, pine trees, and the ground were all cloaked in a pristine layer of snow, a breathtakingly primitive scene, enough to captivate the heart, if not for the lurking danger of a wolf behind them. Initially, they sought merely to hide in the forest, but as they ventured deeper, a foraging wolf appeared ghost-like behind them. Their instinct was to flee, yet the wolf followed at a leisurely pace, biding its time to exhaust their strength. Having lived on the grasslands for many years, Ma Yin'er understood that they could not run any longer. Further flight would lead them directly into the wolf's jaws. She picked up a large branch from the snow and confronted the wolf, while Yangling, seeing she did not flee, also seized a branch to join her in defense. Modern individuals may have heard countless tales of the big bad wolf, yet facing an animal that resembled a large dog, even an adult wielding a stick would find it hard to feel much fear. Ma Yin'er was acutely aware of the wolf's ferocity, while Yangling remained blissfully ignorant. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, and with a shout, he swung his stick down with all his might. Although Yangling's physique was frail, that full-force blow was enough to crush the skull of a robust creature. The stick connected solidly with the wolf's head, but before Yangling could celebrate, Ma Yin'er shouted, "Be careful," and swung her stick in defense. The wolf, struck hard, yelped and rolled on the ground, but quickly regained its footing and lunged ferociously at Yangling. Startled by the wolf's swift response, Yangling saw its sharp white teeth glistening, and just then, Ma Yin'er's stick swept through the air, striking the wolf's hind leg. The wolf yelped in pain and limped away into the underbrush, still glaring menacingly at them. Ma Yin'er advised Yangling. "The wolf's skull is extremely tough. Aim for its legs and waist. It has a tough head, thin legs, and a weak midsection. Strike there." Realizing that their adversary was not easily subdued, the wolf refused to retreat. Whenever they advanced, it would flee, only to return in pursuit. This pattern continued until the wolf vanished from sight, leaving the two lost in the woods. Exhausted and unable to move, their clothes soaked through. The sweat beneath their garments began to freeze, leaving them shivering in the cold. As dusk approached, they faced the grim prospect of either succumbing to the wolf or freezing to death. Under Ma Lian'er's guidance, Yangming learned the survival skill of digging a snow cave. The forest floor was littered with fallen ancient trees, creating small depressions beneath the snow. Though not expansive, these spaces provided enough room for air. Yangming excavated and compacted the snow, moving in two segments of dead wood for shelter, allowing them to curl up inside, warding off the cold and sheltering from predators. Night fell completely, and Yangming's legs had grown entirely numb. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Lian'er had snuggled closer, her delicate head resting on his shoulder as she drifted into a light slumber. "We must stay awake and talk to keep our spirits up until dawn," he urged, fighting against the drowsiness creeping over him. "My eyelids are heavy," he pinched himself, calling out to Ma Lian'er. "Oh, Yang Xiao, Yang, my dear brother, you've done well. But I'm so tired, hungry, and sleepy. Just let me lean for a moment. Until dawn comes," she murmured weakly, her tone almost like a soft complaint. In a cozy room filled with the warmth of a fire, such a voice would undoubtedly evoke deep affection and stir the imagination. No, Yangming, despite lacking wilderness survival experience, had read too many accounts of those who froze to death in their sleep. He needed to rouse Ma Lian'er, but she was too weary to move, her delicate form languidly leaning against him, stubbornly refusing to rise. As he pinched his lips, Ma Lian'er stirred slightly, opening her eyes to the pitch blackness of the cave. Yangming's warm breath was the only comfort against the chill, causing her to crave more warmth. "What are we supposed to talk about?" "Let me sleep for a bit," she murmured. "We cannot sleep." Yangming insisted anxiously. "Stay alert. My body may not survive the night. Women have a thicker layer of fat than men, making them better equipped to endure the cold. I can give you my clothes. We must not sleep. If one of us survives, it will be worth it." Ma Lian'er, in a daze, struggled to comprehend his words. She instinctively drew closer to Yangming, sleepily asking, "What do you mean by fat?" Subcutaneous fat. But you wouldn't understand. Just think of it as extra meat." After a moment, a high-pitched voice erupted from the darkened snow cave. "Extra meat? Am I really that fat?" Chapter 39. Sleepless Nights. Women have always cherished beauty. From ancient times to the present. Unexpectedly, the threat of death failed to awaken her. Instead, the mention of extra meat excited her like a cockfighting hen. After much explanation, Ma Lian'er finally came to terms with it. Now fully conscious, she found the cold unbearable, her teeth chattering violently. At that moment, she felt a weight on her shoulder and, upon reaching to touch it, exclaimed, "Give me your robe." "What will you do?" As the warmth enveloped them, Yangming quietly tightened his embrace around Ma Lian'er, cocooning them both within his robe. Perhaps due to their nervousness, their breaths were somewhat shallow. Yangming recalled the tender memories of his childhood, particularly that frigid winter night when they had huddled together for warmth, momentarily lost in reverie. After a while, a soft voice emerged from his arms, inquiring, "Did you not say you wanted to chat? Why the silence?" "Oh, I heard you grew up beyond the Great Wall. Where's your hometown?" Yangming steadied himself and awkwardly sought a topic. Having adjusted to their intimacy after an initial bout of shyness, Ma Lian'er subtly shifted her position to become more comfortable, leaning against his warming chest. "My hometown is in Zhengde," she yawned, "but I have never been there. I only know that my uncle still resides there." "Zhengde? Is your hometown in Beijing?" Yangming inquired. "What do you mean? You're still a scholar." Ma Lian'er chuckled lightly. "Jinling is the true Zhengde, while Beijing is merely the capital." "Oh." Yangming broke into a sweat, questioning, "Jinling? A place of historical prosperity. Why did our Ming Dynasty relocate the capital here? It is so close to the Tatars, and such a desolate land." "Ma Lian est not dismissively, my shola." "Must you feign ignorance to engage me in conversation? Do you know that the Emperor guards the nation's borders? For thousands of years, the threats to the Central Plains have predominantly come from the north. Just beyond the walls lies the looming danger of the Great Khans. Yanjing is strategically located, nestled against formidable mountains to the north and compressing the Central Plains to the south, with access to the rivers of Jianghuai stretching into the vast desert. The founding emperor relocated the capital here to ensure the emperor guards the borders. Think about it. With the capital situated here, the court cannot afford to neglect the north. Otherwise, why would they station such heavy troops at the frontier? Why have a Jinui dispatched so many spies to lie in wait beyond the pass? Indeed, Ma Yin'er wiped away a tear. Let us hope we endure this night. Would you tell me a story? Listening will keep my drowsiness at bay. Yang Ling racked his brain for a tale, suppressing the pangs of hunger that gripped his stomach, and began, once upon a time, there was a mountain called Wuzishan, where a band of robbers resided, led by a chieftain named Zhizunbao. The people of this era not know of the book Journey to the West. Yang Ling felt disheartened. Just as he began, he had to delve into the origins of Sun Wukong from the Flower Fruit Mountain and the Water Curtain Cave, then recount the journey of Tang Sung from a golden cicada to a wandering child. It was only when he mentioned the celestial maiden Zixia that Ma Yin'er perked up. Upon hearing Zixia demand a kiss from Zhizunbao, she was suddenly reminded of their unintentional kiss while escaping the mountain. That thought ignited a pang in her lips and a flutter in her heart. Why does Zhizunbao not accept her? She couldn't help but ask. Bai Jingjing is a spirit, and he is a great sage cast down to the mortal realm. They are not suited for one another. Miss Zixia is a celestial being, and besides, Zhizunbao is correct. Such fates are arranged by heaven. Arranged by heaven? Is that not too arrogant? She chuckled, having always perceived Yang Ling's line as crass, yet found it amusing enough to blush and smile. Ah, Zixia. Hey, men are so contradictory, Ma Yin'er retorted with a hint of annoyance. Yang Ling felt a rush of warmth to his face and defended, perhaps you are right. Even the great sage cannot contend against fate. He must yield to destiny's whims. Nestled in his embrace like a timid quail, she fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking shyly, then do we count as a fate arranged by heaven? Gathering her courage to utter those words, she felt utterly drained and buried her blushing face into his chest, unwilling to emerge. Yang Ling was taken aback, stunned for a moment before saying, do not overthink it. Though we are close, it does not equate to chaos. Besides, if neither of us speaks of it, no one will know. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. You have kissed, embraced. How can I still marry? Ma Yin'er spoke boldly, yet her heart raced. Regardless of whether this ends in victory or defeat, Lord Min has slain a prince. His status is guaranteed to rise. You are his confidant, young and capable, and perhaps in a few years, you could become a magistrate. Though I am merely a small official's daughter, I am educated and poised. As you ascend in rank, you will need a wife worthy of you. She felt a surge of shame. I, Ma Yin'er, have always been proud. To now offer myself is mortifying. To even suggest persuading someone to divorce. I have never been so shameless. But who does not harbor selfish desires? Yang Ling, sensing her insinuation of his potential to take a new wife, felt a surge of anger. He straightened up and coldly replied, Miss Ma, having grown up beyond the Great Wall, I've always admired your candidness. I do not believe you would concern yourself with such antiquated notions. I could divorce her for you today. Would I not be able to do the same for another in the future? Zixia's words resonate well. If I cannot be with the one I love, even as the Jade Emperor, I would not find happiness. Likewise, I would not abandon my childhood sweetheart for an emperor. Malian felt utterly exposit, a mix of guilt and shame flooding her as she stammered, then I would willingly be your concubine. Would you agree? Yang Ling was taken aback, feeling a mix of emotion, touched yet helpless. He smiled ruefully. Miss Yin'er, why must you demean yourself? I cannot bear the weight of your deep affections. Ma Yin'er abruptly withdrew from his embrace, glaring at him indignantly. Do you find me lacking in beauty, or believe I possess no virtue? Yang Ling hastily replied, Miss Ling, you are beautiful and charming. I also believe you are a woman of pride and strength. You disdain those men who treat women as mere possessions, and rightfully so. Once you do fall for someone, you will be unwavering in your devotion. I am truly grateful for your affection. Such sweet words. I would rather humble myself, believing you will genuinely treat me well. Why do you still, in your heart, no one compares to your childhood sweetheart? Do they? Yang Ling Sigit, you are mistaken. In my heart, my childhood sweetheart is an ordinary girl. She is neither the most beautiful nor the most charming. In this vast world, who can claim to have seen all the wonders? Who dares assert that what they have witnessed is the most beautiful? Yet you may savor each view, choosing the most exquisite as your dwelling place. You possess the capability to have them all. But women are different. Love is not merely about appreciation or possession. It encompasses the responsibilities we carry for one another. If we love each other, we must honor the vow to walk hand in hand until old age. In the sea of humanity, there are many lovely women. Would I love one after another, discarding the past for a better option? All I would gain is the superficiality of beauty. As you mentioned in Hongyan Lu, treating a wife as a mere object, devoid of genuine affection. Why should she reciprocate sincerely? Ma Yi'er paused, then suddenly chuckled. Scholar, you speak so eloquently. I bow to your wisdom. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Yang Ling was taken aback, uncertain if she was joking or merely masking her embarrassment. However, the night was too dark for him to notice the glimmer in her eyes or the meaningful smile at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a hunter who glimpses an inevitable prize. After a moment, she regained her composure, a hint of a smile gracing her features as she mimicked Yang Ling's earlier words. The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. Brother Yang, why not regale me with another captivating tale? Yang Ling chuckled silently. Who says women of the Ming Dynasty lack a sense of humor? He perked up and declared, Very well, I shall tell you a riveting story. This one is titled Hua Pai. Chapter 40. A brush with death and survival. Yang Ling smiled contentedly as he gazed at the pristine cave entrance, although the sun had yet to rise. The cold air was beginning to carry a hint of morning's breath. Ma Yi'er still huddled within the robe, shivering, perhaps from the chill or from fear. Yang Ling chuckled as he patted her shoulder, saying, Daylight has come. We have made it through. Daylight has come? Cautiously emerged from his embrace, greedily gazing at the clear light streaming through the cave entrance. It was a relief that dawn had arrived. With daylight, fear dissipated. This wretched scholar was indeed well-versed in numerous tales, yet the specters and demons he spoke of were undeniably exhilarating. Yang Ling chucklet inwardly. Having recounted a revised version of Yuan Gui Lu, Sakura Soul, and building 17 boys' dormitory throughout the night, even he felt a tingle of apprehension. Noticing the smile lingering on his lips, Ma Yi'er shot him a resentful glance and complained, Are you doing this on purpose? Yang Ling was taken aback. Her demeanor seemed rather unusual. Perhaps due to her prolonged position in his arms, one side of her cheek was flushed, and her disheveled hair added an enchanting allure. Reminiscent of a wife just awoken from slumber, her petulant expression captivating. The cold was biting, devoid of any sunlight, and for the famished, it felt akin to descending into hell. All around was an expanse of white, rendering it impossible to discern their location amidst the snow-laden mountains and forests, where sunlight was absent, leaving them directionless. It was evident that they could not endure another night in the wilderness. They needed to depart while they still possessed the strength to do so. After a night of hardship, their stamina had significantly diminished, and they relied on each other for support, trudging through the snow along a frozen stream. As they walked side by side, Ma Yi'er and Yang Ling resembled a pair of companions searching for plum blossoms amidst the snow. The stream was unrecognizable, thick layers of snow obscuring its form, resembling a winding path through the woods, with only the occasional jagged ice formations along the banks reminding them that this had once been a lively brook. A gentle breeze stirred, sending snowflakes cascading into their collars, accompanied by the occasional rustle of birds taking flight. After traversing for nearly half an hour, they emerged from the dense thicket onto a snow-covered slope where trees stood sparse. Upon looking up, they beheld a range of modest mountains stretching from the west to the northeast, their heights uneven. The landscape was a dazzling expanse of silver, the only contrast being the dark gray trunks of the trees. The first rays of sunlight broke through, imparting a semblance of warmth to the pair. Just as they were about to gather their resolve to continue, a squirrel scampered across their path, leaving delicate footprints in the vast snow, its bushy tail disappearing into a snowbank. Elated, Ma Yi'er released Yang Ling's hand and rushed over, kneeling in the snow to observe, then disregarding the cold began to dig. Yang Ling followed with a wry smile, helplessly saying, Miss, are you still intent on catching squirrels at a time like this? Ma Yi'er, digging like a playful pup, breathlessly exclaimed, You big fool, help me dig. There must be food in the squirrel's burrow. A single burrow can yield several pounds of provisions. If we excavate it, even if we cannot leave today, we won't starve. Yang Ling smacked his forehead, abandoning his stick to assist her. After clearing away the snow and breaking the frozen earth 3 times, he finally reached into the burrow, his cheeks smudged with dirt, and triumphantly retrieved hazelnuts, chestnuts, hawthorn berries, and other dried fruits. The two excitedly knelt in the snow, inspecting their bounty. Yangling picked up 2 chestnuts, wiped them on his clothing, and handed one to Ma Lianer. They greedily devoured the tough, frozen skins, crunching loudly as they chewed. Yangling smiled at Ma Lianer, savoring the sweetness. When he suddenly noticed her face turning pale, her expression one of sheer terror. Following her frightened gaze, he turned to see a pack of wolves approaching. 4 wolves, larger and more powerful than the solitary one they had encountered previously, advanced towards them with agile steps, forming a menacing triangle. The sight of their white fangs and fierce eyes sent a chill down Yangling's spine. Ma Lianer trembled as she stood, casting a desperate glance at the encroaching beasts, and suddenly cried out, "Yangling!" Yangling was abruptly pulled around to face Ma Lianer, whose flushed cheeks and eyes brimmed with unspoken emotion captivated him. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him, trembling as she implored, "Yangling, hold me." Her body quaked as she sought his lips, her breath rapid and frantic. The wolves hesitated momentarily, bewildered by the strange display, but the alpha wolf let out a low, threatening growl, quickening its pace. As the wolves closed in, a sudden twang of a bowstring pierced the air, and an arrow flew forth, striking the alpha wolf squarely in the abdomen. With great force, the arrow exited, embedding itself in the snow, and the wolf let out a prolonged howl of agony, collapsing in a heap, blood staining the snow. Startled by the wolf's cry, Yangling and Ma Lianer turned to see the remaining wolves hesitating, growling as they searched for the source of the threat. In a swift motion, 3 more arrows whizzed through the trees, striking each of the remaining wolves dead on target. The smallest wolf was sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground lifelessly. In a state of both fear and relief, Yangling and Ma Lianer raised their eyes to locate their saviors. The bright white landscape, illuminated by the rising sun, dazzled their vision. Yangling squinted and soon spotted several figures emerging from behind a few birch trees, steadily approaching them. There were 4 individuals in total. The foremost was a burly man clad in a gray-green cloak, appearing to be in his 40s, draped with a tattered animal hide, armed with a long hunting bow and a spear. Behind him, 3 younger men, the eldest in his 20s, held a bow, while the others carried several long feathered pheasants that fluttered in the breeze. The smallest among them was a stout little boy with a rosy round face, though dirty. He appeared robust. As the man approached, he scrutinized Yangling and Ma Lianer. The man was bearded and rough in appearance, yet he bore an air of righteousness. Yangling felt a slight easing of his tension, although he remained cautious in this wilderness, wary of revealing too much to such a formidable figure. He clasped his hands and said, "We, brother and sister, have come to visit relatives at Jiming. We fled here after encountering soldiers and bandits. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." "Brother and sister?" the young boy chimed in, having trailed behind, his voice playful. "I just saw you 2 kissing." He was bundled in layers of cloth, making him appear adorably stout. Yangling and Ma Lianer felt their faces flush crimson, while the burly man scolded, "Don't speak nonsense. Go help your brother gather the game." The little boy stuck out his tongue, but protested, "But they were kissing. I saw it, big brother saw it. Second brother saw it, and even father saw it." Ma Lianer was mortified, fearing further misunderstandings regarding their relationship, and could only blush and stammer, "Sir, forgive me. My husband and I were merely being overly cautious while traveling." The man, Han Lin, had 2 sons named Han Wei and Han Wu, with the youngest being rather plainly named Man Song. Families of humble means often chose auspicious names for their children, and Yangling had encountered several named Man Song, though most bore little wealth. Han Lin had sheltered about 100 refugees in a nearby mountain hollow, relying on the hunting prowess of his family for survival. This family appears rather taciturn, seemingly unskilled in casual conversation, merely exchanging polite smiles before striding ahead with their quarry. However, Man Sunger took hold of a deer, grinning as he glanced at Yangling and then at Ma Lianer. He playfully nudged Yangling and whispered, "Brother Yang, your wife is truly beautiful, even more so than my sister." Upon hearing this, Ma Lianer blushed deeply, yet a hint of joy flickered in her eyes at the term wife, stirring her youthful heart. Yangling coughed awkwardly twice, unable to affirm or deny, and resorted to feigning ignorance. Han Wu remarked to Han Wei, "Brother, after the heavy snow, the beasts are foraging. Indeed, it is a prime opportunity for hunting. Now, over 100 people can enjoy a hearty meat soup. Han Wei replied, yes. The young ones have gone nearby to gather dried fruits. With these catches, there will be enough for everyone to have a satisfying meal. I estimate we should reach Jiangnan by nightfall. Han Wu spat in disdain. Even the old and the children know to collect some dry wood for warmth. Yet the third brother of the Yang family is utterly useless, doing nothing but feasting while others toil. It's infuriating. Han Wei nudged him and said, stop grumbling. If father hears you, he'll give you a kick. Regardless, he is still our sister's family, and we cannot disregard him. Han Mankang protested. Then what about Shui Wu? Isn't he useless as well? Han Laoyi chuckled, not entirely. The 300 Shaolin monks held their ground against over 2,000 for an hour. However, in a large-scale battle, what use are a few hundred martial artists? Noticing the little fellow's dejection, Yang Ling consoled him. Do not lose heart. That was merely a case of the commander lacking proper tactics. Such experts are ineffective when sent to charge into battle. If they were tasked with ambushing and sabotaging supplies, they would be far more valuable than tens of thousands of soldiers. At this moment, a thought struck Yang Ling. Could it be? He bears the surname Han, has 3 sons, learned martial arts at Shaolin, and is now a hunter. A chill ran down Yang Ling's spine. Could this be his unseen father-in-law and brothers-in-law? Yet, I do not know him, nor does he know me, even if he were not covered in mud. Han Laoyi would not think of his son-in-law in such a manner. Han Laoyi had seen his daughter as husband only a few times after marriage, and the difference in Yang Ling's appearance now compared to the pale, one figure he once saw was stark. Han Lin had learned from fleeing villagers that the son-in-law had recovered and moved to Jiming. Even if he looked somewhat familiar now, he would never suspect that this man, visiting the city with his wife, could be his own son-in-law. Moreover, Yang Ling had never met the maternal family of his wife. Fearing that she might detect any inconsistencies, he had refrained from asking about their names during their conversations. Now, with doubts arising, Yang Ling suddenly felt anxious. He cautiously approached Han Laoyi. Uncle Han, where have you fled from at this time? Yang Ling's heart raced at the mention of Ping Yun Ling. Surely, this man, draped in animal skins and large enough to encompass him entirely, was indeed his father-in-law. He chuckled nervously, quickly attempting to clarify. Uncle, you have misunderstood. That young lady is not my wife. I lied to you earlier due to my ignorance. Oh, Han Lin looked at him with suspicion, prompting Yang Ling to explain. Actually, we ran from Jiming to send word to our Ming army, but when the battle erupted, we were pursued by the Tatars and lost our way in these woods. He added, she was quite frightened at the time, being someone who has experienced such things. You understand, right? He flashed a manly smile at his father-in-law. Han Lin burst into hearty laughter, though after he finished, he stroked his beard, still uncertain about what he had truly comprehended. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Ling recounted the series of events regarding his message, ambush, escape, and encounter with wolves, providing a preemptive explanation to his father-in-law. In a valley, people had constructed many sloped shelters using dry tree trunks and natural terrain, covering them with leaves and snow, creating temporary homes. In front of these makeshift dwellings, they had placed several battered iron pots over stone fires, the wood crackling as the snow water boiled, releasing fragrant steam into the air. Han Lin invited Yang Ling and Ma Liner to sit before his shelter, while Han Wei and his brothers chopped large chunks of wolf and deer meat to toss into the pot. An elderly woman carefully retrieved a pouch and sprinkled rice into each pot, adding a bit of salt, followed by a generous amount of dried fruits collected by the refugees. The aroma of food began to permeate the air. At that moment, an aged voice called out, Han Lao Di, will we reach Jiming today? Several villagers have caught a chill and, lacking medicine, may not survive. Yang Ling turned to see an old man, leaning on a staff, shuffling over, with a square face, a ruddy complexion, and a pair of bushy white eyebrows extending beyond his brow. The old man spotted Yang Ling and froze. Yang Ling, too, was taken aback, recognizing the elder as the clan leader, Yang Laoyi. The old man, momentarily stunned, suddenly raised his staff and struck at Yang Ling, exclaiming, you ungrateful wretch. You even sold the ancestral estate. How can you face your father? How can you face your ancestors? Such a significant matter, and you did not even consult me? Are you feeling all grown up now? Yang Ling stepped back in bewilderment, unsure why this family elder was so enraged. I sold my own property. What need is there to consult you? Is it necessary to be so furious? Does the clan need to intervene in such matters? Han Lin grasped Yang Laoye's arm. Chuckling, brother, what is this? Let us speak civilly. Yang Laoye replied bitterly, you only ever favor your son-in-law. This little wretch sold off ancestral property without discussing it with the clan. Does he still consider himself part of the Yang family? Chapter 42. A mutual gaze of affection. Han Lin's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Yang Ling, realizing that the more he looked, the more he resembled that frail new son-in-law. Hesitantly, he asked, is he truly my brother-in-law? Yang Laoye rolled his eyes and scoffed. What? Do you both think you can con me? My old eyes are still sharp. I have watched Linger grow up. How could I be mistaken? Yang Laoye, still simmering with anger, had just begun a scene of family recognition, while Yang Ling's father-in-law, having been forewarned, was now delighted to see his son-in-law alive and well, eagerly inquiring about his daughter's well-being. However, the two older brothers-in-law were less easily deceived. Upon learning he was their sister's husband, their gazes turned somewhat hostile. Yang Ling, noticing their large fists, felt a twinge of apprehension, given that Yang Laoye and several elders remained agitated over his unilateral decisions regarding ancestral property. He seized the opportunity to distance himself from his two brothers-in-law, promptly approaching Yang Laoye and stating, Uncle, I understand your dissatisfaction with my handling of the family estate. I wish to inquire, where does our Yang family originate? Do we always possess these lands and properties? Yang Laoye paused, unsure of the intent behind his inquiry, and replied, we are descendants of the Ji Gong of the Song Dynasty, having migrated from Shaanxi 5 generations ago. When Zhengde Gong moved north, he brought only his wife and children, purchasing 10 acres of mountain land here at Jimingyi. Now, our family has flourished, with properties exceeding 100 acres, all painstakingly accumulated by our ancestors. For us, the younger generation, to maintain what they have built is already a considerable challenge. How could we afford to squander it? Yang Ling recalled that when Yang Laoye visited him, he had recounted the illustrious tales of their ancestry. It was said that they were descendants of the Yang family generals from Shaanxi, directly linked to General Yang Yu of the Yuan dynasty. During the Hongwu period, an ancestor named Yang Shun migrated to this area, establishing the Huailai Yang family. Yang Ling had been astonished by this revelation at the time, lingering in disbelief. However, the Yang family had thrived, with numerous descendants filling government positions throughout various dynasties, Northern Han, Northern Zhou, Song, Yuan, and Ming, each era boasting distinguished members among their ranks, making it hardly surprising that many sought to associate themselves with the Yang family due to their surname. Thus, Yang Ling had remained somewhat skeptical. Upon hearing the words of the venerable Yang Ling smiled and remarked, indeed, necessity breeds innovation. When Gong Shun migrated here, he had neither a house nor a piece of land, yet he forged this family legacy. Did he not adapt and change instead of stubbornly clinging to his homeland? My dear nephew seeks new opportunities to elevate the Yang family. Now I Linger have been appointed as the Jimingyi Cheng, which is surely preferable to toiling in the fields as a mere farmer. Upon learning of Yang Ling's official appointment, the venerable Yang's white brows twitched with delight, and his anger dissipated instantly, replaced by curiosity about the details of Yang Ling's new position. Yang Ling recounted his experiences as a secretary and his role as Yi Cheng, embellishing the tale to capture the interest of his audience. While the elder Yang remained silent, other elders in the clan expressed their admiration, evidently proud that one of their own had achieved an official rank. Having appeased the more obstinate elders, Yang Ling turned to find two of his brothers-in-law glaring at him, and he inwardly lamented. He suddenly realized that these two brothers-in-law were not as simple-minded as they appeared. Their sharp eyes betrayed a keen intelligence. After Yang Ling finished conversing with the clan members, Han Wu approached with a cheerful demeanor, clapping Yang Ling on the shoulder and warmly stating, brother-in-law, you are quite capable. You have become an official in just over a month since arriving at the county. My sister is young and may not understand the customs well, so I hope you'll be patient with her. Yang Ling smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness, responding, brother, you flatter me. My young wife treats me very well. We are a couple forged by adversity and share deep affection. Han Wu replied with delight. That is wonderful to hear. As a scholar, you surely understand the value of a steadfast wife, and I was merely being overly concerned. Yang Ling, with an odd expression, affirmed, indeed, indeed. You need not worry, brother. However, After that clap on my shoulder, I felt as if my strength had been sapped, rendering my arms limp. He looked up with a furrowed brow, spotting Han Mansong near an iron pot, grinning as he made faces at him. The three brothers united in their shared plight, their bright, intelligent eyes revealing a cunning nature that contradicted their outward appearances. Yangling thought bitterly, "My elder brother-in-law is playing tricks on me, and my younger brother-in-law does not seem fond of me either. Given that my young wife is literate, these two brothers-in-law cannot be mere illiterate country folk. My little tricks may only succeed in deceiving my honest father-in-law." Han Wei, being the more composed one, noticed Yangling's discomfort and approached him, saying, "Brother-in-law, both my brother and I care deeply for this little sister of ours. As a scholar, you are sensible and will surely treat her well. My brother may appear blunt, but he possesses a good heart. Please do not take offense." Yangling felt somewhat helpless, realizing that he needed to prioritize mastering the staff techniques, or else I might find myself as the prey while others wielded the knives. As dusk approached, they crested the final mountain, revealing Jiming ancient city in the distance. Upon seeing it, everyone was struck with awe. The setting sun cast a bloody hue, and wisps of smoke danced over the snowy expanse. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and countless corpses lay scattered across the snow, as if trampled by countless charging cattle. Long spears pierced through the bodies, standing forlornly in the wind, while many Ming soldiers and Tatars were adorned with arrows, their garments stained with snow and blood. A few stray war horses, wounded, trudged across the snow, occasionally letting out pitiful whinnies, which only heightened the desolation of the battlefield. As this realization struck him, Yangling felt an emptiness within and, in a daze, began to rush down the mountain. Han Lin caught him, admonishing, "Do not act recklessly. Observe carefully." Han Wei, standing atop the ridge, squinted his eyes to survey the scene, exclaiming with excitement, "It is the banner of the Ming. Jiming is still under Ming control." However, his boots were ill-suited for the mountain path, and fatigue set in, causing him to stumble several times. Han Wei and his brothers needed to care for their elderly relative and had no time to assist him. Seeing this, Ma Yin'er felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to help, but with the Han and Yang families watching, she refrained from offering her assistance. Han Lin discreetly shook his head, noting that his son-in-law still lacked the physical fortitude. Yet as a scholar, he should not be expected to engage in combat training. He patted the burlap pouch on his person, filled with items collected during their hunting expedition, goji berries, deer antlers, tiger bones, and other ingredients for brewing medicinal concoctions to restore his son-in-law's health. As they approached the ancient city, the number of corpses and blood increased alarmingly. The Jiming ancient city, built of blue bricks, stood alone against the vast, dimming backdrop of the sky and mountains. One could clearly see a partially collapsed city gate still rising gracefully towards the heavens, with shadows of figures moving atop the walls. As the group drew closer, the number of individuals atop the walls multiplied. The setting sun illuminated them, causing their weapons to gleam menacingly. Fearing that the guards would mistakenly perceive them as Tatars and unleash arrows, Yangling halted the refugees and stepped forward alone, calling out, "I am Yangling, the Jiming Yicheng. Behind me are the villagers from nearby settlements. May I request the presence of the commanding officer on the city walls?" His gaze swept across the crowd on the wall, and suddenly a familiar figure caught his eye, his young wife, standing atop the city wall. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the ancient city and her figure in a golden hue. Yangling gazed up at her, captivated by her radiant, joyous eyes, and their eyes met, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. From atop the wall, Jiangbin shouted excitedly, "It truly is Yi Chengyang. Quickly, open the city gates. Open the city gates." Han Yunyang gazed at him dreamily, her face soft and tender, absorbed in the moment, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Chapter 43. The brocade-clad 100 households on that day. The Ming forces broke through the encirclement of the Tatars and immediately fled towards Jiming, abandoning their carts and supplies at Wujialing. The Tatars engaged in dismounted combat, mingled with the Ming soldiers, and were swept along by the frenzied tide of humanity. A previously unseen scene of battle unfolded on the plains before Jiming, with the generals of both sides surrounded by at least 100 personal soldiers, while the rest were in disarray, mingling together. Leading the charge were the Ming soldiers, followed by Tatars, then more Ming troops, all of whom fled in disarray. Their armor askew, having lost their banners and horns, resembling a rolling mass of chaos. After Yangling rushed from the county office to deliver the news, county magistrate Min, feeling uneasy, had him carried to the city wall to await developments. From a distance, he observed a torrent of troops charging towards them, startling him into ordering the soldiers on guard to prepare the cannons for battle. As the chaotic troops fled to the base of the city, Magistrate Min was momentarily astounded by the unprecedented sight, his eyebrows twitching as he struggled to discern whether it was a Ming mutiny or a Tatar surrender. Seeing the tumultuous army below engaged in relentless combat, he began to piece together the situation, realizing that opening the city gates would allow the Tatar chaos to invade, and that if the army of over 10,000 turned the ancient city into a battlefield, it would surely be destroyed. Min Wanjian made a swift decision. He commanded Jiang Bin's unit to secure the city and forbade anyone from entering. The Ming soldiers below shouted for the gates to open, and the Huang County deputy helped Magistrate Min stand on the city wall, shouting down, "It is your duty to eliminate the enemy, and it is our responsibility to defend this territory. The gates will not open until the Tatars retreat." Magistrate Min dispatched all 400 soldiers stationed at the 3 city gates to the southern wall, utilizing bows and arrows to assist the Ming soldiers below, occasionally firing arrows, which, though limited in lethality due to the mixed forces, had a significant psychological impact. The fierce Baya monk personally led his army to intercept the Ming troops at the end of Hulu Valley, waiting for them to tire. The Tatar soldiers, as fierce as wolves, charged at the unprepared Ming forces, causing them to collapse under pressure, resulting in the death of Hishiji, the Ming commander. Baya monk, following closely behind, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He had not forgotten that the Zhuanglu Stone Horse Camp's deputy general was leading his troops towards them. Although his forces had diverted one segment of the enemy's troops, the elite 2,000 of the guerrilla General Yang Jialong were advancing towards Huailai. If a swift resolution was not achieved, they would risk being encircled. Thus Baya monk ordered a retreat after a brief skirmish to reorganize his troops. However, that Lu Gonggong quietly picked up the letter and tucked it into his bosom. Any evidence that could potentially implicate He Kanjiang would serve as a means for him to evade responsibility and shift the blame onto others. This Lu Gonggong, who was not particularly well educated, astonishingly composed a high-level memorial that was swiftly dispatched to the capital. Our army has suffered significant losses, with a 4th-rank official perishing due to He Sanjiang's arrogance and recklessness, which allowed the enemy to take advantage. Yangling handed the reins to a post runner and hurried into the modest guest hall of the post station, where he spotted an elderly gentleman in a blue robe leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed. Yangling was aware that the tea served at this post station was divided into 4 grades. Only officials of considerable status would be offered superior tea. The fact that he was enjoying even the 4th-grade tea so relishingly suggested he might not be a person of great significance, which put Yangling at ease. He smiled calmly and said, "Sir, I am the postmaster of this county. May I inquire what you wish to discuss?" As he spoke, he gently placed his teacup on the table. Yangling noticed a glimmering jade ring adorning the gentleman's finger. During that time, there were no synthetic items, and the soft luster indicated it must be quite valuable. Curiosity sparked within Yangling as he scrutinized the man's identity, and he felt a flicker of familiarity, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. The elderly gentleman, noticing Yangling's momentary awkwardness, could not help but chuckle and said, "The last time we met was also here at the post station. Back then, we were both guests, but little did I expect that within a month you would become the host." Yangling exclaimed in realization, "You're Mr. Wu Jia, a friend of Ma Yichang." Wu Jia, the prominent drug merchant who had assisted Ma Yichang in persuading the Wang family to withdraw their lawsuit, laughed heartily and then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I am not merely a friend of Ma Yichang. I am his superior. Yang Yichang, I am now your superior as well." Yangling was taken aback, gazing at the elderly man whose expression shifted from cheerful to stern. Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he blurted out, "You are a genie Wei?" Wu Jie smiled broadly and replied leisurely, "And you are now 1-2, Yang Dare and Yang Baihu?" Yangling was stupefied. Baihu was a 6th-rank official, and moreover, a military position under the Wei Suo. When had he enlisted in the army and been promoted to Baihu? Wu Jie, seeing his astonishment, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not be shocked. The Ministry of Personnel has already issued documentation regarding your acting role as postmaster. You shall soon receive your appointment. Although the postmaster is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue, everyone knows they are all affiliated with the Jiangnan Way. The Qian who has already conducted an investigation into you. You are a scholar from the 15th year of Hongji with a reputable lineage, a descendant of the renowned Yang family from the northern Song dynasty. I have come on the orders of Lord Zhang from the Bizenfu to summon you into the Jiangnan Way, assigning you the role of Baihu, responsible for intelligence gathering in the Huailai area, directly reporting to me. As he spoke, Wu Jie produced a scroll and a badge from his sleeve, smiling as he handed them to Yang Ling Yang Baihu. Ma Yichang has labored for a lifetime, and yet has not attained the rank of Baihu. You, despite being newly appointed as postmaster, have rendered great service to our Ming Dynasty, and thus have been awarded this honor. Do not disappoint the recognition bestowed upon you by Lord Zhang. Yang Ling, bewildered, accepted the appointment badge and stammered, Sir, I truly do not understand. When have I rendered any great service? Wu Jie laughed. It is commendable to be humble, but do not shy away from what is rightfully yours. The Tatar prince set an ambush in Hulu Valley, aiming to annihilate our army. Thanks to the Jiangnan Way's secret agents who acquired this information, your swift report enabled our Ming army to avert a disaster. Is that not a significant achievement? Yang Ling exclaimed, What? Such a thing never happened. Lord Qian, who must be mistaken. By the time I received the news and rushed there, it was already too late. If it were not for the efforts of Baidusi, who forced a bloody path through our army, he faltered, a chill running through him, and he could not continue. At this moment, the composed and elegant Wu Qianhu's gaze turned icy, exuding a chilling demeanor capable of deciding life and death. He smiled faintly and, after a long pause, said slowly, The Tatar prince set an ambush in Hulu Valley, intending to capture our army entirely. Sanjiang's greed and recklessness, combined with your swift report from Jiangnan Way, saved our Ming army from disaster, did it not? Yang Ling felt a chill in his heart and instinctively replied, This subordinate is indeed at fault. Wu Jie nodded slightly and suddenly smiled again, saying, You are merely a scholar, distanced from the court, and it is understandable that you may not comprehend certain matters. However, as a member of the Jiangnan Way now, there are some things you must understand. Yang Ling involuntarily said, What do you mean, sir? Wu Jie, gently stroking his chin with a finger adorned with a jade ring, replied slowly, The court requires a facade. The army needs a scapegoat, and the Jiangnan Way seeks this merit. Do you understand? The appointment from the Ministry of Personnel that Wu Qianhu mentioned did not arrive until 10 days later, allowing Yang Ling to witness the stark contrast in efficiency between the secret intelligence system and the official governmental channels. Today, magistrate men hosted a banquet in honor of Baidusi, although the court's rewards and punishments had yet to be announced. Everyone knew that Magistrate Min was about to be promoted. Despite Huailai's defeat, the responsibility did not lie with the magistrate, and, as a civilian official, his ability to slay the enemy prince held far greater political significance in the eyes of the sovereign and the grand scholars than the war's actual outcome. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, Magistrate Min approached Yang Ling with a beaming smile and whispered, My esteemed Yang Shi, my brother-in-law has sent word that I am to be transferred to the south. It seems I am to become the Deputy Minister of Salt Transportation in Haining. Yang Ling was unfamiliar with the rank of this official position, but seeing Magistrate Min's jubilant demeanor, it must be a significant post. Furthermore, Haining was far superior to this desolate border region, prompting him to clasp his hands in congratulation, saying, Congratulations, sir. The Deputy Minister of Salt Transportation is a fifth-rank official. And for someone like Min Wenjian, a third-rank county magistrate, this constituted a considerable promotion. Most importantly, the salt transportation minister wielded significant power. The salt merchants in that region were immensely wealthy, and even a mere trickle of their wealth could sustain a person for a lifetime. Magistrate Min was so elated that his eyes nearly disappeared, repeatedly gesturing for silence. Lower your voice. Lower your voice. The edict has not yet arrived, so we must not speak of it. He glanced at the other officials, who were engaged in jovial conversation, and then turned to Yang Ling, saying, Once I settle down in the south, I will help you get transferred to Jiangnan. I have accomplished nothing in this barren backwater for 2 years. Since you arrived, I have been promoted. You are indeed my lucky star. While a transfer to Jiangnan would be splendid, would I even have the chance to enjoy such fortune? Moreover, my current public identity is that of a postmaster, while secretly I hold the position of Baihu in the Jiangnan Wei, which is a rank even higher than yours. Without the Jiangnan Wei's endorsement, how could a transfer be so simple? Yang Ling was utterly baffled. What? What do you mean, sir? Magistrate Min pouted, glancing sideways. You little rascal, this matter is already common knowledge. Are you still trying to hide it from me? Heh. No wonder you're keeping it under wraps. That girl is indeed quite fresh. A squeeze would yield moisture. But fret not. I have no interest in women, ha ha ha. As Yang Ling remained perplexed and was about to inquire further, Baidusi called for Magistrate Min, turning in confusion. He found Lu Jianshi approaching with a cup in hand, smiling as he raised a toast. Yang Laudi, congratulations on your double happiness. The other day you were honored as postmaster, and soon you will achieve another success. When that happens, I will expect a drink from you. Not at all, Lu Darren. You are too kind. Yang Ling raised his cup and drank, only then realizing the implications of achieving success in celebrating a wedding. What did he mean by achieving success? Yang Ling sought clarity, yet those around him were merely indulging in their revelry, engaging in casual conversations with anyone they could catch. Lu Jianshi, after finishing his remarks, swayed towards Wang Zhubu, and Yang Ling's gaze followed him, oblivious to the approach of Huang Xiancheng. Huang Xiancheng strolled to his side, cleared his throat lightly, and with a smile remarked, with Minda Ren's imminent promotion, given your qualifications and your relationship with him, I believe it won't be long before you ascend to the 7th rank. Beyond that, whether you can leap to greater heights will depend on your fortune. You are still young. As long as you govern with caution, when the opportunity arises, your future will undoubtedly be boundless. Patience is key. Upon realizing it was Huang Xiancheng, Yang Ling respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I'm grateful for your teachings. Huang Xiancheng, noticing that no one was paying attention, suddenly lowered his voice, saying, However, your recent actions have been rather reckless. Although the Ma family has fallen from grace, they were once a noble house. Now that your affairs are common knowledge, why have you yet to procure a concubine? If you're short on funds, I have some savings from these past years. You may take them for your urgent needs. Yang Ling was taken aback. Esteemed elder, what do you mean? A concubine? Why have I ever mentioned wanting one? Besides, what reason would Miss Ma have to become a concubine? His words startled Huang Xiancheng, who hastily responded, Hush, hush. Be cautious with your words. While being a concubine may not be dignified, no one would mock her. If your words were to spread, how could a miss of the Ma family survive? Yang Ling stared in bewilderment. Esteemed elder, what on earth is happening? I do not understand. Huang Xiancheng chuckled. Taking a concubine is a refined affair. Why do you still cling to your youthful innocence? The day you returned to the city with Miss Ma, along with Min Jixian, heard her mention that you spent a night together in a snow cave. Realization dawned upon Yang Ling, and he could not help but laugh. Esteemed elder, you have truly misunderstood. Miss Ma and I were merely seeking refuge from the bitter cold. Nothing more transpired. As he spoke, he recalled the warmth they shared that night, which, even in modern terms, could be deemed rather intimate, rendering him speechless. Walking close to the wall, the snow crunched beneath Yang Ling's feet as he approached the 4th inn. Lifting his gaze, he noticed the lanterns in Ma Lian Heir's courtyard were aglow. Recalling Huang Xiancheng's earlier words, he felt a stirring in his heart and slowly made his way over. The door was ajar, and from within, he could see smoke rising. Upon reaching the threshold, he found Ma Lian Heir sitting on a stool in front of the stove, one hand cradling her delicate cheek while the other fed kindling into the fire, appearing rather bored and exuding an alluring languor. The flames illuminated her porcelain-like face, casting a beautiful rosy glow, and her enchanting eyes hinted at a maturity beyond her years. Adversity had matured her, and compared to their initial encounter, this young lady displayed a newfound grace and composure. Yang Ling felt a stirring in his heart and could not resist asking, How did you know I attended the banquet? Ma Lian Heir did not respond, but instead gazed deeply into his eyes, leaving Yang Ling momentarily breathless. He realized that she had likely been observing his every move these past days. On that fateful night at Wu Zhaoling, were her earlier words truly mere jest? Pausing in her task, Ma Lian Heir suddenly burst into a soft giggle. Is it not good to be foolish? Is it not often said that a woman without talent is virtuous? Do you prefer me to be clever or foolish? Her smile was laced with both cunning and a hint of triumph. Yang Ling, feeling exasperated, retorted, How can you be so reckless? Your words are utterly inappropriate. Ma Lian Heir Yangming's hand trembled slightly. She did not lift her gaze, maintaining a stiff posture until, after a moment, she choked out, "Yangling, do you truly dislike me?" The vibrant flames danced, and Yangling noticed a crystalline tear rolling down her hand, causing his heart to soften. He comforted her. "How could that be? When have you seen me dislike you?" Ma Lian smiled through her tears, "Of course. I have never seen it. I could tell whether you like me or not." Under the glow of the fire, her radiant smile sparkled with joy and pride. Yangling felt a mix of frustration. This girl not only bore a resemblance to a beguiling vixen, but also possessed the cunning of one. He could not discern whether she had genuinely been upset or merely feigning it, for her demeanor hardly suggested recent sorrow. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Ma Lian blushed and shyly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Zhengde, that night was my fault. You were right. If you truly took in a concubine, would I still be worthy of your affection? When I saw you looking at your concubine that night beneath the city, I realized that no one could ever replace her in your heart. I dare not hope to do so. I only wish for you to treat me kindly, and I would be content." Her eyes sparkled with dreams of happiness as she gazed at the flickering flames. Her voice dreamy as she declared, "All I desire is a husband who can cherish and love me. I'm not interested in wealth or status. As for the title of the first wife, if it belongs to a man who views women as mere possessions, like my father and many men in Ming, can such a title bring happiness?" She spoke candidly, revealing the heart of a young woman with an unexpected maturity. "I grew up beyond the Great Wall, and I do not conduct myself with the propriety expected of women from Central Plains. Yet, I'm not a frivolous girl. Zhengde, I will honor my duties as a wife and respect your concubine." Yangling laughed bitterly. "How can you be so unreasonable? You usually seem so astute. Why are you being so foolish? I refuse to indulge your whims. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Ma Ong to establish a brotherly bond. Surely, hiding together will spare us from gossip." Panic-stricken, Yangling urged, "Release me quickly. What would others think?" Yangling stood. "I was merely concerned for you." Ma Lian, with a mischievous glint in her eye, replied, "You may still marry. I have not yet wed, so why should I fear others' gossip?" A flicker of disdain and unexplainable resentment crossed her face as she suddenly exclaimed, "Just listen to the drums. We should not be idle." Yangling found himself both amused and exasperated, while Ma Lian, with a charming smile, wrapped her arms around his neck, blissfully declaring, "Since that night, I have longed for your embrace and wished to hear your stories, both fearsome and fascinating. Do you know? Since that evening, I have never wanted to leave your side." Her sincerity was palpable, yet her enchanting beauty possessed an almost ethereal allure, which, due to her youth, was not yet fully pronounced. In this moment, she appeared as a lovesick maiden, her delicate features flushed with warmth, and though her words were deeply affectionate, they bore an undeniable charm, as if intentionally enticing him. Noticing the awkward expression on Yangling's face, she teasingly asked, "Are you truly going to become sworn brothers with my elder brother? Will you really become my godbrother?" Her bright, sparkling eyes held a flicker of mischief, and she shyly lowered her gaze, her lips gently humming a playful tune. "Dry firewood cooks well, and brothers and sisters grow close." After singing just a couple of lines, she bashfully leaped into Yangling's embrace, summoning her courage to say, "I learned this song beyond the Great Wall. Will you be my godbrother?" "That would be wonderful. I do not mind." Yangling was utterly dumbfounded. "Comrade, for where have you traversed?" This young lady, who presents herself as a demure maiden before others, displays an unabashed boldness before me, utterly unrestrained. Ma Lian, emboldened, confessed her feelings, her cheeks growing warmer. Her palm rested against Yangling's neck, radiating warmth, perhaps from the heat of the stove. If Yangling harbored genuine affection for her and intended to take her as his concubine, why would he treat her in this manner? Ma Lian fought to maintain her last semblance of dignity, yet tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. Yangling turned his head away in anguish and softly spoke, "Miss Lian, I am not the person worthy of your lifelong devotion. Truly, my words today are not for my sake, nor for you, but solely for you. In 2 years, at most 2 years, you will understand why I must decline your affections." The sky was a deep azure. The moon hung low like a bright silver disk, illuminating countless twinkling stars. Ma Lian, with tear-filled eyes, murmured, A single encounter with Jade do surpasses countless joys in the mortal realm. I do not comprehend your words, nor the excuses you seek. Perhaps to you, that night was inconsequential. Yet do you not realize that for me, it was a happiness I shall cherish for a lifetime. Chapter 45. Spring has arrived in early spring. February's chill lingered, yet the peach buds had begun to bloom, and the tender green shoots of grass emerged from the ground. The courtyard, level and smooth, exuded a rich aroma of grain. The post riders carried the grains from the granary into the courtyard, barefoot, wielding wooden shovels to spread the rice for drying. Yangming busied himself for a while, and once the grain was evenly spread, he donned his shoes and stepped out of the postmaster's office. His current duties were rather light. With the crowing of a rooster, other than a few letters, there was little in the way of reception tasks. However, the Jinui were ever vigilant, their secret intelligence flowing ceaselessly. Through Yangling's efforts and with the assistance of Huang County Magistrate and Wang Zhu, the rumors circulating in the Yamen regarding Yang Postmaster's snowy night with a beauty and the scholar's affair with a lovely maiden were finally controlled, preventing them from spreading to the common folk and the military. As Yangling pondered this situation, Mal Yinner grew disheartened and the matter faded from view. Unexpectedly, Han Yu and Yang, whether due to their shared age or her being the only female companion residing in the post office, developed a close friendship with Mal Yinner shortly after moving in. Though Mal Yinner avoided Yangling, her bond with Han Yunyang deepened. Just a few days ago, Yangling happened upon her, and in just over a month, Mal Yinner's cheeks had grown gaunter, her chin sharper, and her eyes larger, yet the sparkle within them had diminished. Yangling was at a loss, unsure whether to feel pained or guilty. He could only ensure that those within his capacity cared for her well. His own life was fleeting. While Mal Yinner still had choices, with her beauty, she would undoubtedly find a husband who adored her. To accept her would be selfish. To do so without her knowledge would be despicable. Was that love or harm? Such a fate would be utterly unfair to her. If that were the case, why not spend 2 blissful years together? If he could provide her with a cherished legacy of love, Yangling's eyes misted with emotion. To be a husband, a father. Even the thought of that heavy responsibility and sense of accomplishment moved him deeply. Though life may be brief, their shared existence could still be vibrant and colorful. Should a little one come into their lives, even if Yuanyang were to lose herself, she would have something to hold on to, a reason to live courageously. Their child would undoubtedly bring her joy and happiness. Yet, as he resolved to take this thrilling step, that damned lie became a formidable obstacle. How could he convey this to Yuanyang? Even if she had always complied with his wishes, when it came to matters of life and death, she would likely prefer to hang herself rather than relent. Would it come to coercion? Perhaps he should wait until he could overpower her to consider it. Yangling chuckled bitterly as he stroked his chin. His previously carefree nature had become increasingly steady and grounded since meeting Yuanyang, to the point where he hardly recognized himself. This delicate and graceful jewel of a girl. As he walked, thoughts of Yuanyang filled his mind, sometimes bringing a smile to his lips, other times causing his brow to furrow. By the river outside the eastern city, the waters had fully thawed, sparkling and dancing joyfully. He dipped his hand in, feeling the icy chill that penetrated to the bone, yet was now bearable. He sensed his body had become noticeably sturdier. The medicinal wine brewed by his father-in-law was indeed effective. He wondered if it was the secret recipe of the Shaolin monks when he inquired. His father-in-law simply stated that the wine was infused with rare herbs, beneficial for strengthening the body. A petite woman carrying a basket gracefully leaped over the stones of the river, catching the eye of a young man standing by the water. She blushed and floated past him, her modesty betrayed by his bright gaze, causing her to lose her composure. Yangling's attention followed her youthful and athletic form until a gust of wind brought him back to reality. He slapped himself on the cheek and muttered, "What on earth is happening to me lately? Why am I so drawn to attractive women? Has spring affected me too?" At that moment, he heard a voice and looked up to see Han Yuanyang and Ma Lianer approaching along the mountain path. Han Yuanyang, with her left arm cradling a flat basket and her right hand waving a vibrant rhododendron, radiated joy and beauty like a mountain spring. Ma Lianer walked beside her, clad in white, graceful and enchanting, exuding charm from every angle. Han Yuanyang had been intentionally drawing closer these days, and Ma Lianer, being astute, could hardly be unaware of her intentions. She initially thought Yangling had sent Yuanyang to look after her, yet increasingly. She sensed that Han Yonyang appeared to be encouraging her relationship with Yangling. Did she truly wish for her to enter the Yang family? The mere thought sent her heart racing. She knew all too well the significance of Yonyang in Yangling's heart. If she were to give her approval, there would be hope for this endeavor. Ma Yin'er chided herself for her foolishness. If Yangling's path was blocked, why could she not think of winning Yonyang's favor? To truly become sisters, she would need Yonyang's acknowledgement and closeness. Thus, she resolved to cultivate a good relationship with her. However, Han Yonyang, oblivious to Ma Yin'er's inner turmoil, approached Yangling with a bright smile, lifting her basket in triumph. "Husband, I've gathered a bounty of wild vegetables. Look, there are cat's ears, shepherd's purse, and mouse's tail. And look at this large sour jujube. Let me wash it for you to taste. It's delicious." Han Yonyang eagerly set down her basket and rushed to the riverbank to wash the largest sour jujube. Just then, Ma Yin'er also approached, offering Yangling a somewhat awkward smile. Yangling gazed at her. Ma Yin'er wore white, her attire much simpler than before. The gentle spring sunlight illuminated her tender, flawless face, rendering her almost translucent. The delicate ribbons of her attire fluttered in the mountain breeze, as if a gentle tug would expose her exquisite form. Yangling found himself smirking. What was happening to him? Why was he entertaining such improper thoughts? Having not seen Ma Yin'er for over a month, he noted that she had not changed much. Fine hairs adorned her lips, and she still bore the innocence of youth, yet her experiences had matured her, transforming her into a delicate peony, ethereal and fragile. She had grown far too thin, while he had become robust. Ma Yin'er, as Yonyang had remarked, had a pointed chin and large eyes, her oval face now reminiscent of a cartoon vixen, exaggeratedly pale and slender. In contrast, Yangling, once possessing a scholarly demeanor, now stood taller and straighter, his eyes deeper and brighter, his brows more spirited. Clad in a green shirt, with red lips and white teeth, he resembled a refined young gentleman. Even his previously pallid complexion now bore a healthy flush. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the tip of his nose. Instinctively, he wiped it, discovering his hand stained with blood. How embarrassing! He had thought the dryness of his nose was due to the heated stove at home or the dry spring weather. Yet now he found himself bleeding, a situation that would be difficult to explain. He awkwardly raised his hand, blood still trickling, having already smeared across his mouth, rendering him unable to speak. Ma Yin'er exclaimed in alarm, "Yangde, you are bleeding." Yangling rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was as if he hadn't spoken at all. Han Yonyang, noticing the commotion, rushed over in a panic, asking, "What happened, husband?" "Quickly, lift your head," she said, gently patting Yangling's forehead with her damp hand. Yangling tilted his head back, marveling at the azure sky, where white clouds gracefully floated like silk drapery, contemplating the vastness of the universe. Just as he was lost in thought, a soft object was suddenly thrust into his hand. He squeezed it and realized it was a handkerchief. Hastily, he pressed it against his nose to staunch the bleeding. The handkerchief was pristine white, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. This was not the scent of Yonyang, who had a jasmine-like freshness. Rather, it was a refined and subtle aroma, stirring a realization within Yangling. This belonged to Yin'er. As the bleeding ceased, under the concerned gazes of the two young beauties, Yangling awkwardly rushed to the riverbank to wash his face. Ma Yin'er and Han Yonyang exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of guilt and quickly averting their eyes. Ma Yin'er bit her lip, feeling a mix of guilt, amusement, and a tinge of pride. After a month of separation, she had not anticipated their reunion to unfold in such a chaotic manner, and she was surprised to find herself flustered at his sight. Han Yonyang watched Yangling anxiously, thinking to herself, "This is bad. Father said that the medicinal wine made from ginseng, tiger bones, deer antlers, and goji berries is nourishing, but its potency is too strong. My husband is weak, so he must be careful when consuming it. Yet, I noticed he enjoys drinking it, and often serves him more than he should. I hope he won't suffer any consequences." Stealing a glance at Ma Yin'er, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Yangling, Han Yonyang mused, "My brother was right. Yin'er indeed harbors feelings for my husband." The words of her younger brother, Mansong, echoed in her mind. "Sister, you should know we saved brother-in-law in the mountains. He was kissing that beautiful sister from the post station. Oh, Yin'er." Han Yonyang sighed softly, recalling her father's admonitions. Yonyang, A husband has his duties, and a wife has her virtues. Have you forgotten the teachings? Jealousy can lead to a woman's downfall. Just look at the fate of women throughout history who have been spoiled by favor. In our Ming Dynasty, the law states that a man may take a concubine only after the age of 40 without children, but that applies to commoners, not officials. My son-in-law has a promising future. In this era, many women willingly take concubines for their husbands, and who doesn't praise them for their virtue and generosity? You must not tarnish your reputation with jealousy. That would be counterproductive. Our family comes from humble beginnings, and your marriage to a scholar was secured because I saved Lord Yang's life from danger. You are fortunate. Look at how envious our neighbors are. Father's judgment of character is astute. My son-in-law is a good man who treats you well. As long as you serve your husband diligently and bear him children for the Yang family, even if Miss Ma is more beautiful and of higher birth, your position will remain unshaken. Indulging in jealousy is not the way. In my opinion, since my son-in-law has affections for Miss Ma, you might as well assist her. It would foster camaraderie, and he would respect you even more. Han Yuan Yang Saihid Invadli. What wife does not wish for her husband to succeed? Yet, when a husband rises to prominence, he becomes a man above others, and regret can follow. It is often said that one should act decisively. One's true situation cannot be shared with anyone. Surely, I cannot concoct a lie about Ma Lianer dying within 2 years again. If Han Yuanyang finds out, that would lead to my own demise. Yang Ling closed the door and sat in the hall. He reached for the teapot, and the attentive Yuanyang had prepared a pot of tea, perfectly warmed for drinking. The chair leaned against the wall, which was heated by the post station's uniform heating system, making the room comfortably warm. A glance revealed Han Yuanyang's slender fingers twisting nervously as she paced aimlessly, casting furtive glances at him, her expression suggesting she had something to say. Yang Ling found it amusing. Yuanyang had never appeared so troubled. What could be so hard to articulate? Perhaps she had heard from her father about needing funds to find a wife for Han Wei. Could she be seeking money? Seeing her struggle, Yang Ling took the initiative, saying, Yuanyang, do you have something to share? Han Yuanyang jolted, hurriedly shaking her head. Yes, no, the tea is getting cold. I'll go boil some water. Yang Ling chuckled. Are you worried that my elder brother lacks funds for his marriage? I heard he is quite fond of that Zhang girl who fled into the city with him. Is he short on funds for the wedding? You need not consult me. In our family, you have the final say. Take what you need. Not at all. Han Yuanyang pouted, sitting down beside him and casting a playful glare. It's not about the family matters. Father said that if my brother is to marry, he must earn the money himself. My husband has helped father and my 2 brothers secure jobs. They are immensely grateful. Look at you. Yang Ling laughed heartily. I should be the one grateful for such a lovely and gentle wife. I must also thank my elder and second brothers for being born before you. Otherwise, we would not have been so perfectly matched. Isn't that right, my little wife? Seeing her adorable demeanor, Yang Ling felt a surge of affection, causing him to forget his inquiries. He joyfully moved closer, wrapping his arm around Yuanyang's fragrant shoulder and kissing her cheek. Han Yuanyang shyly pulled away, playfully admonishing him, Husband, you smell strongly of alcohol. You dislike the scent of wine? I shall enforce family discipline and have you stand outside bare, Yang Ling teased. Pretending to be foolishly intoxicated, Han Yuanyang, blushing, turned her body away from his advances, playfully responding, How could you punish your own wife like that? She lightly hit Yang Ling, but suddenly a thought struck her, imagining what it would be like if he truly enforced such a punishment. She blushed furiously, covering her face and stomping her foot. Husband, how can you speak so frivolously? It's so embarrassing. Han Yuanyang laughed shyly, casting a playful glance at him. If you're truly going to enforce family discipline, I might forget everything out of fear. Yang Ling sighed, feeling a sense of congestion in his nose, as if he might start bleeding again. He quickly drank the now cool tea, cleared his throat, and with a feigned seriousness, asked little girl, Why don't you tell me what you wanted to say? Han Yuanyang opened her fingers slightly, stealing a glance at Yang Ling before slowly lowering her hand. Her voice soft and timid. Husband, I know Lianer's sister likes you very much. If you agree, I would like to talk to Lianer's sister about bringing her into our home. You are of outstanding character, the best in the world, and we would not be dishonoring her. Yang Ling's expression changed, his brow furrowing. Who told you that? Was it man's song? In ancient times, when parents passed away, it was considered a heavy filial duty for children to mourn for 3 years. However, there were circumstances under which this could be flexible. the ancients were not so rigid. For instance, serving in the military or being an important official could warrant leniency. In folk traditions, it was permissible to marry within 49 days after a parent's death, known as chengxi, meaning bringing joy after sorrow. The saying goes that when a coffin leaves the door, the family will prosper, implying that the departure of the deceased brings forth new life and prosperity. Yang Ling gazed intently at Yuanyang for a moment. Her clear eyes held a hint of grievance and jealousy, but more prominently, a worry for Ma Lianer and unconditional trust in him. Han Yuanyang blinked, puzzled. But you and she. Gently kissing her lips, Yang Ling silenced her words and then leaned into her ear, whispering, "My relationship with her is not as complicated as you think. Be good. In time, no one will bring it up again, and Miss Lianer will forget about it too. Do you understand?" "Oh." Han Yuanyang obediently closed her mouth, although she did not fully comprehend her husband's words. A hint of ease and joy flickered at the corners of her brows. What could possibly dampen her spirits when she had the prospect of something greater than mere expectations? Feeling a tickle on her cheek, Yang Ling opened his eyes to find Yuanyang sitting beside him, gazing at him tenderly. Her long hair, slightly damp, brushed against his face with a refreshing coolness, as the little girl had just bathed. The pure and delicate visage framed by her lustrous hair was still aglow with the rosy hue of her bath. Her soft lashes and glistening eyes were indescribably enchanting. In an instant, Yang Ling's worries and thoughts dissipated like mist. He sighed and began to ponder how to break the stalemate. Such a vibrant and delightful young lady before him was both a sight to behold and a source of torment. Unaware of the underlying tension, Han Yuanyang's face was radiant with joy, exuding an unspoken charm, as if she were trying to please him. Yang Ling blinked, suspecting it was merely a figment of his imagination. She wore a short garment, leaning closer to him on the Kong, her hair being brushed aside as she cheerfully chattered. "Husband, today I went up the mountain with Sister Lien to gather wild vegetables. We saw an ancient locust tree over several hundred years old, struck by spring thunder and caught fire 2 days ago." Yuanyang nestled even closer, her cheek pressed against his chest as she animatedly recounted the tale. An uncle living in the mountains said it was because the old locust tree was about to become a spirit and the thunder god was angry. In the past, people were half convinced, but since you have seen immortals, I dare not doubt it. I pulled Sister Lien away to avoid it. "Husband, do you think that if the old tree doesn't get struck dead, it could really turn into a spirit?" "Ah, my dear, whether the old locust tree becomes a spirit, I cannot say, but I do know that you are on the brink of becoming a little spirit yourself. Do you understand?" "A little demon," Yang Ling thought through gritted teeth. Chapter 47. Averse to women, knowing that Han Yuanyang was still innocent and somewhat naive, and given that she often lingered by his side, she remained oblivious to the fact that he consumed potent medicinal wine daily. Yang Ling forced a wry smile. Perhaps it might indeed become a spirit. He greedily caressed Yuanyang's smooth cheek, then feigned a yawn, having just bathed. "You should cover yourself with a quilt and sleep to avoid catching a chill." "No, it's too warm now. People adapt to their surroundings," she replied. Yang Ling's indulgence and affection allowed Han Yuanyang's true nature to emerge. She no longer felt constrained by her husband being a scholar. Acting like a spoiled child, she lay there with her little feet waving in the air. "The post station is still heated with the Kong. I need to drink a lot of water when I wake up. My mouth is dry. I'll change to a thinner quilt. Will you change yours, husband?" Yang Ling propped himself up slightly, adjusting his pillow. "No. Do you understand the concept of dressing warmly in spring and cooling down in autumn? If you change too soon, you'll catch a cold. You shouldn't change yours either. Wait a couple more days." She swiftly arranged her hair, exposing her graceful neck. Early in the morning, Yang Ling entered the granary courtyard and noticed over 10 soldiers waiting with horse carts, led by Guan Shouying, the captain of Bai Chun's personal guard. Yang Ling hurried to greet him. "Yang Yichang rises early. The military provisions are nearly exhausted. I've brought men to collect another 3 days' rations." Having already heard news of Bai Chun's impending return to Zhejiang, Yang Ling understood that their supply plans had been made for the short term to avoid excess contributions later. As the two chatted idly in the courtyard, they suddenly spotted Ma Ong striding out from the back courtyard, holding a whip and looking rather displeased. It seemed he had just visited his sister, but the reason for his foul mood was unclear. Yang Ling clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Ma, it has been a while." Ma Ong, surprised to see him, returned the greeting. "Yang Yichang." Guan Shouying interjected with a grin. Brother Ma, why the long face? Is it because your sister has refused you? Mong forced a smile. How could that be? The esteemed official holds us in high regard. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. My sister's matters are still under my control. Guan Shouying, with a sardonic smile, remarked, that is true. Allow me to congratulate you, Brother Ma. I hope you will take good care of your sister in the future. A hint of pride flickered across Ma Ong's face as he said, I dare not. We are all brothers under by to run, and we must look out for each other. He then added, I still need to visit Pudu Temple. Yang Yichong, old Guan. I must take my leave. As Yang Ling watched Ma Ong depart in haste, he turned to Guan Shouying with a puzzled expression. Brother Guan, what is Ma to go up to? Why the rush? Guan Shouying replied in a teasing tone. The noble official has taken a fancy to Ma Ong's sister and intends to take her as a concubine, hoping to connect with the district magistrate. Naturally, this brother is eager for such an opportunity. However, judging by his distressed demeanor, it seems that his sister is no pushover. It appears he is not going to have an easy time using her as a stepping stone. Seeing him grin, it was unclear whether he was mocking Ma Ong or envying him for not having a beautiful sister to elevate his status to that of a high-ranking official. Yang Ling felt a jolt in his heart. Bai Duci had taken an interest in Ma Lian, considering their ages were comparable, and picturing Bai Duci's somewhat sharp eyes against Ma Lian's youthful beauty, he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Given Ma Ong's furious exit, it was evident that he had faced a setback with his sister, and Yang Ling pondered whether he should check on her. He hesitated, feeling conflicted. After all, it was a family matter of theirs. What right did he have to interfere? Guan Shouying noticed Yang Ling's distracted demeanor and found it curious. This soldier, originally a humble butcher, had become astute enough to discern the underlying dynamics. Could it be that Yang Yichong harbors feelings for Miss Ma? They reside in the same courtyard. After all, and their often talk of romantic affairs in the gardens. This promises to be an amusing spectacle. Previously, Ma Ong would address me as Brother Guan. Yet now he has swiftly transitioned to referring to me as Old Guan. If he becomes by Darren's brother-in-law, I'll surely be called Little Guan. This is something I must calculate. Yang Ling is a righteous man. Assisting him is also a benefit to myself. A young attendant approached. It's that old man selling medicine, claiming to be surnamed Wu. He says he has urgent business to discuss with you, sir. Chapter 48. The confounding rise to power upon hearing that Wu Qianhu had arrived. Yang Ling sensed that something significant was afoot, and he dared not delay. He quickly bid farewell to Guan Shouying and hurried to the front hall. Outside his small office stood two slender, spirited young men. Yang Ling assumed they were attendants of Wu Jie and paid them no mind as he strode into the room. There sat Wu Jie, clad in a blue robe, his demeanor markedly different from the previous relaxed state he had exhibited. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Wu Jie's serious countenance indicated that something important was amiss. Had something gone awry with the Jinyui? Upon seeing Yang Ling enter, Wu Jie immediately rose and, noticing the attendant following Yang Ling, promptly said, Yang Darren, please come to the inner hall to discuss. Yang Ling gestured for the attendant to leave and, feeling anxious, followed Wu Jie into the inner chamber. Just as he intended to greet him formally, Wu Jie unexpectedly knelt before him, saying, I am Wu Jie, greeting the esteemed Yang Ling, deputy commander of the Jinyui. Yang Ling was taken aback, hurriedly helping Wu Jie to his feet, his expression bewildered. Wu Darren, what are you saying? Deputy commander? This. Wu Jie beamed, clasping his hands in respect. Congratulations, Darren. The esteemed Zhang Darren of the Jinyui greatly admires your talents and has appointed you as deputy commander of the Jinyui, promoting you to the 5th rank. I have come to convey this message on behalf of the authorities. Wu Jie, though only a 5th rank Xianhu, found himself in a position where he felt compelled to show great respect, as Yang Ling had now risen to the ranks of the capital's officials. Having entered the inner sanctum of the Jin Yi Wei at the tender age of 18, his future resplendent with promise. Wu Jie dared not falter in his efforts to ingratiate himself with Yang Ling, however, was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden news. The position of Tongji meant little to him, yet he understood the significance of a 5th rank title. After a moment's pause, he stammered, Wu Darren, how is it that I've been unexpectedly summoned to the capital for official duties? Upon hearing this, Wu Jie nearly shed tears, exclaiming, You ask me? Who am I to inquire? I have toiled for 30 years to achieve the rank of Qianhu within the Jin Yi Wei, and while there are others who have risen through the ranks by merit, It is unfathomable how you, a youth, have found favor so swiftly. It is baffling to me." Though he refrained from voicing his frustrations, he managed to smile and said, "I have come at the behest of a decree and traveled overnight from the capital. I am unaware of the details, yet surely talent cannot remain obscured. Your brilliance must shine through, and the court would not overlook such promise." With a chuckle, Wu Jie produced a piece of paper from his sleeve and pressed it into Yangling's hands, saying, "As you embark on your new life in the capital, you will need to make certain expenditures for housing and visiting colleagues. I humbly offer you a gift of 1,000 taels of silver." Yangling was taken aback at the mention of such a sum and hesitated to accept. Wu Jie, however, insisted, stating, "Do not take offense, Darren. I have spent years in the frontier, enduring hardships, yet to maintain my cover, I have engaged in trade with foreign merchants. With the protection of my status within the Jiangnan way, wealth has come easily. This small token is but a gesture of goodwill. If you refuse it, it would put me in an awkward position." Before Yangling could protest, Wu Jie slipped the banknote into his sleeve, feigning reluctance and lamenting that once Yangling settled in the capital, their meetings would be limited to his annual visits for official duties. Yangling pondered the situation, realizing that Wu Qianhu seemed to lack influence in the capital, for there were many powerful figures who would not need to resort to his assistance. His own recent promotion to Baihu could be seen as a strategic move by the Jiangnan way to curry favor with the emperor. Yet being elevated to Tongji with no clear reason felt rather peculiar. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "Wu Darren, I still hold the title of Yicheng. Will I not require an order from the Ministry of Personnel? When shall I officially enter the capital?" Wu Jie appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Darren, I was commanded to hastily deliver the decree and seal. Yet the schedule for your entry to the capital was not disclosed. I almost forgot. Accompanying me are 2 Jin Yi Shao Wei sent to escort you. You may inquire with them." Receiving the decree and seal, they proceeded to the outer hall. Wu Jie opened the door and summoned the 2 young men, who entered with an air of competence and clarity, aware of their orders. They clasped their hands and knelt before Yangling, introducing themselves as Lu Biao and Yang Yicheng, here to pay their respects to the Tongji Darren. Yangling, unaccustomed to such formalities, hastily assisted them to their feet. Upon inquiry, he learned that their instructions were to ensure his safe return to the capital while remaining in disguise, awaiting further instructions from Zhang Darren. Notably, they were advised not to inform local officials of his promotion to Tongji at this time. Yangling and Wu Jie exchanged glances of surprise, for it was known that the Jin Yiwei operated under 3 classifications: those who served openly in the office, those like the Yicheng who held a semi-public status, and those like Wu Jie who operated covertly, their true identities concealed. The 2 young men were selected from the populace to serve in the Jin Yiwei, akin to the distinction between a university graduate and a vocational school alumnus. Despite one's capabilities, ascension would still face significant barriers. Now, serving a young official with a promising future, much like himself, their prospects for advancement appeared greatly enhanced. After bidding farewell to Wu Jie, Yangling arranged for Lu Biao and Yang Yicheng to settle in the relay station, reflecting on his newfound status as a 5th-rank official. Specifically within the influential Jiangnan way, he felt a wave of joy wash over him, unable to contain his excitement. He hurried to the rear courtyard to share the news with his beloved Yunyang. Men in love often resemble children, eager to share their joyful news with their closest companions. As Yangling approached the 4th courtyard, he spotted Ma Lianer emerging with a basin of water, accidentally spilling it in a splash. Clad in an apron, her dark hair wrapped in a white cloth, her sleeves rolled up, she revealed her delicate arms, which had turned red from the cold. The sight of her simple attire possessed a unique charm. Noticing her red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been crying, Yangling felt a pang of concern. When she saw him approaching, Ma Lianer seemed startled and quickly turned to retreat into the courtyard, wanting to avoid being seen in her disheveled state. Yangling, recalling the recent gossip regarding Bai Duxi's intentions to take a concubine, hastily pursued her. As Ma Lianer entered the courtyard, she grew anxious upon realizing he was following her, hastily grasping another wooden basin and retreating into the house. Why had she suddenly become so fearful of being seen? Yangling's curiosity deepened, and without a second thought, he followed her inside. Ma Lianer, flustered and embarrassed, placed the basin on the table, turned to shield herself, and reproached him. "Why are you chasing after me?" Yangling shrugged, expressing his confusion. Why are you running? Is there something in the basin that cannot be seen? Her cheeks flushed. She shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, Why do you care? What business is it of yours? Covering the basin with a tablecloth, she sat down on the kong, curling her legs and resting her chin on her knees. Gazing at Yangming, noticing her white shoes, worn in mourning for her father, he observed the elegant curve of her legs as she sat. He took a seat opposite her, contemplating for a moment before asking, I heard that Ma Xiong visited this morning? Ma Yin'er gave him a knowing look, her lips curling slightly. Did you not already encounter him? Yangming's face flushed as he stammered. How do you know? With a glint of mischief in her eyes. She replied, I heard you saw him this morning. Yangming let out a bitter laugh, still jesting. Do you not feel any concern? I heard your brother intends to force you to marry by Darren. Ma Yin'er rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, Why should I worry? No matter how greedy my brother becomes, if I refuse, he cannot simply bind me and give me away as a concubine. Can he? Chapter 49. A bond of 3 years. Ma Yin'er, touched by his concern for her, felt a sweetness in her heart akin to sipping honey. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, she recalled the hints her Yunyang had dropped about accepting her. She wondered if she had spoken to this merciless suitor. Noticing Yangming's genuine worry for her, she realized he was not without feelings, and her heart swelled with hope. I might as well provoke him a little, she mused, a sly smile playing on her lips. If it could lead him to realize his feelings, that would be splendid. Alas, what had she done in her past life to deserve this? As a woman, she had to go to great lengths to seek his affection. Casting a wistful glance at Yangming, she sighed, What can I do? As a woman, no matter how eloquent I am, what storm can I stir? With my elder brother acting as a father figure, and by Darren being a high-ranking official, what power do I hold? Yangming, observing the tears welling in her eyes, could not help but speak gravely. You are a free spirit. If you do not wish it, who could possibly compel you? Ma Yin'er had initially intended to evoke Yangming's compassion, yet as she spoke, her own sorrow resurfaced, her emotions spiraling out of control. She lamented, a free spirit? Has there ever been such a thing? Do women possess the right to choose their husbands? Yangming was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt as he replied, You are exceptionally clever and beautiful. Not every man would be swayed by such foolish words. Ma Yin'er disregarded his comments, continuing to reflect wistfully. Baidu Si has taken 3 concubines in Jiangnan. It is said that he treats his concubines harshly, while his legitimate wife is exceedingly fierce. I find myself with no options, doomed to my own folly. Yangming fell silent, eventually inhaling deeply and murmuring, Yin'er, it is not that I wish to force you down this path. It is a matter of circumstance and fate. I truly have my own burdens. Upon hearing this, Ma Yin'er cast her gaze downward, tears streaming down her cheeks. The greatest sorrow is a heart that has withered. Having reached such a point, Yangming still sought an excuse to turn her away, leaving her utterly despondent. Since that night spent together in the snow cave, Ma Yin'er had indelibly etched Yangming's image in her heart. He was indeed the suitable partner for her. Had she not met him, perhaps she would have married someone else casually, but now, how could she possibly entertain the thought of a mundane man who viewed women as mere playthings? Yangming, witnessing her tears cascading down her face, saw her once vibrant countenance transformed into one of stone-like stillness, leaving him momentarily at a loss. After a long sigh, he lowered his head in resignation, saying, Oh, the tears of a woman. Yin'er, you must observe a 3-year mourning period for your father. I hereby propose a gentleman's agreement. Should I remain unfallen after 3 years, I shall welcome you into my home. Of course, to be fair, if you are still unmarried by then, you may choose another suitor, should one capture your heart. Ma Yin'er suddenly opened her eyes wide, desperately blinking away her tears, unable to believe her ears. Is that true? Yangming chuckled self-deprecatingly indeed. As long as I have not fallen from grace and can provide for you, no one shall stop you from entering the Yang family. Ma Liania, her sorrow, transforming into joy, leapt to her feet, bursting with the impulse to throw her arms around him. However, with Yangming's promise, her usual boldness and vivacity seemed to evaporate, leaving her overwhelmed with shyness. Biting her cherry lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief, she softly addressed Yangming. What of your fallen status? Is your current position truly so coveted? Do you think I am so easily bewitched that I cannot differentiate between a postal officer and a magistrate? You must realize how desperately I cling to you. Yet you remain oblivious to my feelings. Yangling chuckled awkwardly. What am my current position? By the way, I intended to inform you that I plan to have the fur merchants from beyond the border assist you in returning home after my promotion, but he relayed the news of his imminent promotion to the genie Wei, which would soon take him to the capital. Upon hearing this, Ma Lianer raised her brows in delight, exclaiming, "That is wonderful. I was just worried that my Baidu Si would cause you trouble, but now I need not fear him." Yet, after a moment's thought, her brow furrowed with concern. But wait, promotions in the military are not trivial matters. Something seems amiss. Yangling Laogidli Gli. I too find it strange, but I believe it is not a bad thing. Who would go to such lengths to bestow upon me a high position and simultaneously seek to harm me? Ma Lianer had already transitioned into the role of a young family daughter-in-law, seriously pondering the matter. Do you know the saying, the path of officialdom is fraught with peril? Let me think. Considering your achievements, it is implausible to ascend 3 ranks directly to the center. There is no way someone in the capital would be so altruistic as to elevate your status without cause. We must think carefully to avoid being ensnared. Yangling, amused by her intense focus, chuckled softly. You could almost open a fortune-telling business with that kind of thinking. Why ponder so much? Once I arrive in the capital and meet with Lord Zhang, the mystery will naturally unfold. Speculation is futile. There is no need for paranoia. Ma Lianer shot him an exasperated glance, saying, "You are quite carefree. Can't you see I am concerned for you?" After a moment's reflection, she added coyly, "But what will become of me when you go to the capital?" In a large tent, Baidu Si spoke amiably to Ma Ong. "Our army shall soon return to Zhejiang. As you know, after your father's passing, it would not be appropriate for me to." He chuckled lightly. "Otherwise, those pedants in Jiangnan might report me, and that would be troublesome. Tell me, have you spoken to your sister about my intentions?" Ma, knowing his sister was skilled in both archery and music, and possessed a beauty that captivated many, assumed she would eagerly accept the proposal to be a hero's concubine rather than a mundane wife. Thus, when Bai Chun revealed his affection for Ma Lianer, he had not inquired about her thoughts and readily agreed. However, upon approaching her today, he was met with tears and was promptly dismissed. Now, when Bai Chun inquired, he felt his face stiffen, stammering, "This subordinate merely inquired about my sister's feelings and has yet to mention your esteemed intentions. However, given your high position and authority, I believe my sister, who has always favored heroic men, would not refuse." Yet, considering that Ma Lianer was residing at the post office, he could not help but worry about the idle gossip. In terms of status and lineage, did he not surpass Yangling in every aspect? If Miss Ma truly wished to be his concubine, would he not have a greater chance? Recalling Ma Lianer's enchanting beauty, he dismissed the rumors from his mind. Yet upon seeing Ma Ang's expression, he wondered if perhaps Miss Ma had acted improperly and had developed an affair with Yang Yi. This thought caused a knot to form in his heart. Bai Chun, upon hearing this, immediately brightened, laughing, "Then this matter is in your hands. Take my letter to Lord Zhang shortly." Ma Ang bowed, "Yes, my lord." Bai Chun waved his hand, smiling, "No need for formality. From tomorrow onward, we shall be family. There is no need for such politeness." In Chapter 50, Harmony and Warmth, Han Yunyang, upon hearing the news of her husband's promotion to the capital, resembled a jubilant magpie. Witnessing her unrestrained joy, Yangling couldn't help but momentarily cast aside his doubts and share in her happiness. He felt her delight and reveled in that sweet sensation. The more gentle and obedient Han Yunyang became, the more Yangling felt a pang of guilt. Although the promise given to Ma Lianer was but an ephemeral illusion, a castle in the air, he could not bear to conceal the truth from Yunyang. With a sigh, he cautiously said, "Yunyang, there is another matter." Yunyang, recalling the unreserved words of the matrons during her coming-of-age ceremony, found herself lost in thought. Who said that young girls do not harbor romantic notions? Yangling had long since fallen into a deep slumber, yet this little girl remained awake, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at him dreamily for half the night. Now, held in Yangling's affectionate embrace and hearing his intimate words, her thoughts took a turn, causing her to feel a shiver run through her. Blushing, she shyly asked, "Husband, what is it?" Yangling stammered, relaying the news that Ma Ong intended to marry his sister to Baidu Si as a concubine, as well as his own 3-year agreement with her. After explaining, he stole a glance at Yunyang, noticing her shoulders slump and a hint of disappointment clouding her delicate features. Upon hearing the news, Han Yungyang felt a pang of sadness. Yet, reflecting on her husband's character, she recognized that he was not a man who easily succumbed to whims. Those who achieve high office often have multiple wives and concubines. According to custom, he need not seek her approval to take a concubine, and his current caution indicated his desire to avoid upsetting her. Her father had been right. The more her husband cherished her, the more she needed to self-reflect, ensuring she did not become arrogant in her favored position. Besides, who could blame her husband for spending a night with another? Putting herself in his shoes, if she were in his position, she too would be bound to him forever. She could not ruin Ma Lian's life. Although Hngyuning is reluctant to share her husband's love with anyone, she despises hearing him belittle her. In her tender heart, her husband is the most capable and considerate of partners. If, one day, Nr truly falls for another, it would simply be a case of unworthy eyes. Upon hearing Wang Yangming's words, she cast aside her jealousy and replied defiantly, "Humph, if that were the case, it would merely reflect her misfortune. Who could ever compare to my dear husband?" Knowing that her husband was teasing her, Hngyuning could not help but retort anxiously, "No, no, no. Our kitchen cannot accommodate so many meals." Wang Yangming, amused by her flustered reasoning, burst into laughter. However, Yangming added, "Besides, my husband is not in good health. If you are unconcerned, I am worried." Wang Yangming's laughter abruptly ceased, and after a moment, he indignantly exclaimed, "What? Do you think I am weak? Am I truly so frail? No, no, no. Her voice soothing as if comforting a child. "You have misunderstood me. Dear husband, I meant to say your health is just fine." Before she could finish her thought, she secretly resented that the little girl had become so spoiled as to tease him. Today he must enforce household discipline. Otherwise, it would not be long before the authority of a husband was utterly lost. He couldn't help but gaze longingly at Yangming's petite lips, pleadingly saying, "Good wife Yangming, be good." With a laugh, Yangming quickly jumped off his lap and fled outside. Suddenly, a clatter was heard, and her voice echoed from outside. "Spring brings a fiery spirit. Do drink more tea, my dear husband. As the sun is splendid, I shall wash the bedding." A diligent little bee. This was Wang Yangming's affectionate appraisal of his beloved wife. He forbade her from undertaking such tasks, reasoning that men should not engage in such chores. However, the increasingly audacious young lady, emboldened by her pampering, added, "Men are clumsy with their hands. They claim to help, but only make things worse. My esteemed husband, it is best if you simply remain seated." Having organized the correspondence, Wang Yangming just locked it in a cabinet adorned with a goldfish lock when he was startled by a dull thud at the door. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes and rushed outside, pulling the door open to find Emily Nr at the threshold, a towel in hand and a steaming small iron pot before her. Surprised, Wang Yangming ushered her in. Emily Nr set the pot on the table. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "I noticed you were busy with official matters this evening, so I made something to eat. I hope it suits your taste." Wang Yangming, no longer the muddled newcomer of this era, understood the significance of a woman cooking for a man. Emily Nr's actions suggested a desire to serve him in the manner of a new bride. Having tasted this dish at a banquet in the county, he recognized the hot pot, revealing a fragrant broth filled with vibrant greens, dark mushrooms, rosy venison, scallions, and ginger slices, all quite appetizing. He remarked, "This smells delightful. Even better than what the chef at Hngyuning makes." Just then, Hngyuning entered, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Emily Nr. Although Emily Nr had received Wang Yangming's consent, she still felt like an outsider. Caught in the act, her face flushed with embarrassment. In this unexpected encounter, Wang Yangming found himself unprepared as the three exchanged silent glances. Suddenly, Hngyuning broke the tension with a bright smile, saying, "Sisterly Nr, you are here too." Emily Nr exhaled in relief, bashfully responding, "Younger sister Yangming, I prepared hot pot tonight for brother Wang taste. My skills cannot compare to yours, but if you do not mind, please try it as well." Wang Yangming noticed Hngyuning was holding something and could not discern it in the dim light. So he inquired, "Yangming, what do you have there?" Upon seeing what she held, he exclaimed in surprise, "Sweet potatoes?" After a closer look, he confirmed, indeed, 2 chunks of sweet potato. Quickly, he covered "Oh, I saw these when I visited the countryside. They appear to have been stored throughout the winter. They would taste sweeter when roasted. By the way, this crop grows more easily than the grains we cultivate here. 1 acre could yield significantly more food. Isn't it planted in abundance?" Hyuning observed curiously, "But there are no seeds for this crop. Moreover, we do not know if it is suitable for our land. The farmers depend on their harvest for sustenance. Who would dare to take the risk to plant it?" Wang Yangming then recalled that crops like corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes are suitable for northern cultivation, while the local farmers primarily grow wheat, millet, and beans. It seemed that with maritime trade, these foreign crops had already entered the Ming Dynasty, though they had yet to be widely promoted. If these crops were introduced, it would significantly enhance agricultural production in the Ming Dynasty. Understanding that farmers are particularly protective of their land, he realized that suddenly introducing unfamiliar crops would be a daunting risk for them. During his visit to the capital, he might find an opportunity to suggest this to the court. If it were taken seriously and promoted on a large scale, he would indeed contribute to the nation and its people. With this thought in mind, Wang Yangming felt a surge of excitement. Knowing that Hyuning had likely not eaten, he eagerly accepted the sweet potato from her and playfully offered a large piece to her mouth, saying, "Try this and see if it's delicious." A fleeting glance revealed Linar watching with envy, and assuming she too coveted the rare delicacy. He handed the sweet potato to her, smiling, "Here, you tried as well? It is quite sweet." Linar replied softly, gazing at him affectionately, as she brought the sweet potato to her lips. Just then, Hyuning cleared her throat, her expression shifting slightly. Wang Yangming had given her a large piece, and in her haste to eat, she became choked. Linar immediately set down her sweet potato and assisted Hyuning into a chair, then took Wang Yangming's teacup and offered it to her, saying, "Younger sister Hyuning, please drink some tea." Hyuning took the cup and sipped a few times to soothe her throat, catching her breath. With a hint of meaning, she glanced at Linar and shyly said, "Do not laugh at me, Sister Linar, but this truly is sweet." Linar nodded and accepted the sweet potato, passing her chopsticks to Hyuning, gently saying, "You should try my cooking too. I'm not skilled, so please don't mock me." The two women, one savoring sweet potatoes and the other enjoying the hot pot, suddenly found themselves in a delightful conversation. Wang Yangming stood nearby, blissfully unaware that the two had just reached a consensus on national sovereignty and joint governance. Chapter 51. 5 arrows in rapid succession. As spring began to emerge, the snow melted and the ice receded, revealing a lush green plain, while the distant mountains remained capped in white. Today, the gentle spring breeze blew, the sky was clear, and fluffy white clouds drifted across the azure expanse. The fresh grass on the prairie was vibrant, and the earth felt soft and damp, like a carpet. The BDS, the newly appointed county magistrate Zheng, and several local officials rode their horses around Jiangnan, approaching a vast grassland where a few birds fluttered close to the ground. Although county magistrate Zheng, a Jinsher of the 12th year of Hongji, was nearly 30, he was skilled in the art of horsemanship. BDS rode alongside county magistrate Zheng and turned to him with a smile, saying, "I always thought the riding and archery skills taught at the academy were merely for show. But I just heard your esteemed teacher say that you can draw a bow of 200 sh and never miss a mark within 100 paces. Truly, you're a paragon of both literary and martial prowess." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Linar, who rode a chestnut horse clad in a dark green hunting outfit, a matching silk cloak fluttering behind her. She wore white bow shoes, a white sash, and carried a small, curved knife resembling a decorative piece at her side, with a bow slung across her shoulder and a quiver on her back. The striking attire gave her an exotic allure. The spring breeze gently lifts the dark green cloak, accentuating her exquisite and graceful figure, which is perfectly complemented by her riding attire. The alluring curves of her youthful body are subtly revealed beneath the cloak, captivating all who gaze upon her. Baidusi can't help but feel a surge of desire at the thought that in just 2 days, he will be able to hold this enchanting beauty in his arms. He finds himself disinterested in the county magistrate, wishing fervently that only he and Ma Lianer existed on this vast grassland, sharing the earth as their bed and the sky as their blanket, indulging in each other's company without a care in the world. However, as an esteemed official of the court, he recognizes the necessity of maintaining decorum, especially since Ma Yin'er is not yet his concubine. Even if she were to become one, he ought to remain in the company of his colleagues instead of focusing solely on his beloved. Magistrate Zhang, upon hearing Baiduxi's flattery, responds with a modest smile, stroking his beard and humbly stating, "Your Excellency flatters me. While I did study archery and horsemanship in my youth, I cannot compare to your prowess or that of the valiant generals in the military. As for the three-stone bow, I can indeed draw it, but hitting the target every time is quite another matter. I doubt you are aware that the archery targets in our southern academies are a full yard in diameter. A giant target with a 1-yard diameter?" Baiduxi is taken aback at first, then bursts into hearty laughter. Most of the officials present, being either from the north or military leaders, cannot help but smile, some even coughing to conceal their amusement. The notion of a target so immense, which supposedly guarantees accuracy at 100 paces, is indeed a surprising boast for them. Ma Yin'er, mounted on her steed, wears a half-smile, lost in her own thoughts. Maong discreetly observes her expression and, noticing her calm demeanor, assumes she has been moved by Baiduxi's impressive presence and heroic aura, feeling relieved. Although Ma Yin'er contemplates turning her horse and leaving, she refrains from doing so in front of the many unaware officials, fearing that her departure might spark unwarranted speculation and gossip. In the past, she could dismiss others' opinions with indifference. But now that she sees herself as part of the Yang family, she feels compelled to act with more restraint and decorum as they traverse the grassland. After receiving a covert hint from young Mistress Yang, Ma Yin'er is reassured that her future marriage into the Yang family is a certainty. Her heart swells with a mixture of contentment and sweetness, completely immersed in her emotions. Her clear, sparkling eyes reflect her thoughts, alternating between smiles and shyness, harmonizing beautifully with her delicate features. Baiduxi's ardent gaze does not escape her notice. She observes that he, despite his status, does not dare approach her for conversation, only stealing glances when distracted by others, seemingly concerned about maintaining his military reputation. She finds his pretentiousness amusing. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. As she thinks of him, her heart warms. She yearns for the day when he might regard her with such affectionate eyes. Whether she has to wait 3 years, 30 years, or even a lifetime, she would willingly do so. Lost in her thoughts, Ma Yin'er can't help but smile softly. Jiang Bin gulps audibly, casting a resentful glance at Bai Chun, inwardly lamenting, "Damn it, if only I were a great general, I would certainly pursue a woman like that. My life would then be worth living." He has heard whispers about Bai Chun's intentions to take Ma Yin'er as a concubine, and is aware that today, Bai Chun has invited local officials for an outing, notably bringing along this one woman. In fact, most officials present have already pieced together the situation. Suddenly, a fat roe deer leaps from the grass, darting toward a nearby valley. Guan Shouying shouts, "Your Excellency, look over there." A roe deer. Each person carries a military bow, yet none of the officials take action. The personal guards swiftly release arrows to block the deer's escape, driving it in another direction. The prey is, of course, reserved for the general to shoot. The unfortunate deer, frightened by the guard's precise aim, scampers in panic, while the commanding figures of Baiduxi and Magistrate Zhang, each holding a bow and arrows, merely stand by, engaging in polite exchanges, insisting that the other should take the first shot to demonstrate their skills. Maliania, witnessing their insincere posturing and lack of genuine enthusiasm for the hunt, scoffs internally, turning her head away in disdain. Zheng Shaopeng, Baiduxi's close attendant, gallops forward and addresses Bai Chun and Magistrate Zhang. "Gentlemen, today Miss Ma is the only woman among us. I propose she takes the first shot. After all, she is clad in armor, and her archery skills must be remarkable." Zheng, known for his prowess with the three-stone bow, feels a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of actually hitting the deer, fearing the ridicule that would follow should he fail. Upon hearing Zheng's suggestion, Bai Chun eagerly claps and exclaims, "Excellent. A woman should not be outdone by men. Let Miss Ma take this shot. We shall witness her prowess." Baiduxi's eyes soften with delight at the opportunity to openly converse with Ma Yin'er without fear of ridicule. He turns to her with a smile. "Miss Ma, would you do us the honor of showcasing your skills?" At that moment, the crowd parts to create a path, allowing Ma Yin'er to step forward. Unbeknownst to her, this suggestion to let her shoot first was merely a spontaneous remark from Zheng Shaopeng, but Baiduxi seizes the chance to please her. Ma Yin'er, however, misconstrues the situation, believing it to be a premeditated scheme between Dusi and his guards, deepening her disdain. Narrowing her eyes like a crescent moon, she smiles and responds. General Bai has fought many battles and is a formidable presence, while Magistrate Zhang is known for his impeccable aim. I, a mere girl with a bow, would not dare to embarrass myself before such esteemed gentlemen. I wish to witness your remarkable skills instead. Her voice, soft and sweet, carries a deliberate lilt that, coming from such a beauty, is captivatingly charming. Ma Ong recognizes the impending trouble. He knows his sister's temperament all too well, and when she speaks in such a tone, her patience is wearing thin. Just as he considers intervening, Jiang Bin, captivated by Ma Lianer's enchanting voice, nearly loses his balance on his horse. As everyone focuses on Ma Liener, Jiang Bin finds himself the center of attention, feeling a tinge of embarrassment despite his thick skin. Thankfully, his quick wit saves him as he exclaims, "Ah, speaking of women not yielding to men reminds me of Madame Yang. When the Tartars attacked, she disguised herself as a man and bravely fought alongside our troops atop the city walls. Truly a floral warrior, not to be outdone by men. I witnessed her shoot a Tartar dead with a single arrow, the shaft piercing through his neck. Such exceptional marksmanship." Dusi chuckles. "I had no idea that Yang's wife was so skilled. Miss Ma, you should not decline. Why not showcase your talent?" In truth, he is indifferent to her archery skills. He simply wishes to amuse her and share a light-hearted moment, knowing that if she misses, they could all share a laugh. After all, she is but a woman. While Ma Liener holds deep gratitude for young Mistress Yang, considering her a close sister, the complexity of human emotions leaves her apprehensive. In the depths of her subconscious, she fears that young Mistress Yang might eclipse her in the eyes of others, as her future status will inevitably surpass Ma Liener's. If young Mistress Yang continues to excel, Ma Liener worries her sense of security will diminish even further. Upon hearing Jiang Bin speak of the remarkable archery skills of the young lady, Ma Liener felt a surge of competitive spirit. Without further hesitation, she retrieved her bow and arrows, deftly extracting 5 arrows from her quiver. The onlookers gasped in surprise, unsure of her intentions. Some of the less martial literati even stifled their laughter, assuming she lacked any knowledge of archery. With a flick of the reins, Ma Liener urged her steed forward, discarding the reins to draw her bow. Holding 4 arrows with the tips facing downward in her right hand, she knocked 1 arrow onto the string. Taking a deep breath, akin to cradling a full moon, she swiftly drew back the bowstring and released the arrow. Before the spectators could turn to see whether her shot had hit its mark, as if performing a magic trick, she swiftly knocked another arrow, her movements exceedingly rapid. The bowstring sang as 5 arrows flew forth like meteors chasing the moon, each arrow seamlessly following the last in a breathtaking display. The crowd stood in awe, their mouths agape, as they beheld the 5 arrows forming a pentagram, their fletching aimed at a trembling roe deer ensnared at the center, perfectly spaced as if measured. After a moment of stunned silence, one of the officers under Dusi exclaimed, "It is said that even the legendary Tartar archer Zb could only shoot 9 arrows with one hand, yet Miss Ma has managed to release 5 arrows in succession. How formidable! How impressive!" The spectators, whether knowledgeable or not, erupted in admiration, while Dusi, both astonished and delighted, lavished her with compliments. Ma Liener's bright, shining eyes cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Bin, her face adorned with a hint of pride. At that moment, a rider approached swiftly from the distance, prompting everyone to turn their heads. As the figure drew nearer, they discerned that the rider was clad in the livery of a relay station, riding a relay horse. Upon reaching them, he reined in his horse and surveyed the crowd with a look of urgency. Recognizing him as the elder brother of the young lady, Han Wei, Ma Liener hurried forward, asking, "Brother Han, what brings you here?" Han Wei, drenched in sweat and appearing either anxious or exhausted, wiped his brow with his sleeve and replied, "Miss Ma, I have been searching for you with great difficulty. A royal envoy has unexpectedly arrived in the capital, carrying a decree from the emperor summoning Yangling to the capital immediately. My sister and brother-in-law asked me to convey this message to you, but I had no idea where you were hunting, and I have been running about nearby." Dusi's face turned ashen, his triangular eyes gleaming ominously as he trembled slightly. "Man approached him cautiously, murmuring, 'Dushi.'" Dusi let out a cold laugh, turning to draw his bow. The bowstring lamented as he shot an arrow that pierced the roe deer, which had been paralyzed with fear amidst the 5 arrows. Chapter 52. Innocently entering the capital under the blazing sun, the streets were bustling with pedestrians when a peculiar procession emerged at the North City Gate. 16 soldiers of the Ming Dynasty, clad in armor and wielding swords, escorted a resplendent carriage into the city. The horses, all tall and majestic, were adorned with splendid saddles, and the guard atop them wore armor far more exquisite than that of the border troops. The carriage advanced without pause, heading directly towards the relay station. Within the station, Yangming was engaged in casual conversation with Liu Biao and Yang Yiqing over tea, seeking to glean as much information about the capital and the Jinyue as possible. At that moment, a courier rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, officials are arriving to submit petitions to the imperial court. The convoy is nearing." Yangming was taken aback. While the relay station was indeed responsible for receiving visiting officials, the Tatar territory lay not far beyond, and it was unusual for high-ranking court officials to arrive. If someone were to petition the court, the convoy would undoubtedly be substantial. Who could it be? Liu Biao and Yang Yiqing hastily followed him outside, where they beheld a carriage slowly approaching along the relay road, flanked by 8 magnificent warhorses. The riders, clad in helmets and armor, exuded an imposing presence. Upon seeing the yellow flag atop the carriage, Liu Biao quickly advanced, whispering to Yangming, "My lord, this is someone from the capital." Yangming nodded slightly and stood at the entrance, watching as the carriage came to a halt. The curtain was lifted, and a figure emerged, bowing as he stepped down. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a slender, sharp-faced countenance, clad in the garb of a palace eunuch. Yangming gasped, "Eunuch Liu?" The figure was indeed Eunuch Liu, the military overseer. He stepped forward with a warm smile, addressing Yangming, "Yang, my dear courier, it seems destiny has brought us together once again after just over a month." Yangming welcomed Eunuch Liu into the main hall, feeling perplexed about his intentions. Ordinarily, having been promoted to a position within the Jinyue as a 5th-rank official, he would not require the intervention of a palace eunuch. Eunuchs typically ventured forth under imperial decree to oversee military matters, collect taxes, or procure palace supplies, and rarely summoned officials below the 3rd rank. Yangming found himself at a loss, feeling disoriented. The news of receiving an imperial decree had already astonished him, and the thought of how to properly respond to such a summons was even more daunting. Fortunately, Eunuch Liu, accustomed to dealing with bewildered officials, recognized the uncertainty in Yangming's demeanor. The imperial edict was no mere announcement. Few officials had ever received one, and even seasoned ministers often stumbled during their first encounters with such proclamations. With a gentle smile, Eunuch Liu held the yellow silk aloft and proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven and the emperor, it is decreed. I have heard that the success of the 3 dynasties in securing the realm lies in winning the hearts of the people. Therefore, the people are the foundation of the nation. The ancient sages have said, the path of righteousness is a public affair." As Eunuch Liu recited the classical text, Yangming understood the meaning but found it somewhat laborious to follow. After some time, he finally grasped the crux of the message. Thus, the people are the masters of the nation, and the Son of Heaven holds the realm on behalf of the people. As rulers, one must uphold trust and foster harmony, selecting the virtuous and capable. The current crown prince is astute and studious, having heard of the talents of Yangming, who is both virtuous and capable. It is my will that Yangming be summoned to the capital to serve as the crown princess tutor. You are to proceed to the capital immediately upon receiving this decree, without delay. Thus is commanded. The 18th year of Hongji, February. Yangming was left utterly bewildered. Crown prince tutor? Wasn't he supposed to be a Jinyue, Tongji? Suddenly, he recalled Ma Lianer's words from that evening. Advancement in the officialdom is no child's play. There's a saying that the path of a career is fraught with peril, and one cannot expect to ascend 3 ranks in a single leap based on one's accomplishments. It is unlikely that anyone in the capital would be so benevolent as to elevate your position without cause. We must think carefully and not fall into a trap. Yangming abruptly understood. No wonder the Jinyue rushed to elevate his status. The emperor intended for him to serve as a crown princess tutor, and they were merely adding to the grandeur of the occasion. Although the position of crown prince tutor was merely a 6th-rank office, in essence, it meant being a classmate of the crown prince. Once the crown prince ascended the throne, how could those closest to him fail to be favored? Originally, he was just a minor clerk within the Jinyue, But now, with this appointment, he would become a central figure within the organization, drawing the future emperor's confidence into his fold. This was certainly a fortuitous turn of events. Seeing Yang Ling still kneeling in Confucian, unut liu promptet gently, Yang. My dear courier, are you not going to acknowledge the decree and express your gratitude? Snapping back to reality, Yang Ling exclaimed, I, your humble servant, receive the decree with gratitude. He took the imperial edict from eunuch Lu's hands, glancing at it surreptitiously. Noticing that eunuch Lu did not require him to kneel thrice and bow 9 times, he stood up. Eunuch Lu, having presented the edict, instantly adopted an air of superiority, looking down upon the others. Yet he kindly addressed Yang Ling, Mr. Yang, I, Lu Jin, am a servant close to the crown prince. Henceforth, as you serve as the crown princess tutor, we shall need to cultivate a close relationship. Yang Ling was taken aback, exclaiming, Lu Jin? You are Lu Jin? Eunuch Lu blinked, perplexed, and asked, What is it, Mr. Yang? Have you heard of my name? Yang Ling nodded, then shook his head, unsure what to say next. Lu Jin, the prototype of the factory chief from Xian Longmen Kujan, is said to be the ruthless grand eunuch of the Eastern factory, known for his cold-heartedness in killing. Is this unremarkable old eunuch before us truly that legendary figure? Thanks to novels and television, names like Wang Ji, Wang Zhen, Lu Jin, Wei Zhongxian, and Yang Ling have become well known, each possessing extraordinary martial arts, appearing youthful despite their age, and displaying peculiar temperaments. Upon encountering the plain-looking Lu Jin in person, Yang Ling momentarily wondered if they were merely sharing the same name. Lu Jin, now diligently carrying out his duties, holds a position in the Zhongde Sea, the least powerful among the 24 offices of the inner court. The prince, Zhu Houzhao, is known for his impulsive and capricious nature. And since the emperor dotes on his beloved son, Lu Jin dares not be negligent. At this moment, 3 horse-drawn carriages are traversing the winding mountain road. The path is narrow, with 16 guards flanking the front and rear. Ahead is the vermilion carriage of Lu Gonggong, while the 2 carriages behind are dispatched from the relay station, marked by a tall pole bearing the character for relay. In the rear, Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing sit atop a luggage cart. Han Yunyang gazes silently out the window, having never been apart from her family since childhood. The thought of traveling so far to the capital had excited her like a child, yet now that she truly departs, her heart feels empty. Alas, her father has become a relay official, constantly on the move, and she leaves without having seen him, uncertain of when she might reunite with her family. Yang Ling, aware of her reluctance, softly reassures her, Do not worry. Once we settle in, I will find a way to bring your father and the others to the capital. Yun Yang responds with a gentle hum, leaning against Yang Ling's embrace, her large eyes blinking, lost in thought. Yang Ling, stroking her back, is himself flooded with myriad thoughts. What role does the prince's tutor play? He lacks the memories of the original Yang Ling, the Xuanfu scholar, and knows nothing of the 4 books, 5 classics, or the 8-legged essay. He hopes the title of tutor merely entails accompanying the prince in his studies. His grasp of history is painfully limited, aside from Zhu Hongwu, the founding emperor, the Yongle emperor, and the last ruler, Chongzhen. He knows little else about the Ming Dynasty emperors. Now, inexplicably thrust into the center of this historical stage, surrounded by figures of great power and influence, can he navigate this world? Yang Ling has been in a daze, simply wishing to enjoy a few joyful years with his wife and children. However, faced with this unexpected turn of events, he must take his situation seriously and actively seek to understand this era. He organizes his thoughts, recalling the information about this time period that flows through his mind. It is now the 18th year of Hongji, with the emperor being Hongji Di of the Zhu clan. His knowledge is limited, and he cannot recall details about the emperor's life. The crown prince, Zhu Houzhao, is known for his extravagance, lechery, and foolishness, yet is strikingly handsome. He vaguely remembers that the prince died young. Lu Jin, the notorious traitor, and the details of his rise and fall remain unclear, but it is certain he did not die well. Utterly inept, Yang Ling can only shamefully evaluate himself thus. With such scant information, can he truly foresee the future, avoid misfortune, and grasp history? Disheartened for a moment, Yang Ling suddenly feels invigorated, straightening up. Why concern myself with such matters? What do I care for the Emperor Zhengde or the treacherous Lu Jin? My life is as fleeting as a blade of grass, and these are not my worries. My goal is to go to the capital, achieve high office, and blend into the life of Beijing. The ignorant are fearless. Yangling, prepared to charge into the capital with blind optimism, begins to feel hopeful. Ma Yin'er, like a gust of wind, arrives at the relay station and swiftly gallops out toward the northern city. The sound of her horse's hooves reverberates against the cobblestones like a torrential downpour. As she speeds out of the city, the carriage is now out of sight. Ma Yin'er, reins in hand, hesitates at the city gate for a moment before veering off the unplowed fields, taking a shortcut ahead. Her dark green cloak flutters in the wind, and her heart races with urgency. Did Zhengde not have even a moment to wait for me? Why is he leaving in such haste? This parting will mean 3 years before we meet again. The horse gallops forward under her expert control, the chestnut steed soaring like an arrow. As she reaches the end of the tilled land, a small river emerges, and the horse leaps across, splashing droplets like shards of jade. In the distance, she spots the carriage winding along the mountain path, and her heart surges with joy. With a flick of the reins, she pursues the carriage, one on the riverbank and the other on the mountainside. As the terrain changes, they approach a semicircular valley where the carriage makes a turn. On one side, a steep cliff looms, while the guards on the winding path, along with the leisurely seated Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing, notice the red horse racing up from below. Lu Biao stands up to look down the mountain, calling out loudly, "There's a young lady chasing us from below." Yang Ling and Yin Yang hurry out of the carriage, spotting a red horse and a green figure approaching. Han Yin Yang exclaims, "It's Sister Lianer, my husband. Sister Lianer is coming." Yang Ling quickly instructs the driver to halt the carriage, standing atop the carriage to gaze downward, while Ma Lianer also stops her horse, both remaining still in their respective places, separated by an insurmountable cliff. Ma Lianer gazes longingly for a moment, then sees Yang Ling wave to her, signaling the carriage to continue. Yet he remains at the front, watching her. A surge of emotion wells up within Ma Lianer as she swiftly draws a small, curved knife from her waist, slicing off a lock of hair and tying it to an arrow shaft. Yang Ling and the warriors look into the valley, where Ma Lianer's horse rears up, momentarily pausing before charging forward with incredible speed, heading toward the sheer cliff just 30 yards away. As the horse gallops, the distance closes in an instant, and at such a pace, it seems that both horse and rider might crash into the rock face. The onlookers gasp in astonishment. Yet in a breathtaking display, Ma Lianer's horse suddenly executes a near 90-degree turn. She abandons the reins, draws her bow, twists her body, and swiftly knocks an arrow, all in one elegant motion, captivating the onlookers. Lu Biao, Yang Yiqing, and several soldiers can no longer contain their cheers. The noble families in the capital often keep Mongolian warriors as retainers, having witnessed their horsemanship and archery skills. Ma Lianer's prowess in riding and shooting mirrors that of those skilled warriors, and to see such talent exhibited by a young girl is nothing short of enchanting. As Yang Ling's carriage turns past the rocky cliff, just as she slips from view, 3 arrows strike the flagpole in front of him, quivering in the air with a buzzing sound. The driver, startled, nearly tumbles from his seat. As the carriage moves onward, the grassy slope obscures Ma Lianer from view. The 3 arrows are lined up neatly on the pole, with one arrow tethered to a lock of hair, fluttering gently in the breeze. Han Yin Yang touches the strand of black hair, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. My husband, Sister Lianer, has shaved her hair as a vow. Chapter 53. The brocade-clad commander by the heavens. Ha ha ha, young Gongzi, you have lost again. Lu Jin claps his hands in delight, wearing a triumphant grin. During their uneventful journey, Lu Jin often invites Yang Ling to his carriage for a game of chess to pass the time. Although Lu Jin's skills are not particularly remarkable, he relishes in the fact that Yang Ling's abilities are even less proficient, thus deriving pleasure from consistently defeating him. Yang Ling huffs, "This game doesn't count. I captured your general, and you cheated by delaying a move. Otherwise, I would have only a horse and a cannon left, which are no match for you. No, we must start over." Lu Jin quickly blocks his hand, grinning proudly. "Maintain your composure, Yang Gongzi. Ha! Today I have won 3 out of 4 games." Before his rise to power, this future tyrant was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Once he gained confidence, he would swagger about, and, as Yang Ling spent time with him, any initial trepidation faded away, and the two interacted like old friends. Lu Jin spoke as he pulled back the curtain to glance outside. joyfully exclaiming that they had arrived and would soon enter the city. Yangling also looked out the window, observing the dimming twilight and the imposing, majestic city gate looming ahead. Yangling lifted the curtain and stepped out, standing atop the carriage to take in view. 16 imperial guards cleared the way, and the city guards dared not obstruct their passage as the procession boldly entered the city. Lu Jin joined him, standing beside him with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Yang, this is the capital of our great Ming Dynasty. What do you think?" Yangling surveyed the present-day city of Beijing. Although the buildings were numerous and pedestrians thronged the streets, aside from a few distant taverns and the grand residences of noble officials, nearly all the structures were scarcely taller than 2 zhang. Gazing into the distance, the splendid architecture bathed in the sunset's golden light could only be the imperial city. Lu Jin inquired, "Mr. Yang, shall we find an inn to stay at? The day is waning, and tomorrow at the 3rd watch, I shall introduce you to the emperor outside the meridian gate." Both Yangling and Lu Jin were momentarily taken aback, with Lu Jin's expression darkening slightly. He had initially presumed Yangling to be a humble traveler and had not considered profiting from him. However, seeing Yangling's demeanor suggested that the Yang family was quite affluent. Yangling showed no sign of acknowledgement, which seemed somewhat inconsiderate. Even those who reported to the emperor would at least receive a reward, yet it appeared that his own report was deemed worthless. Noticing the heavy bundle, Lu Jin estimated it contained at least 200 taels of silver, and his face brightened with delight. He turned to Yangling and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yang, you are too generous. The imperial palace lacks nothing, but such local produce is indeed rare. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated." Yangling understood this must be the arrangement made by the Jinyui and quickly replied with a smile, "Oh, it is merely a trivial matter. But I'm glad you like it, Lord Lu." Along their journey, the young maiden had her own thoughts, reflecting on her husband's position as a 5th-rank Jinyui official and his role as a reader beside the crown prince. She felt compelled to conduct herself appropriately and not embarrass him, having heard that the wives and daughters of noble families typically remained seated in their carriages when out. She had refrained from lifting the curtain since entering Beijing, still unaware of the city's appearance. Yangling gently kissed her cherry lips and said, "It is likely the arrangement of the Jinyui." He then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Since we have just entered the city, we shall not dine in tonight. I will accompany you for a stroll this evening." The young maiden's expression brightened at this, and she nodded eagerly, saying, "Yes, yes. I have yet to see what Beijing looks like, and I truly wish to explore. Without you, I would not dare venture out." Yangling chuckled and replied, "You, who fear not the Tatars, how can you fear a stroll through the streets of the capital?" The young maiden innocently responded, "Husband, if you do not take me out, how can a woman wander about freely? It will be a source of ridicule." Yangling reassured her, "We have no such constraints. If you wish to go out, then let us walk and explore the shops." As he spoke, he admired her charming appearance, secretly pondering how, in modern times, she would look delightful in a shirt and jeans, her hair tied in a ponytail. She would be a refreshing beauty, enjoying films and coffee with him, engaging wittily in negotiations with merchants. However, he lamented that in those times he would not have been fortunate enough to possess her. Feeling his gaze upon her, the young maiden's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, softly saying, "Husband, we are to stay on Huguosi Street. I wonder if there are any eminent monks there." As she spoke, her face burned with embarrassment, and she could not continue. Yangling felt invigorated, a warmth rising within him. The previous evening had been filled with tender exchanges, a pleasure too intimate to share with others. After a long journey, surrounded by many people, he had refrained from any affectionate gestures. Now, her words stirred a longing within him. Hangunyang, upon hearing her husband's teasing remarks, felt weak and nestled close to him, too shy to respond. Yangling opened the curtain and peered outside, observing the bustling street filled with shops. It appeared to be quite prosperous. Hangunyang hopped down from the carriage, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld their new home. The courtyard contained a well, and in the center was a flower garden, flanked by wing rooms, with 3 tiled houses directly ahead, suggesting that the previous occupants had been a well-off family. Leaving Yangling curious about how the Jinyui had acquired it, Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing began moving their luggage into the house. Although the courtyard had recently been purchased, it was already equipped with all necessary household items, saving them considerable time in shopping. Noticing that the day was still young, Heng Yang eagerly embarked on her domestic duties, bustling about to arrange their new home, momentarily forgetting about dining out or visiting the temple to see the great monk. Yang Yiqing, with a mysterious expression, approached Yang Ling and said, "Sir, the Commander Zhang has heard you have entered the capital and wishes to meet you. Shall we go now?" Startled, Yang Ling sprang to his feet. How could he afford to be negligent when the head of the Jinyui wished to see him? He quickly informed Heng Yang and, accompanied by Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing, made his way to the street. Yang Ling had heard from Lu and Yang that the office of the Jinyui commander was not located within Beijing, but rather in Tianjin. However, the crucial department, the Bizenfu, was situated in the capital. Thus, the commander spent much of his time in Beijing rather than Tianjin. The Bizenfu was located north of Dong'an City, adjacent to the East Factory's main gate. In this vast city, apart from the imperial city, this area was the most serene. As they turned onto the street, it was remarkably clean, resembling a bone gnawed by a dog, devoid of any passers-by. Yang Ling passed by the Dongjishi factory, curiously glancing inside, wondering if the guards and overseers truly possessed the remarkable skills depicted in films. Unfortunately, as dusk approached, he saw no one aside from 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Further ahead stood the Bizenfu office, resembling any typical government building, with 2 large stone lions at the entrance and Jinyui guards on duty. Yang Ling, guided by Lu and Yang, entered the Bizenfu office and stepped into a grand hall adorned with a vivid mural of a descending tiger, its fierce visage seemingly ready to pounce. The hall was quiet and elegant. Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing refrained from entering, as another Jinyui officer escorted them inside. Yang Ling stood in the hall, appreciating the majestic tiger when a hearty laugh erupted from behind him. "Is that you, Yang Tongji? What a pity. The governor has gone to Jinling, but I, Genie Qianhu Yuyong, am here to welcome you." Yang Ling quickly turned around, repeatedly expressing his humility. Upon seeing the man, he was momentarily taken aback. The individual was indeed clad in the Jinyui's flying fish uniform, a spring knife at his side, clearly a Qianhu. Yet, this man had golden hair and blue eyes, with an exceptionally high nose and remarkably fair skin. He was unmistakably European. "Yu Yong, noticing Yang Ling es astonishment," cheerfully spoke in a Beijing accent. "I am Yu Yong. Now that you have arrived in the capital, I shall host a banquet for you another day. As we will be serving in the court together, I hope you will look out for me." Yang Ling cupped his hands in greeting and followed the foreign Jinyui through the hall. The long corridor was lined with various rooms. Yu Yong led Yang Ling to a door, opened it, and with a grin said, "Please, enter, sir." Yang Ling bowed his head in gratitude and stepped through the door, only to find the room illuminated by large candles suspended from the walls. A middle-aged gentleman, dressed in casual scholar's attire, sat behind a desk, smiling as he placed a scroll down upon his entrance. Yang Ling immediately recognized him as Lord Zhang Xiao, the esteemed leader of the Jinyui, and hurriedly knelt on one knee, saluting. This humble official, Yang Ling, pays his respects to the esteemed commander. Zhang Xiao squinted, appraising him with satisfaction, and replied, "Well, indeed a promising youth. Please, Yang Tongji, take a seat. There is no need for formality." Yang Ling surreptitiously observed Lord Zhang, who appeared to be in his 50s, with a kindly demeanor and a refined presence that belied his authoritative status. At the entrance, Yu Yong clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed commander, yonder run. I shall take my leave now." He offered Yang Ling a gentle smile before quietly closing the door. Yang Ling felt a sense of relief. Lord Zhang seemed quite pleased with him. With a smile, Zhang Xiao remarked, "Yang Tongji is indeed a person of remarkable talent and knowledge. Once you enter the Donggong, you shall undoubtedly be given ample opportunities. Most excellent. Yang Ling, Daken Abak, Inquiret, Donggong." "My lord, what place is this?" "Zhang supposed, Shukling softly, ah." That was a slip of the tongue. The young prince, being but a child, has a penchant for novelty. Within the East Palace, the noble ministers often refer to it as the 100 Pleasures Garden. I misspoke in my excitement. Yang Ling, feeling a bit flustered, humbly replied, "My lord, you flatter me. I am merely a humble scholar, and to serve as a reader for the prince is already a great honor. How could I dare to have further aspirations?" Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "A hero does not fear a humble origin. Besides, do you know who the grand tutor and the readers for the current prince are? They are all highly esteemed scholars, yet the prince has never had a reader by his side until now. It is fortunate that he has taken a liking to you. and His Majesty has summoned you to the capital. The East Palace holds you in high regard, which reflects His Majesty's favor upon you. Tomorrow, upon your audience with the Emperor, you shall be conferred the status of a jinsher, and you may no longer refer to yourself as merely a scholar. Yangling stammered, "My lord, I am but a lowly Ming Yichao. How could I possibly receive such lofty recognition?" Zhang Xiao erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Receive lofty recognition? Not only that, though you are stationed far away, do you know that the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, the 3 legal offices, the Inner Court, and the Supervisory Court are all embroiled in conflict, with half of the officials in Beijing caught up in the chaos, all stemming from you, Yang Tongji?" Yangling was taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" Chapter 54. Fate in the Buddhist realm. The Jinyui commander, Zhang Xiao, chuckled. "The young prince has attacked our borders, and both the Zhou County and Qi County armies have achieved victories. Yet the Huailai route has suffered significant losses, resulting in the death of the commander, while the supervising military official, Lord Yi, was trampled to death by the chaotic forces. The 3 legal offices received a divine decree to pass judgment on General He. But unexpectedly, upon being brought to the capital, General He shifted all blame for his reckless advance on a Lord Yi and Eunuch Lu. General He, recommended by the Ministry of War, would be difficult to punish without incurring blame for poor personnel decisions. Thus, the Ministry of War staunchly defended him, accusing Lord Yi of military incompetence and unwarranted interference, which in turn incited the supervisory court officials and the inner court to unite against the Ministry of War. Yangling acknowledged, "Indeed, I had some superficial opinions concerning General He, yet I am unaware of how my letter found its way into Eunuch Lu's hands." Zhang Xiao shook his head, saying, "I do not know the intricacies of this matter. Eunuch Lu is a close attendant of the prince, and he has a friend named Zhang Yong, who possesses some military knowledge. Upon encountering your letter, he treated it as a treasure and immediately incited the inner officials to criticize the Ministry of War, claiming that the soldiers were weak and the scouts ineffective, and that the Ministry of War's command was the cause of defeat. However," Zhang Xiao continued, "the Ministry of War is responsible for troop deployment, while the daily training and commanding of troops fall under the purview of the 5 military commanders. As a result, the 5 military commanders, who were originally uninvolved, became embroiled in the turmoil, and the 4 offices began a chaotic exchange of accusations." Yangling, astonished, remarked, "I could not have anticipated such a web of complications. Had I known, I would have refrained from writing that letter." Zhang Xiao stretched his back lazily and said, "Have you ever caught crabs? If you place a group of them in a basket without a lid, they cannot escape, for when one attempts to climb out, the others will cling to it, pulling it back down. In the world of officials, it is often the same. This is not surprising. Without your letter, they would still seek another pretext to shift blame onto one another, but in this instance, it has worked in your favor. Now, all 6 ministries are aware of your esteemed name. The prince has heard of you and requested your credentials, after which he appealed to His Majesty for your presence in the capital as a reader." After a moment of laughter, Zhang Xiao's expression turned serious. "The squabbles among these officials have no bearing on the Jinyui. I have summoned you today for a specific reason. Do you know what it is?" Yangling replied, "I humbly request your guidance, my lord." Zhang Xiao contemplated before stating, "Our Jinyui operates independently from the 3 offices, overseeing the legal and military matters of officials and commoners alike. The Danchang, however, is responsible for monitoring the officials and the Jinyui. Whenever there are significant cases, the Danchang sends representatives to observe the trials, which places their authority above ours." Yangling was puzzled by the implications of this statement, feeling somewhat bewildered. Zhang Xiao continued, "Nevertheless, within the Jinyui, there are many descendants of meritorious officials, and many Danchang officials are drawn from our ranks. Thus, the relationship between the Danchang and the Jinyui is intricately intertwined. In terms of power, the Jinyui is not necessarily inferior to the Danchang, and fortunately, we have maintained a harmonious relationship without any barriers between us." Zhang Xiao glanced at him and added, "Since the end of last year, His Majesty has been feeling unwell, and recently, he has expressed intentions to reopen the Xichang to oversee the Danchang and the Jinyui. They are currently making secret preparations, drawing personnel largely from the military, thus forming a separate faction entirely unrelated to the Danchang and the Jinyui." Yangling was taken aback by this sudden revelation. and after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the unspoken implication. The emperor, sensing his declining health, was already planning for a successor. Although the Dongchang and the Jinyui were his most trusted organizations, their power was too great. As Zhang Xiao suggested, the oversight responsibilities between the two were ostensibly reciprocal, but functionally akin to a single entity. The emperor's unease prompted the reopening of the Xichang, specifically to prevent the Dongchang and the Jinyui from drawing upon any personnel, thereby creating a balance of power to avoid the new emperor from seizing control. Zhang Xiao remarked, "The crown prince is still young, and as members of the Jin Yi, we bear the solemn responsibility of ensuring the royal family's safety. How can we afford to be careless? However, since your majesty harbors suspicions, both the Dongchang and Jin Yi must now exercise caution and refrain from placing personnel around the crown prince. Now that you serve as the crown prince's reader, you are indeed a close minister by his side and must bear this responsibility. Do you understand my meaning, sir?" Yang Ling, fully aware of his intentions, understood that the Jin Yi and Dongchang were intertwined, both wielding significant power. With the impending establishment of the Xichang to oversee the Dongchang, the Jin Yi naturally feared losing their authority. The only individuals surrounding the crown prince were a group of eunuchs, who, while potential allies, were unlikely to support the rise of their peers who might threaten their own power. Yang Ling, lacking a foundation in the court, recognized that supporting such a person, even if he were to ascend to great heights, would still rely heavily on the two powerful factions of Dongchang and Jin Yi, making him the most suitable candidate. As he contemplated this, he could not help but feel uneasy. For someone eager to rise, such opportunities and backing were indeed rare. Yet, this would inevitably place him in the crosshairs of others, making it challenging to lead a tranquil life for the next 2 years. Zhang Xiao fixed him with a steady gaze for a moment, sending shivers down Yang Ling's spine, before finally breaking into a smile and casually stating, "In this world, the greatest power lies with the Son of Heaven. As long as you're close to him, nothing is impossible." With a chuckle, he lowered his eyes and asked, "Do you know what became of those two individuals later?" Yang Ling had heard of Wang Ji's reputation and gasped upon hearing it. Zhang Xiao continued, "The young girl with the surname Ji started as a palace maid, then became a female official, eventually being conferred the title of Shu Fei, and later crowned as the Empress, the mother of the current emperor." He clapped his hands in admiration, expressing, "What a remarkable turn of fate. Imagine the captives taken from the Tangxia, who could have easily perished under the soldiers' whips during transport. Who would have thought that 2 of them would find their way to the Son of Heaven and give rise to such an extraordinary tale?" He smiled and added, "You come from a scholarly background, and the civil officials regard you as one of their own. The inner officials, the inspectorate, and the Ministry of War all hold you in high esteem. With the Jin Yi and Dongchang at your back, your opportunities are boundless. If you can earn the crown prince's favor, when he eventually ascends to the throne, it will be your moment to shine, making your name known throughout the realm. Yang Tongji, will you still underestimate yourself?" As Yang Ling gazed at Zhang Xiao's amiable smile, he momentarily envisioned Yang Paichong waving his hand forward, shouting, "Emir, charge!" Emir's charge was not towards a bright future, but rather towards his beloved woman. Upon leaving the Jin Yi's northern district, with the lights flickering on all around, Yang Ling remembered his young wife waiting for him at home, and he felt an urgent longing to return. The notion of seizing the moment and transforming into a dragon seemed to fade into the clouds. 2 years were a precious span of time, and it was better to spend it with his tender young wife. In the capital, there were 2 grand temple fairs known as Dong Miao and Shi Miao. Dong Miao was located near Si Pai Lu, where the Long Fu Temple opened its market on the 9th and 10th of each month. Shi Miao, situated on Hu Gui Si Street, held its market on the 7th and 8th, although it was not a festival day. These 2 streets had long been established as bustling commercial districts, with tea houses, taverns, and shops lining the streets in lively abundance. Yang Ling and his young wife enjoyed a warm dinner at a restaurant before heading directly to Huguisi. Naturally, he would not bring along the 2 third wheels, Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing. After dining in an alley, the 2 inadvertently took a wrong turn, prompting them to ask passers-by for directions. Upon learning that this young couple intended to visit Huguisi for incense offerings, the pedestrians displayed expressions of surprise, yet they readily pointed the way. However, the Han people do not regard religious beliefs with the same rigidity as Westerners. one could believe in their own faith without conflict. Thus, despite finding it somewhat peculiar that this couple would go to a Lama temple, no one troubled them. Over the years, many monks from Qing, Kong, and Tibet, and even from beyond the desert, had come to present themselves before the Ming court, as such visits were of considerable importance to the court. Consequently, the emperor granted several temples to them, allowing those monks who wished to remain in the central plains to reside within, and Huguisi was one of these temples. Although the temple was not particularly frequented, it was well maintained by the court's provisions, ensuring that the monks lived comfortably. Upon entering the gates of Huguisi, Yangling found the temple brightly lit. Although there were some tourists, most appear to be elderly individuals who had come in to rest after a long day of wandering, sitting in the corridors and chatting. The grand entrance to the Vajra Hall stood wide open, yet it was eerily empty. Han Yunyang shyly moved closer to him, whispering, "Husband, keep your voice down or people will laugh at us. As a woman, I shouldn't be walking alongside you." She playfully shot him a glance. Before he could respond, a rather unpleasant voice interjected with a chuckle. "That is an interesting perspective. I have only heard of 100 years of cultivating fate, 1,000 years of forming bonds, and 10,000 years of destiny." Yangling turned to see a youth with a fair complexion, holding a gilded fan, grinning at him. This young scholar was slightly taller than Yunyang, with bright brows and eyes, dressed in a Taoist robe, cinched with a decorative belt, and wearing a hat adorned with a crystal, looking quite dapper. Chapter 55. Western Clergy. Yangling's gaze shifted, noticing that beside this finely adorned youth stood a middle-aged man in a soft hat and loose robes, who bore a striking resemblance to the young scholar, suggesting a father-son pair. However, this middle-aged scholar was somewhat portly, and despite the chilly early spring weather, beads of sweat were visible on his delicate skin. Yangling felt a bit awkward. He had no knowledge of whether the statement was truly derived from Buddhist scriptures. Upon hearing the young scholar recite several Buddhist texts he had never heard of, he realized the young man was genuinely well-read and knowledgeable in Buddhist studies. He dared not respond carelessly and could only offer a dry laugh, saying, "I enjoy reading but lack deep understanding. I truly cannot recall which scripture that saying comes from." The young scholar's dark eyes twinkled as he suddenly smiled mischievously. "I see now. This brother is merely fabricating stories to amuse his lady. Quite clever indeed. I admire your wit." The middle-aged man chuckled. "My son, do not speak nonsense." Although he reprimanded his son, his tone was light-hearted, revealing his fondness for the boy with a tender fatherly expression. The young scholar retorted, "Isn't it true? Sister, does your husband often speak nonsense to make you happy?" Han Yunyang huffed, about to retort, but suddenly recalled Ma Lian Er, a beauty whose allure could captivate even a girl like her. Yet, she willingly followed Yangling and chose to be a concubine. Perhaps her husband truly had a way with words, charming girls into surrendering their hearts. With that thought, she cast Yangling a resentful glance. The middle-aged scholar laughed, ruffling his son's hair, and said, "Enough of that." Speaking of which, he turned to Yangling with a bow and a smile. "This young man, my son is just being mischievous. I hope you will forgive him." Yangling quickly replied, "Not at all, not at all. Your son is bright and knowledgeable, akin to a precious jade. He is destined to achieve great things." The young scholar's expression became somewhat peculiar at this compliment. Observing that the middle-aged man was uninterested in conversing, Yangling said, "I must take my wife into the temple to offer incense, so I shall take my leave." The middle-aged scholar smiled and replied, "No problem, please go ahead." The young scholar pondered for a moment, tapping his gilded fan, and mused, "This unparalleled beauty? Perhaps not. A debtor seems unsuitable as well. Ah, this little rascal is teasing me." The middle-aged scholar smiled gently, saying, This child usually has no companions to play with. It is rare for someone to engage him in banter, so let him enjoy it a little longer." The old servant nodded and bowed, assisting the somewhat portly middle-aged man as he laboriously made his way into the Zhengde Inn. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the T&W Zhengde Inn. The scholar's expression tightened, and he quickened his pace, anxiously exclaiming, "Hurry and see what has happened." As they traversed the hall, they found several Tibetan monks in red robes standing on the platform in front of the T&W Zhengde Inn, while 5 individuals in long robes stood below the steps, one of whom lay on the ground. The two groups were embroiled in a heated argument. The young scholar, Yangling, and a young girl stretched their necks to observe the commotion, surrounded by 6 or 7 burly men who seemed to be bystanders but were subtly protecting them. The Tibetan monks shouted in a rapid, unintelligible manner from the steps, while the long-robed individuals below gesticulated wildly, passionately defending their position in a peculiar dialect, their anger palpable. Upon noticing the Tibetan monks on the platform, Yangming realized they had mistakenly entered the wrong temple. Further observation revealed that the long-robed men below were of European descent, with prominent noses and deep-set eyes, which only deepened his curiosity. The two factions argued in a disjointed manner for quite some time. Suddenly, a tall Westerner stepped forward. His face flushed and bellowed. Under heaven, is there no king's land? By the shores of a land, is there no king's ministers? You drive us away without reason. The young gentleman exchanged a glance with his father, unable to suppress a chuckle. The Tibetan monks, visibly agitated, retorted in Mandarin. It is not that we refuse to take you in. You Western monks harbor ill intentions by bringing a sick person, which could lead to contagion. The four men shook their heads vehemently, insisting, no, no, no. His affliction is not contagious. The two sides continued their stammering debate in broken Mandarin, while Yangming and a few others could only grasp a rough understanding of the situation. Seeing that these foreign missionaries were assisting a Han individual, albeit with ulterior motives, Yangming stepped forward to present his arguments. However, the Tibetan monks were utterly unreasonable and refused to invoke the compassion of Buddhism. The young scholar whispered a few words to his father and summoned a servant, quietly instructing him. The servant hurried to the platform and spoke to a lama in charge. Upon hearing that the benevolent gentleman below wished to donate 3,000 taels of silver for incense money, the lama's face broke into a smile, and he readily agreed to accommodate the requests of the Western missionaries. This grand monastery, covering an extensive area, could easily arrange a separate courtyard for them. Their insistence on expelling the Westerners stemmed from the fact that, while they appeared eccentric to the Han, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed monks were viewed as uncivilized barbarians in their eyes. Once the missionaries secured a place to stay, they expressed their joy, extending heartfelt thanks to the kind benefactor and the forthright Yangming, before retrieving their belongings from their quarters and moving them to the rear courtyard. The tallest Westerner, seemingly the leader of the group, continuously expressed gratitude in his halting Mandarin to Yangming and the young scholar. Yangming, intrigued by these missionaries, recalled that early Western missionaries in China were generally more civilized and principled, driven by fervent religious beliefs to spread their faith in the East. Thus, he engaged them in polite conversation. The missionaries, sent by the Vatican to propagate their faith in the East, often faced obstacles and were seldom acknowledged. When they realized Yangming was initiating a conversation, they were elated and eagerly began to share their circumstances. This missionary, named SHSG, explained that he and a dozen others were dispatched by the Franciscan Jesuits to the East. Initially, they had traveled to India, but their efforts to promote their doctrine were less than fruitful, with some missionaries even meeting their demise at the hands of the locals for differing beliefs. Eventually, they heard of a more powerful and civilized nation further east, prompting their departure from India by sea. However, their fleet was detained by local indigenous forces upon reaching Malacca. They managed to bribe the guards and, through local merchants, clandestinely made their way to Japan, leaving a few missionaries behind, while the remaining 5 landed in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, arriving in the Ming Dynasty. Clearly, spreading the gospel in Han territories proved challenging for the common folk. A deity that could create women from a man's bones was not as revered as the legendary Enwa, whose powers were well known. Moreover, this Western deity prohibited the unfortunate men and women from understanding propriety and morality, leaving them to frolic bare in orchards. This half-hearted deity paled in comparison to the amiable Tathgata and the powerful Taishang Lao Jun, who vanquished demons. Thus, the 5 missionaries spent over 2 years in Jiangsu and Zhejiang without converting a single follower. Out of desperation, they journeyed to the capital, hoping for an audience with the Ming Emperor to convey their teachings. To facilitate acceptance among the Han, they had adopted long robes and studied the 4 books and 5 classics, to align with the Chinese worldview of a round heaven and square earth. They even redrew the world map, placing China at the center, demonstrating their commitment. Unfortunately, officials from the Ministry of Rights, upon learning that they were not representatives of a foreign nation seeking to present themselves before the Celestial Empire, dismissed them, and they had yet to meet the emperor, nearly reduced to beggars in the process. The young scholar, finding the tale amusing, interjected, "Where is your country located, and how vast is it?" SHSG stammered. "It is far, far to the west, requiring a long journey by sea. Our country was once quite small, even smaller than Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but 20 years ago, the Queen of Castile married our King of Aragon, and the two nations merged. Our country has since expanded considerably, now larger than Jiangsu and Zhejiang." The young scholar could not contain his laughter, remarking, "After all this effort, it is still just Jiangsu and Zhejiang. How could you allow a woman to be your ruler? She marries and brings the country as her dowry?" Yang Ling smiled, replying, "In Western nations, it is permissible for women to be sovereigns. Do not dismiss the smallness of the Franco nation. Their naval forces are remarkably powerful and currently dominate the seas, with few nations able to rival them. Their most renowned tradition is bullfighting, far more entertaining than your childhood games of rooster or cricket fighting. A skilled matador can pierce the heart of a 1,000-pound bull with a single thrust." SHSG, energized by the conversation, exclaimed, "Incredible. Have you visited our country? Very few in the Ming understand our affairs. God bless, some even claim we are cannibals." He shrugged innocently, adding, "Heaven knows. Our greatest fear on this journey was encountering cannibalistic savages." Yang Ling erupted in laughter, while the middle-aged scholar regarded him with keen interest, silently amused. The young scholar, feeling a surge of competitiveness as Yang Ling praised the strength of the Franco navy, contemplated mentioning the grand fleet of Zheng He that sailed to the west 7 times. Suddenly intrigued by the mention of matadors, he eagerly asked, "What is this bullfighter? Do tell me, is it truly amusing?" The young scholar rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, "Is bullfighting really such a big deal? When I grow a bit older, I will not only fight bulls, but also tigers. Oomph, how dare they look down on me?" SHSG quickly interjected, "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I have a few small gifts for you." He hurriedly retrieved a small box, producing several items, and held them in his hands, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today. Here are a few small tokens of appreciation." He presented exquisite glass artifacts and prisms. The young scholar, filled with curiosity, eagerly picked them up to examine. The middle-aged scholar, clearly unfamiliar with such items, stood beside his son, observing with a smile as he played with them. Sha Si Gu, with a charming smile, explained to the young scholar the purpose of the prism and the pocket watch. Upon hearing this, the young scholar eagerly picked up the prism and rushed to the side to observe it under the light, joyfully sharing the wondrous sights he beheld with his father. Yang Ling, witnessing this, pondered silently. Most of these missionaries are well-versed in philosophy, physics, and chemistry. If the Ming court could give them the attention they deserve and use these missionaries as a bridge to enhance cultural and technological exchanges between the East and the West, perhaps we would not find ourselves in a state of seclusion that ultimately led to the Manchu invasion, resulting in the death of over 100 million Han people. Nor would we have witnessed the plight of our 400 million compatriots being treated as mere commodities. Since the emperor favors the crown prince, who is known to be playful, I might as well take advantage of this, and upon my visit to the palace tomorrow, subtly plant some suggestions. With this thought, he leaned closer to Sha Si Gu and whispered, "Mr. Sha Si Gu, I humbly wish to request a crucifix from you. I have some knowledge of your country and your teachings, and at an opportune moment, I shall advise the court, hoping to draw their attention to allow you to establish churches and promote your doctrines." Sha Si Gu, astonished and elated, stammered, "Are you an official of the court or a noble? Can you truly meet His Majesty the Emperor?" Yang Ling quickly replied, "Lower your voice, haha, Mr. Sha Si Gu need not doubt. Tomorrow I shall enter the palace to meet the Emperor." Sha Si Gu beamed with joy, promptly removing his own crucifix from around his neck and hurriedly retrieving several crafted items from his box. Realizing that they understood that sweetened shells are often more readily accepted than the love of God, Sha Si Gu solemnly handed the gifts to Yang Ling, saying, "You are our benefactor, and I sincerely hope to receive your assistance." Yang Ling smiled and nodded, addressing the young scholar, "Little brother, until we meet again." Sha Si Gu asked curiously why. Yang Ling shrugged in imitation of him and replied with a smile, "The circumstances differ. In our culture, such feudal superstitions are often more readily believed by women. Haha, farewell." As Yang Ling noted her shy demeanor, he could not resist teasing her. "No, it's getting late. Let us postpone our visit for another day." Han Yunyang brought the foot-washing water to Yang Ling, crouching down to remove his boots and inquiring, "My lord, please tell me, when did you acquire the statue of Buddha?" As she immersed his feet in the water, gently massaging them, she looked up at him. Yangling produced the silver crucifix from his pocket, swinging it playfully before her charming face. Her eyes sparkled, and she quickly wiped her hands on her robe, picking up the crucifix to examine it. With her long eyelashes fluttering, she scrutinized it for a moment and, with a furrowed brow, asked, "My lord, what kind of Buddha is this? It seems strange. Why is it dressed so minimally?" Yangling, with a glimmer in his eye, casually replied, "You see, even the arhats in temples often have bare shoulders. This Buddha merely has bare thighs." "Oh." Han Yunyang tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then worriedly asked, "My lord, does this bare-legged bearded Buddha possess any powers? Has it been consecrated?" Yangling responded, "It has been consecrated. Why wouldn't it be? If it were any more so, it would be entirely unclothed. This deity is named Jidu. Our highest official in the genie way is called the Tidu, who oversees and manages the genie way. Quite impressive, isn't it?" As for Jidu, he suddenly chuckled, realizing he should not make light of such matters. Previously, he had been skeptical of deities, but since his reincarnation, he hesitated to jest about such topics. Yangling lowered his gaze, observing Han Yunyang attentively washing his feet, her exquisite face radiating the demeanor of a devoted wife, her rosy lips slightly curled, exuding an irresistible charm. This young and beautiful girl, no matter how impoverished or distressed, had always followed him closely, regarding him as her sky and her fate, never uttering a word of complaint. He had drifted aimlessly, swept along by the currents of life, to reach his current station. Yet, without the unwavering support of Yunyang's innocent back, he wondered if he would have already turned to dust. Fingers tracing the silver chain, gazing at the pure silver crucifix, Yangling was suddenly reminded of the solemn vows exchanged during weddings. "I willingly become your wife, and in this lifetime, through joy and sorrow, through wealth and poverty, through health and illness, I shall remain faithful to you, never leaving your side." Those who once uttered such words, how many truly upheld them? Yet, Yangling harbored no doubts that the innocent and unartful Yunyang was indeed doing just that, and would continue to do so. He silently vowed, "Yunyang, we have shared hardships together, and we shall remain inseparable. Yunyang, you are my most cherished treasure." His heart warmed, and he suddenly lifted his foot to step into his slippers, bending down to scoop Yunyang into his arms. She let out a startled cry, exclaiming, "My lord, what are you doing?" Yangling gently placed her on the Kong, softly saying, "Sit comfortably. You have endured so much hardship for me. Until today, this is our true wedding night after you have married me. Yet I have no red candles or guests to celebrate. Upon entering, I should have you unveil your veil. But tonight, let me wash your feet as an apology for serving you." "What?" Yunyang, alarmed, quickly protested, "No, my lord, you mustn't. It is a woman's duty to serve her man. For you to wash my feet would bring misfortune." Yangling firmly held her feet submerged in the water, and in an unyielding tone declared, "Stay still." "Nonsense, Yunyang's feet are so beautiful. For me to wash them is my blessing, not a misfortune, but rather an addition to my fortune." Yunyang's feet recoiled slightly, her toes curling gently as she allowed him to tenderly massage them. Her delicate, beautiful feet, with gracefully curved arches, were slender yet not bony. Soft sobs rose from above, with tears dropping one by one into the basin of water. Yangling, feeling helpless, asked, "Yunyang, why do you cry? Today is our joyful day. We must be happy, or it will bring bad luck." "Oh," Yunyang hurriedly wiped her eyes, her gaze glistening with tears. "My lord, what time will you rise for court tomorrow?" "I want to wake you." Yangling thought for a moment and replied, "At the third watch of the tiger. Haha. Silly girl, it is still our spring moment. Why are you worrying about those things?" Yunyang bit her lip, embarrassedly smiling, and just then, Yangling lightly tickled her foot, causing her to withdraw it with a soft gasp. As he looked up, he found her willow-like brows arched, cherry lips slightly pouting, her expression a blend of delight and displeasure, an enchanting charm that stirred his heart, finally making him understand the essence of desire. Night had begun. In chapter 57, bitter and short, as he slept soundly, Yangling suddenly awoke, opening his eyes to see Yunyang, clad in her small garment and draped in a robe, sitting beside him and gently nudging him. "My lord, it is time to rise. Today you must attend court." Yang Ling's heart fluttered as he pulled her into his embrace. Laughing, "The sky is still dark. Why wake me so early? Do you wish for me to accompany you in conversation? I was so exhausted last night that I simply fell asleep." Nestled in his arms, Yunyang felt a wave of warmth at his words, her face flushing deeper as she recalled the sweet moments they shared, rendering her momentarily weak. She playfully pushed against Yang Ling, yet felt powerless against his embrace, and shyly urged, "My lord, please get up. It is getting late. The hour of the tiger is approaching, and I have prepared breakfast for you. You must meet the emperor." Ah! Yang Ling was taken aback. His understanding of the hour was shallow, and he had not realized it was already past 4 in the morning. Yang Ling, feeling a sense of urgency, hastily turned over to sit up. As he did so, he noticed a square patch on the quilt, a remnant from the one he and his mother had brought from Yang Jiaping, as they had yet to procure a new one. Despite the patches adorning it, he distinctly remembered that this spot had not been damaged. Curiously, he inquired, "Yunyang, when did this get damaged? There's no need for constant patching. We should buy some fabric and cotton to make a new quilt soon." Yunyang, with her eyelashes lowered and her cheeks resembling a crimson cloth, shyly produced a neatly folded piece of material from behind her, mumbling, "It's all because of you. This is a matter of great importance for a girl. It cannot be left unattended." Upon inspection, Yang Ling realized that the fabric looked like it had just been cut from the quilt, and although it was folded, it still bore the essence of its original form. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Yang Ling found himself outside the Zhangde Hall, his stomach growling, and he lamented, "The emperor certainly has a grand presence, making us rise so early for the audience." It was his first time attending court, and unfamiliar with the capital, he had neglected to eat, hastening to the Forbidden City. The court officials were already up early. By the time he arrived, many ministers were waiting outside the woman gate. He stood in the dim light, waiting from dawn until the sun had fully risen, feeling increasingly weary as he glanced at a shadow and scanned his surroundings. Lu Jin, who had escorted him to this place, had mysteriously vanished, leaving him to wait while the palace guards remained steadfastly indifferent to his presence. Although he dared not initiate conversation, the palace maids seemed intrigued by him, frequently sizing him up. Stealing glances at them, Yang Ling noticed that while beauty is subjective, most of the maids merely possessed decent looks and proportionate figures, lacking the enchanting charm often portrayed in dramas. After observing them for a while, he too began to adopt a demeanor of indifference. His stomach protested again when he suddenly spotted a procession entering the front hall. Leading was a robust general adorned in ceremonial armor, followed by a palanquin sheltered by a yellow canopy, carried by 8 eunuchs approaching his direction. Yang Ling's spirits lifted immediately. As the procession drew near, the palace maids, guards, and eunuchs knelt down, and Yang Ling, who had just managed to straighten his back, quickly followed suit. The grand procession passed by, heading straight for the Zhangde Hall, seemingly oblivious to anyone else. Yang Ling shook his head in silence, pondering the necessity of such grandeur when the emperor was merely conducting affairs within his own home. Little did he know, this was but a minor display. On days of major court gatherings, the procession would include tigers, leopards, elephants, and ceremonial carriages, creating an even more imposing spectacle befitting of an emperor's majesty, which relied heavily on such ostentation. A mosquito buzzed past his knee, and Yang Ling flicked it away, watching as it tumbled to the ground, curled up as if feigning death. After a moment of stillness, it scurried away. A smile crept onto Yang Ling's lips and the emperor's eyes. "I must seem like an ant." He raised his head slightly to see the ongoing procession, with flag bearers, umbrella holders, and those carrying golden gourds continuously coming forth, their colorful banners contrasting against the azure sky above. As Yang Ling gazed dreamily at the scene, he reflected, "Today, having arrived at the epicenter of power, I am no longer a mere ant. Given time and opportunity, under this historical sky, will I become a fluttering banner or a steadfast tower?" The ceremonial entourage stood silently on either side of the palace entrance, likely awaiting the emperor, who must also be parched and in need of refreshments. After what felt like an eternity, a eunuch emerged from the Zhangde Hall, brandishing a feather duster and calling out, "Summon Scholar Yang Ling to an audience." Having been instructed by Lu Jin on the court's etiquette, Yang Ling hurriedly stepped forward, announcing, "I, Yang Ling, present myself before your majesty." The young eunuch smiled faintly and replied, "Scholar Yang, please follow me," as he turned to lead the way. Yang Ling lowered his head and hurried after him. Although he had visited the Zhangde Hall during his previous life, he noticed that the layout and decor had evidently changed, and he dared not look around, focusing instead on following the eunuch's lead. Upon reaching the end of the crimson carpet, the eunuch stepped aside and proclaimed, "Scholar Yangling pays his respects to the emperor." Yangling knew that the Emperor Hongji must be seated above, and he knelt, placing his palms on the carpet and bowing his forehead to his fingertips, proclaiming loudly, "Your humble servant, Yangling, pays his respects to your majesty." A refined and dignified voice replied, "Rise, no need for such formalities." "Thank you, your majesty." Yangling rose, respectfully stepping aside, his gaze fixed downward as he dared not look around, although he was curious to catch a glimpse of the emperor's visage. His eyes slightly moved, and he noticed a pair of official boots, suggesting another minister was present. The elegant voice of the emperor resumed, addressing Lu Qing, "Proceed as such. Draft a decree to inform the king of Joseon. Tell him that the crown prince is still young and does not require the presentation of women. However, I do appreciate his intentions. Although these women are somewhat ordinary, they shall still be bestowed titles." Yangling couldn't help but smirk at this, nearly bursting into laughter. Surely, Lu Durun would not convey the emperor's words so bluntly in writing. It was a rare treat to hear such amusing imperial edicts firsthand. Lu Durun chuckled. The king of Joseon likely understands the crown prince's youth. Even if beautiful maidens were offered, it would be difficult to win his favor. Hence he sent those he wouldn't mind parting with. "Yes, I shall obey the decree," Lu Durun replied, bowing as he exited. Yangling had heard that Emperor Hongji favored only the empress and had no concubines. Perhaps the king of Joseon truly had such intentions. Lu Durun's audacity to jest before the emperor suggested he was a favored close advisor. Yet Yangling wondered who he might be. The thought struck him, recalling the contemporary assessments of the three grand scholars: Li Gong for strategy, Lu Gong for decisiveness, and Xie Gong for eloquence. Could this Lu Durun be the esteemed grand scholar Lu Jian? At that moment, Emperor Hongji inquired, "You're Yangling, correct?" "You're only a few years older than the crown prince. Quite good, quite good." "Oh, you are Yang Qing. Raise your head." Chapter 58. Confused responses. Yangling, lacking the reverence typically held by scholars towards their sovereign, found his patience thin due to hunger, and had no desire to utter phrases of submission or fear, waiting instead for the emperor to laugh heartily and dismiss him with a wave, saying he bore no fault. Thus, upon hearing Emperor Hongji's words, he immediately raised his head to gaze at the table where the emperor sat. The emperor appeared prosperous and dignified, adorned with a winged cap and clad in a dragon robe with a round collar and narrow sleeves. His features seemed vaguely familiar. Upon seeing Yangling's visage, Emperor Hongji stood abruptly, raising his eyebrows in recognition, and laughed heartily. "So, it is you," Yangling exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling the pair he encountered the previous evening. They were indeed the emperor and his son. "Your majesty is..." Yangling stuttered in astonishment, seeing Yangling's quick wit. A look of satisfaction appeared in the emperor's eyes as he slowly sat back down, smiling. "I remembered your name. You are the one who boldly critiqued the corrupt practices in your letter from Jimingpo Station. Did you know that the court has been in an uproar over your missive?" As he spoke, he gently pinched the bridge of his nose, his cheerful demeanor slightly marred by an unmistakable weariness. Just as Zhang Xiao had predicted, during today's court session, the Ministry of Revenue had submitted a petition to absolve themselves of responsibility. Initially, Emperor Hongji had merely tasked the Sanfa Si with deliberating on the culpability of General He. Yet now he has languished in the dungeons of for over half a month, while the officials in court have seemingly forgotten about him, instead engaging in petty disputes and dragging irrelevant issues into the fray, causing considerable distress for Hongji. Observing the emperor's weariness, an elderly eunuch hurriedly approached and opened a small box before him. Yangling caught a faint whiff of fragrance, and, upon glancing at the box, he saw a red pill the size of a longan resting on a satin cushion. Hongji picked up the red pill and swallowed it with a sip of tea. Yangling felt a stirring in his heart. He recalled that most emperors of the Ming Dynasty had brief lives, with hardly any reaching the age of 40. This was largely due to the emperor's penchant for consuming elixirs crafted by Taoist priests, which, while invigorating, often contained chronic toxins. Could it be that Hongji too was partaking in such a potion? Mistaking Yangling's dazed expression for fear from his earlier remarks, Hongji chuckled, saying, "Ah, Even in a lowly position, one must not forget the concerns of the state. I am greatly reassured, Yang Qing, there is no need for alarm. Seizing the moment, Yang Ling mustered his courage and said, Your Majesty, I have some understanding of the situation from my time at Jiming Station, where I fought alongside the army against the Tatars. I believe that General He had no ground for punishment. In his heart, Yang Ling harbored sympathy for General He. Although he had acted out of self-interest by not deploying his main forces in the initial battles, when faced with the Tatar invaders, he had indeed been cautious and diligent. Had it not been for the repeated urgings of two officers, he might not have been so rash. Now, as he languished in prison, Yang Ling felt this punishment was excessively harsh. Thus, emboldened by the emperor's good humor, he expressed his views, feeling his heart race with anxiety, fearful that this emperor might also be capricious. After swallowing the red pill, Hongji appeared revitalized. He regarded Yang Ling with interest and inquired, Pray tell, what reasons do you have to argue against his punishment? During the morning court session, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Five Armies Command had once again engaged in a quarrel. Hongji found himself in a predicament. If Yang Ling could present a valid reason to absolve General He, then those to be punished would be released, and the officials would naturally cease their incessant bickering over the matter, which was precisely the resolution he desired. Encouraged by the emperor's mild tone, Yang Ling's courage surged. He briefly organized his thoughts and said, Your Majesty, the Tatars launched an assault on us with 5,000 elite cavalry at Jiming. At that time, the defending troops in the city were fewer than 400. Fortunately, the city was fortified and armed with artillery, allowing us to hold out for a time. The city gate was breached by Tatar artillery, leaving the lives of over 10,000 citizens hanging in the balance. Had it not been for General He's timely arrival, the entire city would have faced devastation, and Jiming would have fallen into enemy hands. This is a merit. During a heavy snowfall, General He, eager to engage the enemy, fell into an ambush. This is a fault, but merits and faults can be balanced. After our army was ensnared in the enemy's trap, General He made a decisive retreat, preventing the Tatars from forming ranks and inflicting extensive casualties, thus minimizing our losses, which were comparable to a direct confrontation. Although his misstep was indeed a reality, the outcome did not reflect the full extent of the ambush. Yang Ling refrained from mentioning the abandoned horses, chariots, and supplies left behind by the Ming army during their retreat, nor did he address the foolish interference of the two military advisors. He understood that raising such points would likely yield little effect and might even entangle him further in this quagmire. He shifted his argument, saying, Your Majesty, therefore, I believe that General He's forces were outnumbered, yet he achieved this victory, which speaks to his capabilities as a general. If the punishment is too severe, it may instill fear among the frontline soldiers, causing them to shy away from battle in the future, seeking only to avoid mistakes rather than strive for merit. If that happens, every soldier may become hesitant in the face of the enemy, thus only emboldening the Tatars. Hongji nodded slightly, appearing contemplative. When he had received the swift report from Lu Jin regarding the losses of men and material in the front lines, he had been furious and had immediately decreed that the Jinui escort General He to the capital for judgment. The political arena has always been one where the fallen walls are pushed by the crowd. Those in court are primarily concerned with discerning the emperor's intentions. When the emperor desires to punish someone, they strain their minds to fabricate charges against the individual, ensuring the emperor's actions appear justified. Few possess the integrity to speak the truth in their defense. What Yang Ling recounted was news to Hongji, stirring something within him. He had long regretted not possessing the talents of his forefathers, the Taizu and Qingzu, who could drive the Tatars into retreat. As the son of heaven of the Ming Dynasty, he hoped to at least deter the Tatars from brazenly invading, sparing the common people from their ravages. The question of whether to punish General He was of little consequence, but if strict governance led the border troops to become overly fearful in battle, that was not his desire. It seemed that the uproar in the capital regarding this judgment could soon settle. Hongji contemplated, already forming a resolution. Yet maintaining a faade of neutrality, he smiled and asked, Minister Wang Shorn from the Ministry of War submitted a memorial highly praising your military training methods. Speak freely. Let me see what unique insights you possess. Yang Ling felt a pang of frustration. What was the role of Shidu? Wasn't it merely to accompany the emperor's son? Why did it feel as though he were being examined like a scholar? Unbeknownst to him, the emperor had many matters to attend to. If he had the inclination to assess one's capabilities, it indicated a desire to cherish and employ talent. Should a courtier familiar with the intricacies of governance be present, he would be invigorated, eager to showcase his myriad skills to win the emperor's favor. Yangling pondered and spoke of his observations regarding the military, drawing parallels with the conditions of future armies. Your Majesty, I have observed that the military leadership is uneven, although there are valiant generals. Many prioritize personal valor over military governance. Moreover, the commands within the army are inconsistent, armaments and armor vary, and the supply of provisions is uncoordinated. Training is sparse, and even with combat potential, is difficult to realize. During my time at Jiangnan, I often witnessed military drills that were visually striking, with banners fluttering, uniforms gleaming, and drums resounding, creating an imposing military presence. Yet, much time was wasted on these formations, focusing on outward appearances rather than practical effectiveness, rendering it of little utility. If even a fraction of the time spent on drills were devoted to field exercises, new recruits would become seasoned soldiers and veterans would evolve into elite troops. Our Ming army is equipped with formidable firearms. If utilized effectively, the Tatars would be easily vanquished. However, no matter how excellent the weaponry, it requires skilled hands to wield them. Yet currently, few soldiers can even operate firearms, let alone master them. Therefore, I believe that practical combat training is the most effective means to strengthen our military. Perceiving the change in Hongji's expression, Yangling realized he had misspoken. Historically, emperors feared usurpation and power struggles, and his words could be interpreted as such. Hastily, he added, "Thus, I propose that capable generals be selected to oversee training, organizing troops into battalions to enhance their combat readiness and adaptability in the face of the enemy. During wartime, commanders should merely coordinate from the center. Even in the absence of a leader, the troops would not collapse entirely, but rather, there would be minor delays in coordination between units." To summarize, I believe there has always been an emphasis on generals over troops. It is often said that while 1,000 soldiers are easy to find, a single general is hard to come by. By employing this method of training, we would prioritize the soldiers over the generals. Consider the Mongolian cavalry of Europe. How many of their commanders had studied military strategy? If the entire army is valiant, even in the absence of skilled leaders, who could stand against them? He thought about how to express modern concepts in terms that Hongji would comprehend. Thus his words fell short of their intended meaning. What he truly wished to convey was the need to enhance the initiative of military units below the brigade level, allowing senior commanders to focus on coordination rather than micromanagement. Although power would be decentralized, it would ultimately enhance the emperor's actual control. Upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, Hongji felt an inkling that the content expressed might indeed avert the emergence of powerful ministers amassing military strength while simultaneously enhancing the combat capabilities of the Ming army. However, he could not grasp the concept entirely at that moment. Just as he was pondering over the details, a nearby elderly eunuch gently leaned in and whispered, "Your Majesty, the afternoon court is about to commence." Hongji replied with a soft "oh," turning to Yangling and saying, "Indeed, what you say holds merit. I shall take it into consideration." Attendant, bestow upon Yangling a royal pass for traversing the palace and grant him the title of Tongjinshi. From this day forth, he shall serve as a reader in the Eastern Palace. Escort Yang Qing to Chunfang. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yangling knelt to express his gratitude, receiving from the eunuch a jade token that allowed him entry into the palace. He then followed the attendant through the Qianqing gate, heading straight for the Chunfang where the crown prince resided. Upon entering a palace, Yangling waited outside while the attendant reported within. After a while, the palace door opened, revealing an official in his 50s who stormed out, not even casting a glance at Yangling, his sleeves swaying in agitation. Yangling stood there, his heels growing sore, observing the desolate palace which lacked court ladies, and even eunuchs were nowhere to be seen. Seizing the chance to stretch his aching body, he suddenly felt a weight on his lower back, followed by a tightness in his shoulder, as if something had jumped onto him. Startled, he turned his head to find himself face to face with a furry creature resembling a thunder god, its sharp features and bulging eyes staring intently at him. Yangling yelped in fright, and before he could grasp it, the creature was startled by his exclamation and quickly hopped onto his head. At that moment, A raspy, youthful voice echoed from the side hall. Gu Deong, has Ministerly departed? Oh, who are you? Do not move recklessly. If my little monkey gets agitated, it may scratch your face. Chapter 59. Cultivating Pirates. Yang Ling turned to see a young man standing behind him, clapping and laughing heartily. As his laughter subsided, the young man suddenly froze upon noticing Yang Ling's appearance, and after a moment, shouted with excitement, "Is it you? You are my reader, the one known as Yang Ling from Jiminichong?" Having just met Hongji, Yang Ling had already surmised that the young scholar he encountered yesterday must indeed be Zhu Houzhao. Thus he was not taken aback. With a wry smile, he pointed to his head and said, "Your Highness, I am indeed Yang Ling. I beg your forgiveness for not being able to pay my respects." Zhu Houzhao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. No need for formalities. It will be tedious to greet each other every day." At that moment, a plump eunuch entered, leading a large black dog that stood half his height. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Your Highness, you nearly frightened me to death just now." This dog was so unruly hiding in the cabinet. I even tossed in a few meat bones, but it continued to whimper, almost being discovered by Ministerly. Yang Ling observed Gu Deong closely. He was short and stout, with a round face and arched eyebrows that gave him a naturally cheerful expression. If not for the knowledge of his future deeds, Yang Ling would have found him quite endearing and approachable. Zhu Houzhao, grinning like a proud child, asked Deong, "Has Li Taifa left?" Zhu Houzhao burst into laughter, rising on his tiptoes and swaying side to side like a weeble, slowly stating, "A gentleman seeks the path, not sustenance. A gentleman worries about righteousness, not poverty. A ruler must embody benevolence. A minister must uphold respect. A son must demonstrate filial piety. A father must show kindness, and one must maintain trust with the people." After mimicking the sage's teachings with a pained expression, Zhu Houzhao continued. The sage spoke of ritual, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom, and trust. Ministerly has been quoting him for 7 days. I find it odd. How is the sage's mind constructed? When he uttered those words, did he genuinely consider so much, so intricately? If he wishes to instruct me on rulership, he could simply expound upon governance. Yet every statement must reference a sage from a millennium ago, as if failing to do so would render it unconvincing. How tedious. Yang Ling followed behind Zhu Houzhao with a rueful expression. The crown prince's study, while called a study, resembled a grand hall, vast and empty, with only 2 young eunuchs stationed by the door. Upon seeing the little monkey perched atop Yang Ling's head, the eunuchs could not help but stifle laughter. Zhu Houzhao casually sat at a glossy, low table, glancing over Yang Ling with interest, and said with a chuckle, "Come, come, Reader Yang, please take a seat. Soon I shall have Deong perform a monkey riding a dog act, and also jump through fire hoops. It's quite entertaining." With great care, Yang Ling seated himself behind a table. Zhu Houzhao reached for some fruit from a dish and tossed them onto the ground. The monkey swiftly leaped from Yang Ling's head to the floor to feast. Zhu Houzhao turned to Gu Deong, stating, "I am hungry. Bring me something to eat." Gu Deong was in the process of tying the dog to a pillar when he relayed instructions to a nearby eunuch, who dashed off. The crown prince's study was exclusively attended by eunuchs, with no maidens permitted. Before long, 8 young eunuchs entered, carrying trays. Yang Ling, feeling his stomach rumble at the enticing aroma of the dishes, could not help but feel his hunger pangs intensify. The young prince, with keen hearing, chuckled heartily and pointed at Yang Ling, declaring, place it there. If my esteemed prince were to starve, it would be a laughingstock." As Zhu Houzhao spoke, he cheerfully stood up and casually moved to sit beside Yang Ling, first offering him a pair of silver chopsticks, saying, "Eat, do taste the palace cuisine." Yang Ling had initially thought his role as a reader would merely involve accompanying the crown prince to listen to lessons, preventing him from feeling too lonely. However, Zhu Houzhao's words implied that the reader also bore the responsibility of answering questions during the prince's self-study sessions. If this heir apparent were indeed diligent and studious, would Yang Ling, a mere impostor in this role, not reveal his inadequacy? As he contemplated this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. While savoring the exquisite dishes prepared by the imperial chefs, he began to recount the sport of bullfighting in Spain to Zhu Houzhao. Given his limited knowledge of the topic, he focused on the amusing tales of clumsy bullfighters being chased around the arena by ferocious bulls. Yang Ling, naturally eloquent, embellished the stories, captivating not only Zhu Houzhao, but also Gu Daong and the attending young eunuchs. Observing Gu Daong laughing heartily beside him, Yangling suddenly felt a pang of shame. Who were the figures before him? One was destined to become a notorious lecher and tyrant, while the other was infamous for his treachery. And he, merely a reader, was playing the role of a jester, amusing the crown prince. Indeed, he harbored no ambition, yet having arrived in this world, he could not regard himself as a mere bystander. Emotionally, he was no different from the Han people of the present time. The tragic chapters of Chinese history were now but remnants of the past for him, beyond his control. Yet now, all of that had yet to unfold. The Ming Empire remained the wealthiest nation in the world. Since fate had placed him before the Ming monarch, could he not contribute in some manner? The decline of the Ming Dynasty was primarily due to the rigidity of their thinking. The rulers and the entire ruling class were blindly arrogant, isolating themselves from the world. In an era of great global development and the transformation into capitalism, had China maintained close ties with the world, the mindset of the ruling class would inevitably have been subtly influenced, evolving towards a more progressive direction. Who was the individual before him? He was the future emperor of the Ming. At this moment, what did the Ming lack? A spirit of advancement. If only this individual could broaden his perspective. In an age where imperial power reigned supreme, even a single thought of his could wield an immeasurable impact on the course of history. Is history truly unchangeable? With these thoughts stirring within him, Yangling felt a surge of excitement. He steadied himself and said to Zhu Houzhao, "Your Highness, if you enjoy listening, I shall share with you some other tales." Zhu Houzhao nodded repeatedly. Though he held the esteemed title of Crown Prince, his spiritual existence paled in comparison to countless modern children, aptly described as arid and uninspiring. Upon hearing Yangling's intriguing tales, he became enchanted, realizing the world was filled with vibrant occurrences and vast expanses. The young Zhengde, captivated, promptly instructed Gu Daong, inform Master Zhiyun that we shall postpone our Sanskrit lessons for today. Yangling was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhu Houzhao was studying a foreign language, and the ease with which he commanded the eunuch to cease lessons suggested that this curriculum was not arranged by the emperor. This contrasted sharply with his preconceived notions of the frivolous and careless Zhengde. The narrative of Spanish pirates flowed from Yangling's lips, featuring the red-haired pirate queen and the one-eyed pirate captain. Skillfully intertwining various stories, he maintained their allure while recounting the ongoing struggle for maritime supremacy among European nations. He even fabricated a distant kingdom, Tianfang, reminiscent of Ming, weaving a tale of its wealth, strength, and eventual decline due to oppression. The enthralling pirate saga captivated the adventure-loving Zhu Houzhao, who, upon hearing of European nations that publicly denounced pirates while secretly fostering them to attack foreign merchant ships, began to rub his hands, exclaiming, "What a splendid opportunity!" With the court's backing, and without losing face, such ventures are indeed advantageous. I, too, feel inclined to partake in such piracy. Yangling smiled subtly, recognizing before him a child still untainted by moral complexities, a blank canvas ready for impression. While Scholarly was imparting lessons on propriety, and Gu Daong was teaching him the pleasures of life, Yangling resolved to instill in him a broader worldview, one filled with ambition and avarice. Education begins in childhood. Chapter 60. The maritime charts of Zheng, the self-sufficient ancient civilization of Tianfang, mirrored the Ming in numerous aspects, leading Zhu Houzhao to unconsciously perceive it as his own realm, tipping the emotional scales in its favor. Upon learning that this great nation was lagging behind the Western powers during the Renaissance, as their advancements in science, astronomy, and chemistry surged forward, and that Tianfang remained blinded by arrogance and continued to decline, his face flushed with anger as he slammed the table, exclaiming, "This emperor is utterly foolish. It infuriates me." When he heard that the forces of 8 foreign nations, equipped with formidable ships and cannons, had invaded Tianfang's capital and destroyed a magnificent edifice constructed with the nation's utmost efforts, even Gu Daong's face turned pale with indignation as he scornfully remarked, "The emperor of that nation is exceedingly incompetent. How could a mere few thousand men overcome an army of hundreds of thousands? What a pitiable and contemptible situation." Yangling sighed. Those nations, in comparison to Tianfang, were like beggars in poverty, yet they do not harbor arrogance. They value communication. One nation invented swift ships, and another promptly followed suit. One developed cannons that surpassed the range and power of the famous generals. And that nation quickly dispatched individuals to learn and subsequently created even more formidable artillery. They continually evolve, while that great nation remains isolated, convinced of its superiority. How can it avoid defeat? Zhu Houzhao banged the table, declaring, "Are those pirate vessels truly impressive? I believe it is Qianfeng's own incompetence. If they were to encounter our grand ships..." He turned to Gu Daong and asked, "Daong, where are the blueprints for the treasure ships from the Yongle era? Bring them forth. I wish for Yang Shidu to see how they compare to those foreign vessels." However, Vice Minister Liu Daxia, having heard of this matter, deemed the expedition to the west a waste of resources, believing that the maritime charts were seeds of disaster for the nation. Thus, he concealed them, presuming they still lay neglected in the Ministry of War storeroom. Yangling gasped, exclaiming, "What? Were not those navigational charts destroyed?" Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he grew anxious, regretting his words. Although he recalled from history that the charts had been burned by the upright, yet short-sighted Liu Daxia, he could not recall when this event had transpired. If it had not yet occurred, would it not raise suspicion? Gu Daong, with a knowing smile, glanced at him, contemplating. This Yangling is indeed a member of the Jinyui. Their reach is extensive, even grasping the secret. Yet he remains less informed than I. Gu Daong, eager to showcase his knowledge, smugly replied, "What you may not know, Yang Shidu, is that this was merely a misunderstanding. At that time, Liu Daxia was merely a minor official. Though he wished to prevent the emperor from seeing the charts, he lacked the courage to destroy them. Those charts filled no less than 5 large boxes. If he had burned them, how could he have concealed it from others? He would have risked his very life." He continued. He persuaded the Minister of War, Lord Xiang Zhong, who found his reasoning sound and thus allowed him to hide the charts, merely claiming to the Emperor Ingzong that there were too many documents lost in transit from Nanjing to the north to locate them. He thought that if Emperor Ingzong pressed him, he would then present them. However, at that time, Emperor Ingzong only had a fleeting thought upon hearing of the lost documents. He was not overly concerned, allowing the matter to be concealed. Yangling remained skeptical. "Is what you say true, Gu Gonggong? Those charts still exist?" Zhu Houzhao chuckled. Gu Daong possesses an impressive memory, which is his strength. While he may not have read extensively, his recall is remarkable. He claims they exist, and I trust his word. He once worked in the Eastern Depot, where the informants are sharper than my own black hound. In the 8th year of Hongzhi, the emperor had once favored a grand eunuch, Li Guang, who, at that time, misled the court with his alchemical pursuits, creating a toxic atmosphere throughout. Gu Daong had been among those who served under Li Guang and his favored sycophants. Later, as Li Guang saw Liu Daxia and other loyal ministers still enjoying the emperor's favor, continually writing to expose their collusion and obstruction of the emperor's insight, he dispatched Gu Daong to gather intelligence on these individuals with the intent to discredit them. Thus, Gu Daong was intimately familiar with Liu Daxia's past actions. Yet his fortunes turned when, just as he gathered the necessary information, Li Guang fell ill and died. Subsequently, the still deluded Emperor Hongzhi sent individuals to search Li Guang's residence for hidden texts, yet they found not the texts but a trove of treasures. This revelation confirmed the minister's claims of Li Guang's corruption, leading to the complete downfall of Li Guang's faction. And Gu Daong was expelled from the Eastern Depot by the newly appointed supervisor, Wang Yu. After years of hardship and cunning, he eventually managed to serve the crown prince. Gu Daong, upon receiving Zhu Houzhao's praise, smiled broadly, bowing slightly while lowering his gaze. "I thank your highness for your kind words. However, I worry that after so many years, those documents may not have been preserved properly. If they have become damp or infested, they will be rendered useless." Yangling, both astonished and delighted, turned to Zhu Houzhao. "Your highness, the effort that went into crafting those ship designs consumed the ingenuity of countless skilled artisans. While we may not reconstruct those grand vessels, the creation of smaller, exquisite ships can certainly draw inspiration from them. More importantly, those navigational charts, vast as the ocean itself, were paved with considerable silver." Zhu Houzhao, puzzled by Yangling's fervor, inquired, "What is it about Liu Daxia? That stubborn old man is now the Minister of War. Extracting anything from him seems a daunting task." Yangling's heart sank upon hearing this. Zhu Houzhao, spurred by a sudden inspiration, proudly proclaimed, "Though Liu Daxia is a favored minister by my father, I doubt he would dare offend me. However, he is indeed a first-rank official. Sending someone in my stead would merely result in a futile return. Yang Ling, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, suggested, what if His Highness the Crown Prince were to visit personally? The Chunfang, subordinate to the Crown Prince's office, is managed by the left and right Chunfang Shushi, who oversee the Crown Prince's education. These officials, often upright and even somewhat foolishly rigid, are known for their impartiality and unyielding integrity. Their supervision is indeed more daunting than that of the Grand Academicians. The mere thought of it made Zhu Houzhao's head throb. Knowing the invaluable designs of magnificent vessels and maritime routes crafted by countless skilled artisans still resided in the mortal realm, Yang Ling could not bear the thought of their destruction. Feeling a sense of urgency, he inquired, what circumstances would allow the Chunfang officials to overlook the Crown Prince's studies? Gu Daong responded, Yang Shidu, the Crown Prince may pause his studies if he is unwell. Yang Ling joyfully remarked, that is splendid. The Crown Prince need only feign illness. Zhu Houzhao rolled his eyes and retorted, if only it were that simple. Should I claim to be unwell, the imperial medical team would swarm into the Eastern Palace. And if my ruse were uncovered, my father would surely chastise me. It was evident that Zhu Houzhao held deep affection for his father, feeling both respect and trepidation, and was reluctant to provoke his ire. Yang Ling chuckled, this is not a challenge. The Crown Prince could merely complain of a headache, no matter how skilled the physician. They can only advise him to rest, and none would dare assert that he is healthy. Zhu Houzhao, skeptical yet intrigued, mused, is it truly so? The imperial medical team boasts several renowned physicians. Yang Ling, exuding confidence, replied, rest assured, Your Highness, this scheme will undoubtedly evade the physician's scrutiny. The human brain is the most intricate organ, and even modern medicine struggles to fully diagnose its ailments. During his tenure at an insurance company, he had often suggested to friends and relatives that they simply claim headaches when visiting a hospital. Even the healthiest person could not be proven to be lying. He doubted that ancient physicians would dare declare someone healthy unless they were charlatans. Yet the Crown Prince, being who he is, would surely elude their judgment. Overjoyed by this prospect, Zhu Houzhao leaped up, laughing heartily, wonderful. The spring examination is in 2 days. I will begin my charade of headaches tomorrow afternoon. He pointed imperiously at Gu Daong, commanding, gather Lu Jin, Ma Yongcheng, Gao Feng, Luo Xiang, Wei Bin, Qiu Zhu, and Zhang Yong. You lot of incompetent craftsmen will help me devise a plan to escape the palace. Yang Ling, hearing the names of those infamous figures, could not help but smile wryly. It appeared that the 8 tigers of the capital would indeed converge upon the Eastern Palace today. Yet to guide Zhu Houzhao along the path he envisioned, he would temporarily need the support of these 8 men. Yang Ling's aspiration was not to mold a foolish emperor, but neither did he wish for a ruler who conformed to the moralistic ideals of scholars. The rulers of China had long been intoxicated by the myth of a round heaven and square earth, which had rendered them stagnant and devoid of ambition. The scholars, entrenched in their ancestral laws and rigid traditions, were equally lacking in vision. If only a spark of vitality could be introduced into this stagnant pool, the future would unfold in a vastly different manner. However, he was also playing with fire. A misstep in guiding Zhu Houzhao could lead to a ruler with ambition but little talent, resulting in a tyrant prone to reckless warfare. It would be better for him to be a frivolous ruler among women. Would I ultimately fail in my ambitions? If I were to falter, how would future generations judge me? A peculiar smile of bitterness crept upon Yang Ling's lips, as if he could hear the stirring narration from a martial arts film. During the reign of Zhengde, the treacherous Yang Ling conspired with the 8 tigers, framing the loyal, leading to chaos in the court and suffering among the populace, as righteous heroes rose in rebellion, unfolding a series of poignant tales. Chapter 61. The wayward students. As children grow, insufficient sleep can severely impact their physical and mental development. Yang Ling yawned while internally lamenting the situation. Were he not aware of his own identity, he would have surely lodged a formal protest against the loquacious Shijiang scholar, Xie Qian. Mr. Mu Zhai was passionately delivering his lecture, his saliva flying as he spoke, while Zhu Houzhao and Yang Ling sat side by side, expressions blank and eyes glazed over. A state of petrification that had lasted nearly the entire morning. However, a half-hour prior, Yang Ling had begun to yawn, and once he did, it seemed to spread like wildfire. The 2 wayward students' yawns echoed one another. As tears welled from their eyes, Xie Qian, oblivious assumed that the crown prince and Yangling were moved by his captivating lecture, prompting him to speak with even greater fervor. Yangling, bored, let out another yawn and slyly turned his head to observe the antique shelf nearby. The redwood display held a row of rare treasures, and his gaze lingered on a lustrous white jade gourd, exquisite and clearly of great value, with graceful lines reminiscent of a young lady's form. He felt an overwhelming affection for her and resolved to procure a dressing table, mirror, canopy, and silk quilt for her. He aimed to ensure she lived a life of joy, for such a wonderful woman deserved no less. At merely 16, she was still reliant on her parents. Yet she tirelessly washed clothes and prepared meals for him, rising at the crack of dawn to serve him. In her eyes, she saw herself as a vine clinging to him, yet in his heart, she was the tree upon which he leaned. As Yangling drifted into these thoughts, Zhu Houzhao suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Startled, Yangling looked up just as Xie slammed his ruler down on the desk, striding away with a stern voice. What does Yang Shida think of my lecture? Huh? Quite splendid, profound, and enlightening, akin to a refreshing draught. Yangling jolted awake from his reverie. Beside him, Zhu Houzhao chuckled quietly, his hands deftly forming various seals beneath the table, demonstrating surprising skill. He executed the King Kong seal, Lion seal, Wisdom Fist seal, Sun Will seal, and Treasure Vase seal, his fingers blooming like lotus flowers, the movements swift and practiced, leaving onlookers dazzled as he murmured, I pour, I pour, I pour. The treasure vase pours, as the King Kong King is enlightened by the vast Buddhist teachings. Just as Zhu Houzhao was immersed in his antics, Xie Qian suddenly remarked, the crown prince bears a smile, indicating a moment of understanding. Would you care to elucidate? What? Zhu Houzhao slowly raised his head, his expression transforming into one of bewilderment, staring blankly at Xie Qian. Yangling cast a sympathetic glance at him, feeling a pang of sorrow. This child was truly on the brink of losing his wits. It was indeed pitiable. Modern students have the luxury of diversions, such as physical education, music, and art classes. Yet this lad was condemned to endless lessons in politics and language. Yangling cleared his throat, brushing a finger across his forehead. At that moment, Zhu Houzhao caught the hint, and with a grimace, he turned to Xie Qian, saying, Xie Dakshuishi, my head aches a bit. Alas, it is a dull pain that gnaws at me, and it intensifies with thought. Xie Qian departed in a state of profound frustration, brushing past 3 hurriedly running imperial physicians, followed by a string of young apprentices laden with medicine boxes. Standing in the palace, Xie Qian pondered deeply. The crown prince was the heir to the nation. His penchant for frivolity and lack of scholarly pursuit could not be dismissed lightly. Tasked by his majesty with the responsibility of educating the crown prince, he felt compelled to devote himself entirely to this duty. Now, with the crown prince's rebellious nature, even if it meant offending him, this matter should be reported to the emperor. Having made up his mind, Xie Qian swiftly turned towards Qianxing Palace. Inside the imperial study of Qianxing Palace, Hongji was in a fit of rage, hurling an urgent military report onto the desk. The Northern Yuan Tatars are simply too arrogant. The young prince has just returned from plundering, and now, with 3,000 troops, he has circled the border defenses, launching a surprise attack from the mountain paths towards Yanqing. Had it not been for Zhu Yuji's swift cavalry, would he not have breached the capital? Miao Ke, a eunuch standing by, spoke softly, Your Majesty, do not be angry. The mere 3,000 troops of Hua Shao entering our Ming Dynasty is akin to a loach slipping into the ocean. What storm could they possibly stir? Our Ming boasts a formidable army, yet our vast territory requires us to spread our forces thin and remain vigilant. One defends while the other attacks. The enemy controls the dynamics of war, and while we are cautious, these barbarians take advantage of our weaknesses to invade. I assure you, with just 5,000 troops, I can fend off Hua Shao beyond our borders and leave him in utter defeat, ensuring he dares not provoke us again. Just then, Lu Jian, who had recently entered the palace on imperial orders, interjected urgently, Your Majesty, as Zhu Ziqi and Lu Ying have already led troops to drive Hua Shao away. The Mongol cavalry strikes swiftly and vanishes like the wind. If we rashly mobilize our forces, we risk exhausting our troops and harming the populace without even locating the enemy. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Hongji hesitated. Miao Kuei, eager to claim credit, insisted, "Your Majesty, Hua Xiao dares to invade our Ming with only 3,000 men, pillaging as if it were a lawless land. If we do not impose strict penalties, the Mongols will grow ever bolder." Li Dongyang promptly added, "Your Majesty, launching a distant expedition is unlike ordinary matters. Provisions and troops must be carefully prepared. By the time we are ready, Hua Xiao will be 1,000 miles away. Besides, I have heard that Hua Xiao is a fierce warrior, renowned for his valor. Even if we were to catch up, success is not guaranteed. Moreover, Hua Xiao is the favored son-in-law of Kublai Khan, able to maneuver with a light force of only 3,000 troops, and once he crosses the border, he will surely have a large army to support him. If we take the initiative, we may find ourselves outnumbered 5-1, rendering our efforts futile." Hongzhi had long admired the civil and military achievements of his predecessors, and upon hearing of the Mongols' audacity, he yearned for a chance to engage in battle. However, he had always placed great importance on the opinions of his ministers, especially those of significant standing. With both Lu Jian and Li Dongyang expressing their opposition, Hongzhi found himself wavering, his desire to engage in battle cooling. At that moment, a young eunuch entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, Siet Dakshuishi requests an audience." Filled with joy, Hongzhi exclaimed, "Quickly, let him in." Siet Qian strode into the study, intending to report on the crown prince's situation, but upon seeing Lu Jian and Li Dongyang present, he momentarily paused, swallowing his words. Though he shared a close bond with Lu Jian and Li Dongyang as fellow educators of the emperor, he was reluctant to voice complaints in their presence, fearing it would reflect poorly on his ability to teach. Hongzhi, upon seeing Siet Qian, welcomed him warmly. "Ah, my dear minister, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I was just about to send someone to the East Palace to seek you." Siet Qian, noticing both Lu Jian and Li Dongyang in attendance, was taken aback. "Your Majesty, has something significant occurred? The Mongols are savage, employing slaughter as their means of sustenance. If our celestial empire were to retaliate in kind, the result would be frequent turmoil and the suffering of the common people, leading to desolate fields overrun with thorns. Such actions would surely contradict the principles of benevolence. The Ming Dynasty is a realm of civility and propriety, requiring neither the plundering of others nor the enslavement of barbarian tribes. Thus, why must we embark on a distant campaign? In this time of peace, with governance clear and bountiful harvests, the greatest fears are natural disasters and human calamities. In my view, we should fortify our defenses at the 9 borders and prevent the barbarians from breaching our gates." Hongzhi felt a twinge of discontent at Siet Qian's remarks. Are not arms the instruments of power? Without them, how could the Ming have risen? Is it not the valor of the brave that has allowed dynasties to flourish? Must we await the abdication of the previous Yuan emperor? At this moment, an aged voice resonated from outside the study. "I, Lu Daxia, Minister of War, have come on imperial summons." Hongzhi quickly ordered his entry. Lu Daxia, a venerable man of 70, with white hair but a vigorous spirit, entered with an imposing presence, embodying the aura of a seasoned warrior. In Hongzhi's court, 2 generals akin to the legendary Huang Zhong remained, one being Lu Daxia and the other Wang Yu, both growing ever more formidable with age. Wang Yu held a higher rank and greater military prowess than Lu Daxia. In his youth, he had served as Minister of War and later commanded the defense of the borders. At 70, he personally led an expedition, successfully raiding the small prince's encampment and seizing countless spoils, causing the prince to flee in terror, earning him a promotion to the rank of Xiaobao. Among the generals with control over the military during the Ming Dynasty, he stood alone. Regrettably, during a time when the treacherous eunuch Li Guang promoted the idea of eternal life and ascension, Wang Yu, wary of being undermined while leading forces against the Tatars, sought Li Guang's favor to avoid hindrances. He offered a share of his military achievements to gain Li Guang's support, which led to Li Guang wholeheartedly advising the emperor to back him. However, upon Li Guang's death, countless treasures were discovered at his residence, leading to his condemnation as a traitor. Consequently, all associated with him, including Wang Yu, faced severe repercussions from the court officials. To the scholars, with treacherous eunuchs in power, self-preservation was paramount. They believed that aligning with such figures, even if merely for appearances, was unacceptable. How could one trust the intentions of those who once proclaimed, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Wang Yu, leading his troops across vast distances, achieved victories against the Mongol cavalry. yet ultimately fell victim to the relentless criticisms of the court officials. Liu Daxia, a prominent minister, had supported three emperors, Ying, Xian, and Shao, and was a respected elder statesman. His decisive nature and ability to lead troops earned him the respect of Liu Jian and others who typically dismissed military leaders. After reviewing the military reports, Liu Daxia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Your Majesty, I too believe we should remain vigilant and not venture beyond our borders." At this, Liu Jian, Xie Qian, and Li Dongyang all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Miao Kuei gazed skyward, filled with indignation. He recognized that while Liu Daxia's stance was largely principled, personal motivations may have influenced his view. Liu Daxia had long opposed the eunuchs, seeing them as venomous snakes, and he harbored distrust towards any suggestions arising from within their ranks. During the time of Zheng Gongong's maritime ventures, when eunuchs wielded considerable power, Liu Daxia deemed overseas expeditions as a waste of resources, fearing that such endeavors would only empower the eunuchs further, thus becoming a significant threat to the court. Consequently, when the emperor sought to embark on distant voyages again, Liu Daxia obstructed him. It was rumored that he was responsible for the destruction of Zheng Gongong's navigational charts. In the 17th year of the Changhua era, Annam, Vietnam, invaded Laos but suffered defeat. At that time, Wang Ji, the influential eunuch, sought to seize the opportunity to reclaim Annam, which had ceased to show deference to the Ming Dynasty. He instructed the Ministry of War to locate the historical documents and maps pertaining to Annam. Liu Daxia, however, believed that opening hostilities would result in catastrophic losses if defeated, and even if victorious, it would empower the eunuchs. Thus, he concealed the route map to Annam and refused to surrender it. His isolationist policy garnered the approval of the literati, rendering even the powerful Wang Ji powerless against him. As he articulated his views, Miao Kuei cast a cold glance at him, filled with animosity. Yet Liu Daxia was the most favored minister under Hongji, known for his governance of the Yellow River, suppression of bandits, and integrity in managing military provisions, earning him universal acclaim. Though Miao Kuei held favor, he dared not challenge Liu's prominence. Upon hearing such sentiments from this valiant general, Hongji felt a deep sense of disappointment and argued, "During the reigns of Taizu and Qingzu, our forces repeatedly ventured beyond the borders, vanquishing the Mongols to such an extent that they fled from our banners. Why should we not achieve similar glory today?" Liu Daxia replied, "Your Majesty's martial prowess is unparalleled, akin to that of Taizong and Qingzu. However, our current troops and horses are far inferior to those of the past. In those times, we could deploy hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers into the desert, whereas now our army excels in defense rather than offense. Therefore, prudence dictates that we adopt a defensive strategy as our primary approach, while engagement should be considered a last resort." The three grand secretaries, including Liu Jian, nodded in agreement, displaying their approval with smiles. Hongji sighed, "You, my ministers, possess profound military insight. Your counsel must certainly hold merit. Were it not for your wise words, I might have impulsively jeopardized our interests." Liu Jian humbly acknowledged, "Your Majesty's receptiveness to counsel marks you as a sagacious ruler." With a rueful smile, Hongji inquired of Liu Daxia, "What do you propose I should do?" Gradually settling into his dragon throne, he nodded, "As per your guidance. Let Grand Secretary Liu draft the edict." "Yes, we shall take our leave," the ministers responded, and with a wave of his hand. Hongji watched as his esteemed advisors exited in succession, pondering. On New Year's Eve, the young prince mounted an assault, and in a mere blink, our three armies retook lost territories. Is it possible that once unleashed, this fierce tiger would truly transform into a meerkat? Alas, perhaps they are right. Civil and martial success relies partly on human effort and partly on fate. Establishing a dynasty is arduous, yet preserving it is no less challenging. The imperial physician, indeed, refrained from hastily declaring the prince healthy, nor did he dare to prescribe indiscriminately, offering only a few remedies to clear the mind and awaken the spirit, advising the prince to rest abundantly before taking his leave. Yang Ling smiled at the prince, saying, "Your Highness, we shall proceed with our plan at dawn tomorrow. I shall take my leave for now." "Very well. I shall await you outside the palace gate at dawn," Zhu Houzhao responded absent-mindedly. Having been captivated by the shadow play performed by Luo Xiang and Gao Feng the previous night, With the departure of Grand Secretary Xie, he intended to continue the performance. Yangling observed his demeanor, noting the absence of political ambition among the so-called Eight Tigers, who, despite their childhood bond with Zhu Houzhao, were now unwittingly steering towards a path of flattery to please the prince. As he had just befriended the prince, the Eight Tigers had known Zhu Houzhao since his youth, and their emotional ties were undeniably stronger. Should the Eight Tigers grow wary of him and speak ill in the prince's presence, his position as a reader would become untenable. Moreover, as the prince was undergoing a rebellious phase typical of youth, should he adopt the role of an overly zealous advisor, it might yield adverse effects. Thus, Yangling concealed any signs of discontent, hoping through his efforts to steer this emperor, who was destined for folly in accordance with history, towards a slightly different fate. Yet, although youth is malleable, time is fleeting, and he could only exert his utmost effort. In Huwood Temple Street, a commoner with disheveled hair rode a lean horse. General He, inquired and eventually found his way to Yangling's residence. After being confined in the Ministry of Justice's prison for over half a month, he was finally released today, demoted to 100 households, and ordered to serve in the remote region of Guangxi. During this time, he had tasted the bitterness of human warmth and the harshness of societal indifference. Former comrades, some of whom held positions in the capital, did not dare to speak a word in his defense. Upon hearing the news, his family sent his younger brother with a substantial amount of gold and silver to lobby in the capital. Yet the case had been entrusted by the emperor and involved the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the military governor's office, all entangled in a storm that no one dared to enter. Consequently, finding someone to intercede on his behalf proved futile. Meanwhile, he learned that his aging mother, upon hearing of his imprisonment, fell gravely ill, and the family had already prepared a coffin and burial clothes, causing him immense distress. The supervising military official, Yi Yushi, was a mere civilian, and with his death on the battlefield, no one was willing to risk their reputation to accuse a scholar who had perished in combat. Furthermore, he had the support of 110 inspectors rallying behind him. The eunuch Liu, favored by the prince and once a powerful figure, though currently lacking influence, was still highly regarded by the prince. To implicate him would imply a lack of discernment on the emperor's part, thereby making it impossible to accuse him of wrongdoing, leading to all blame resting squarely on He. Initially, General He believed he would merely be reprimanded for his aggressive tactics, possibly resulting in a demotion. However, as he noticed the jail officials growing increasingly indifferent and even family visits were barred, he began to sense the gravity of his situation. His younger brother, bribing the guards, managed to visit him and revealed that half the officials in the capital were now embroiled in this legal debacle. Despairing, General He, well aware of the bureaucratic realities, realized that given the magnitude of the uproar, the outcome would likely lead to a stalemate, with him being the scapegoat. Tearfully, he urged his brother to cease his efforts in the capital, not to squander money, and to return home to care for their mother, sadly instructing him to prepare another coffin, saying, "As the eldest son, I cannot fulfill my filial duties before her. I can only serve her in the afterlife." With tears, his brother took his leave, and General He resigned himself to waiting for death. In a matter of days, his once dark hair turned gray. Today, the Jiangnan brought a decree from the emperor to the Ministry of Justice. General He thought his end was near, only to hear the news of his release. Astonished and elated, he inquired with the Jiangnan guards and learned that Yangling, the post station manager, had become a reader for the prince. The very individual he had once disregarded had boldly spoken up for him before the emperor, advocating for his cause, thus ensuring his survival. Although he had been demoted and sent to a remote region, this outcome was far better than the death he had anticipated. As time reveals a horse's strength and a person's true character, General He now regarded Yangling as a second father. Despite his many flaws, General He held fast to the principles of loyalty and gratitude instilled in him since childhood. He was in no rush to take up his post in Guangxi, but with his mother gravely ill, it would be a profound regret if he could not see her one last time, so his heart longed to return home swiftly. Upon receiving the appointment from the Ministry of War, he hurried to Yang's residence, intending to express his gratitude before departing for home. Upon arriving at Yangling's door, he found it locked. He was momentarily taken aback and learned from the Jiangnan that Yang had entered the capital and that his wife accompanied him. Why then? Was no one home? An old man selling shoe inserts and snacks in the alley noticed him and called out, "Hey, who are you? Is this a guest of Yang Shidu, Lord Yang's household?" The general led his horse over and clasped his fists, inquiring, "Do you know any of the Yang family? Are you aware of where the people of Yang Mansion have gone?" The elderly man, filled with pride, replied, "Know them? How could I not? My family resides right next to the Yangs. Lord Yang serves as a Shidu by the side of the crown prince, a close minister of the emperor, entering the palace daily. How could I not know him? I even arose early today just to catch a glimpse of Lord Yang heading to court. TSK. While I have never seen the emperor, one can only imagine the grandeur of those surrounding the crown prince. After all, they say the emperor is a true dragon, descended from the celestial Z-Way star." General, he furrowed his brow, contemplating how loquacious the locals could be. Once they started, it seemed they would go on indefinitely, and he feared that if he waited longer, the old man might wander off on a tangent. He promptly interrupted, asking, "So, may I ask where the people of Lord Yang have gone?" The old man, momentarily taken aback by the interruption, waved his hand dismissively. "Lord Yang is certainly in the palace accompanying the crown prince. Is that even a question? Lady Yang has gone to the market to buy vegetables. You see, Lord Yang is indeed a man of the crown prince's inner circle. Yet remarkably, he remains incorruptible, employing not even a sedan chair. To this day, he walks to the Forbidden City. At home, only Lady Yang manages the household. She truly is a beautiful and virtuous wife, possessing a face like a flower, perfectly suited to Lord Yang's handsome demeanor." General, he bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my good sir." He turned and approached Yang Ling's gate, standing for a moment, then suddenly relinquished the reins, dismounted, and prostrated himself on the ground, his head touching the dust. The old man selling miscellaneous goods widened his eyes in astonishment, watching as this man, with hair as white as snow, gaunt and bearded, knelt there reverently, bowing 3 times. Then he mounted his horse again and galloped away. It took the old man a moment to regain his senses, pursing his lips, devoid of teeth, as a myriad of possible stories began to brew in his vivid imagination. Chapter 63, The 8 Tigers Parade. The next day, with the crown prince unwell and not required to enter the palace, Yang Ling enjoyed a leisurely morning, not awakening until the 2nd hour of the bright spring sunlight streamed through the window paper, casting a gentle illumination upon his quilt. In his embrace lay a young maiden, sweetly asleep like a kitten. Her long, lustrous black hair concealed half of her delicate face, and the charming curve of her long eyelashes fluttered softly in the tranquility. Her fair and lovely visage was quite pleasing to the eye, though the corners of her eyes still radiated a youthful innocence. There was already a hint of a newlywed's allure. Yang Ling gazed tenderly at the young lady in his arms, curling his arm gently to support her head, careful not to disturb her slumber. He had informed her the previous day that she need not rise early to enter the palace, and seeing her still peacefully asleep, he suddenly realized that he had been awakening early for days, burdened with the thought of her waking him each morning. Each time he rose, breakfast was already prepared. She not only awoke early, but must have felt uneasy about these responsibilities, leading to her own exhaustion. Despite her weariness, the young lady eventually stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes and realizing her husband was already awake, she shyly stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh dear, you are already awake? I can't believe I overslept." Seeing her flustered attempt to rise, Yang Ling gently pressed down on her shoulder, smiling. "You have been waking too early these past few days, and with your late-night preparations. You ought to rest a bit longer today, since I don't have to leave early." The young lady felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks at his mention of intimate matters, casting him a shy glance and agreeing softly, snuggling back into his embrace, and playfully saying, "I don't know what is wrong with me these days, especially today. I feel so achy and lethargic that I hardly want to move. Back at my family home, I always rose early to practice martial arts, but now I find myself growing increasingly lazy." Yang Ling, hearing her complain of fatigue, quickly asked, "How could that be? Have you caught a cold?" As he spoke, he reached out to check her forehead, which was slightly damp but cool to the touch. The young lady had always been robust and rarely fell ill, so she brushed it off lightly, chuckling. "It's nothing. I've practiced martial arts since childhood and am quite healthy. If I did catch a cold, I would simply visit the physician for a few remedies." Yang Ling, reassured by her lack of fever, relaxed, but as he observed her languorous beauty, imbued with the charm of a newlywed, he felt a stirring desire. Drawing her closer, He playfully said, "Come, let your husband help you with a massage to relieve your fatigue." The young lady shot him a playful glare. Her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue. She remained silent, her face tinged with color, allowing Yangming to caress her freely before breathlessly chiding. "Husband, don't tease. Didn't you say you still need to go to the palace? Hurry and get up to wash and dress. I'll prepare breakfast for you." Seeing her bashfulness, Yangming refrained from pressing her further, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, chuckling. "You should rest if you're tired. I can manage to grab a bite on the way." As she rose, Yangming playfully smacked her gently on her rounded backside, joking, "But holding an official title in the Jiangnan way requires me to fulfill some duties. Admiral Zhang, concerned that I might be too occupied with official matters, has temporarily assigned me a lighter task, specifically overseeing the documents presented by the Nanjun Fusi to the capital." The young lady quickly gathered her hair, tilting her head and asking, "Husband, what does the Nanjun Fusi oversee?" Yangming explained. The Nanjun Fusi manages the criminal proceedings and military artisans within the guards. Criminal proceedings involve assigning guilt, while military artisans pertain to the production of armor, weaponry, rockets, firearms, and even warships and chariots, all under the purview of the Nanjun Fusi. Yangming clarified that the criminal proceedings were solely responsible for offenses committed within the Jiangnan way, while common officials and generals who committed crimes would still fall under the jurisdiction of the Sanfac. Thus, the Nanjun Fusi resembled a small military court. As for the management of military artisans, while it would be considered a significant department in modern terms, in that era, overseeing these skilled workers was not deemed particularly remarkable. The young lady, naturally unaware of these intricacies, Yangming, having finished breakfast, advised her to rest if she felt unwell, before leisurely making his way to the back gate of the capital. It was still early, yet shops in the vicinity had already begun to open. During that time, merchants held a low social status, but the substantial profits from trade made it tempting, leading some hereditary noble families to send their stewards to open shops near the back of the imperial city in their personal names, effectively managing investments, operations, and profits themselves, thus forming a market for mid to high-end goods. Yangming stopped at a tea shop near the palace gates, ordering a pot of tea and a plate of sunflower seeds, sipping while waiting. After a brief wait, he noticed the palace gates opening, and a group of over 20 eunuchs emerged, pulling several water carts. The inner palace frequently sent servants to Yuchuan Mountain to fetch premium spring water for the emperor and his concubines. Though typically they departed before dawn, it was not uncommon for them to exit at this hour, and thus the bustling tourists and merchants paid no mind. Yangming observed closely, noticing a few eunuchs glancing around cautiously. One young eunuch standing by the tall wheel of a water cart, his shifty eyes scanning the surroundings. Yangming recognized him as Zhu Houzhao and promptly approached him. Dressed in a small eunuch's attire, Zhu Houzhao looked around anxiously, and upon seeing Yangming, his face lit up with joy. Yangming quickly gestured for silence, as Lu Jin stood beside Zhu Houzhao, offering a slight smile upon seeing Yangming, burdened with packages, followed them for a while until they reached a furniture store. This establishment sourced premium timber from across the nation and employed numerous skilled carpenters, capable of crafting various styles of furniture to meet the demands of the nobility. Adjacent to the shop was a corridor leading to their own wooden product factory. Yangming tugged at Zhu Houzhao, who understood the cue and discreetly followed him around the corner when no one was watching. Yangming quickened his pace, scanning the surroundings for solitude, before halting and turning to speak. However, upon noticing the entourage following Zhu Houzhao, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What brings all of you esteemed gentlemen here?" They had previously agreed that Lu Jin and Zhang Yong would accompany Zhu Houzhao to blend in with the commoners while he ventured out under the guise of a water cart. Gu Deong and Ma Yongsheng remained in the East Palace as a decoy, while Gao Feng, Luo Xiang, Wei Bin, and Xiu Ju were not to accompany them. The 8 eunuchs were not all elderly. Some were barely in their 20s, which made their presence conspicuous. It was preferable for only the more seasoned Lu Jin and Zhang Yong to accompany Zhu Houzhao for stability. To Yangming's dismay, all 8 had indeed followed him out of the palace. He could only smile wryly, realizing they seized the opportunity to curry favor with the Crown Prince. Yangming had no choice but to respond. "What you gentlemen say is indeed true, but I was unaware beforehand, so I only prepared 3 sets of clothing." Xiu Ju quickly interjected, no worries. We have all brought our own attire. He glanced around, noticing that only a few passers-by were present, and hurriedly shed his eunuch robe and hat. Underneath, he wore the simple garb of a scholar, complete with a scholar's cap, and his swift change made him appear like a diligent student, despite his slightly darker complexion. Zhu Houzhao, Lu Jin, and Zhang Yong, having been provided with clothes by Yang Ling, did not fuss over their attire. The others quickly changed and positioned themselves in front, while the three hastily donned their scholarly robes, transforming the 10 of them into a uniform ensemble of literati. Fortunately, as it was the season of the spring examination, the capital was bustling with scholars from various regions, making them less likely to attract suspicion. Yang Ling inquired, "Your Highness, shall we proceed to the Ministry of War now?" Upon leaving the palace, Zhu Houzhao felt as liberated as a bird freed from its cage. In the past, he would only venture out under the watchful protection of numerous guards, accompanied by his father to remote scenic spots. Today, however, he was out on his own, akin to a country bumpkin visiting the city, marveling at everything around him. If they were to head to the Ministry of War now, it would surely curtail their chance to explore further, and he was unwilling to go just yet. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "Not so fast. Let's wander a bit first." Yang Ling, resigned, accompanied him through the marketplace. Zhu Houzhao was entranced by the myriad of wares that were absent from the palace. With his keen intuition, he observed others haggling with fervor, becoming increasingly eager to inquire about prices for items he fancied, and soon began to bargain himself. Though he lacked knowledge of prices, the 8 eunuchs were generally well acquainted with such matters, assisting him in his negotiations. Zhu Houzhao avoided being taken advantage of, but once the prices were settled, he had to purchase the items. Most of the 8 were still financially strained, with only Ma Yongcheng, responsible for daily purchases within the palace, possessing sufficient funds. Eager to please the crown prince, he readily bought anything Zhu Houzhao expressed interest in. Within less than an hour at the market, the 8 eunuchs and Yang Ling were laden with goods. Zhu Houzhao himself sported a silk roll slung over his shoulder, 2 bundles of tea in his right hand, 3 strings of pearls around his neck, and in his left hand, a beautifully crafted porcelain plate embedded with lotus and goldfish designs, presenting a rather comical sight. Although the merchants were of humble origin, they were accustomed to dealing with affluent families and, upon seeing the group's ostentatious demeanor, mistook them for nouveau riche from the countryside, looking down on them with thinly veiled disdain. Realizing that the 8 were palace attendants with no relatives in the capital, Zhu Houzhao turned to Yang Ling and said, "Today has been quite enjoyable. I had intended to stroll further, but carrying all these items is rather cumbersome. Since you have just arrived in the capital, consider these gifts from us. Let us hire a carriage to take these to your home, then we can continue our shopping." He was delighted and, while being courteous, quickly added, "Your Highness, this is not appropriate. These are all items you cherish, and if you wish to bestow gifts upon your subordinates, each of the 8 eunuchs should receive their share." Zhu Houzhao laughed and scolded, "Do not distance yourself from this. They live off the palace, using palace resources, and have no home of their own. What use would they have for these items? Hurry and hire a carriage." Zhang Yong chimed in with a pained expression, "Yang Gong, please do not refuse. My back is close to giving out. This jar did not seem so heavy before, but now it feels unbearable." Nearby, Luo Xiang Wei Bin and Xiao Zhu nodded vigorously. Though they were servants, they had not engaged in much physical labor, and, after carrying these items for half a day, they were exhausted and dared not discard the things bought for the crown prince. They merely hoped to relinquish the burdens as quickly as possible, regardless of whom they were given to. Thus, Yang Ling and Zhu Houzhao walked shoulder to shoulder, navigating through the crowd towards the street. Due to the throngs of people, the eunuchs instinctively formed a protective circle around Zhu Houzhao, slightly bending at the waist, resembling attendants escorting a nobleman. However, their scholarly attire made the scene appear somewhat peculiar. Unbeknownst to them, they formed 2 neat lines, burdened with a hodgepodge of goods as they made their way to Yang Ling's home. Chapter 64. The 10 notorious figures. Yang Ling hired a large cart, piling the items onto it. The elder eunuchs, Zhang Yong, Lu Jin, and Ma Yongcheng, accompanied the crown prince and the scholarly reader on the cart, while the younger ones humbly followed behind, heading straight for Hugui Temple Street. Though Zhu Houzhao was audacious and mischievous, he worried about the repercussions of his private excursion becoming widely known. Therefore, he instructed Yang Ling and the 8 eunuchs to present themselves merely as the crown prince's scholarly readers. As the common folk were unaware of the number of scholars in Zhu Houzhao's entourage, they were visiting Yang's household to welcome a colleague to the capital and had brought gifts. The eunuchs readily agreed. Onjie Yang Ling departed. The young lady felt a weight in her chest, and after consuming a small amount of food, she found it difficult to swallow further. She retired to the bed for a moment, then sat up to practice her breathing exercises, feeling much better. Just as she regained her composure, a knock sounded at the door, and she heard her husband calling from outside, "Young lady, come and greet our guests." Lu Jin, Gu Deong, and the others made a concerted effort to display cordial smiles, nodding their heads as they spoke in unison. "Indeed, we are all colleagues of Yang Gonggong, here to pay a visit." These 8 individuals varied in education levels. Some addressed her as Mrs. Yang, while others called her young mistress. Xiao Ju and Wei Bin, being younger and having grown up in the palace, were unsure how to address the young lady, so they simply referred to her as Yang as sister-in-law. Upon learning that they were colleagues of her husband, the young lady did not dare to be dismissive and hurriedly welcomed them inside. Once they entered, they hastily arranged the assorted items Zhu Houzhao had purchased, finding places to sit and stretch their limbs. The gifts they brought varied widely, including window decorations made from dyed quartz, jars of pickled vegetables, and oil gourds painted with the 8 immortals. As they placed everything in the room, the bed and floor quickly became cluttered. Zhengde stood at the back of the crowd, the last to step through the door, dressed in the attire of a young scholar. He wore a blue robe and a cloth cap, clutching a half-eaten Hulu Bing in his hand. He bounded over to Yunyang, tossing 3 strands of pearls and a bundle of fine Xian paper onto the Kong, grinning as he greeted her. "Yunyang Jia, I've come too." Yunyang was taken aback. Seeing his youthful countenance, she marveled. Is such a young scholar truly one of the crown prince's companions? She found him somewhat familiar, but could not recall when they had met. Yang Ling quickly interjected, "This gentleman Koff is also my colleague. Do you remember that young master we encountered at Huwa Temple?" Han Yunyang exclaimed in surprise and joy. "I remember now. It turns out this young master is also a companion of the crown prince. Please come in." Noticing that this young scholar was of a similar age to her brother Han Monsong, she felt a sense of kinship and smiled. "Come in and sit. Since you're my husband as colleague, you should call me sister-in-law." Zhengde had lost his only younger brother in childhood, and although the Zhu family had many descendants, they had all been driven out of the capital, so he had seldom addressed anyone as sister-in-law. He tilted his head in thought and decided that having Yunyang as a sister-in-law felt rather pleasant. Thus he cheerfully complied. Yunyang smiled in response and was about to boil water for tea when Zhang Yong hurriedly interrupted, chuckling, "Madam, there is no need for such formality. Yang Shidu plans to invite all his colleagues to a tavern for drinks shortly, so we will only be here for a bit." These individuals were indeed weary. Yet Zhengde remained full of energy, darting about inside and outside the house. Whenever he spotted something he had never seen in the palace, he would excitedly call out to Yunyang. Yunyang, having moved to the capital and missing her family back home, found Zhengde as charming appearance and mischievous spirit reminiscent of her brother Han Monsong, which endeared him to her, prompting her to patiently explain everything. Eventually, when Zhu Houzhao saw the well in the courtyard, noticing the wooden wheel with a rope that could draw sweet, clear water, he was instantly filled with playful curiosity. After understanding its operation from Yunyang, he observed that the Yang family's water jar was nearly empty, and he enthusiastically began drawing water to refill it. Lu Jin and Zhang Yong were astonished to see the crown prince engaging in such labor, disregarding their fatigue as they rushed to assist. However, Zhu Houzhao was thoroughly enjoying himself and refused to relinquish the task until the water jar was completely filled. Han Yunyang, regaining her spirits, laughed. "My health is not so delicate. Do not worry, dear husband, perhaps it is just some discomfort from the cold in my stomach. I'll feel better after a short rest. You should go and entertain the guests. Do not neglect your duties." She brushed off the dust from Yang Ling's shoulders and smiled. The crown prince is truly an unusual person. Some of his attendants are old enough to be grandfathers, while others are mere children. They must hold significant positions in court, yet I believe none possess the dignity of my husband. The imperial examinations, generally held in the second month following the provincial examinations, are thus referred to as the spring examination. During this time, candidates from across the nation converge upon the capital, struggling desperately for success, a scene far more intense than the current college entrance examinations. This year's spring examination was delayed due to the Emperor Hongji's severe illness before the new year and a subsequent Tatar invasion, pushing the examination back by a full month. Today marked the first day of testing, with the Ministry of Rites required to present a sacred decree, conduct rituals to honor heaven, and pay homage to Confucius, making the proceedings quite elaborate and thus delaying the start time. Even now, groups of candidates hurriedly made their way to the examination hall. Intrigued by the sight of candidates carrying their belongings and writing materials, decided to head to the examination hall to observe the festivities. Yangming understood that once the crown prince grew tired of play, he would surely lose interest in serious matters. So he accompanied Lu Jin and others as they meandered toward the examination hall. In the Ming Dynasty, cities of considerable scale established examination halls, which served both as places for scholars to study diligently and as Confucian temples. Naturally, the Confucian temple in the capital was the largest in the nation. Upon arrival at the examination hall, Zhu Houzhao and his companions saw a grand plaque inscribed with the words Wanshi, Shibiao, and a stone tablet stating, "Civil and military officials dismount here." Although this examination hall was vast, it could not accommodate all the candidates. Consequently, 3 rows of wooden sheds had been erected against the palace walls to serve as examination points, surrounded by cloth curtains and guarded by soldiers. When Zhu Houzhao eventually arrived, the sound of bells and drums signaled the commencement of the examination. The area was now devoid of candidates, save for their families, servants, and a few vendors selling tea and snacks. Disappointed by the lack of activity, Zhu Houzhao sauntered over to a tea stall beneath a large locust tree, where Lu Jin promptly summoned a waiter to order tea, snacks, and sunflower seeds to accompany their leisurely chat. Yangming, intrigued, paused to observe the entrance, where 4 soldiers stood, one of whom waved a flag and declared, "How can such an important event be delayed? If you are late, you shall wait another 3 years. We cannot allow you inside." The candidate, drenched in sweat, pleaded desperately while bowing repeatedly, "Dear soldiers, I have studied tirelessly for 10 years for this moment. Last night, I even studied until the early hours, only to be caught up by a rogue on the road, causing my delay. Please, I implore you to help me." Yangming scrutinized the candidate, noting he appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with thick brows, large eyes, dark skin, and a tall, slender frame. Dressed in a simple blue robe, as the young man spoke, he reached into his bosom and pulled out all the silver he possessed, thrusting it into the soldier's hands while smiling. "Dear soldiers, I am forever grateful for your kindness." Seeing this, the candidate grew increasingly anxious, sweat streaming down his forehead. Yet he remained oblivious to it, continuing to beseech the flag-waving soldier. The other soldiers grew impatient and began to scold him loudly. A minor official from the Ministry of Rites emerged, his sleeves swaying as he coldly reprimanded, "Who is making such a racket at the entrance?" Although this official was merely an underling, the candidate, in his desperation, disregarded this fact, kneeling on the ground and crying out, "My lord, please help me. I am late by only a quarter of an hour. Please, I beg you to let me in." He bowed his head repeatedly, striking the ground with a force that resonated. Yangming, initially indifferent, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing the thudding sound, and he could not help but intervene. "My lord, he is merely late by a few minutes. There is no risk of cheating. Why not allow him to enter? As a scholar, you understand the hardships of studying." The official, with a cold smile and a sidelong glance, retorted disdainfully, "And who are you?" Yangming replied, "I am Yangming, also a scholar. A scholar dedicates his life to the pursuit of knowledge, and the examination is the only path to success. It concerns this man's future, my lord. Please show him some mercy." The official scoffed, replying in a mocking tone, "What sort of place is the examination hall? The imperial examinations are of utmost importance. How can such a sacred event allow for favoritism?" Yangming, noticing the official's disdainful demeanor, suddenly recalled Zhang Haogu from Liansheng Sanji, who had been smuggled into the examination hall by Wei Zhongxian of the Eastern Depot. He wondered if his own insignia would hold any weight. Spotting no familiar faces around, he reached into his bosom and retrieved the jade insignia, raising it before the official with a smile. "My lord, precisely because the examination is of paramount importance, I kindly ask you to show some leniency. It would be a great virtue." Upon seeing the Feiyu insignia in Yangming's hand, the official felt a chill run through him. In the capital, the infamous Jinyui were notorious for their ruthlessness. and even a mere corporal from the Northtown Pacification Office could easily overpower him, let alone someone of higher rank within the Jinyui. He wondered how the Jinyui had become involved in matters of the imperial examinations. They may be affiliated with the military, and they typically harbor a strong disdain for places like the Shuigong. Could it be that the emperor has specially instructed the Jinyui to conduct covert investigations? A brief delay is not an insurmountable matter. However, should this individual embellish his words before the emperor and accuse me of deliberately making things difficult for scholars, it would certainly cause beads of sweat to form on the brow of the Libu Yuanwei. He stammered, "Lord Yang, I was unaware of your esteemed identity earlier, and I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. With your word, what could possibly be amiss? I shall personally escort this scholar into the examination hall without delay. You need not worry." The tall and thin scholar, remaining on his knees at the entrance, listened intently to their conversation. Upon hearing this, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Lord Yang, thank you, esteemed examiner." Although he was unaware of the insignia Yang Ling possessed, he could tell from the examiner's sudden change in demeanor that Yang Ling must be a person of high rank. Yang Ling clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "In that case, I thank you," and turned to the scholar with a smile, saying, "Gaining entry is merely a step. Achieving success in the imperial examinations is far more challenging. Whether you can leap over the Dragoness Gate depends entirely on your own abilities." He felt a sense of satisfaction from doing a good deed and walked briskly toward the main entrance of the Shugo. The Libu Yuanwei sighed with relief and, still feeling anxious, urged the scholar, quickly rise, I shall escort you to the examination hall." Yes, thank you, esteemed examiner," the scholar replied, tears streaming down his face as he stood up. Turning to see Yang Ling about to pass through the curtain, he choked back his emotions and exclaimed loudly, "The kindness of Lord Yang has saved me. I, Yin Song, shall never forget this in this lifetime." As Yang Ling stepped past the fabric drape, upon hearing these words, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Chapter 65. Complications arise hearing that his father was coming. Zhu Houzhao was startled and hurriedly stood up. The attendants, busy sweeping, kicked up a cloud of dust, and without needing to be urged, the commoners waiting outside the examination hall had already scurried into the nearby woods. Gu Deong, taken aback by the sudden loudness of Zhu Houzhao, quickly lowered his voice, saying, "Your Highness, please be cautious. Do not let anyone overhear." Lu Jin, Zhang Yong, and others, accustomed to reading expressions, noted Yang Ling's troubled demeanor, yet they could not fathom what troubles he faced. Yang Ling had not anticipated that his moment of kindness would assist a historically notorious villain. Now, upon hearing that Zhu Houzhao was planning to indulge in wine, he felt even more anxious. He leaned closer to Zhu Houzhao and whispered, "Your Highness, we have been away from the palace for quite some time. If we linger too long, His Majesty may become suspicious. In my humble opinion, we should have a quick meal and tea before hurrying to the Bingbu." Upon receiving Zhu Houzhao's command, Ma Yongcheng quickly led a group back onto the street. 10 men rented 2 horse-drawn carriages and proceeded down the thoroughfare. Ti Huotao, aware of his father's imminent arrival at the Shuigong, was genuinely fearful of being discovered. He instructed Ma Yongcheng to keep their distance from the palace. As the carriage traversed the winding streets, after some time, Zhu Houzhao caught sight of a bustling alley where a lively tavern stood, its flags fluttering in the breeze. He tapped on the carriage railing and called for Ma Yongcheng to stop. Realizing they had arrived at Baishan Hatong, a well-known pleasure district in the capital, Ma Yongcheng inwardly. The Emperor Hongji had only this one son, and he was exceedingly fond of Zhu Houzhao. Given that the emperor often slipped out of the palace himself, even if he were to discover that the crown prince had left without permission, he would likely only administer a few light scoldings. This was why the eunuchs dared to encourage Zhu Houzhao's escapades. However, if the emperor were to learn they had brought the young prince to such a place, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Ma Yongcheng dared not express his concerns to Zhu Houzhao. The young prince was exceedingly curious. The more one tried to deter him, the more intrigued he became. Fortunately, he seemed only interested in the tavern at the street's entrance, so they could quickly dine and leave. Ma Yongcheng halted the carriage and paid the fare. Seizing the opportunity, he exchanged a few words with Lu Jin, Zhang Yong, and the others, who nodded in agreement and hurriedly followed Zhu Houzhao into the tavern. fearing this spirited young prince might wander off in the alley. Once inside, Ma Yongsheng ordered an extravagant spread of delicacies for the 10 of them in a private room by the window. Zhu Houzhao, still young, enjoyed a few cups, but his inexperience led to a flushed complexion after just a few drinks. He called for Wei Bin to open the window for some fresh air. In March, the sun shone brightly, and the air was refreshingly crisp. As the gentle spring breeze wafted through, Zhu Houzhao felt invigorated. He enthusiastically rose to pour wine for Yangling and the others, urging them to join him in a few drinks. As Zhu Houzhao was enjoying himself, he faintly heard the distant sound of silk and bamboo instruments. A lover of music, he paused, captivated by the melody. He had no interest in the traditional court music, but preferred the folk tunes and exotic sounds of the common people. The enchanting strains wafting through the air, although played on silk and bamboo instruments, bore a distinct charm unlike the palace music. He stood, leaning against the railing, and pointed excitedly at the rows of small two-story courtyard houses below, asking to Cheng, "What place is that?" Ma Yongsheng and Lu Jin exchanged glances, hesitating before responding. This old servant is not certain. Perhaps it is just some musicians hired by merchants performing? The tavern owner, noticing Zhu Houzhao occupying the main seat, recognized that despite his youth, he was the leader of this group of scholars. He glanced outside and smiled, saying, "Sir, the musicians there do not perform for free. If you wish to hear them, you must go to their establishment." Intrigued, Zhu Houzhao asked, "Oh, musicians? Why are they so haughty? It is not as if we're not paying them." The tavern owner, perceiving Zhu Houzhao's youth and naivety, noted the peculiar expressions on the faces of the nearby scholars, perhaps indicating they were frequent patrons of such establishments. He chuckled, "You may not know, but the ladies in this alley are of distinguished backgrounds. They typically only entertain high-ranking officials and wealthy young masters, and it is rare for them to show themselves publicly." The establishment, known as Shihua Pavilion, was renowned as the best in Baishan Hutong. It housed the most beautiful ladies, and the proprietress, who managed them with great skill, ensured that each lady was well-versed in the arts of music and literature. The clientele consisted mainly of influential figures, and my tavern cannot attract such esteemed guests. Zhu Houzhao, notorious for his later escapades, was still an innocent youth, entirely uninterested in female company, merely wishing to hear some music. Upon learning that the musicians would not come out, his interest waned considerably. The tavern owner continued, "If the young master wishes to broaden his horizons, Shihua Pavilion is indeed a splendid place to visit. The currently popular lady, Xiang Bao, is renowned for her beauty. With your distinguished appearance, I am certain she would be quite pleased to entertain you." He mentioned 3 other exceptionally beautiful young ladies, all still unadorned, who were promising talents in their own right. Yangling mused to himself. These musicians must have made a name for themselves in later generations, likely due to their association with the infamous Zhu Houzhao. However, historically, Zhu Houzhao was not supposed to leave the palace at this time. Capitalizing on the fact that this young man was still innocent regarding matters of the heart, I must divert the conversation and prevent him from straying down this path. Without further contemplation, Yangling interjected to the tavern owner, "Enough of your rambling. We have seen much of the world. Our young master here is of noble status. It is beneath him to seek out a mere singer. Now be gone." He intended to flatter Zhu Houzhao to bolster his confidence, hoping to dissuade him from the idea of seeking out the musicians. However, Zhu Houzhao, with a grin, replied, "Nonsense. If these 3 can play the flute, the lute, and sing and dance, they would indeed make a perfect ensemble. Yet if the music I hear is truly from their hands, the melody is rather pedestrian." Lu Jin and others were filled with trepidation, fearing that Zhu Houzhao might whimsically decide to visit and listen to music. Upon hearing his words, their anxiety dissipated, and they unanimously agreed, Indeed, what scene has the young master not witnessed? Let's not dwell on that. Let us indulge in wine." The innkeeper, noticing Zhu Houzhao's amiable demeanor, remarked playfully, "At this moment, the performers may not even be these young ladies. Wouldn't it be a pity for the esteemed guests not to witness their talents? If you wish to see them later, one might be absent." Zhu Houzhao, intrigued, inquired, "How can one be absent?" The innkeeper replied, "It is said that a merchant named Yin has taken a liking to Yu Jie and has spent a fortune to take her as a concubine. Yu Jie has been weeping daily and is quite unhappy." The innkeeper continued, the esteemed guest seems not to frequent such establishments and may be unaware of their customs. If it were an ordinary girl who had the chance to escape a life of servitude, that would indeed be a blessing. However, Yu Jie, still young, is already a renowned courtesan here. Surely, she will achieve great success in the future. All famous courtesans aspire to marry officials and scholars. To be taken by a merchant would be a most disgraceful fate. How could she accept such a destiny? Zhu Houzhao found this amusing and, with great enthusiasm, slapped the table, declaring, "Let us go and see what makes these three musicians so remarkable." Upon Zhu Houzhao's utterance, the other 9 groaned in despair. Lu Jin quickly interjected, "It is too late, young master. Perhaps we should postpone our visit for another day. Let us not forget we have pressing matters to attend to." Yang Ling added urgently, "Yes, young master, it is best to avoid such places. If your father were to discover it, you would surely face severe punishment." Among the group, Lu Jin and Gu Deong were ultimately just servants. Yet Lu Jin held the title of the crown prince's tutor and bore the responsibility of guiding the prince. To incite the prince to visit brothels would be an unforgivable transgression. Even if Hongji were to consider the royal dignity and refrain from making the prince's actions public, he could easily find a legal pretext to punish Lu Jin. Although the early years of the Ming Dynasty had seen the establishment of an unprecedentedly vast jiangfancy, where officials not only engaged in the trade of human lives, but also sent the wives and daughters of officials into brothels as free prostitutes. They had committed numerous immoral acts. Yet, the legal code explicitly forbade officials from consorting with courtesans, with violators facing 60 strokes of the rod. Even though this law had never been strictly enforced and the Ming Dynasty had long turned a blind eye, it did not imply that the law had lost its validity. The emperor could easily use this as a pretext to punish him, and the generals would not hesitate to administer the punishment, leaving him severely injured if not dead. Seeing them collectively objecting and bringing up his father as a means to dissuade him, Zhu Houzhao could only respond with discontent. "Very well. If we shall not go, then so be it. It is utterly disappointing that we cannot go here or there." Fearing Zhu Houzhao might change his mind again, Yang Ling and the others lost their appetite for leisurely drinking. They hastily finished their meal, and Ma Yongsheng quickly settled the bill and led the prince downstairs. As they reached the entrance, they intended to call for carriages, when a middle-aged man with a horse-like face, accompanied by several burly servants, approached angrily, berating. "Was it not agreed that we would bring people in 3 days? How has Su Huai suddenly changed his mind?" A short man scurrying alongside him chuckled nervously. "Master Yan, I heard that an official from the Wuqing Bingmasi has also taken a liking to Yu Jie and is offering more silver than you. One would think that, given your immense wealth, you would not mind parting with a little more silver. But if you offend someone from the Wuqing Bingmasi," the man referred to as Master Yan halted abruptly, casting a cold glance at him. "Qi Fong, how much has Su Huai paid you? Are you speaking on his behalf in front of me?" Qi Fong's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, "Master, how could you say that? I know who is close and who is distant. How could I possibly side with Su Huai?" Master Yin spat contemptuously. "Who is close and who is distant? You are merely drawn to silver. I have offered 5,000 taels of silver to redeem Yu Jie. What more does he want? Is the place where Yu Jie resides lined with gold or encrusted with jade to be worth so much silver? I scoff at his dreams. The documents are already signed. Does he dare to go back on his word? I shall go today to claim her, and I will see who dares to stop me." Upon hearing that there might be a scene of abduction, Zhu Houzhao's interest was piqued once more. He eagerly tugged at Yang Ling, saying, "Let us go and witness the commotion." Alas, Yang Ling could not restrain him, and Zhu Houzhao swiftly followed after the group. Yang Ling paused for a moment before hurriedly chasing after him along with Lu Jin and the others. This street was lined with low walls and blooming flower trees. Before an elegant courtyard stood a small door adorned with a black lacquered gold plaque, Shihuaguan. Master Yin had already charged in with his entourage, and Zhu Houzhao, filled with excitement, followed suit. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard with small square tables leaning against the pillars in the corridor. Patrons typically sat here sipping tea and selecting young ladies, but since it was still early, there were no guests present. Above the courtyard, a second floor featured a circle of small rooms, each modest in size, with signs hanging at their entrances. This was the most ordinary of brothels. Further back, the second courtyard was the realm of the renowned courtesans, clearly of a much lower standard. Yang Ling and the others hurriedly followed inside. noticing that a small door leading to the back courtyard was ajar. The merchant named Yin was already heading toward the third courtyard. Zhu Houzhao, entranced by the unfolding spectacle, trailed behind him eagerly. Yang Ling, worried for Zhu Houzhao's safety, quickly led the 8 eunuchs in pursuit. Zhu Houzhao, eager to witness the commotion, resisted leaving, pleading and glaring, unwilling to depart. The frail man embroiled in the dispute was the musician Su Huai, who smiled nervously at Master Yin, saying, "Master Yin, there is no need to be so angry. I have accepted your silver and will not go back on my word. However, Yu Jie has been with us since she was 5. It is hard for her to leave, and in her sadness, she has developed some ailments. Surely, Master Yin can wait a little longer?" Master Yin, with a black mole shaking on his cheek, grinned menacingly. "Nonsense. A courtesan is heartless, and an actor is ungrateful. Would she truly miss you 2 old fools? I have heard you are seeking another buyer, a low-ranking official. Ha! Are you trying to intimidate me? I have already paid, and I possess the documents. I fear no one." A middle-aged woman in a light purple dress rushed out from the left side of the courtyard, smiling broadly. "Oh, Master Yin, why speak thus? Yu Jie is my adopted daughter. If she follows you, you will be my esteemed son-in-law. Why let this disrupt our harmony?" Though musicians are regarded as lower than common folk, merchants are also seen as lowly. Master Yin, a frequent patron of Shihuaguan, was familiar with her, thus allowing her to jest with him. This woman, in her 40s, had fair, delicate skin. Despite some minor wrinkles, her alluring eyes still radiated charm. With her light-hearted interjection, Master Yin softened his demeanor and released Su Huai, sneering, 5,000 taels of silver is not an inexpensive price for a son-in-law. Stop your jesting, and let us assume I misheard. Regardless, she is to welcome me now and will still welcome me in 3 days. There is no better time than the present. I shall finalize this matter today. What say you?" Yng's countenance shifted as he forced a smile and remarked, "Yinde. Though Yge has been promised to you, we have raised her as our own. How could we not harbor some affection, now that the child is unwell and timid? My spouse and I cannot help but feel pained. Henceforth, she shall be your companion. Do you not feel any sorrow?" As he spoke, Yng shot a fierce glance at her husband, Sui, who recoiled slightly, remaining silent. It was revealed that this Yn Biashing, known as Yn Kun, was a frequent patron of the flower house. On a recent occasion, he had spent the night with a charming courtesan, and upon pushing the rear window the following morning, he caught sight of Yge passing through the courtyard, instantly losing his wits at the sight. Yn Kun was a merchant of considerable wealth, lacking the inclination for poetry or the arts, yet in an effort to impress this courtesan, he begrudgingly spent a significant sum to adopt a scholarly demeanor. Despite his efforts, he had yet to even touch her delicate hand. However, how could one retract a promise already formalized? The couple deliberated and decided to spread rumors, claiming that an official from the WCH had taken an interest in Yge and intended to use his authority to coerce Yn Kun. In truth, the WCH was not a significant government office. It was merely a local law enforcement unit in the capital, lacking real power. The officials therein were not even considered true officers, merely minor clerical figures tasked with following the patrol magistrate around and performing menial duties. Yet, even such minor officials could easily intimidate a merchant like Yn Kun, who, being in the capital for business, would naturally be wary of the local authorities. To their surprise, Yn Kun, having been informed through Qfing, remained unperturbed and approached them directly, leaving the couple bewildered as to his true connections. Yn Kun laughed heartily at Yng's words, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Pained? Watching that alluring little courtesan in your establishment. Being toyed with by this man, and that truly pains me. How dare she, a mere courtesan, look down upon my status? She ought to be grateful. It's not her place to choose. I possess wealth, and that makes me the master." At that moment, the door to the building creaked open, and a young girl, clad in a delicate silk jacket adorned with peony patterns and a green pleated skirt, stepped out briskly. With a frown and raised eyebrows, she addressed Yn Kun. "Yinde, I implore you to speak with more civility. You may possess riches, but we sisters do not hold you in high regard. You may purchase a cat or a dog if you wish, but my sister has no desire to cross your threshold. A breach of contract merely costs you 2/10 of the silver. and we shall pay it. Zhou could not help but chuckle at her fierce demeanor, finding her vastly superior to the ineffectual pair. Yan Ku raised an eyebrow and said, XLMI, it is easy for you to speak of breaking contracts, but I must agree to it first. Silver? I lack not for wealth, but I seek a warm bedfellow. Ayir Ishmina. He brandished a document from his pocket, raising it with a stern expression as he confronted Ji Ing Huai. This document bears your seal. Shall we settle this in court? From within the building, another young girl emerged gracefully and approached Yan Ku, pleading softly. Ynd, as the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. Matters such as these should be mutually desired. I beseech you, have mercy and spare Ygr. Yan Ku chuckled, his eyes glinting with greed. Ah, you, dear girl, possess a sweet tongue, far more delightful than those sharp-tongued women. Yang Ling, captivated by her dulcet voice, stole another glance at Ting Y11N, who appeared to be merely 13 or 14, petite and charming, with a playful beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. She cast a playful glare at Yan Ku and sweetly inquired, So, does that mean you are agreeable, Ynd? At this moment, all three young women, Ting Y11N, Ygr, and XLMI, were courtesans accustomed to hosting refined guests. None spoke as crudely as he. Ygr felt her cheeks flush with indignation, but hesitated to express her anger. Yan Ku, reveling in his document, was suddenly interrupted by a loud, raucous voice. What is this nonsense? A mere feather does not command authority. Startled, he turned to see a young scholar brandishing his document, reading aloud in a coarse voice. The music department, have a foster daughter named YTNGCHN, also known as SSN. I intend to receive guests and provide for her. Merchant Yan Ku has expressed interest in my daughter and has offered 5,000 taels of silver as a ransom. As Yan Ku observed the youth, who appeared youthful yet was dressed in scholarly garb, he noticed several lackluster scholars trailing behind him, resembling quails in demeanor. Initially, he intended to refrain from rudeness, but upon having his document snatched, fear of repercussions took precedence. While Zhou continued to read unabashedly, Yan Ku, losing his patience, stepped forward to seize it back. As Zhou dodged, Yan Ku's hand struck his arm, leading to a sudden tearing sound as the ransom document was ripped in two. Zhou laughed heartily, proclaiming, everyone saw it. He tore the document himself. Not my doing. Furious, Yan Ku lunged forward, striking Zhou in the face and cursing, You little brat, to hell with you. His punch landed squarely on Zhou's nose, causing stars to dance before his eyes as blood gushed forth. Caught off guard, Zhou, who had trained in martial arts but lacked combat experience, faltered, unable to retaliate as he felt the sting of pain. Yan Ku snatched the torn pieces of the document and, relieved that the text still matched, turned to find the prince in distress. The 8 quail-like scholars, witnessing the altercation, were incensed, their faces flushed as they rushed to defend their prince. Ing, perceiving the chaotic scene, calculated that even with his intervention, he would merely become another target. Thus, he swiftly approached the prince, offering assistance and concern. Young master, are you all right? Is it serious? Uzu, clutching his nose, could not articulate a response, blood streaming through his fingers. Unexpectedly, a delicate hand appeared, offering a fragrant handkerchief. Young master, please wipe your nose. Startled, Zhou accepted the handkerchief, feeling the softness of her hand, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. Her gentle eyes radiated a warmth that was both tender and compassionate. As he pressed Ting Y11N's fragrant cloth to his nose, he was momentarily entranced. Sui, YCH Ing JN, and several onlookers stood helplessly by, unsure whether to intervene or to provide assistance, caught in a state of indecision. Just then a melodious voice rang out, "Stop fighting." The sweet sound of the girl's voice caused all 12 combatants to pause. Turning towards the source, standing in the building was a maiden clad in pure white, her long hair cascading gracefully, her figure akin to the moon. The girl known as XLM, I exclaimed urgently, Ygr, do you truly wish to follow such a man? What if an official comes? I am acquainted with the Ministry of Rights. The girl in plain attire interrupted her words, speaking softly Silly sister, why say such things? Those gentlemen merely engage in poetry and painting with us for fleeting amusement. They have spent their silver and owe us nothing. If this were to escalate to the authorities, they would hardly dare acknowledge us. With a melancholic sigh, she continued, let's speak no more. We, with no roots or home, are like willow catkins in the wind or duckweed on water, drifting wherever the breeze takes us or the waves roll us. Yin Quan laughed heartily, casting a glance at the scholars who bore bruises from his subordinates, glaring back at him with resentment. He preferred to avoid further disputes, and thus, feeling quite pleased with himself, declared, had you spoken this forthrightly earlier, I would not have been vexed. Bachel d'apart. I shall return with men in 3 days to collect a pound of gold. Should you dare to delay? HM. This beauty indeed lived up to her reputation. Her gestures and demeanor exuded an elegance that was far from ordinary. Though the 8 tigers were men, they had long since cultivated themselves to the lofty realm of being untouched by the dust of the world. Whether one was beautiful or ugly mattered not to them. They had already approached Zhu Houzhao, sporting bruises to boast of their deeds. Zhu Houzhao paid no heed to this veritable eyesore, hastily wiping the blood from his mouth and tending to his nose, which had ceased to bleed. With a sigh of relief, he turned to Tang Yixian and said, Thank you, my lady. I am well now. Tang Yixian smiled sweetly, replying, That is splendid. Those are merely brutes, relying on their meager wealth to bully others. You, a delicate scholar, should focus on your studies of the sages. You are no match for such ruffians. Do not assert yourself in the future. Di Woto, accustomed to the company of young maidens in the palace, found that even those who were not plain typically averted their gaze and dared not breathe in his presence. None compared to this girl, who was calm and gentle, even daring to lecture him, yet her words bore a sweet charm that was endearing. A nascent feeling stirred within him. This petite and delightful girl had quietly etched her image into Zhu Houzhao's heart. Despite his status as crown prince, he was still a man who had just begun to experience matters of the heart, and he found himself deeply affected by her every smile and gesture. Zhu Houzhao's cheeks flushed with indignation when he sensed her dismissive attitude towards his words. Standing before the girl who had ignited a flutter in his heart, he felt like a child under her gaze. In frustration, he stamped his foot and exclaimed, You do not believe me? It would be as easy as pie to deal with that scoundrel. And as for that wretched document he treasures, retrieving it is merely a matter of speaking. Tang Yixian's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a sigh of disappointment. This young lord must surely be a scion of a wealthy family. Unaware of the gravity of his words, 5,000 taels of silver was no trifling sum, even if he hailed from affluence. How could his elders allow him to squander such wealth on frivolities? Zhu Houzhao, sensing her skepticism, grew anxious. He glanced at Lu Jin and the others, who were disheveled and battered, each one lacking credibility. He pointed at Yang Ling and challenged, Do you not believe me? Ask him if I can do it or not. Yang Ling, possessing both charm and authority, was now the crown prince's literary companion while secretly holding a high position in the Jinyui. His actual age and experience far surpassed his appearance, and his words carried an air of command. Su San, who had been quietly observing, let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yixian regarded him with doubt. Is what the young lord says true? In her mind, this gentleman, despite his lofty status, could hardly compel Yin Quan to return the silver and the document unless he too had designs on Yujia. If he sought to redeem her, she might find joy in it, yet it also stirred feelings of envy and self-pity within her. Zhu Houzhao, brimming with confidence, asserted, Of course it is true. He pointed firmly at Yang Ling. Brother Yang, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Teach that scoundrel a lesson and retrieve his document. In his mind, as the prince, directing Yang Ling to handle the matter was akin to performing the task himself. However, to Yu Tangshun, Xu Mei, Tang Yixian, and others, it became clear that the prince's confidence stemmed from the backing of his older companion. Inside the door, Yu Tangshun cast a keen glance at Yang Ling, who appeared momentarily stunned. Being a perceptive woman, she promptly curtsied. In this case, Su San extends her gratitude to young Master Yang. Let's seize the opportunity and solidify this matter. Zhu Houzhao, puzzled, asked, I am the one offering assistance. Why do you thank him? Dan Zixian's my sweet Li, who says I do not thank you. Should both gentlemen lend their help, I will host a banquet to express my gratitude. Excellent. Zhu Houzhao's heart soared at the prospect of a celebratory feast, and he eagerly declared, "Let us go. Await our good news. This matter will surely be resolved within 3 days." With his mind solely focused on the charming Tang Yixian, he hastened out of the Shihua pavilion. Catching sight of Yin Quan leading his men out of the street, he immediately instructed Gao Feng, Luo Xiang, "Follow him. Do not let him escape." Then he turned to Yang Ling, saying, "You go to the Wuqing Bingmashi and summon troops to apprehend him." The 8 eunuchs and Yang Ling were taken aback. The situation had escalated considerably. The crown prince had engaged in a brawl with a client in a brothel. In mobilizing troops from the Wuqing Bingmashi to suppress, it would lead to dire consequences if word got out. Several of them gathered around, desperately trying to dissuade him. Zhu Houzhao, infuriated, retorted, "He dares to strike me. Beheading him would not be excessive. Do any of you dare to defy my command?" Typically easygoing, Zhu Houzhao exuded an unintentional aura of authority cultivated from years of being in a position of power. The 8 tigers fell silent, and Yang Ling felt a tremor run through him. Gao Feng and Luo Xiang, seeing that Yang Ling and Lu Jin, Zhang Yong, and other close confidants of the prince were also silent, hurriedly steeled themselves to pursue Yin Quan. Gu Deong realized that Zhu Houzhao had made up his mind and could not be dissuaded. Accepting this, he nudged Yang Ling, signaling him to quickly find someone from the Wuqing Bingmashi. Yang Ling felt elated. These men were notorious for their extortion tactics, and having them intervene was the most prudent course of action. With the Jinyui involved, the prince's identity would remain concealed. Yang Ling quickly stepped forward to block their path, presenting his credentials and demanding their assistance in the apprehension. A few slightly inebriated members of the Jinyui exchanged glances but remained motionless, observing their ranks. Yang Ling noted that most were captains and strongmen, with only 2 low-ranking officers among them. Realizing he had the authority to summon them, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? If the culprit escapes, you will bear the consequences." From the back of the crowd, a languid voice chimed, "What is going on? Which esteemed official is on duty and requires my men for assistance?" As the speaker emerged, several Jinyui parted to reveal a man in a casual robe, accompanied by 6 or 7 others. The man, in his 30s, was robust and exuded the demeanor of a languid leopard. Approaching Yang Ling, the 2 men sized each other up, and after a moment, the man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Qianning, the chief officer in charge of execution at the Bizenfew. And you are?" Yang Ling suddenly understood why the others remained unmoving. Their supervising officer was not only present, but also held a significant rank. Upon hearing Qianning's introduction, Yang Ling quickly responded, "I am Yang Ling, deputy of the Nanzhan Fu under the Jinyui. Qianning has heard that he is a member of the Nanzhan Fu Si, a crucial department within the Jinyui. Although it may not be as renowned as the Beijing Fu Si, he still holds a higher rank than himself." Thus, he courteously inquired, "Ah, it is Lord Yang. May I ask what brings you to request my brother's assistance?" Despite the fact that the Jinyui does not typically require an edict to act, one must always exercise caution beneath the emperor's gaze. Yang Ling pulled him aside and whispered, "Brother Qian, to be frank, my friends and I had a disagreement with a merchant in by Shun Hutong, and as a result, one of my friends was injured. I hope you can send some of your men to help teach him a lesson." Upon hearing it was such a trivial matter, Qianning, who was eager to stretch his limbs after drinking, felt compelled to oblige. He raised his hand and instructed his subordinates, "Let us go. Stay alert. We have a task to attend to." Chapter 68. The great search in the capital. As Qianning caught up, he was taken aback by Yang Ling's appearance, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He recognized Zhu Houzhao, the crown prince, although Zhu Houzhao did not know him. The prince had ventured out of the palace. Qianning was secretly astonished but maintained his composure. Scanning the surroundings, he discerned that the attendants accompanying the prince were eunuchs in disguise, reinforcing his suspicions. He had long heard that the emperor frequently took the crown prince out for excursions, but he had not anticipated that the prince would sneak out himself. Observing the entourage's demeanor, it seemed they were cautious about revealing their identities, likely having faced some misfortune from others. To have the chance to align oneself with the crown prince was an opportunity one could hardly dare to seek. He refrained from disclosing Zhu Houzhao's identity and respectfully addressed him. "Is the young master a friend of Brother Yang? Rest assured, I will handle this matter. I shall ensure these unscrupulous merchants receive a proper lesson." He licked his lips, feeling regretful that he had initially intended to assist Yang Tongji in extorting the merchants, but now felt it inappropriate with the crown prince present. Zhu Houzhao regarded him with admiration and remarked, "Excellent. The individuals I brought are rather timid. Without courage, they cannot achieve anything. I entrust this matter to you. Pursue them and give them a thorough lesson." Qianning chuckled. "That is an easy task. Once we lead them into an alley, young master, you may do as you wish." However, after pursuing them for a while, Qianning's brow began to furrow with concern. He noticed that the surrounding area was increasingly filled with tall brick walls, adorned with eaves and pavilions, and he could not help but mutter to himself, "Is that merchant truly worthy of provoking the crown prince? This vicinity is home to the residences of nobles and esteemed ministers." Ahead, a narrow alley revealed Gao Feng beckoning them from beneath an archway. As they approached, Gao Feng exclaimed, "Young master, this alley is narrow and long. Luo Xiang has already slipped inside. Should we continue the pursuit?" "Of course we shall pursue. Why would I fear them?" Zhu Houzhao retorted. Qianning, who had been feeling somewhat apprehensive, found reassurance in Zhu Houzhao's words. After all, who were they dealing with? The crown prince, destined to be the emperor. Offending a noble would mean little in comparison. As long as he earned Zhu Houzhao's favor, wealth and prestige would be within reach. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he could not bear such a minor risk, how could he hope for success? Moreover, as a member of the Jinyue from the Beijing Fusi, even the most esteemed noble would grant him some degree of respect. Thus emboldened, Qianning even wished for a confrontation with a powerful official, hoping to leave a lasting impression on Zhu Houzhao. The group hastened through the alley, entering a high-end residential area inhabited by esteemed officials, now bordering the commoners' quarters. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, everyone turned their gaze to a grand residence with a large door adorned with brass rings, flanked by a pair of imposing stone lions, towering as high as 2 men. To their astonishment, apart from Zhu Houzhao and Yangling, Qianning could not help but exclaim, "The Shining Marquis residence?" Yangling also noticed the plaque bearing the 4 gilded characters Shining Hofu, but he did not take it to heart. The individual named Yin Quan was known for his vulgar demeanor and did not seem worthy of being called a marquis. He was likely just the steward of the estate. With the crown prince, the Jinyue, and the future 8 infamous ministers present, could they possibly fear him? However, as he glanced at the others, he sensed something was amiss. Lu Jin and Zhang Yong displayed signs of trepidation, while Gu Deong, usually cheerful, wore an uneasy smile. Could this marquis possess considerable influence? He could not recall any notable marquis from the Ming Dynasty. Yangling was puzzled when Lu Jin addressed Zhu Houzhao, saying, "Young master, this is the residence of the Guojiang. Should we not reconsider?" He emphasized the word Guojiang. Upon hearing this, Yangling suddenly understood. The current emperor had only 1 empress, and the vast harem contained no concubines. It was evident how favored the empress was, and this marquis residence belonged to the empress's brother, which explained their unease. Zhu Houzhao, the easygoing crown prince, did not take much to heart when struck by a commoner. His persistence stemmed more from a desire to please the maiden Tang Yixin. However, upon arriving at the Shining Marquis residence and realizing that Yin Quan was likely a servant there, he could not let it go. After all, they were his uncle's household staff, and being struck by them was akin to being struck by his own servants. Even his amiable nature could not tolerate that. Moreover, though he was the empress's biological son, he did not share a close bond with Empress Zhang. It had long been rumored that he was born of a palace made favored by Emperor Hongji, forcibly taken by the childless Empress Zhang. While he had heard whispers of this, he did not entirely believe it. Yet it was a fact that Empress Zhang had never been particularly affectionate toward him, which extended to his disdain for his 2 uncles, the Marquis of Shining, Zhang Hailing, and the Marquis of Jianchang, Zhang Yinling. Zhu Houzhao sneered quietly, thinking to himself, "If they are indeed from the Shining Marquis residence, I can charge in and apprehend them. I doubt Zhang Hailing would dare to make a scene. My disgrace would be his disgrace as well." He gritted his teeth, preparing to command Lu Jin and the others to rush in, when suddenly the grand door creaked open. The group quickly stepped back into the alley, witnessing Yin Quan leading a group of people out, walking along the high brick wall to the left. Zhu Houzhao felt a surge of delight and whispered, "Follow them. Once they turn the corner, give him a good beating and seize the documents before fleeing." Lu Jin, seeing the crown prince's determination to deal with Yin Quan, suggested, "In that case, it may be wise for us to change clothes. Let us wait here and disguise ourselves, so that when that fellow is beaten, he will not know who did it." thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Zhu Houzhao, growing impatient, replied, "Then hurry. We must not let him escape." As Qianning weighed the strengths of the crown prince against those of the Guojiang, considering the potential consequences of misalignment, he was overjoyed to hear such a mutually beneficial plan. He quickly urged Lu Jin and the others to remove their long robes, selecting several capable subordinates to don blue garments over their silk uniforms and stealthily advanced. Zhu Houzhao, unwilling to be left behind, pulled Yangling along, and the group quietly rounded the corner. They found themselves at another corner of the Shaning marker residence, where the courtyard walls had been dismantled, seemingly undergoing expansion. On the left was a street with the residences of ordinary citizens just across. The Shaning Marquis estate had recently demolished its courtyard walls to extend its grounds, cutting down roadside trees and incorporating the street into its property, with several new pavilions encroaching into the courtyards of the commoners. 100 craftsmen were hard at work, while a few household servants clad in the marquis livery brazenly addressed the dozens of men, women, and children by the roadside, stating, "Our marquis is most reasonable. See, we have not encroached upon your courtyard, have we? This street is not to be traversed. You must take a detour. What? Our marquis's pavilion extends into your courtyard? If you have the ability, go ahead and file a complaint. We have not seized even an inch of your land. The aerial boundaries are not written in the law as belonging to you. Accuse the marquis? You would need more than a little courage." Yin Quan, leading his entourage, approached with an air of bravado, demanding, "What is going on? You troublesome commoners have once again stirred up trouble. Lord Shanning's mercy has been tested, and yet you dare to overstep your bounds? I tell you, I am soon to embark on a significant venture at Dazzling, the construction of the Great Wall. Do you understand? If you continue to prattle on and delay my progress, who will compensate me for the substantial silver I stand to earn?" An old man, leaning on a cane, trembled as he spoke. "Master Yin, my jujube tree has been cut down by your men, and the eaves have collapsed onto our east window. It's dark inside my home, master." One of Yin Quan's henchmen cracked a whip against the old man's shoulder, barking menacingly. "How many noble estates in the capital have been constructed by our master? Have you ever heard anyone accuse us of oppressing the common folk, old man? Which of your eyes saw us cut down your jujube tree? Why not admit it was your own misdeeds that brought down the wrath of heaven?" The surrounding servants of the Lord's estate erupted in laughter, while the old man's face flushed with rage, trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Houzhao drew near and whispered to Qianning, "Strike. After the beating, we must seize that document from him." Qianning, aware of the close ties between these individuals and the Shaning Lord's estate, proceeded with caution. The several captains and strongmen were merely following orders. However, they were ruthless in their actions, knocking down 7 or 8 men in an instant, leaving them writhing in pain and howling in agony. Qianning pinned Yin Quan down, delivering several slaps that left him dazed. He then tore open Yin Quan's garments and rummaged through them. Zhu Houzhao, filled with excitement, rushed over and kicked Yin Quan's backside twice, laughing heartily. Qianning, after searching Yin Quan's clothing, looked up at Zhu Houzhao and said, "Young master, there is nothing here." Yin Quan, clutching himself in pain, cried out, "You little beast, who are you? Do you not know I am a man of the Lord's estate? How dare you harm me?" Yangling, helpless, pledged, "Rest assured, I will procure that document within 3 days and ensure young master does not suffer from any misstep." Zhu Houzhao, upon hearing this, kicked Yin Quan once more in frustration before Qianning, and Yangling hurriedly pulled him away. It is said that the lives of the nobility are fraught with storms, yet the tumult of this day has been excessive. As Yangling dragged Zhu Houzhao away, he pondered over the chaotic day spent without sight of Zheng's maritime maps, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The Lord's courtyard indeed exemplifies the saying, "Once you enter the gates of nobility, it is as deep as the sea." By the time the news reached the household, gathering the family retainers, guards, instructors, and masters under the steward's direction to pursue them, Yangling and the others had long since vanished without a trace. Lord Shanning was furious upon hearing the news. Although Yin Quan was merely a servant, his younger sister was a favored concubine of Lord Shanning, making him the brother-in-law of the current emperor. One must be cautious when striking a dog, especially one that belongs to one's own family. Moreover, this brother-in-law had established his own business in construction, generating significant income for the Lord. Just the day before, The lord had secured a lucrative contract for the construction of the Great Wall at Dazzling for him. If he were to be seriously injured, it would result in considerable financial loss. In his rage, Zhang Heling dispatched someone with his edict to the Wuqing military commission. The commission was taken aback to learn that someone dared to cause a ruckus at the Shaning lord's estate. What audacity! The emperor was currently inspecting the academy. Should these ruffians brazenly disturb the royal presence, heads would surely roll. The city inspector, alarmed, personally took charge, with 2 whip-wielding attendants cracking their whips in the streets, sending petty criminals fleeing in terror and silencing street vendors. The entire city of Beijing was thrown into disarray, with troops and cavalry moving swiftly. Even the guards from the capital were mobilized. Zhu Houzhao and his companions were led by Qianning into a familiar tavern, where they encountered the genie Wei. The regiment had also dispatched personnel to patrol the streets. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow and scoffed. How impressive! A mere servant of the Lord has been beaten. And now it seems the entire city is in an uproar. Li Taifu had often recounted the tales of how the imperial relatives wielded power, overshadowing the emperor himself. Indeed, it seemed Lord Shaning possessed greater authority than the emperor. Chapter 69. Outwitting the powerful noble. Noticing the steady stream of patrolling officials below, Qianning's mind raced. He instructed his subordinate from Genie Wei, "Go downstairs and keep watch at the entrance. No one is to disturb us." Once his men had vacated the private room, Qianning immediately knelt and respectfully addressed, "I, Qianning, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince Zhu Houzhao, surpriset, glunget et youngling," who subtly shook his head. Qianning, observing this, continued with utmost reverence, "I once served as the head of the palace guards and had the honor of meeting your highness. Today you are incognito, and I dare not reveal your identity. However, with the city on high alert and a city-wide search underway, I must rely on my position within Genie Wei to escort you back to the palace. I beg for your forgiveness for this presumptuous recognition." Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhao chuckled. "You may rise. There is no need for such formalities. I did not foresee that striking a rogue would lead to a city filled with ruffians. You are quite the cunning one. Had it not been for this incident, you would have continued to feign ignorance of my identity, would you not?" Youngling Sigit, gazing longingly out the window, realizing that retrieving the Zhengde maritime maps from the Ministry of War today was out of the question. Lu Jin whispered in his ear, "Do not be anxious, Yang Shidu. Those maps have been at the ministry for many years. If they were to be lost, they would have been gone long ago. If they are still there, we can seek another opportunity to obtain them." Yang Ling looked at him in surprise. Lu Jin smiled. "Those maps are treasures left behind by Zheng Gonggong, and the grand endeavors celebrated by nations are credited to the efforts of our palace. We would not wish to ruin them." Yang Ling was greatly moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He furrowed his brows, realizing that in order to deceive Zhu Houzhao into leaving, he had spoken carelessly. It now appeared that Yin Quan was indeed affiliated with Lord Shaning, who had secured the construction of the Great Wall at Dazzling. Their relationship was not ordinary. They were essentially intertwined in both government and commerce. It seemed that offering a bribe would not yield a sum sufficient to sway him, and given the current situation, the crown prince would surely not tolerate such indignities. As for exerting official pressure, the current emperor favored his empress, and the display of authority from various factions searching the capital today indicated that this uncle-in-law was not easily trifled with. Unless the Hongji emperor intervened personally, no one could contend with him. After some contemplation, Yang Ling could not devise a suitable plan. He glanced at the 8 supposed geniuses of mischief, each with eager eyes fixed upon him. With a bitter smile, he concluded, "Yin Quan is merely a servant and not to be feared. However, with Lord Shaning as his main supporter, he must first submit before we can act." Zhu Houzhao remarked, "There is no need for concern. Although Zhang Heling is a royal uncle, his arrogance is excessive. If we can diminish his pride, it would not be a bad thing. Feel free to share your thoughts." Yang Ling pondered. "In order to restrain Lord Shaning, we must involve His Majesty. However, to compel His Majesty to punish him, we need evidence that would provoke the Emperor's wrath." Gu Daong interjected, "This is simple. His encroachment on the people's land, expansion of the streets, and unauthorized granting of contracts are sufficient grounds for a case against him. Furthermore, Lord Shaning likely has more than just that to account for." Lu Jin frowned. "Having evidence is one thing, but we require a capable individual to present it to His Majesty. If we take the initiative, the emperor will surely grow suspicious of us. Zhu Houzhao, growing impatient, declared, "Why must it be so complicated? If all else fails, with the imperial examinations taking place soon and the grand tutors not frequently visiting, I will find time to leave the palace and directly approach the royal uncle. Surely he would not dare offend me over a mere servant." Upon hearing the mention of the grand tutors, Yangling's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired, "Your Highness, will the grand scholars not be coming to teach you in the next few days?" Zhu Houzhao glanced at Gu Deong, who replied, "Starting tomorrow, 3 grand scholars will take turns conducting examinations, while the other 2 handle state affairs. Consequently, instead of 3 grand scholars teaching daily, as before, it will now be 1 grand scholar each day, and the duration will be reduced to 1 hour." Yangling clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent. I have a plan. Who will be the esteemed scholar teaching tomorrow?" Gu Deong, indeed a master of gathering intelligence, effortlessly recited the schedule, and the appointed teacher arranged for the crown prince by the Zhang Fu. "Tomorrow, it shall be the esteemed scholar Li Dongyang." Yangling chuckled and whispered a scheme into Zhu Houzhao's ear. After listening, Zhu Houzhao, though somewhat skeptical, asked, "Will this method truly be effective?" Yangling replied with a smile, "If executed skillfully, the Marquis of Shoning will only have to abandon his military command. At that point, first, your Highness need not lose credibility. Second, that Yin Quan has been disrespectful to the crown prince. We can ensure he is rendered powerless. And third, we may gain the admiration of several grand tutors." "Oh," Zhu Houzhao responded, invigorated by the idea. "Since time is of the essence, you must act swiftly and ensure everything is ready before the arrival of Grand Tutor Li tomorrow." "Yes, I shall obey," Yangling replied with a smile and a bow, nodding slightly to the 8 tigers before swiftly departing. On the following day, before the sun had risen, a carriage approached a corner outside the Wumen. Yangling, waiting by the corner gate, quickly boarded the carriage. Inside, Qianning sat, handing over a substantial oil paper package with a smile. "Upon receiving your instructions yesterday, I instructed my subordinates to work through the night, and, thankfully, we have made some progress. Here is what you require. See if it proves useful." Yangling exchanged polite remarks, seated himself beside Qianning, and opened the oil paper package to reveal a thick stack of documents. As he lifted the curtain of the carriage to catch the morning light, he glanced hurriedly through the papers, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Brother Qian, I merely asked you to gather evidence of the collusion between the Marquis of Shoning and the officials, as well as his usurpation of public resources. I thought if there wasn't enough weight, we could fabricate minor offenses to bolster the case. Yet, you have included cases of murder here. If His Majesty truly investigates, won't we be shooting ourselves in the foot?" Qianning chuckled. "I did intend to fabricate some scandals, but unfortunately, the night was too short. The real cases alone are more than enough, and I had no time to concoct any wrongdoing of Lord Zhang. These documents have witnesses and material evidence, some even filed by the victims at the court, yet no one dares to take action against them. Feel free to use whatever you find useful. Rest assured, all of this is meticulously copied by me. It is not on our Jinui official stationery, so it won't draw attention to us." Yangling gasped. "Is all of this genuine?" Qianning nodded, "Absolutely." With a nonchalant smile, he added, "No matter who it is, as long as we in the Jinui wish to pursue them, no secret can remain hidden from us. However, the Marquis of Shoning has a powerful ally in the palace, and these documents may not be sufficient to bring him down. You must be cautious and not fall into the trap yourself." Yangling nodded. "Brother Qian, worry not. There are others who will brave the front lines. I must hurry to the palace now. I shall convey your efforts to the crown prince." Qianning's face brightened with joy, and he hastily clasped his hands in farewell, saying, "Why speak so formally among brothers? There are many officials at the Wumen. I cannot show my face here. I wish you victory and success." Confucius once said, "The ruler is a ruler, the minister is a minister, the father is a father, and the son is a son." This means that a ruler must embody the principles of rulership, a minister must embody the principles of ministerial duty, a father must embody the principles of fatherhood, and a son must embody the principles of sonship. Li Dongyang, with a reassuring glance at the crown prince, noted how well-behaved the crown prince was today, sitting upright behind the desk, seemingly attentive, which greatly comforted Li Dongyang's heart. He smiled and said, "A sovereign rewards those they cherish and punishes those they despise. A wise sovereign, however, rewards only those who have contributed and punishes only those who are guilty. A good ruler fortifies their authority within while commanding respect outside. Thus, when engaging enemies or waging wars, none dare to defy. He lifted his cup for a sip of tea, preparing to elaborate further, when the crown prince interjected, Grand Tutor. While a wise ruler must distinguish reward from punishments, what if the guilty parties are close ministers or even relatives of the emperor? Should leniency not be extended? Li Danyang responded sternly, that cannot be. A prince is subject to the same laws as a commoner. Why? Because the ruler is not merely the head of a family, but the sovereign of a nation. Thus, all subjects, regardless of proximity, are equal. A wise ruler and a loyal minister are blessings to the realm. If the ruler turns a blind eye to the malfeasance of close ministers, it would not be a blessing for the state. Yang Ling cleared his throat, and Zhu Houzhao, pulling out a paper package from beneath the table, sighed, Grand Tutor, you're absolutely right. Today, as I entered the palace, I found a package outside the palace gates, which contained evidence revealing that my uncle, Zheng Heling, has been allowing his family to exploit and harm the common people. These are shocking offenses. I initially thought to suppress it since he is my maternal uncle, but after reflecting on your teachings, I feel deeply ashamed. To conceal this and not report, it would betray the very words of the sage. Li Danyang, startled, asked, what evidence do you possess? May I see it? Zhu Houzhao handed over the package, shaking his head in regret. On one hand, he is my maternal uncle. On the other, there are the oppressed commoners who have suffered greatly and have no one to turn to. I am hesitant to inform my father and disrupt family harmony. Yet I cannot ignore the suffering of the people after hearing your wise counsel. Li Danyang quickly perused the stack of accusations against the Marquis of Shoning, and after just a few glimpses, his anger surged, and he exclaimed, such brazen disregard for the people's welfare by nobles and relatives is intolerable. Your Highness need not feel guilty. You have done well. The ruler is a vessel, while the commoners are the water. Heaven does not create people for the ruler's sake. It establishes the ruler for the people's benefit. Your concern for the commoners is a blessing for the state. He cast a meaningful glance at Yang Ling and continued. The actions of the Marquis of Shoning have incited widespread discontent among the common people, leading to desperate measures. Your Highness, please allow Yang Shidu to assist you in revising your studies. I must step out briefly to verify these matters. If they prove true, I will certainly report to the emperor. Yang Ling felt a jolt at hearing the old man's words, sensing an underlying meaning. He clearly did not fully believe the story of finding the package on his way to the palace. Nevertheless, knowing that the documents provided by Qianning were genuine, he had no fear of the investigation. Inside the Eastern Palace, Zhu Houzhao was engrossed in Yang Ling's tales of foreign customs, captivated by the stories. When suddenly Gudi Yang's sharp voice rang out, "Oh dear, your highnesses, what brings you both to the Eastern Palace?" A soft, delicate voice inquired. "Where is the Crown Prince? Take me to see him." Gudi Yang stammered, "Princesses, the Crown Prince is currently engaged in his studies." A naive voice chimed in, "Are you trying to deceive the Crown Prince with your tricks again? Sister, let us enter ourselves." Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, "Yongfu and Yongchun have arrived. You should hide behind the screen. There are many strict rules in the palace, and you cannot meet them casually." Yang Ling quickly stepped behind the antique wooden screen, and Zhu Houzhao called out, "Gudiyong, please invite the two princesses in." Then a young girl's voice laughed. "How strange. Today, the Crown Prince is sitting here properly without any entertaining tricks. Has he turned over a new leaf?" Chapter 70. Fire in the Harem. Zhu Houzhao huffed, "Yongchun, you have no sense of decorum. You don't even know to pay respects when you see me." The innocent voice responded, "Oh, just let it go. If you followed proper manners, Mother would have less to worry about. You always speak in a self-important manner. What kind of etiquette have I ever seen?" Standing behind the screen, Yang Ling recognized Zhu Houzhao calling her Yongchun and thought to himself, "The Emperor Hongji has one son and two daughters. This must be the youngest daughter, Princess Yongchun, only 11 years old. No wonder she's so mischievous. The other must be Princess Yongfu. What could these two young girls possibly want?" Zhu Houzhao, who has never been fond of court etiquette, though he had just reprimanded his younger sister, actually appreciated her easygoing demeanor. Upon witnessing Princess Yongfu perform a formal bow, he could only sit upright and accept the gesture. Then, like a marionette, he lifted his right arm and awkwardly remarked, "Sister, no need for such formalities. Please rise. What brings you to Chunfang today?" Princess Yongchun interjected hurriedly, elder brother. There is turmoil in the harem. You must go at once. Suddenly, Princess Yongfu coughed, interrupting her, and said, You all may leave. We have matters to discuss with His Royal Highness. Yes. Gu Daong, ever astute, promptly acquiesced, gesturing for the two young eunuchs to exit, gently closing the palace door behind them. Princess Yongfu settled beside the soft couch, her countenance clouded with worry. Brother, you must visit the harem. Father has always favored you. Your presence may quell his wrath. Zhu Houzhao, momentarily perplexed, queried, What is father so enraged? Princess Yongfu explained, during the recent court session, Grand Scholarly accused Marquis Shaoning of extortion and land grabbing, claiming he has unlawfully occupied nearly 1,800 hectares of land, in addition to the nearly 4,000 hectares bestowed by the royal family. He has also incited his family to engage in illicit salt trade and forcibly claimed residences and courtesans. An argument ensued between him and Marquis Shaoning, resulting in father imprisoning both in the dungeons. Princess Yongchun chuckled, bouncing closer to him, and said, When Li criticized the Marquis for his nepotism, he misspoke, referencing the honor of our mother, Lady Zhang. The Marquis seized the opportunity to accuse him of disrespecting the Empress, demanding a death sentence. In a fit of anger, Li chased the Marquis with a weapon, only to be overpowered. Father, outraged, deemed their behavior disrespectful and imprisoned them both. Zhu Houzhao, unable to suppress his amusement, smirked. How could this happen? Cough, cough. As he spoke, he stealthily glanced towards the screen behind him. But with the two princesses present, Yang Ling dared not respond. Princess Yongfu shot a disapproving glance at her mischievous sister and expressed her concern, Brother, father's health has never been robust. Now that Li Dongyang is imprisoned, and with the likes of Xie Qian, Lu Jian, and Lu Daxiao pleading before him, father has retreated to the harem. Mother, upon hearing of the Marquis' arrest, has been making a scene. We came to see you, fearing the worst. Though Zhu Houzhao was playful, he held his father in the highest regard. Upon hearing this, he quickly rose and said, That explains it. Father never allows any woman to enter the Eastern Palace for lessons. How did you manage to come here? I must go to the harem. Just as he was about to continue, a voice from afar called, His Majesty arrives at the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince goes to greet him. This was the voice of a eunuch responsible for announcing the Emperor's arrival, resonant and distant. Upon hearing this, Princess Yongfu sprang up in alarm. Oh no! If father sees us disobeying his orders, he may become even angrier. Princess Yongchun tugged at her elder sister, saying, Quick, let us hide. Father might be here to check on your studies. We can come out once he leaves. Saying this, the young princess pulled her sister behind the screen. Zhu Houzhao could not intervene in time, and the two had already concealed themselves. After a moment of waiting, hearing no surprise from behind the screen, Zhu Houzhao felt puzzled. The palace door swung open, and Emperor Hongji entered. Zhu Houzhao immediately bowed and proclaimed, I pay my respects to father. Rise, Hongji waved his hand, signaling to his attendant Miao Kuei, who promptly led others out, quietly closing the palace door. Zhu Houzhao stood up, discreetly observing his father's expression. Noting that the emperor appeared calm, even bearing a hint of a smile, which relieved him and piqued his curiosity. Once the door was shut, Emperor Hongji discarded the formality of his imperial demeanor and casually sat beside the writing desk, patting the soft couch. My son, sit. Zhu Houzhao complied and took a seat next to his father. Not wishing to mention the recent events in the harem, he instead asked, Father, having just concluded court, why not take a moment to rest? You seem to be sweating. With a kind gaze, Hongji smiled. Your mother is currently upset with me. I sought refuge with you. The grand scholars have been preoccupied with the spring examination. Have you kept up with your studies? Feigning surprise, Zhu Houzhao inquired. Mother is upset with you? What could have caused this? Hongji chuckled at his son's innocent query, then suddenly adopted a serious expression. My son, do you genuinely not know? A chill ran down Zhu Houzhao's spine as he met his father's penetrating gaze, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yang Ling, hidden behind the screen, listened as the princes and princesses discussed state affairs as casually as one might discuss family matters. The royal household, with its revered empress, was no different from an ordinary family. He found the conversation intriguing until he heard the announcement of the emperor's arrival. Suddenly, two elegantly dressed young ladies dashed behind the screen, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Yang Ling was taken aback. A fleeting glance revealed a girl clad in a bright yellow palace dress, her beauty striking and demeanor gentle, seemingly around 13 or 14 years old. Her hair was styled in a lofty black bun, and beneath it rested a delicate, fair face, her brows resembling crescent moons, eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Upon seeing him, her mouth fell open in surprise, nearly gasping aloud. The other girl, a petite creature in a deep purple gown, had a small, oval face. Despite her youth, she was charming, her stature as slight as a delicate fan. Jiangnan. She widened her eyes, but quickly stifled her sister's potential exclamation with a hand over her mouth, shaking her head gently. Princess Yongfu, her mouth covered, revealed only her expressive, dark eyes. She blinked, signaling her sister, and only then did Yongshun release her grip. The two turned, their bright eyes fixed upon Yangling. He, with a pained expression, performed a respectful bow, gestured towards the exit, pointed to himself, and finally clasped his hands together, looking as forlorn as a mime. The petite Princess Yongshun could not help but stifle a giggle, covering her mouth, while her sister, Princess Yongfu, could not contain her amusement either. At that moment, Emperor Hongji had already entered the room, and the two princesses, fearing discovery, edged closer together, inadvertently drawing nearer to Yangling. Though Princess Yongfu, a royal by birth, was typically composed, hiding in close quarters with a young man felt rather uncomfortable, especially as her encounters with males in the palace had been exceedingly rare. Stealing a glance, she noted that he was dressed in the attire of a tutor to the crown prince, tall and handsome with a strong jawline, causing her cheeks to flush as she became flustered and failed to comprehend the conversation outside. Yangling, accompanied by the two young beauties, remained unfazed, his past experiences allowing him to maintain composure. After apologizing to the princesses, he was relieved to see they were equally reticent. He then focused on the sounds emanating from outside, hearing a low murmur, followed by Emperor Hongji's hearty laughter, though the specifics of their conversation eluded him. The emperor chuckled. Some matters cannot be broached by oneself. They must be articulated by subordinates. My son, the encroachment of noble families upon the livelihoods of commoners has become increasingly severe. Not just the case of Marquis Shawning. I, along with several grand scholars, am preparing to rectify certain corrupt practices, restricting the land grants and the exploitation of commoners by royal relatives and noble families. He cast an approving glance toward the crown prince and continued, however, I have yet to find a suitable entry point to implement these reforms smoothly, lest I provoke opposition from the entire royal clan and the esteemed officials. This weighs heavily upon me. Were it not for Father Emperor Li Dongyang, though a loyal minister, daring to seize the golden melon in the golden hall and display his martial prowess, I merely utilized his hand to impart a lesson to Shaning Ho. Hongji furrowed his brow and sighed, stating, I have always been generous and benevolent towards the imperial relatives, yet recently the Shaning Ho brothers have indeed become excessively audacious. Keeping them confined for a few days may temper their arrogance. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, so Father Emperor has long harbored the intention to punish him. No wonder Li Dongyang's audacity has grown. It is indeed at Father's behest. But why is Father also apprehended scholarly? Yangling, listening from behind, was secretly astonished, realizing he had underestimated Li Dongyang and this somewhat rotund emperor. It now appeared uncertain who was manipulating whom. Hongji patted his hand and smiled, foolish child. Were it not for this, your mother would be even less inclined to relent. National affairs are easier to manage. If your mother were to persist, it would indeed trouble me. Princess Yongfu, stealthily eavesdropping behind the screen, felt a stir in her heart and turned her head to glance at Yangling. As she moved, her hairpins rattled against the screen, producing a sound that echoed in the otherwise still room, prompting Hongji to sharply inquire. Who dares to eavesdrop on my conversation with the crown prince? Comme fort. Yangling glanced towards the two princesses, observing Yongfu's flushed face as she looked at him, while Princess Yongshun, with her sparkling eyes, delicately pointed at him and then gestured towards the outside. Yangling, with a grimace, pointed to himself, and the young princess elegantly nodded, smiling with great delight. With no other option, Yangling reluctantly turned to Princess Yongfu, only to find her expression filled with apology, yet her eyes pleading. He could not help but smile wryly, thinking, these two little princesses eavesdropping on their father's conversation is hardly a grave offense. At most, they would receive a few scoldings. Why must I take the blame? Unbeknownst to him, Hongji was indeed lenient towards the crown prince, but maintained strict discipline over the princesses. In the eyes of a child fearful of his father, a parental reprimand was a severe punishment. With no alternative, Yang Ling steeled himself and stepped forward, not daring to raise his head. He hurriedly knelt, proclaiming, "I, Yang Ling, have seen the emperor. Upon your arrival, I could not evade in time and hastily took refuge behind the screen, inadvertently startling your esteemed presence. Please forgive me." Chapter 71. The Taming of Monkeys and Hawks. Emperor Hongji was taken aback and furious, rising to his feet, pointing at Yang Ling, momentarily speechless with rage. Yang Ling, serving as the crown prince's tutor, did not delve into the 4 books and 5 classics, but rather spoke of mountains, rivers, customs, and even matters of foreign lands, which Hongji was already aware of through his informants. However, Hongji himself had a penchant for music and painting, and his ministers often cautioned him about being overly engrossed in these pursuits, potentially neglecting state affairs. Each time he heard such counsel, he merely laughed it off, dismissing it as the sour grapes of scholars. Thus, he did not regard the crown prince's eclectic learning with much concern. In his view, Yang Ling, being the foremost scholar of Xuanfu, possessed commendable knowledge. Presently, he eschewed the words of sages, opting instead for a more pragmatic approach to teach the crown prince, knowing well his temperament. This was indeed a commendable effort, and so he held Yang Ling in high esteem. However, today, as Yang Ling clandestinely listened to him imparting the principles of rulership, it was somewhat unbecoming. Despite his usual generosity, Hongji could not help but feel a mix of embarrassment and indignation. He cast a cold glance at Yang Ling, suppressing his anger, and said, "Yang tutor, are you merely startled by the emperor's presence?" Yang Ling stammered, "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend your intentions." Hongji slammed the desk and enunciated, "Yang Ling, did the crown prince leave the palace yesterday? Where'd he go? Today, did Li Dongyang's memorial against Zhang Heling arise from your council?" Yang Ling's heart sank. How could such a clandestine matter be known to the emperor? Was there an informant among the 8 tigers? No, that could not be. Had the 8 tigers reported, the emperor would have stopped the crown prince from leaving the palace. Then who leaked the information? The Eastern Depot? The Jinyui? They would not undermine their own authority. Who else could it be? As he knelt, lost in thought, Hongji, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You are audacious in encouraging the crown prince to leave the palace and unlawfully enter the pleasure quarters, assaulting the family of the Ho. That is one matter. As a minister, you should not resort to underhanded tactics when denouncing others, but rather present your case openly to the sovereign. Using deceit to manipulate ministers and exploit the sovereign is truly treacherous." The emperor's ire grew as he spoke, striking the desk heavily. Yang Ling shuddered. For what a monarch despises most is a minister overshadowing his sovereign, and what he abhors most is the manipulation of power before the ruler. Though Hongji believed he was acting for the people's benefit against the encroachment of powerful ministers, he perceived Yang Ling as deceiving the young crown prince, which was a grave transgression. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. Should Hongji's fury peak, would he hesitate to eradicate a mere tutor? The more Yang Ling pondered, the more fearful he became, prostrating on the ground, unsure of how to justify himself. Zhu Houzhao wished to intercede on his behalf, but, seeing his father's furious countenance, dared not speak. Then a woman's voice rang out, "Step aside. I demand an audience with the emperor." "Your Majesty, I am wronged." "Your Majesty, please stand up for me." Hongji angrily retorted, "What is the matter?" Miao Kuei opened the palace door, trembling, and said, "Your Majesty, Lady Jean." Before he could finish, he was pushed aside, and a woman in her 50s rushed in, kneeling before Hongji, weeping, "Your Majesty, I am wronged." Heling has always been well-behaved, never daring to act recklessly. How could he seize a private residence, sell official salt, or forcibly marry a courtesan? It is all due to Li Dongyang's jealousy over your favor towards Heling, leading him to slander. I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice for me. Hongji frowned and gently replied, "Lady Jean, please rise. Shanning Ho has indeed behaved improperly in the Golden Hall. I have merely imposed a slight punishment. I have already informed the Empress that in a few days I shall pardon him from prison, so there is no need for alarm." Yang Ling glanced at the woman kneeling beside him, thinking, is this the current Emperor's mother-in-law? How splendid. I hope her interruption makes the Emperor forget to punish me. "Lady Jean, Relentless, continued her lament. Your Majesty, Li Dongyang pursued Heling in the Golden Hall, and he, unable to bear the provocation, struck back in self-defense. Heling bears no fault in this matter. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at Li Dongyang. I implore you to release Heling. Hongzhi's face grew dark, his corpulent form heaving with agitation, as Zhu Houzhao hurriedly supported him, saying, Father, please take a moment to sit. Do not become overly agitated. Hongzhi sat on the couch, but, seeing Lady Jin's incessant wailing, became even more incensed. He then noticed Yang Ling kneeling there, and at the entrance, Gu Daong was peeking in. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Gu Daong and shouted, You scoundrel, come in. Lady Jin, mid-cry, was startled into silence by his fierce command, halting her weeping. Gu Daong stumbled in, kneeling on the ground as Hongzhi's expression darkened, declaring, You audacious fools! How dare you incite the crown prince to leave the palace, leading to his injury at the hands of the Shanning Ho's family? Should anything happen to the crown prince, I will annihilate your entire clan. Gu Daong kowtowed fervently, pleading, Your Majesty, spare my life. The crown prince left the palace to assess the people's conditions. Who could have predicted such boldness from those ruffians? I am to blame, for the crown prince's safety is paramount, and I risked my life to intervene, yet I was also struck by the Ho's ruffians. He shyly revealed to the emperor the bruises adorning his face. Upon hearing that the crown prince had been beaten by the servants of her own son, Jean Foreign was rendered speechless, kneeling motionless to the side. Hongzhi, noticing the silence from Jean Foreign, let out a quiet sigh of relief. He glared at Gu Daong and said, Humph, had it not been for your instigation, the crown prince would not have ventured out of the palace incognito, and such calamity would not have befallen him. If I do not punish you, you will undoubtedly cause even greater troubles in the future. Miaokui, how many were involved in encouraging the crown prince to leave the palace? Hongzhi commanded, Take these 9 individuals out through the woman. Yang Ling shivered at the command. Listening as Hongzhi continued, Each shall receive 30 strokes of a rod as a deterrent. Miao Kuei quickly responded, As you decree. He waved his hand, and several young eunuchs entered to seize Yang Ling, while Gu Daong wailed as if mourning a deceased mother, crying out for the emperor's mercy, pleading for his life. Your Majesty, spare me. I shall never do so again. I beg for your forgiveness. Crown Prince, save me. Yang Ling was somewhat bewildered. After all, it was merely 30 strokes. He thought it would only mean a few days of rest, and since the emperor had not taken his life, he felt a sense of relief. Gu Daong, having spent time in the Eastern Depot, understood well that the executioners of the Jinyui were not to be compared to ordinary jailers. Those men had undergone specialized training. Typically, only a genie officer could execute a punishment so skillfully that a paper could lie atop a brick without tearing, even when the brick crumbled beneath the force of the strike. Thus, their executions depended entirely on the emperor's will. If the emperor did not wish for a subject's demise, they could inflict severe punishment without causing fatal harm. A few days of rest would suffice. However, if the emperor intended harm, the strokes could appear light. Yet the pain would be excruciating, and 30 strikes could lead to the rupture of veins beneath the skin, resulting in a slow and agonizing demise without hope of recovery. Zhu Houzhao felt uneasy. He believed the decision to leave the palace had been his own, while Yang Ling and Gu Daong merely acted on orders. Now, while he remained unscathed, they had suffered. With a hint of guilt, he murmured to Hongzhi, Father. Hongzhi waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, My son is the heir to the throne. They dared to take the crown prince out of the palace without permission, resulting in his injury. Such treason is inexcusable. Sparing them is already an act of grace. There is no need for further discussion. Jean Foreign felt a chill in her heart. She had initially intended to demand the immediate release of Zhang Heling and the severe punishment of Li Dongyang, but now she dared not utter a word. If taking the crown prince out of the palace was deemed treasonous, what grave punishment awaited the servants who had assaulted him? This was news she had not heard from her family. When had they struck the crown prince? As Jean Foreign pondered, Hongzhi added, Jean Foreign, please rise. Do not kneel any longer. My decision is final. Bring forth my decree. Li Dongyang failed to maintain decorum in the presence of the emperor, and shall be punished by a 3-month salary reduction as a reprimand, and shall be released from prison forthwith. The Duke of Shanning has encroached upon the interests of the people. The evidence is irrefutable. He shall be detained for 3 days and fined half a year as salary, and must restrain his family and return the ill-gotten gains. So it is decreed. As for the incident involving the crown prince's beating, he cast a deep glance at Jean Foreign, who now seemed utterly subdued, no longer daring to rely on her daughter's favor to speak indiscreetly. She anxiously fixed her gaze upon the emperor, who leisurely continued, "The Duke of Shaoning was not aware of this matter beforehand. Otherwise, such an incident would not have occurred. Let us consider this a closed case. It is a matter of royal embarrassment and should not be publicized." Jean Foreign complied, quickly saying, "Yes, yes, your majesty. You are wise, and we thank you for your mercy." Hongji let out a light hum, saying, "If Jean Foreign has no other matters, you may go to the rear palace to visit the empress and offer her some comfort. I still need to review the crown prince's studies." Upon hearing this, Jean Foreign hastily replied, "Yes, I take my leave. I shall not disturb your majesty further." She quickly wiped the tears from her face and left in a hurried retreat. Seeing the emperor, who usually had a gentle temperament, in such a fit of rage, she felt a pang of fear. Initially intending to leave the palace, she reconsidered, fearing that the empress would not relent and might provoke the emperor's ire again. So she hurriedly made her way to the rear palace. Zhu Houzhao, seeing that everyone had exited, could not help but cling to Hongji's arm, pleading, "Father, it was my idea to leave the palace yesterday. Yangling and Daong are merely my companions. If you punish them severely, who would dare follow me in the future?" Hongji chuckled lightly, slowly sitting down and giving his son a pointed look. "So you know how to protect your own now? Humph. Do you think I am unaware of your mischief? Without such companions to incite you, I doubt you would have concocted such nonsense. Individuals like Gu Daong and Lu Jin merely sought to please you, engaging in trivial antics. It is only fitting that they receive a lesson." Zhu Houzhao, recognizing his father's tone had softened, realized he had merely been acting for Jean Foreign's benefit. He could not help but break into a relieved smile and plop down beside Hongji, massaging his shoulders as he inquired, "What of Yang Shidu? He is but a delicate scholar, with a tender backside that cannot withstand punishment. What if you harm him?" The fantastical tales Yang Ling spun captivated Zhu Houzhao as much as the antics of Lu Jin and others. It was a world he had never encountered, one he could scarcely dream existed beyond the borders of the Ming Dynasty. Though their acquaintance was brief, he had grown fond of Yang Ling and could not bear to see him harmed, thus seizing the opportunity to plead for his sake. Hongji scoffed. "Yang Ling is indeed a promising talent. Do not underestimate him merely because he is a scholar. True military geniuses need not wield a sword on the battlefield themselves. His insights into military affairs are highly regarded even by seasoned generals like Lu Daxia. Now, with the senior officials of the 6 ministries aging, and several grand scholars no longer in their prime, I believe that with further refinement, he will surely become a reliable ally for you in the future." Noticing his son still appeared somewhat baffled, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you curious why I choose to discipline him? Humph. This young man is reckless and impetuous, acting without consideration of consequences. Without some trials, should he rise to prominence too quickly, he may become arrogant and overbearing, turning into a tyrannical courtier. Do you understand?" Zhu Houzhao responded with a faint realization. "So, Father, your intention is to temper him, much like how I train a hawk. The more I wish to utilize him, the more I must put him through the ringer. However, this tempering begins with his rear, which seems rather curious." Hongji, initially pleased with his son's analogy, found himself both amused and exasperated by the latter part of the statement. This son of his still had much to learn. The Princess Yongfu, having spoken out, felt an obligation for Yang Ling's punishment, and her heart was filled with unease. Upon hearing her father's words, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The Princess Yongshun gave her sister a thumbs up and winked, and the two sisters exchanged smiles.